You want to appeal to science, but I appeal to construction. So I can cut this conversation off and say, you want to go to the science guy to prop up your claim of this place. But I'm going to go to the construction guy that actually builds upon this place that we actually live upon. Because I can't go to a scientist and get a house built, but I can go to a construction worker and get a house built. That's all.
Do you remember how this started?
I'll leave it at that.
It started with him declaring that we should be grateful that we're ingrates, that we're not allowed to spread our misinformation and lies on the internet.
Exactly.
That's how this
I'm like,
started.
you're gonna come in here and call us liars, bro. I'm definitely gonna pick you up, right? And start asking you about your world, right? What gives you, same thing happened yesterday. What gives you the authority, the right to say that we're liars? I want to know what your storybook tells you, right? Who touched you in your no-no spot? Sorry, brother, go ahead.
Yeah, he doesn't even know what we're talking about. This is complete and full weaponized ignorance. Total weaponized ignorance.
How does we living in a container and tells that we live in a flat surface? Killian, answer me that.
So if you have an enclosure, we measure the pressure, right? And then again, I go to the principle of level. I observe level everywhere we go. The celestial bodies move above us. We have no claim that the ground is in fact moving. So with those 3 points of observation, the spheroid claim falls apart. Literally, it gets cut off at the roots. You can't even get out of the stall because those 3 things, those observations, hold the globe claim in place if you're intellectually honest versus eating up what they feed you with a big spoon, saying more, please. Right? You can't have upside down people. You can't have people in North America upside down to people in Australia. It doesn't work. Not when we measure level everywhere we go, brother. And level is just the observation up and down. That's it. You can figure out how we have their story, their claim of converging plumb lines. It all falls apart. Do you understand any of the stuff that I'm saying to you, or is it just all whistling right past over your head?
You do understand we actually doing these see things upside down. Just our brain's able to interpret those information and turn it back upside down for us.
Explain to me how that works. Tell me how I can have the Symphony Opera House, right, that's built off the coast of Sydney, Australia, built to a principle of level, and have the CN Tower in Toronto, Ontario, Canada, also built to a principle of level, yet there are 2 places located in opposition to each other based on a spheroid claim. How does that work? Have I said too much for you? Do you want me to repeat it? Do you need me to steel man my position again?
Wait, Killian, sorry, I'm having difficulty in picking up your voice. Can you please repeat? Yeah.
How is it possible I can... Are you familiar with the Sydney Opera House in Australia?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
What does it look like? What color is it?
I believe it's
So you don't know what it is, you believe.
white,
How about you go to Google? Yeah, and it's got like 3 waves architecturally on top of this building. Right?
Yeah.
Right. So I know when they built those floors in that building, they were built to a principle of level. Right? You're familiar with the principle of level?
Okay, yeah.
Are you familiar with the principle of level? Yes or no?
I have heard about it.
Boy. Do you know what a construction level is?
Carry on. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Do you know what a construction level is? He says carry on. Have you ever built anything in your life?
He says, first of all, what you're saying is misinformation, a bunch of lies. Oh, tell me more.
Yep. And I'm asking, but
it's amazing.
Here's
This is
the
absolutely
thing.
amazing.
I'm asking about a tool, right? I'm asking about, like, do you know what a screwdriver does, right? Oh, yeah, go ahead. Carry on.
Why you bring all these up? Is it relevant? Like,
No, it is relevant. It's very relevant because a construction level is a tool, right? It is a thing that functions. It's a thing that is in use. in this place that we're in. The construction industry uses a construction level. They come in many different sizes, from 6 inches all the way up to 12 feet. I asked you what it was, and you were like, go ahead, carry on. It's really hard for us to have a conversation if you're not going to admit to things as we have a conversation about them. No, we don't. No, we don't. Because you're in a place, right? You're in a time and space right now where they've perverted the word level to include curve, right? So for us having a conversation, you and I need to ensure that you're being intellectually honest with the conversation you and I are having, so we can establish a solid quote-unquote foundation built to a principle of level, so we can proceed accordingly and have an honestly genuine conversation. But if I'm speaking too fast, saying too much, feel free to say so, and I will disengage with you.
Hey, there's no need to be defensive here, yeah. So
I'm not being defensive. I'm observing the conversation.
yeah, same here, yeah.
Okay, again, so do you know what a construction level is?
Yeah.
So with a construction level, it has a little canister in the middle of it. It has green liquid. It has a little air bubble, right? So you're observing not only mediums being enclosed in a container, but you're also observing when you put that little structure on top of other structures. These things all show you the observation, the principle of level, up and down. I got a dip. Somebody else will pick this one up. Y'all be blessed.
Can someone carry on his conversation? I think he's like losing stamina when waiting the lift.
I just logged in, but I'm willing to entertain a discussion. What's going on?
Yeah, we were talking about air pressure. Yeah.
No, okay. What's this with regards to the claim of a container?
Yeah. So I'm not sure how I can understand that you can then tell that you're living on this you're living on a flat surface just because of air pressure.
Yeah.
Indicating that we're living in a container. Yeah.
I think you're right about that. I mean, what this argument's for is not really a surface measurement of the Earth being flat or a globe. What it does is it opens up a broader context of discussion for cosmology. So, is Earth a planet in a solar system that exists within space that is considered a vacuum and ever expanding? You know, the Big Bang cosmology, the one that we're all taught in school. Is that really what ultimate reality is? And I think this question about gas pressure and containment is designed to challenge the notion that the Big Bang cosmology is true. And therefore, you know, conclusions that people draw about our existence from that cosmology are probably not true.
Well, let's forget about Big Bang and all of that. I'm just trying to understand, how does living in a container entails to living in a flat surface?
Well,
Can you explain to me?
Yeah, like if Earth is not a globe, you know, if it's been established that the surface is measurably flat, then you have to wonder if the geometry of this world could exist in a solar system in outer space, i.e., is flat Earth a pizza planet? There are a lot of misperceptions that people have about flat earthers. They come into this discussion and they think that we believe that Earth is a pizza planet in outer space. So the gas pressure argument is one thing that was developed in order to communicate that no, we don't think Earth is a pizza planet. Our entire understanding of cosmology from the Big Bang is likely not true, because the Big Bang cosmology contradicts what we know to be true.
Excuse me, but how does air pressure does anything with the Big Bang theory? I don't see the connections here.
All right, so the idea is if Earth is flat, then you don't have the idea that special relativity and general relativity are responsible for things like what we see in space, and are responsible for creating conditions for gas to pressurize within a gravity well. It's almost like a follow-on question with regards to the nature of Earth. So if we can establish that Earth is indeed flat, then what is this realm? And the gas pressure argument opens up people's minds to consider further possibilities beyond what we've been taught.
But it could be a globe with a container around it still.
And that is a valid point given what we're talking about right now. And there are people that think that. There are some fundamentalist Christian movements who believe that Earth is a geocentric globe, that Earth is in the center of the whole universe, in a special position, occupied here because it was created by God. And there are notions that there may have been one time a sphere outside of our sphere called the firmament that collapsed and created the great flood from the Bible, and so on and so forth. I think a lot of flat earthers used to be intrigued by this idea before letting go of the globe aspect and embracing a flat earth instead, which changes everything outside of what Earth is. Because I know our community, we don't really think, I don't want to speak for everybody, but we don't think that flat earth is some object that is embedded in a higher space or higher dimension of reality. Flat Earth is our lived existence. It's reality itself. The stars above don't necessarily exist below in a space anywhere. The stars, the sky, the Earth, all exist together as one system, one reality.
Yeah, well,
Like a realm, right? Like a gigantic realm. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. But like a realm, like almost like a magical mystery realm. Like we're in some kind of environment that isn't anything like this outer space cosmology. That things are actually much closer together. That our lived experience and everything in our world is actually much smaller scale than what we think when considering it against the Big Bang cosmology.
You say you're much closer, but yet you can't be able to touch the moon. You can't be able to touch the stars in the sky.
Yeah, we still can't. No, still can't.
Yeah, that's why we're building like rockets and spaceship and get there, and yet you're claiming they are fake, right?
No, not at all. I mean, you'll hear of like TikTokers, flat Earth TikTokers, and flat Earthers on X say space is fake, the stars are fake, planets are fake. I don't know if they really mean that. If they do mean that, I think that's misguided. I mean, these are celestial things. They might even be actual objects. How far away they are, where they are, how they manifest, and all that, I mean, it's still conjecture. Astronomy, the fields of astronomy and cosmology have guesses, but they're all shoehorned within a philosophical framework, the Copernican principle.
This is what I tell people, like flat earthers, hey, you gotta play it straight. Because when you try to out troll the globalist troll, they end up clipping what you say and taking it out of context. Like I've seen people say that, like Venus is fake, Mercury's fake, and they're doing that because like some globalists will say flat Earth is fake, and they'll be like, oh, okay, sure, let's just call things fake and see how that goes. But then what they don't realize is that, like a foul in basketball, sometimes you might see like a player would foul somebody, and the ref doesn't see it. It just gets their attention. Then the player retaliates, and then the ref calls that foul.
Yeah.
So don't race these globalists are in the race to the bottom. Just let them do it on their own. Don't follow them. Don't get dumb and pedantic and start doing things, because what they feed on the negative, toxic energy. That's what drives their soul. Just being horrible, disgusting people. And when you follow it, then they clip it and they show look at how a flat earther is.
How would even basketball exist in your world, Chris, when it is flat? Like.
Sorry,
Same
how
answer
does
as
what
before.
exist? I didn't hear.
Yeah, same answer as like I told you already that use your answer. Like not even an hour ago, you completely made up this meth fueled delusion that was threatening you. At this point, use your delusional worldview, your complete make believe for any questions you have for me. You're already doing this, so just keep doing it. You ask me a question, how do basketballs work on the flat earth? Just make up some answer that you can cope with. That's it. That's a full story.
Yeah,
I'm not
like,
going
no,
to follow
no.
you.
Why don't you just say the shape
I
of
just
basketball is
got done
flat
talking to
from?
Amish about how my advice is not to follow the globalists down their endless perpetual spiral race to the bottom, and then you try to pull it off. Not gonna bite. It doesn't work with me. Try again.
Sounds like I missed something earlier.
Oh
I
yeah,
came in
yeah.
as Killian is wrapping up. Well,
I was checking the ban list and like seeing who should be taken off and stuff, and I just had said like, hey, some of these globalists you're taking the risk because the bot doesn't always unban you. If sometimes the bot will ban you or you get banned by the bot, and it doesn't automatically unban after 2 days. And if I'm
oh
sick
wow,
of you,
okay.
I'm not going to push that unban button. I'm just going to be like, sucks to be you. So if you know that you're on the edge and you want something from me, and at the same time tell me how bad of a mob I am, it's better to stay off the ban list because you don't know. You don't know if that's
Why are
going to
you
be.
bringing up the ban list? I'm
Well,
just
you
No,
asking some
you
simple
responded to it.
question.
I was telling Killian about
exactly.
I was talking to Killian. You inserted yourself in the conversation.
And you called us a bunch of liars, right? Which is why I jumped down your throat like a hot rock. And I'm like, I'm not going to let you stay in this room. Call us liars. I want to know what gives you the authority, right? That's what started my investigation with you.
First of all, I did not call you guys to lie. I think it's some
Yeah, you
random.
did. Yes, you did.
Jeez.
You totally did, brother. Sorry, sporadic. Go ahead.
I think some randos came into this chat room and calling you guys lies, which I did not participate in that specific conversation. All right, I believe you are recording this conversation. If you're
Yeah.
able to get to like any of the YouTube and check the record, you'll find that I did not say that. Yeah,
I'm willing to accept this as a misunderstanding and move forward. I mean, I'm not the only mod, but that's my take.
yeah, it's all right. I mean,
Yeah, that
I'm
was
willing
the
to say it's a
main
misunderstanding.
The main shtick was, yeah, I guess I was tabbed out. I didn't know if it was him for sure. It sounded like Leaf or another guy. But yeah, their first opening salvo was flat earthers are a bunch of ingrates. They should be grateful that the internet allows them to spread their misinformation. And it
And we
sounded
hear
like
that all
Leaf
the time.
doubled down on it and be like, yeah, you guys are a bunch of liars and frauds and like really.
Yeah, I know. And I can
I
criticize this
honestly
too
don't
from the
think
same
I've ever made that
perspective.
comment. Sporadic, please let me elaborate this. I don't think I've ever made that comment on the flat earthers. Assuming that you guys are not spreading the truth, right? Well, even though I'm uncertain the extent of truth that you guys are trying to spread, but yeah, I never make that claim that you guys are lying. Yeah.
Well, maybe
Just
I can
for the
provide
record.
some context, right? Like who are we and who are the other flat earthers and what's this ecosystem all about, right? Like I mentioned before, if you hop onto like Twitter or TikTok and you start scrolling through flat earth content, I mean, it's a lot of trash. I hate most of it, the vast majority of it. I don't like it. I have unsubscribed to more flat earthers than I can count over the years. It's because a lot of them fundamentally misunderstand simple concepts. They glom on to mystical, esoteric things instead of actual physical reality things. They often strawman the globe, and they often strawman their own arguments and end up getting their asses kicked online. Our community tends to have we kind of value some academic flavor to what we do. We enjoy rational discussions. We enjoy empiricism. We enjoy honesty, discussing facts. And a lot of us came up in this community knowing that you only open your mic to discuss things if you're willing to back them with evidentiary support. So if you're going to make a claim, a positive claim, you better bring the receipts. We try to hold ourselves to those standards and each other in our community to those standards. A lot of these other groups you see out there are not really as rigorous, to put it that way. So we try to differentiate ourselves from them. And we get visitors that come into our channel. They don't know who we are. It's not their fault. They're used to seeing like David Weiss and his app that leaked the geo coordinates of all its subscribers and the email addresses and even phone numbers of its subscribers. The app that is an online shopping mall for flat earth grifting merchandise. You can get t-shirts and liquid balm oils and all kinds of crazy crap that has nothing to do with flat earth. And then it's also peddling a so-called model of flat earth, showing the azimuthal equidistant map of the earth, which is a flat projection with a single point of origin, depicting longitude and latitude. It's not something that we would represent as flat earth at all. So people come in thinking that we're just like everybody else, and we're not. And we find ourselves often with our back against the wall, trying to just defend our own positions without being strawmanned. Because people think that if we're a flat earther, we're supposed to believe all the things that these crazy morons on X and Twitter and other platforms are saying that we don't subscribe to at all.
But yet you're still unable to showcase how an enclosed environment entails we're living on a flat surface.
Yeah, the enclosure does not necessitate a flat surface. I grant that. But the mechanisms of gas behavior doesn't comport to it being a globe. This is more of an indirect claim based off of the geometry of what we can measure and how we understand gas. So if there's a gravity well, right? If there's a gravity well around a ball Earth, then it needs to be configured in such that the gas molecules themselves respond to gravity and arrange themselves along a geodesic. Does that make sense to you?
Alignment geodesic. What is a geodesic?
Curving space that also rotates objects within the curving space. So things like molecules, things like liquids, and even solid objects, as long as they're within the gravity well, they're subject to curving and rotating within curving space-time. That's the claim, and this is not observed. And the excuse given by cosmologists as to why this is not observed is that if you were in with...
I'm sorry, can you explain what is not being observed?
Curving ground, curving air, curving water. And cosmologists openly acknowledge this, that you're not going to experience the geodesic because you're within the curving space-time fabric of that geodesic itself. And the only way to know that you are in such a geodesic curve is to leave that reference frame and observe it from another reference frame to make that determination. And you can't do that.
Well, that's why we're building spaceship, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you're not denying the probability that we're living in a curve, space-time. That the air, the water, the liquid, and the solid has the probability of being curved. You're not denying that probability, right?
Well, it's not a matter of denying it. I haven't been presented convincing evidence for it. So I can't really deny it yet because the very claim of its existence entails a caveat that you're unable to determine this in an absolute sense because there are no absolute reference frames within the framework of general relativity. They are all relative. So the very notion that this curvature must exist within the framework of relativity is self-defeating.
Wait, but you did say that the curvature of the subject is totally relative to the observer. So it is possible that the subject is indeed in curvature.
You could say that, but then why should I accept that when I think a simpler explanation for why we observe a flat and stationary Earth is that it's just flat and stationary? You know what I mean? Why would I say that everything that I experience is not how it actually is? I mean, we may as well throw out the entire body of science and discovery and fields of metrology, which is measurement. We may as well throw all of that out if that's the case.
Well, because the other side is a map.
Sorry, what?
The globe side has a map they can point to that's actually useful for travel and other things like commerce and everything else like that. There is no flat Earth map.
Let's see that map. Let's start there.
Sure, Google Earth. Sure. Maps.google.com has the globe map on it. There you go. Done.
Maps are not reality, and we know the map is a mapping of a flat Earth. That's why you call it a map, because the globe was mapped from flat Earth. Why else would you call it a map?
Not.
Well, yeah, it is. That's why it's a mapping.
In text chat. Let's see it.
So a globe is also a map. It is a mapping from physical reality to the globe points. That's what it is, a model.
It's a globe in the sky, dude. It's a spherical coordinate system based off the sky globe.
Please.
What, let you ramble on because you're wrong? Dude, I was having a great discussion with this other guy and you freaking derailed it with some stupid thing about maps, which I know you don't understand a thing about cartography in the first instance. You know, I've had multiple discussions with you. You don't know what you're talking about. You don't know a single thing about surveying and cartography and map making. You want to believe that the globe exists and then use circular reasoning for it, because in order for the globe to exist with your surveying measurements, you have to infer a reference ellipsoid, which is a mathematical construct based off of the sky and based off of a misperception of how the sky behaves as a sphere, even though it actually doesn't manifest as a sphere by our measurements. The globe is a complete mathematical construct. And you know what? You can get consistent results with a spherical coordinate system that is mapped from flat Earth as long as you use it internally and in a consistent manner. There's no way for you to say that the spherical coordinate reference system can't work on flat Earth when you actually built it from flat Earth to work on flat Earth to begin with. I think it's a great tool. I think the latitude-longitude mapping system is a great tool. It's a great tool to get your position on flat Earth. Just happens to be spherical. And it's consistently applied. Some flat earthers right now, their brains are exploding, wondering what the heck is he talking about? Well, we can have that discussion now or later. I have some time. Anyway, what were we talking about, Leaf?
An aeroplane in flight.
Yeah, hello?
Yeah. Yeah, what's up, man? How I got here wasn't because I wanted to like grift flat Earth or something, or just challenge the dominant paradigm. You know, I'm not like some crazy anarchist or anything like that. You know, how most of us came to flat Earth is we were like bored. We saw some YouTube videos back in the day of Nikon P900 super zooms going much further than the curvature of the Earth should present itself, right? And so we're like, holy crap. I can go out and get $1,000 camera and I can zoom in on objects that shouldn't be present in my field of view because of the curvature of the Earth. What's up with that? That's honestly how this started for the vast majority of flat earthers who've been in this for a while. It's not some LARP. It's not anything like that. It's like, holy crap, look, we can zoom in on shit that we couldn't see before. How's that possible? And that led people down the path of studying how light behaves in media. You know, some physics, a little bit of chemistry too, because you can't do one without the other always. it led to understanding how cameras work and lenses and stuff. It led to understanding mapping, because a big question comes up all the time is, what about our coordinate system? It's based off a ball, like, or a sphere. Shouldn't we be able to apply this sphere to Earth and conclude that it too is a sphere? So a lot of us started reading about surveying. I mean, it was like a natural progression. Let's study how we see. Let's study how we use how we see to measure things about the Earth. So we go from the field of optics and physics to surveying and geodesy, map making, cartography, right? And so that's kind of where the large focus of our research has been, trying to understand them, not just the claims, not just the numbers and the data, but the mindset and process that went behind the conclusions that people were drawing. And we go throughout history, right? I mean, we read about surveying as it was done in the early days. We've got records from ancient Rome when they're building aqueducts and things like that, all the way through Gauss when he surveyed Europe and used the stars in order to fix control points for the first time, combining astronomy with surveying. And Friedrich Hassler, who was a Swiss immigrant to the United States, commissioned by Thomas Jefferson. He was famous because Thomas Jefferson commissioned him to survey the entire east coast of the United States. What methods did he employ? What was his thought process? So we're looking beyond just the numbers, but how they were thinking, and we're criticizing how they are thinking. It is very much indeed steeped in empiricism and logic and reason, what we do and how we think about the world and what we're criticizing. So this isn't some flippant form of entertainment for us. We're absolutely serious about this. We're concerned with how we view the world and it not being the same as what's being presented to us in academic literature, and how the academic literature amongst itself is contradictory in many places. So this is what we're bringing to the discussion. And we just can't suffer trolls all the time who just want to come in and call us stupid grifting pizza earthers, and it can get very frustrating and a waste of time. We think we have a lot of information and knowledge to share, and nothing sucks more than like being sucked into a troll op. Sorry for rambling at you, dude. I'm just doing chores, talking. Hello?
Yeah, I'm here. I got you.
Okay.
I think he's thinking about it.
Yeah.
Maybe got bored.
Yeah, if I'm boring, let me know. I mean, I try to come up with things that are thought-provoking to think about as I'm talking. And if it's just not jiving with you, just let me know and I'll shut up. And maybe somebody else's style is better. So, I mean, for what it's worth, like, people are interested in flat earthers when we just want to talk about the subject. But I can give you a quick personal story. I mean, it was the COVID lockdowns that left me with a lot of time on my hands that brought me into flat earth. Honestly, this endeavor for me, I'm kind of new to it compared to many other people. This endeavor for me was just stemming from a sense of boredom and not knowing what to do with my time. Like, hey, just literally one day I'm like, I keep hearing all this stuff about flat earth. I know I'd seen a couple of Nathan Oakley videos. I'd seen something from Eric Dubé once. And what is up with this? How did people come to flat earth today? And what did the ancients really think? Like, how did early man through antiquity actually perceive the world? Did they really think it was flat or not? And so I just sat down, started Googling and searching stuff. I'd been a fan of Owen Benjamin at the time. He's a comedian. He's very crass, and somewhat of a libertarian style influencer. He was talking about Austin Whitsitt at the time, who was a flat earther. And Austin Whitsitt had just started a tour across the United States where he took an RV and a PA system and he set up shop in various communities and cities all over the United States, just talking to people on the street about flat Earth. Right? It was really cool. And he mentioned the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord as a community. I'd never even heard of Discord. And watching one of his videos, I'm like, let me check that out. And so, and sometime in 2021, I logged into the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, and I was a globe skeptic, and the rest is history, man.
So this stuff, I first heard about it because I had joined a group about the Apollo program, and I was kind of, I wouldn't say skeptical of it, just like the whole idea. Just years and years and years have gone by, and it's just kind of like, what the fuck, It's like, at some point you're like, this doesn't really make any sense now, And then you get the weird quotes. It's always getting kicked down the road. So then I joined this group when I was on Facebook, like something about rational Apollo discussion. And I'm like, okay, let's see how this goes. And basically, it was just a bunch of neo-Nazis calling people flat earthers if they disagreed with the Apollo program. And I'm like, that was super cringe. I'm like, I don't know why do neo-Nazis care? Why do they even fucking care about the Apollo program? And I looked into it. I'm like, damn, that's why. Operation Paperclip. They saw the Apollo program as a righteous vindication of their worldview. Because all the rocket science, I mean, you guys can look it up if you want more information. And then suddenly I'm like, okay, let me check out this flat Earth thing then next, And I looked around Facebook, found a group like End the Flat Earth, or the Flat Earth Ended, or something like that. And then on the description was, we have the experts, the multiple interdisciplinary fields of study who can answer every question you have about the globe to any education level. So by the end of these conversations, there will be no doubt in your mind the Earth is a globe. There wasn't any experts there. There wasn't any people with any college degrees. It was just basically what they call a trap and troll group. Get flat earthers to join, make fun of them for a while, and then boo them out. And at the end, I got kicked out, and then the admin says, dude, hey, this group is trap and troll. He confessed to me. You were a good sport about it. We hardly ever get any people who are just curious about the topic. Hey, just don't let this tarnish your idea of the whatever discussion. I'm kind of paraphrasing it. And then I joined a flat Earth group at roughly the same time, and they answered everything. Just straight up answered every question I had. I might not have disagreed with it. So I kind of looked for more information, and the first person I came across was Greater Sapien on YouTube.
Oh, wow.
He just wouldn't shut up about how dumb flat earthers are. Like, flat earthers are dumb. Flat earthers are dumb. Or, every video. And this is really great. I went to go look for his videos where he had fully debunking the Gleason's AE map. And he got rid of all of them. None of them exist on his YouTube channel anymore. Or maybe
because he's debunking the globe, right?
Yeah, because then he realized what egg on his face he had, and I had come across him before, so that's probably why when there was the big feminist meltdown internally, where you had some of the atheist feminists versus some of the atheist anti-feminists. So that's probably why he got recommended in my YouTube feed first.
Mm-hmm.
So I was like, well, sure, look at the flat earthers don't have a map or a model. How do they answer that? And I'd ask a flat earther. Yeah, maps and models are reification fallacies. Look up reification fallacy. Damn, they're right.
Yeah,
that is a reification. That's a textbook.
It is absolutely true. Yeah. There are books in semiotics about this. If you're familiar with that field, that is the field of semiotics. Studying the relationship, it's almost like cognitive linguistics, studying the relationship of words and how the brain thinks and processes those words. It's a bit more specific than that, but that's kind of the idea.
Yeah, and really, at the end of the day, it just got to the point where the globe people offered nothing to the conversation. Really nothing.
Yeah.
Negative content. And
I started seeing that too.
Yeah, so I was like, and then some point, I still wasn't on board yet because there's a lot of jingoism, a lot of jingo and ego and pride attached to it. Because I was still kind of we landed on the moon, but just turn of events. Things suck. Things get priority shift and whatnot. It's just been lots of bad decisions. Policymakers, politicians fucking shit up. There's been wars. There's been civil unrest. These things kind of have to get solved first.
And there's also the context of our lives too. I don't mean to derail you, but I think it's an important point. So I know you're older than me, but I'm not a young man either. I was born in the wake of the last Apollo mission, and my mom used to be an astronomer and worked at a radio telescope facility. And I had been in the aerospace industry. So for someone like me, and for those of us who grew up with such a context in their lives, giving up giving up the globe for flat Earth was Herculean because of the conditioning and influences we've had.
Oh.
Yeah, it's really interesting. That's how what finally got me was... Yeah, go ahead. Was that Hayoku trying to jump in?
Just a question for sporadic. I mean, it sounds like you were a little bit critical of flat earthers.
Oh, big time. Big time.
Okay, so what is it? Did you find that is not really valid anymore, or is obsolete now? What kind of things for you do you find that are irritating, if that's the word?
What? Good question. Well, I think what do I find irritating about what, like the globe claims, or about other flat earthers?
Oh, I heard you kind of critiquing flat.
Yeah.
Maybe I was wrong, and
No, you're absolutely right. I was critiquing
that maybe some flat earthers would be unhappy, and you're willing to speak. Okay.
Yeah. So Heyoka, yeah, man. Like, listen, I've made fun of you a lot in VC and in text chat. It's all in good fun, man. So let me get that out of the way. I'm trying to grease the skids for good rapport. I mean, this whole discussion, this so-called internet battle, is kind of tongue in cheek. So yeah, I do have a funny meme gif of your PFP dressed up as a clown, and I've been sharing it all over the internet. Anyway, hi Heyoka. What I find frustrating about other, so-called flat earthers is I think a lot of them came into this topic as a form of psychological escapism. So just like how I was with COVID, I was bored and trying to understand what flat Earth was about. There were many people during the same period and following that period who turned to flat Earth as a form of rebellion against the political establishment. There are a lot of Trump supporters and Q-tards and people of this ilk that came into flat Earth, and we know that they were in it for the wrong reasons, because they don't lean on scientific principles, on philosophical axioms. They don't lean on reason and evidence for their claims. They rebel against authority. They often glom onto mysticism, gematria, astrology, and biblical references for their beliefs, and also an undying devotion to Donald Trump. This is not me. What's frustrating is when people associate those people with me. And I think those of us in 24/7 can also say the same. We are not those people, those flat earthers. It's what is frustrating is being associated with them and with that. And I think a lot of people that come from the anti-flat earth realm, maybe you're one of those, don't know this about us and lump us in with those crazy, unhinged political activists. Is that fair?
No, I don't think that. It's a sacred clown too. Okay.
It is. Yeah, so we have that in the West with the idea of a trickster.
Or like the fool's privilege that the fool is able to make fun of the king without getting their head cut off.
Yeah, or like in Christian theology, the fool for Christ is probably the most powerful type of Christian. I understand the deeper concepts that you're presenting, Heyoka. I do.
Okay, sorry.
Yep, no, you're good, man. I mean, listen, it's fun. You can make fun of me. Like I'm older than I sound, and people make fun of that all the time. I sound like a munchkin compared to my age. So
just that these people you were talking about, they are following and repeating what they hear from maybe louder voices or people who sound more authoritative or more educated or so supposedly have more knowledge.
Sounds like you with NASA.
That there's any of this knowledge is the problem, that there are holes in some of this knowledge?
Well, there are holes in the people that are parroting this knowledge without understanding it. There are a lot of flat earthers who just repeat what they hear other flat earthers say. And that presents holes. Right. So like, there are people out there that repeat some of the best arguments that veterans in this flat earth world have created, and they do a bad job of it. And people like McToon and others, they capitalize on that and they embarrass them on reaction videos on YouTube. And guess what? I agree with McToon. Go ahead and embarrass them, because I don't want any room in my club for pretender clowns. People who pretend that they have this knowledge and they really don't. This understanding behind the knowledge and they really don't.
I mean, think about this idea where Heyoka is definitely
the other day I asked a question.
Yeah, like you are big flat earther.
You have your opinion.
And McToon would make fun of you too.
Stephen,
like,
you have your problem,
You've got some, like, your spirituality or your idea of Dakota lore, that the Milky Way was some sort of spiritual gateway. The stars were...
Oh, now you are poisoning the well with your assumption. Do you see what you're doing now?
That
projecting some crazy idea you have onto the rest of the world. This is what you do. This is my criticism of you.
Criticism. You're not.
No. Not at all. But you cannot assume something about me and tell the world that is who I am.
And you're self-identified.
No. You have no idea. No idea at all.
See, you guys think you're safe.
Of you. I asked the question of you the other day.
The Earth is flat. That's what all answers you ask. Okay, any question you have, past, present, or future, the answer will always be driving you to a flat Earth. If you don't understand the answer and you think somehow I wasn't answering
this is again. You do not have authority to speak to me in that way.
Then don't ask me anything.
Because you do not have that either for yourself. You might have a belief.
Follow the logic. Follow the logic then. Follow your own logic.
I found out that you don't know stuff that I ask about. That's fine.
Then don't ask. Duh.
Oh, so sporadic. The other day, I asked Crit a question. Well, I asked a general question, but Crit wanted to get involved in, because I'd heard that there are similar measurements on the flat Earth.
Yeah, there's like 4 speakers he went through. Each one of them couldn't answer his question.
If the measurements came from flat Earth, then I figured there would be some correlation somewhere. And I just wanted to know, just to clarify, if the circumference of the equator on the flat Earth is the same distance, linear distance, as it is on the globe Earth. That was all my question. And Crit got crazy. He went crazy.
Well, it's a loaded kind of question, man. There's a lot of nuance to this, like the mathematics and geometry and the mindset and process that goes into understanding what.
Is it true? Is it true?
Gosh. So there are 2 distances that are being reconciled, right? There's like a computed mathematical inferred distance in the stars that's brought down to the surface of Earth.
I told him to ignore that
Well,
one.
what I understand,
use the meter
and
instead.
Crit wanted to confuse me with this too, but
Just
you
use
have
the
a distance.
Just use the meter. Just use meters. That's it.
Here,
You're
he's
done.
doing it again. You see,
You don't need the sky.
he
Just
wants
use
to
it.
confuse people, and I think this is crazy. We'll never
They
get to
turned
any
it-
truth with people
They
like Crit.
determined the meter.
No
They
truth
didn't need
at
the
all.
sky at all. So just use the meter.
What a crazy guy.
Well, we
You know
did.
that's a globe. You know the meter is a globe measurement. You know that.
No, the meter is what the meter is they
You
said
said so the
point
other day.
A.
How did
No,
they get it?
Point A to point B. They said this is
On a globe.
one distance, and we're going to break this up into parts. And each one of
No,
those
you
parts
said
will
the
be
other
one.
day. Where did they go from? From the North Pole to where? Through Paris, you said.
Yeah, they went from
Yeah.
point A to point B. They said this distance here, and we'll break it into parts. Because like a foot. A foot said, here's a foot. Okay, how long's a
No.
foot? Right here. This is the length
No.
of a foot, and we break into
How
12
many
parts.
million? How
and
many
it's
million
inches.
meters did they just say? An arbitrary amount. How much
Can
was
I
it?
arbitrate
they
this
just-
discussion a little bit?
They didn't need the sky at all. They just said point A to point B. This is one thing, and we'll cut it into pieces, and those pieces will be called meters. No sky magic at all. No sky magic needed.
Oh, you
And
want
this
to derail
caused
the
you to flip
conversation.
out. Because you thought the only
sporadic-
way to find the equator was to say
sporadic, what I understand.
measure
I've had
Polaris.
enough
No,
of you,
no
Crit.
Polaris
Quiet.
needed.
I don't want to hear you.
Yeah, no Polaris needed.
Sporadic, you know, what I hear is that with angles to Polaris.
No Polaris needed.
Every one,
No Polaris.
for every
try
1
again.
degree of angle.
Polaris is not needed.
To change
at
in
all.
angle, you get 69 miles, okay?
Yeah,
don't need
that's
Polaris.
right. But there are other ways to survey the Earth.
Okay.
Furthermore,
Okay,
it's
but
not just
tell
Polaris.
me if this is one of the flat Earth things that you think is stupid.
No Polaris needed. No Polaris needed at all. No
You
sky
don't
magic.
need, you don't need the
Measure.
stars to survey the Earth, man.
Oh, I know, but you know, this is the thing. You don't look at the sky to tell what the surface of the Earth is. But strangely enough, lots of flat Earthers are doing just that. And claiming
They
that's
do,
the truth
they
of flat
do,
Earth.
but they
worry
may
about
or
what
may
you
not.
do. Yeah.
They may or may not understand. Just like Globers may or may not
Ooh.
understand, in the same ilk that what's being measured are flat surfaces of the sky
But listen,
being flat
you know,
and the Earth being flat.
well, I can't see how they measure the sky either.
Well, I know
No.
you can't, and that's what I'm telling you, dude. You don't see
I
it, just
know.
like some of these flat earthers don't understand what they're claiming.
No.
Yeah,
What
I'm
I'm
sorry
saying
to
is
say that.
that the
Yeah.
main people that talk like this are saying these things, and lots of people just repeat it.
That's true, and a lot of
Yeah.
flat earthers
So
are
the
repeating
proof- so
stuff
say-
that's wrong and stuff that they don't themselves understand, even though it may be true. It's a big problem
Okay,
with
so
flat Earth.
that's why I wondered, from your opinion, whether this
Yeah.
stuff is rubbish and
I see.
obsolete.
I see. Listen, yes,
If it is
about
real, it
80%
can
of
be used.
flat Earth content is rubbish that you see on mainstream social media. I'm
Well,
just throwing a number out
100%.
there.
And 100% of the globe stuff is rubbish. 100%.
Yeah, that's true. Yep. 100% of globe stuff is rubbish. 80% of flat Earth stuff that you see on the internet's rubbish. There you
That's
go.
why you know, like, the space age abruptly ends in 1972, is replaced by information age that's really disinformation. You have to filter through all the garbage to find only the good stuff. And even then, you're not quite sure.
We have to filter through you too. Okay, we have to filter through your stuff you're talking about
Yeah,
to find
you
out if there's
too.
anything worth listening to.
Yeah, you too. You are not
Okay,
worth listening
okay.
to.
So no. So if you look at the situation and somebody
Yeah,
says
hey,
to
Oka,
you,
you're not
puts
that
in
good
your
at this.
mind,
I mean, that's just
no, I don't care.
my
If somebody
opinion.
puts in your mind that there are questions about the globe you've always been spoken about, and you think, okay, that makes sense, and they offer you another story, called the flat Earth, and you try to investigate whether that fits into your reality. That's the quest. And when people don't want to answer the questions about it, then
Yeah,
how
why are
do
you
you
looking
get
at
further
people?
on the
Like,
quest?
why are you asking people? Just go ask the Earth about
I'm
the Earth.
here asking you people right now.
I know it's
Now,
weird.
you
That's
come
what I'm
in. For
saying.
what reason do you come in? To try and what?
I hear
Appeal
what
to
seems
motive,
sounds like a
logical
grown
fallacy.
man.
To derail some subject? I
Appeal
wanted
to
to know
motive.
if the 1 degree
Already.
to
Why do we
Polaris
do
and
what
the
we do?
69 miles
Why do you
distance
care?
is a real
Use a
thing
meter.
to use.
Use a meter
Is it
instead.
okay?
Okay, ignore your celestial
Do you listen to this
navigation.
guy?
Just use the meter.
Sporadic, you listen to this guy? Honestly?
Use a meter instead.
Honestly? Come on.
If the whole degree to Polaris is throwing you off, just use the meter instead.
Yeah. And you know what? I'm going to say this to add complexity to this because I know how to handle it. It's not just Polaris, Heyoka. The other single point of origin is the South Celestial Pole too.
Oh yeah, but that's another problem. We haven't got to that yet.
Well, I would love to bring both of them in at the same time.
We can in a moment. I was just seeking the confirmation that by taking 1 degree angles from Polaris, from its zenith to the place it disappears on the horizon, it's 90 degrees. So, and each degree is 69 miles.
Yep.
Okay, and then they call that the equator. And they tell me that
it's part the equatorial region is very sloppy, Heyoka.
Distance around the globe equator, okay? Is that true? That equator.
Yeah, when you get to the earlier, distance. I said, how wide is the equator?
Yeah, nobody knows how wide the equator is.
Oh,
it's because there are multiple conflicting definitions of the equator.
Why didn't even know that was an imaginary line that was in the sky. You thought it was a real line that you would walk to.
We can listen back to the video the other day too. Why is it called the equator, and why does it have the same linear distance as that is called the equator on the globe? That's what I'm asking. Does it exist in the same fashion? They both called the equator. They both have the same length. It's not a problem. I know you're looking.
No,
for
it's not. I'd like to. Do you know you stand underneath the equator?
I've heard people tell me so. I'm asking for you to tell me yes or no.
There's no evidence that the equator, the equatorial line, as it's conceptualized and idealized, curves.
Oh, but latitude curves.
Everything above 0 degrees latitude curves, and everything below 0 degrees latitude curves. With respect
describe latitude on flat Earth.
Yes, I can describe it easily. I mean, it's the relationship of the apparent angle of the north or south celestial pole in the sky with respect to your current position.
Okay. And in the north, the ground position of that apparent position is the North Pole.
Yes. On
the ground.
The North Celestial Pole. You stand underneath it.
So the latitudes are concentric circles around that center.
Until you get to 0 degrees.
Oh, then what happens? Why is it not a circle there?
Then
there is no circle. There is no great circle.
So there is
at 0
no
degrees.
Latitude there.
There is no, you could say that. There's no latitude. There is no curvature. There's no circle at all at 0 degrees.
Same, dude. 0 degrees is a great circle.
But it's 69 miles.
0 degrees. Yes, 0 degrees is a latitude. 0 degrees is
0 degrees is not a circle.
Hold on, dude. Can I finish? A great circle route is splitting the globe in half. Anywhere where you could split the globe in perfect half, it's a great circle route. And guess what? The equator happens to be a great circle route.
Now,
okay, Globey.
That number I'm asking.
I'm just letting you know that it is considered a circle, and I agree with you that the sun is only going in a straight line at the equator. Below the equator and above the equator, it seems perceivably to curve.
Did you say everywhere you can make a sphere a half?
Yeah, anywhere you can cut the.
How you can do that?
Gosh.
Yeah. How you
This
can,
is
no,
getting
okay.
messy.
We have, you see,
According,
people
hold on,
listen
dude.
in and they
I'm
think
trying
they
to
got
answer
to
the
come in
question,
and
dude.
create
How you
problems.
will,
Bro,
how
if you're
you
gonna
will
ask
I
me a
need
question
you
and
to
not let
fight
me answer
together.
it, don't ask
question
questions,
is,
dude.
yeah, the question is this. You said that you will split the sphere in a half. How you will split Earth in the half?
All
Yeah,
right.
you
Hey,
guys.
Oka, do you want to talk to me or do you want to talk to these other guys? Because I'll mute them if
Yeah,
you want to
well,
talk
what
to
you could
me.
do.
Oh, it's
Well, the
okay.
main
It's
the
okay.
main
These
issue is
guys
that
always got to
Hookah's
come in.
not getting it.
This is what I mean, sporadic. This is what happens.
Yeah, it's too slow. The conversation is moving too slowly. He's asked the same question 6 times in a row, got no answer, no understanding. He didn't
Yeah.
gain anything. He didn't lose anything. He stayed exactly where he was, complete and total weaponized ignorance. It's time to move on to another caller.
Well,
And this is
you know,
the same
I want
thing
to I want to present Crit. I've got one thing I want to share with him, and then we can decide after that. Can you entertain this just one time, please?
Yeah, let's see what happens. Like my answer was use the meter. He didn't like that answer. Thought it
Yeah.
was crazy. So let's see what happens next. I predict
Okay.
no change.
You may be right. You may, and if you're right, then you're right, man. Okay, so here we go. I'm posting an image. 47 minutes past the hour. I like this. I like this a lot. It's very honest. This isn't by a flat earther at 47. Not you, Sasha, with the melon. Hey, Oka, I would like to read this for you and the audience. So we have listeners that can't see this. What I posted is a screen cap. It's from an astronomy website. The blogger took a fisheye lens and went to Ecuador and focused it straight up to the stars, so that way it could see horizon to horizon from the point of the equator. Hold on one second. All right, I'm back. It says so it's showing what that looks like, and they drew a line for the celestial equator horizontally across the circle that shows the extent of the horizon from this fisheye lens. At the top of the circle is Polaris, and at the bottom is labeled Sigma Octantis. These are the 2 points of origin for our spherical coordinate reference system of latitude and longitude. He writes, but what about the stars on or near the celestial equator? ? These gems are the maximum distance of 90 degrees. To your point, Heyoka. These gems, these stars on the celestial equator are the maximum distance of 90 degrees from either pole star, Polaris and Sigma Octantis, roughly. They tread the line, quote unquote, with meat hooks, between both hemispheres of the sky and make circles so wide that they appear not as arcs, as the other stars do in the photo, but as straight lines. And that's why stars appear to be heading in 3 separate directions in the photograph. This is what's called zetetic astronomy, and I like this because it appreciates what's happening. This is the observer removing all cognitive bias from their minds and looking at the world with their reason and not through preconceived models and preconceived ideas that other people have foisted upon them without critical thought. This is what they're actually seeing. They're standing underneath the equator, and it's straight. Doesn't curve.
Okay. So the sun also does that, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yep. I mean, on the equinox.
I mean,
yeah.
these are interesting questions. I mean,
yeah.
flat Earth, the sun goes in a circle in one direction, but on the equator, it goes in a straight line.
Yeah, it's freaking weird. It is freaking
and
weird,
on the
dude.
other side of the equator, it goes in the opposite direction.
Yeah. Yep. That's right. That's right. So
Okay.
I understand
So
the
that
globe explanation is that Earth is
brings
round and it's rotating
the
around and you see the
experiment.
sun.
Oh,
I understand the globe claim, Heyoka. I fully do. Believe me, I understand it. The problem
oh,
is,
I'm not supporting the globe
okay,
question.
that's
I'm
fine.
just looking at the information that is coming. I'm wondering about it.
It
Does
is
it
it
make
is
sense?
full of
Does it
wonder.
make sense?
Yeah,
Can it
it
be
does make
explained or
sense.
not?
This is an honest take. Whether you're a flat earther or a glober, right? I mean, both sides could read this article and agree with it. Am I right?
Oh, maybe, possibly.
Yeah.
A few people, maybe.
Do you think that this is an honest
Some people.
description of what's observed?
Oh, it's
I do.
what's the word? It's an honest offering from you. Thank you.
Let's see if he got it. So is the equator on the ground or is the equator in the sky?
Well, I don't want to talk to you.
Oh, geez.
I mean, I think that's a fair question too. I mean, so Heyoka, like,
Ask
No,
you first,
the thing
Ben.
is-
Hey,
from this, do you
okay.
understand that you stand underneath the equator, right? Without the sun on the equinox, or without Polaris and Sigma Octantis, you would have no equator. Is that correct? A true statement and a fair statement.
Oh, yeah. I mean, my thing, my understanding is not what I was asking in the beginning was about what you found was not really valid in a flat Earth argument, and you know this equator question, this
It's in the
angle,
sky.
69 miles,
It's in the sky. It's in the sky, dude.
is
The equator is in the sky,
I'm
not
not
on the
talking
ground.
to you about this.
These
Just
degrees
This
you
is a
keep on
key
bringing
this
up,
is
point. You've
offered.
got to
This
be
is
able to
offered by
remember this.
flat earthers.
You have to be able to remember the equator
No,
is
I don't
in the
need to
sky.
listen. I've already
That's the
made a
sky.
judgment about your
We're
problem.
talking about the Earth,
I'm
not
talking
the sky.
about what people say. Okay,
these degrees you keep on bringing up,
you
Hayuka.
talk for me.
What's the
Fine.
baseline? What's it in reference to?
Well, it's not about that.
You were
Well,
just
it
talking about
is.
69,
You need
69
that
miles
because
per degree.
Because
69
where
miles
did-
per
where did
degree.
you-
That was what you were saying,
where
right?
did you get it from? Where did you get it from? Who
Dip,
measured
dodge,
Right, but-
duck,
69
dodge.
miles?
I'm just okay. But what are those degrees in
Everybody,
reference
listen.
to?
I was talking to Heyoka, guys. Let me just step back. I have to actually go do something. Endless,
If you'll give
dude,
them the
you're my
answer.
brother,
That
man.
really-
I want to
that
say
is
Endless.
dramatic.
Endless can speak for me when I'm
Dramatic, I
gone.
really
Okay,
appreciate your
Heyoka.
time.
Endless.
Thank you very much.
I appreciate your time too, Heyoka. Listen to Endless. Endless is somebody I trust to speak for me when I'm gone. So I'm going to step out. I'm going to mute my microphone. I'm going to listen. Endless, you're my brother, man. Go for it. And Crit, thanks for moderating and chiming in.
Yeah, just give him the answer
Thanks for
of
the
where
vote
the
of
equator
confidence.
is. Is it in the sky or is it on the ground? Just give him the answer to that. This will unfuck his whole thinking.
The equator's in the sky, and we can reference historical documents from navigators, from ship captains, and other people throughout the ages. They talk about standing or being situated underneath the equator, underneath the Tropic of Capricorn, Tropic of Cancer, underneath 39 degrees latitude. Underneath. The coordinate reference grid is made from the stars. Okay? I'm stepping back. Excuse me.
Yeah, that's a key point that Hierarcha doesn't get and never gets. He thinks the equator is a actual line on the ground. This is a part where he keeps getting confused. It's in the sky, dude. That line is in the sky, not on the ground.
Hey, Crit, what does the equate in the word equator mean?
It's a point of equilibrium between the sun's furthest extent of migration between the tropics. Hey, can we please let Endless talk to Heyoka?
I mean, I was just going to ask because he kept on bringing up 69 miles per degree, right? I was just curious what he thought the reference was for that degree measurement.
Told. The reference is an angle measured to Polaris.
What's the baseline of that
1
angle?
degree.
What's the baseline?
What do you mean, the base?
Well, an angle has two
How do
lines,
you measure
right?
it?
There's two lines, yes?
Oh, yeah. Two straight
Okay, so what's the baseline?
lines. Yeah. Oh, what tool are you using?
Let's use a sextant.
Okay. Two lines.
Yeah, what's the baseline?
Not one of them is horizontal. You know that, don't you? Neither of those are horizontal.
What's horizontal?
And yet you have an angle. You measured an angle without a horizontal. Clever.
What's horizontal?
Well, you don't have it in that angle. That's your baseline, the slope line
Can you
from the eye
describe what horizontal is?
to the point on the horizon. Oh, it's not in that angle. It's just an angle. That's all. You asked how you got the angle? I told you, 1 degree.
No, I didn't ask how you got the angle. I asked, what's the baseline?
Is the line at the bottom.
Right.
Baseline of what?
Horizontal. Is horizontal straight?
What horizontal? What horizontal?
Well, all horizontals are parallel.
You measured an angle. We're talking about an angle here. You asked where the baseline was.
I asked what the baseline was.
I told you. If you like, it's the line at the bottom that goes from the eye to the point on the horizon. That's the baseline.
Is that a straight line?
Angle, if you like, unless you stand on your
Is
head.
that a straight line?
It's a straight line, yeah.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Do you understand what that implies?
It means you got an angle. What do you think it implies?
It means you got a straight baseline that you measure up from.
Oh, no. Oh, you got a straight base. You got two straight lines in the angle, yeah.
Yeah. There's no curve in that.
Okay. Well, we've already said it's a straight line. I don't know what your problem is.
No.
Are you dancing?
We'd all agree then. That's cool. Straight baseline. 90 degrees at the subpoint.
Okay, that's it.
90-degree angle at the subpoint
1 degree
on the
angle.
surface.
And it said that for every 1 degree you move further away from that star, you will have measured 69 miles, traveled 69
Not further
miles.
away from the star, further away from the subpoint on the surface. The 69 miles are on the surface. That's a linear distance along the horizontal baseline.
Okay. How would you measure that?
There's all sorts of ways to measure distance along the surface. You could trail some knots in a rope behind your ship as you sail along.
Somebody did that somewhere in history. Who was that?
All sorts of people do it.
Who did it?
You can do it yourself. It's not very difficult.
Oh, go on. Tell me the method.
What do you mean? Are you denying?
Well, you know what I'm talking.
Are you denying the relationship between 1 degree of optical drop?
How do you measure? I'm asking you. You claim it. That's what I said. I didn't claim it. It's what I'm told by your guru, the guy you come to protect many times.
Who?
It's the foundation of the flat Earth measurement.
You think flat earthers came up with the 69 miles per degree?
No, I'm asking you. Who came up with it? Where does it come from?
Well, Bowditch. You could go read Bowditch. He's an interesting fellow.
Well, how? How did he do?
Do you know who Bowditch is?
I'm asking you. I don't know.
Do you know who Bowditch is?
No.
He wrote The Practical Navigator.
Okay. How
do you
did
like
he
reading books?
Measure 69 miles. How did he measure 69 miles?
Like a linear distance along the surface.
Oh, really? Well, maybe you'd explain the method, seeing as you've read the book.
Are you denying there's a relationship between the optical drop
I'm asking you a question.
of Polaris and linear distance along the surface?
Oh, we've already agreed we've got an angle. We got an angle with two straight lines, 3 points.
Do you think people can navigate successfully? Do you think people can navigate successfully along the surface of the Earth? Or do you think everyone just makes it up as they go along?
It's okay. I know where you're going.
It's a pretty simple question.
We have an angle.
Do you think it's just by chance that we know the distances along the surface?
Straight lines, 3 points, and no horizontal line in the angle. Two straight lines, okay. So we have an angle.
Yeah, and the baseline is the horizontal. It can't be done. Who said it can't be done?
Well, there is no baseline there. What baseline? There is no baseline. It's just 3 points, two straight lines.
Just get this idiot out of here.
Yeah, well done, Heyoka. Thank you.
He never changes. He was like this from the first time he turned up.
Well, I thought that was good audio. To be able to answer. That's the problem. You know. Maybe this is the stuff that Sporadic was talking about. The stuff that can't be answered. That's the issue. Maybe not.
I mean, we can answer it on flat Earth. We can come up with all kinds of explanations. That doesn't make it right.
This is one of the cases where the proof is in the pudding. I mean,
very regularly, a guy comes here and explains exactly that.
You know why explanations aren't evidence, right? Because, like, you can talk to a con artist.
By getting
a con artist has explanations for everything, dude.
To Polaris.
The big difference.
Artist.
This is what you got here. He's got Nathan Oakley derangement syndrome paired with he can't even remember. Like Bloom's taxonomy, adult learning. The first step is remember, then you can understand. He can't even remember that the equator is in the sky. You can tell him over and over and
That's
over.
Funny.
Never gets it. Never can remember
the thing
it.
You
know, I too am certified in instructional system design.
Yeah, it's like you purposely build your instruction along Bloom's taxonomy.
You understand.
Get them to remember the content.
You
then
understand that guy never says it's just in the sky.
Then you apply it. Then you analyze. Then you evaluate. Then you create.
That guy says it's on the ground.
Get past remember.
On the ground, he says.
You'll never get past remember. You'll never remember anything.
Oh, we know what your game is.
You can't remember. Where is the equator? Where is it?
It's on the ground.
No, in the sky.
As explained by that guy.
Don't worry about some other guy. Don't worry about some other guy. Don't worry about other guys.
Oh,
it's in the sky.
Well, that's what I'm talking about right now.
Polaris is in the sky. The equator is in the sky. All this stuff is in the sky. There's no equator on the ground. That doesn't exist.
Then there are other people like you who want to confuse
I disagree, dude.
Other people.
I'm a flat earther, but dude, there's definitely equator on the ground, dude. And you can compare it and contrast it with the celestial equator every single year.
Okay, who's this guy?
It's a negligible difference between the Earth's equator and the celestial equator.
Okay.
Like half
got somebody who says it's on the ground.
Like 0.2 of a mile.
And it has a linear measurement. That's the thing. The thing is, it has a linear measurement that is pretty much the same. In fact, it's exactly the same as the equator that's described on the globe. So somebody measured it on the ground, not in the air.
Who measured the equator on the ground?
You that it was 24,000. How much? 24,100 miles. Both.
Yeah, except it's not a linear relationship, Heyoka. I can tell you why. And this breaks the globe. Because 69 miles per degree breaks down. No, well, hold on. The 69.
I'm looking.
The 69 miles.
I'm looking at the flat Earth measurements became the
69 miles per degree relationship doesn't work under 20 degrees of elevation.
We know this, but there are people here who parrot that and say that.
How do you know this, Heyoka? How do you know this?
How do I know what?
What Sporadic just told you.
What?
Were you not listening?
I know that it's not. Oh yeah, I was listening. It's
so
not.
How do you know?
Let me think of the word. It's not reliable. It's not reliable.
In the nautical almanac, within the nautical almanac, 69 miles per degree does not pertain to measurements below 20 degrees of elevation.
Okay, and I said because they're not reliable at that angle due to the problems with light and stuff like that. So
do you understand that breaks the globe geometry?
Okay, so could you please put Mr. Oakley right next time he comes? Do that then.
He gets his content from us. Pioka, he gets his content from us. Wrong? He gets his content from us.
Okay, did he get you wrong then?
He's not wrong.
So how did he get to the equator?
The equator's nonsense. I don't think he would ascribe an actual 0 degrees latitude.
He talks about
you know why it's nonsense? Yeah, because it's nonsense. You know why it's nonsense?
But I don't know. Does he not know what he's talking about?
Because you don't have a reliable angle of elevation below 20 degrees.
Oh, he has a measurement to it.
Uh-oh.
He has a measurement around it.
Not a reliable one. Nobody has a reliable one. They blame astronomical refraction on that in the globe cosmology.
Oh, I think maybe you need to blame the flat earthers who say those things and confuse people.
No, it's not flat earthers saying that. It's in the nautical almanac. Like, listen, they have corrections going down to about 10 degrees elevation. And between 10 and 20 degrees elevation, the corrections are freaking crazy. And they stop doing corrections below 10 degrees elevation, which means you really have no reckoning below 10 degrees north or south or above 10 degrees south latitude.
So why do you?
They say the stars speed up and slow down. Do you think the stars speed up and slow down?
Oh, I haven't measured them to find out.
Yeah, they do, man. They do. The moon and the sun, they all do. 15 degrees per hour, quoted by everybody on both sides, is an average. It's really not that uniform at all. I'm here to tell you.
Well,
and you could go to timeanddate.com or suncalc or mooncalc.com and you can see that this is the case.
Like I said, I was looking for how it connects, you know. If it's said that the Earth it came from flat Earth measurements, the globe, then some of those measurements will be the same. And you'll be able to connect them and see where
the globe came from flat Earth measurements.
How that happened. Okay, so some of those measurements must be the same. That's what I said.
You're not listening.
That's how I came to the circumference of the equator.
You calculated the circumference.
Only on Friday, I heard Nathan Oakley and refracted curvature tell me when I was listening that they are 24,000.
I don't think you're a reliable narrator, sir. I'm not sure I would trust your memory.
Oh well, you can listen back. You can listen back to the live stream endless. I'm sure you do. Maybe you go to sleep with it at night. But you know, you can listen back on Friday. I'm pretty sure it was Friday's show. I heard him talking about it.
Pretty sure? What exactly did he say?
It was 24,100 miles.
Based on?
Oh, I can't remember word for word because the problem is if I get it exactly word for word, you'll tell me I'm lying. So go and listen to the live stream and you'll find out exactly what you want to hear.
Exactly. Did they say it was a calculation?
Don't need me to interpret. It's there.
Did they use the word calculation?
You go and ask. It didn't say anything about calculation. Didn't say anything about calculation. You might need that for you.
They claimed the circumference was measured, did they?
Oh, yeah.
They literally said the circumference was measured, not calculated.
How would they calculate it?
Do you understand?
He doesn't know what he's asking, bro.
How would you calculate? Tell me. How would you calculate that?
That's how the globe does it, man. They calculate. That's the problem.
On the flat Earth. On the flat Earth. How would you calculate
why would the flat Earth claim a circumference? What are you talking about?
Well, they do.
Who does?
Lots of flat Earthers do. Nathan Oakley did. Nathan Oakley.
You think Nathan claims the flat Earth has a circumference?
Oh, I said, go and listen to it. He's also got something called antipodal plane.
You seem confused about the topic.
Sandwiched together, opposite each other. One on the top, one underneath.
Yeah, he said that on his last stream because he's describing how the globe was created. Ayoka, you're missing context. Nathan was describing how the globe was created from flat angle measurements. You just described how Nathan Oakley described that the globe was created mentally.
Okay, but that doesn't give a very good picture. That's all I'm saying.
Excuse me, did you just say okay?
But you can listen to
Nathan was describing how the globe was created. Nathan was describing how the globe was created mentally. And he wasn't saying that this is how Earth and our world actually is.
And your response to having that pointed out to you was to go, okay, and just hand waving your confusion about the topic. And you want to continue on at this point. It's very tedious.
Well, when did I do that? When did I do
literally
that?
The first word that came out of your mouth when we told you that your complaint was wrong was to go, okay.
What was that word? What? Okay, am I allowed to think about things, or
you're allowed to?
In my mind too, like Crit.
I heard the same stream as you. Nathan Oakley said, basically, and I'll paraphrase, that latitude's determined in the north by taking a flat angle measurement from the horizontal surface baseline up to the sky, which is also a parallel surface to the ground. And then you go to the south, and you do the same thing with the south celestial pole, with an angle measurement from a flat horizontal baseline to an object on the flat parallel surface in the sky. And you sandwich them together. You do a transformation, he said, and that's accurate. You do a mathematical transformation, and you create a ball. He said that on Friday morning Eastern time, around 9 o'clock in the morning.
What did he say about the circumference of the equator? Can you remember?
Can you?
Yeah, Ayoka, go and try to watch the video again. Remember what you have to remember, and come and make a logical claim. Just don't try to throw some nonsense that you didn't hear, but you think that you heard it because you couldn't understand what was said. You are crying about.
Did you hear it?
Understand?
On behalf of Crit, I just want to ask Ayoka, where's the equator? Is it on the ground or is it in the sky? Let's see if he does remember stuff.
Oh, it's described as being on the ground, but Crit said it's in the air.
Yeah.
No, Crit doesn't say that. Crit and I and Endless are talking about the celestial equator in the sky. That's the equator. And I even posted an image. I read the caption, and I read the description about the celestial equator. That's in the voice text chat. If you wanted to scroll up, we just talked about that. And it talked about how Polaris and Sigma Octantis are on opposite sides, and the celestial equator is a straight line, and the stars go in 3 different directions. Remember that? That was at 47 minutes, past the hour. So that was like a half hour ago.
Well, yeah, but that doesn't relate to this other thing that's being said. That's another interesting thing. It's not about the claim that this is on the ground. A lot is made about the ground. The GP. How do you get the GP if you do not have a circle on the ground? Never mind whether it's.
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you exactly why.
It's represented on the ground.
Do you want to know? It is represented on the ground, but I'll tell you why. It's not a globe. You are calculating what's called the periodicity of the occurrence of things in the sky. You see the same thing in the sky happening with regularity, and you can extrapolate a cycle, and you associate the cycle with a circle.
Well, if you travel, on that flat Earth equator in a boat, you'll go in a circle. With a compass, you'll go in a circle, huh?
It's cyclical. Just because it's cyclical doesn't mean it's a circle. Just because things happen with, you can plot it conceptually on an XY graph as a circle or as a sine wave function, which is like an exploded circle over time, right? A sine wave is an exploded circle over time.
I thought that's how you found yourself with these circles. I thought that's how you found yourself with these circles that are represented on the ground.
Yeah, you do conceptually, but let me tell you what, I'm going to bring this up one more time. You cannot rely on observations below about 20 degrees in elevation because of distortions, because of how the stars and the sun and the moon manifest. The sky actually does not comport to a globe or a sphere or a circle like you're claiming. It does not, because 15 degrees per hour that is claimed to be the case for the movement of the stars and the sun and the moon and the planets, that is just an average. It slows down near the horizon and speeds up overhead.
Well, I'm just talking about what's being described on the flat Earth, that's all.
Yeah, me too.
It comes back to my question in the first place. I wondered whether this is one of those things that you have contention with.
Because the sky doesn't actually represent itself as a sphere. The celestial sphere is not what we actually observe in the sky. It's a mental conception and oversimplification of it. And the entire field of geodesy for geodetic surveying is providing corrections for that process, for that failed concept of the sky, going back to Helmert in the 1880s.
Did you find those 69 miles yet, Endless?
Yeah, 69 miles per degrees in average. It's not actual. You have to apply corrections based on elevation, as displayed in the Nautical Almanac.
Do you know who measured that?
It's a compilation of measurements. The Nautical Almanac is a compilation of measurements from sailors over the ages, going back hundreds, if not thousands of years.
That made a measurement.
Have you heard of the ephemeris?
Will this tell me the measurement?
Have you heard of the ephemeris?
Oh, I've heard of the ephemeris.
Right. So many people over a long time made many measurements. You're asking
you don't know.
Who was the person? Who made the singular measurements?
Yeah, you ask people who measured the Earth, who measured the circumference, who measured this, who was it? Do you believe it, or do you know it? So you believe the 69 miles. It's okay.
What do you mean?
Clear.
Do you think it's possible? Do you think it's possible to navigate the surface using the stars?
Who was it in history who measured 69 miles?
It's possible?
Who put that into
do you think it's Hoyoka? Do you think it's possible to navigate the surface using the stars? Yes or no? Simple question.
That's what's described. I'm just telling you what I'm hearing.
Is it
I'm asking you
possible to
for
navigate?
clarification.
Hey,
You're
just
asking
answer
me the same question.
Is it possible to navigate the surface using the stars? Is that a thing that can be done?
Oh, in the sky, you mean? Was it allowed to put it on the ground?
Why won't you just? It's just yes or no. Why can't you say yes or no?
Well, I know you like to play tricks on people.
He's a clown. Heyoka is literally defined by jester, a clown, a contradiction. Sorry. Yeah, contrary.
You know, Necros?
Contrarian.
Necros, do you know who measured 69 miles? Who was the person
he will just,
who measured 69 miles?
He asked you a question. So can you use
many people
navigate the surface?
Necros Endless has this, man. You don't need to help. Thanks.
Is it possible? Is it possible to navigate the surface using the stars, Hoyoka? Yes or no?
Oh, I believe so.
You just believe it?
I think you could find your position.
Okay.
Well,
cool. Do you think? Are you aware that one of the defining principles of the process is that average value of 69 miles?
Well, I'm asking where it came from.
Drop?
Oh, yeah. Okay. I'm asking where it came from.
Is it one of the requirements for the process that allows you to navigate the surface? Yes or no?
Oh, there are many requirements, but lots of things that don't mean anything.
One of the requirements. Yes or no?
Well, that's what I'm asking. I'm told it's a requirement, but I'm saying where did the 69 miles come from? Nobody seems to know.
Is it a requirement or not? Is it part of the process? Yes or no?
Oh, it's part of your process, yes.
My process? No. Celestial navigation, I didn't invent it. But yes, you said
That's
yes.
what I was saying, but
So it's a fundamental aspect of how we can navigate the surface. Yes, you agree?
You ran from it last time we spoke about
What's the issue?
The issue is Heyoka doesn't understand what an average entails. And that true averages are, in fact, a range in statistics, not a single number or value.
Does he think that there being roughly 3 domains of the speed of the stars in the sky helps his globe under belief? Is he under that?
3 different directions of stars? Yeah. I mean, that's a big problem, especially when they seem to pinch together and diverge above the horizon.
He wants to know.
It's not predicted by the sphere.
You're getting a bit diverted, sporadic.
You don't want to deal with the real fundamental questions. That's your problem. You want to get
asking
caught
you
up
a
in the
fundamental
weeds and waste
question.
everyone's time. You just want to spin your wheels.
69 miles.
That's all you've ever done here. That's all you have ever done here.
Oh no, I've asked questions. That's why you can't answer them. That's why you're having difficulty.
Can we navigate using the stars? You said yes. Is an aspect of the process using that average value? You said yes. So what is your problem?
I asked you where it came from.
Does that matter? Does it work or does it not?
What's your
problem? Does it work or does it not?
Oh, I don't know.
You don't know. So why are you here?
Maybe it takes you into a paradigm that you'll believe that the Earth's the globe.
No, it doesn't. It comes from historical documentation as recorded in the Nautical Almanac.
Oh, is it a coincidence that if you multiply it by 360, it comes to...
No, it's not a coincidence because you averaged it out to 69 miles per degree. It's an average. Do you know what an average is? What's an average, Heyoka? Can you define average?
Who averaged it?
It is an average of the elevation. If you were to observe this yourself and observe the rotation of stars overhead, and you were to observe every point and plot it on a graph, every point of position of the star and elevation from horizon to horizon, it would not be an even 15 degrees per hour. It's actually very uneven on the horizon. It's very slow on the horizon, and it speeds up overhead, and it slows down on the opposite end of the horizon. You average the numbers, and it's 15 degrees per hour. Do you understand what I'm telling you?
It's the distance that's expressed on the surface, not in the sky.
It's an average of length on the surface based off of the sky. It is not super. Do you understand what an average is, man?
Oh yeah.
And an average takes a range of information and finds the central tendency between them.
Where? How did they do that? Who did that?
The range of information is horizon to horizon, east to west. That's your range.
Where?
The range varies based off of elevation in the sky. But if you take an average of that variance of that speed, it shakes out to 15 degrees per hour, even though it's not. It's going to be like 5 degrees per hour just above the horizon. And it's going to be like 25 degrees per hour when it's more directly overhead. And it averages out to 15 degrees per hour. This is not a perfect sphere, dude.
They get it off the map or something?
No, they didn't get it off the map. They got this from looking at the stars in the sky over time.
Who?
I thought you knew what the ephemeris was.
Yeah, like what's an ephemeris? Like if you know what the ephemeris is, why are you asking these questions?
Well, because you asked them too. You want to know.
That's not a response.
No, I already know the answer to the questions I'm asking. Heyoka, I know the answers I'm asking you, and I'm testing your knowledge.
Well, I'm asking you who measured this 69 miles distance, linear distance on the Earth.
Who does? Anybody can, and everybody does.
Well, how would you do that?
With a sextant, with a celestial theodolite, with a plumb bob on a protractor.
So measure an angle.
Yeah, that's what I've been talking about.
Miles.
We're talking degrees per hour, right? Am I the only one that sounds lost here? No, I'm not. It's Heyoka.
Okay. So you measure an angle, and then you move, and you measure an angle that is 1 degree difference. How do you measure that linear distance between those two places?
You can use, like what surveyors do, and use a chain link. You know the lengths of each link in the chain, and you pull it as you go. Right. This was done by Friedrich Hassler for the U.S. Coast Survey in the early 1800s. This was done in India to survey the Arc of the Parallel in India. Like, actual measurements, dude.
You don't know the process of when it was done.
They take a chain. They take a chain and they pull the chain. They take the chain. Heyoka, they take the chain and they pull the chain as they move. And as they go out a certain distance, they measure the declination or elevation of the stars in the sky, and they correspond the length of the chain that they pulled as they walked across the Earth with the degree change of elevation of the stars in the sky. That's it, dude.
So did the Arc of the Parallel, that kind of mapping, did that come first?
Huh? Did what come first?
Were the maps made first?
Why would they make a map first?
Just to measure things, you know. I mean, how would you get a distance if you don't have a map?
Holy shit. This guy.
You guys are talking to a chat GPT. He's like broke. He said, we're talking angles.
I'm just wondering how it was practically done. You know, I don't want to be confused because some...
Well, go do it.
Hey, Yoka, let me tell you why you are confused. Everybody shut up. Everybody shut up. Hey, Yoka, listen, you're asking how they know the distance without the map. You do it in reality. Do you know that maps don't come first? Maps come after you do the measurements? You seem to be putting the cart before the horse, dude. And I'm losing my patience with you.
Okay, so
maps don't come before the measurements. Jeez Louise.
Somebody measured 69 linear miles.
Wasn't you.
I just described the process and I gave you a reference. What else do you need?
After that, huh?
Hey, Hoyoka.
The U.S. Coast Survey is the map.
Hoyoka, do you think a whole degree is the smallest unit of angle measurement we can make of the sky? Do you think we have to measure the whole degree? Or can we measure fractions of it?
I know you can measure an angle. I was looking for the linear distance.
Do you know what minutes of a degree are?
Because, you know, yeah.
Do you know what minutes of a degree are?
Smaller parts of a degree.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so how many minutes of degree of angular drop equals how many miles of linear distance along the surface?
Oh, nautical miles?
Sure.
Oh, it would be one mile per.
Okay. Can we measure 1 mile along the surface?
Apparently. I mean, that's how it breaks down.
Apparently?
I never measured it. Did you?
Do you own land?
Oh, that's what exactly.
Do you own any land?
Measured it.
Do you own any land, Hoyoka?
Yes, I do.
How big a parcel of land do you own?
I've got 4 acres.
How do you know?
Somebody told me when I bought it.
You didn't check? Maybe you should check. Maybe they cheated you. Maybe the sky lies to you.
I'm not in. Oh, that's your problem, not my problem. I'm not interested. I'm not worried about it.
The Earth is
big enough for me.
The Earth is square shaped. It's not flat. Square.
So a square is not a flat shape. Boy, you're smart.
Square isn't a flat shape. What do you mean? It's 3-dimensional.
The thing is that the other guy, you know, who talks about 5,000.
Hey, okay, you're doing so poorly that the flat square guy sounds better. Like a better option.
Oh yeah, but you know, there's a figure, endless. There's a figure given from the North Pole to the equator, 5,400 nautical miles.
Yeah, you're giving us all straight line stuff, dude. You got any Earth curving stuff?
Straight line. Okay. You can.
How do you know you have 4 acres, Hoyoka? How do you know you have 4 acres of land?
Just stop giving us straight stuff.
The goblins told me the Earth is a square.
Yeah, the globe math tells me Earth is square and horizontally flat and parallel.
5,400 nautical miles from the North Pole to the equator.
The straight
line. When you don't have sex. This right here. This is the result of not having sex. This man talking right now.
So how do you get miles? Are they curved miles? Are they wiggly serpentine miles? Or are they straight horizontal straight miles? Hello.
Are you horizontal or vertical?
How do you go a mile? Do you curve left and right, or do you go straight forward?
I think. You know when you said the square guy.
No, I don't know. How do you go a mile? How do you go a mile? That's what we're trying to figure out.
I think you are the problem for these other guys, for Endless and Sporadic.
No, I think you're the problem.
They brought you in.
No, you're the problem because you don't understand straight forward. Straight forward. Horizontal line.
So do you know about the 5,000?
So what we're looking for is not a straightforward horizontal measurement.
5,400 nautical miles.
Hoyoka, how do you know you have 4 acres of land?
Well, it doesn't matter. I told you.
How? How do they do it? The person who told you how much land, how did they know?
I don't care.
Well, you keep on asking about how we measure the Earth, but now suddenly you don't care. What's with that?
Oh, not about my part. No, I'm asking you about.
Do you have some special Earth that no one else has access to, or do you live on the same Earth?
What is interesting is whether you're lying or you're just fucking bullshit.
Is it the same Earth as everyone else, important. Or do you have some special land that doesn't comport with everyone else's land?
All land is special.
See, you don't want to deal with the actual questions, do you? You just want to distract and move away.
I don't see that has anything to do with 5,400
They measured and surveyed your land, Hoyoka. It's not a complicated answer. For some reason, you can't handle simple answers, can you? So they measured and surveyed your land.
Was it the same measurement? They made the 5,400 nautical miles.
Did they measure and survey your land to tell you that you had 4 acres?
Somebody sometime, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So they measured the Earth.
Okay, they measured the Earth 69 miles per 1 degree.
Or 1 nautical mile per minute?
When they added them all up,
can we measure a mile?
5,400. Hang on. When they added them up, they got to 5,400 nautical miles from the North Pole to the equator. On the flat
horizontal distance
you can
along
have
the
horizontal
surface.
if you like.
Yes. Straight lines, nice and
5,400
horizontal.
nautical miles, and that made a big circle on the outside there. A latitude.
So wait, you're asking us how they measure like miles, and you're claiming that you're claiming entire circles are conjoined from end to end.
What circles? I'm talking about latitudes.
Yeah, you just said a great circle. How do you know it's a great circle, dude?
I never said great circle. You said great circle. I never said it.
No, you just said great circle. You just said latitudes, and you said a great circle at the equator.
Well, if I did, I misspoke, and it's not the same great circle as you're thinking about on the globe. It's a big circle made by latitude that is concentric
not
to the
a globe circle.
Oh, but it's a circle, all right. Not a globe circle, a flat Earth circle.
Oh, okay. A flat Earth circle. No. It's not a flat Earth circle. I never claimed that. Nobody here claimed that it's a flat Earth circle at the equator. Nobody here claimed there's a flat Earth circle at the equator, Heyoka.
On the flat Earth.
Are you over talking? I'm correcting you because you're wrong. Nobody here claimed a flat Earth circle at the equator. In fact, about 45 minutes ago, I shared a screenshot from an astronomy blog. We talked about it, not once, but twice. The celestial equator is a straight line, and stars are observed to go in 3 directions.
Yeah, well, that presents other problems for somebody else, but not everybody.
It does present big problems for the globe, man.
Yeah. But the flat Earth is
hand wave. Don't worry about it. Okay.
But the flat Earth is
okay.
But the flat Earth is too. Okay. Endless. You got nothing.
Yeah, not us flat earthers. It presents problems for David Weiss. It presents problems. It presents problems for David Weiss and Jeranism tier flat earthers. We don't represent David Weiss and his app, dude.
Remember? Sporadic. That was the question I asked you in the beginning, and that's how we got here.
Yeah, I spent time at length describing how there's this other side of flat Earth that are steeped in this idea of using the azimuthal equidistant map as a model of flat Earth.
Okay.
And I spent considerable time debunking that notion, calling it out. The equator is not a circle on flat Earth, at least not according to how we understand it. Maybe it is with David Weiss. You can go argue that point with him and his followers over on Earth Awakenings. I know you spend a lot of time over there. You can go bring your crazy flat Earth ideas to them. It's not going to fly here, dude.
No. I mean, that might be your understanding, but it's not everybody's understanding.
Well, guess what? The flat Earthers who think that the equator is a circle around Polaris have no observational data to support it.
Oh, could you bring that up next time it's said in this room?
My job is not to correct every flat earther out there about their misunderstanding about the observable world.
To put people off asking the question, huh?
I don't even know who you're asking the question to.
When I try to validate it and ask questions about it, lots of people come out and tell me to shut up and go.
You're talking to me right now. You're talking to us in this room, and we're telling you that they're idiots, and we're giving you justification. We are not hand-waving, dismissing concepts and ideas. We're addressing them head on. We're telling you why we know that they're wrong and why you're wrong.
So on the flat Earth, latitudes are not concentric circles centered on the North Pole. Is that what you're saying?
I didn't say that. I said 0 degrees latitude is not a circle around Polaris or Sigma Octantis.
So what about the 5,400 nautical miles?
What about it?
True? Well, it's a
accept
measurement.
I accept the distance. I accept the distance,
Based on those circular latitudes that you said you cannot get at.
I didn't say 0 degrees was a circular. Do you understand what I'm telling you? 0 degrees is not proven to be a circular latitude.
Is latitude?
I do not accept that. I reject that entirely.
Well, you do. Could you bring that up next time?
I do. And you keep asking, you keep trying to strawman my position.
Oh, I don't hear anybody saying that.
All right, who else is with me? Is 0 degrees latitude a circle around Polaris or Sigma Octantis?
Nope.
Sigma Octantis, you said?
Polaris?
No.
All right, fine. I'll just ask Polaris. Is 0 degrees latitude, or any point beyond there to the south, a circle around Polaris?
What Endless was describing with his one angle.
I hear crickets. Do you hear crickets too? I hear crickets.
Oh, yeah, I know what the crickets do around here.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to work.
Nobody knows. I'm going to say it's not.
Through this stuff that people say.
I'm going to say it's not based off of observational reality. And the example I provided 45 minutes ago.
Sporadic. Okay. And I thank you for that. And then maybe I'll follow what you're saying a bit more closely. But what I'm saying is what I hear, what a lot of people hear, what a lot of people repeat. Now, if you're telling me that that's false, well, that's okay. That's the first time I've heard somebody say it's false. What I hear is people saying it's so. Many, many, many times. Many people who repeat it. That was my question in the beginning.
Yeah, that doesn't make it true, right?
Oh, I know. That's why I asked you.
You not comprehending stuff doesn't help everybody. So what are we doing?
Now we know.
Yeah, so you ask me if I think anything different. I say yes, and you're like, but how could you?
No, I didn't say that. No, I didn't say that.
You seem to be implying that. You seem to be trying to strawman me into accepting what these idiots are claiming out there. And that's not what any of us think in the 24/7 community, especially among moderators.
Okay. Well,
okay?
As long as I start
okay, good. I'm glad you agree. Okay.
It'd be good.
Why don't you stop trying to strawman us?
Saying that. I'm not. I don't hear people saying that. They allow it to be said. The
not here. Not here, dude. I mean, this is you're describing what people say beyond our community to what our community is saying, and that's not right. You're going to get banned if you continue to try to do that.
Oh, but you don't have a community. Every time you say it's a community, people say, "Oh, I only talk for myself."
I do speak for myself, and you know what? We all have similar ideas, and like I told you before, in 24/7 Flat Earth. We try to cultivate rational empiricism, which we don't share with these TikTokers and X people posting esoteric aether crap and the pizza Earth crap. Okay,
that's why I asked you specifically. That's why I asked you specifically because you.
So why aren't you accepting my answer? Accept my answer then.
I'm just
okay. Then move on.
Okay. Still doesn't change that the circumferences are both said to be the same.
Circumference of what?
Both the equators.
The circumference of his imagination.
We've got 2 equators now?
No, it's the circumference of his imagination and everybody else who's confused with retardedness.
The celestial sphere model is not reality. The equator is derived from the sky.
What equator?
Exactly.
The celestial equator.
But it's a place on the ground, isn't it?
Okay, hey Oka, you're about to be banned.
It's like, you know.
No, why would you say that?
Polaris.
We told you over and over and over and over and over and over and over that it is not a place on the ground. It comes from the sky. Why would you then go ahead and say that?
Polaris is in the sky, is it not?
Yeah, so is the equator, is it not?
But Polaris is
the same as the ground position of Polaris? Are they equivalent?
But Polaris has
the exact same thing.
Has the ground positions described.
All right, I banned this douche. He's gone. I'm done with him.
Patience of a saint. Hasn't changed one little bit in the.
No, I thought we were making progress. Yep, he has not changed one bit. He's been doing this in other servers. I'm done with him.
You can't make progress with the smooth brains. The smooth brain masquerading as an intellectual. Like, what a piece of shit.
Like I said in the beginning, I didn't try to help our friend Endless, but I just wanted to tell him what is Heyoka. So his strategy is
I'm familiar with him.
He knows. Necros, he knows. We all know who he is. We used him and paraded him around as an example. We just used him for content right now, and we got rid of him because he reached his end of life.
He asks us to measure the Earth. How do you measure the Earth? Over and over. And someone goes, "How do you measure your own land?" And he's like, "I don't know. I don't care."
Right.
He's not the kind of guys who reset after they disconnect from the channel. Those guys need to disconnect, and they go and they take their 24-hour to reset. They come after the day after that, and they restart everything from the beginning. But Heyoka, he resets immediately.
It's the flush. Memory dumper. So there's no forward progression with Heyoka, huh? He's not effectively onboarding any ideas at all. He's just master, reset, flush, repeat, like a washing machine.
Yeah, I think we were as patient with him as we could have been. We gave him the ultimate chance. We spent several hours with him very patiently and calmly, describing what we mean and explaining our concepts and responding to his every question, regardless of how inane it was. And this is the end result. So he burned through whatever last graces he potentially had with us. That's the end.
We're calling on Brother Ramen. Shout out Brother Old Dude for Brother Ramen calling out. Is he in here still, or did he leave? Nope. Seems as though he left. How about Donald C? What's Donald C saying? Willing to unmute? Talk about your globe.
Hello.
There he is, Donald C.
How are you? Hello.
So Donald, what were you? What's your claim?
Well, I mean, the Earth's oblate spheroid. That's what I believe, and what I can demonstrate.
How? Tell me how you got to that point.
I measured the planet.
How'd you measure it, brother? Oh, it's a planet too? So you've measured it and you've confirmed it's a planet. That means there's land in the sky as well? Wow. So we got a lot to talk about. Where do you want to start first?
What's your definition of a planet then?
I don't have to define it because I don't believe in planets. You claim planet, you can define it.
Okay. Sure. Give me 1 second. Alright, so a planet is a celestial body distinguished from the fixed stars by having an apparent motion of its own, including the moon and sun, especially with reference to its supposed influence on people and events.
Can I get the reference that you're reading from, please?
That's stupid.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you were done. Could I get the reference that you're reading from if you want to post it in side chat, please?
Yeah, that was not the definition that I accept.
Oh, so you just read the definition that you... So it sounds like I'm having a discussion with a Google Earther. Are you, in fact, a Google Earther, Brother Donald?
Well, I Googled the definition of planet.
Okay, so you are, in fact, a Google Earther. Okay, thank you so very much.
A celestial body moving in an elliptical orbit around a star.
Okay, so you believe that Earth is that, right? Because you claim that Earth is, in fact, a planet. Now, you stated that this is the definition of a planet.
A celestial body moving in an elliptical orbit around a star, yes.
Okay, so what is your definition of a celestial body, then?
Celestial body is a body in space.
All right. What is that body comprised of, Brother Donald? Because, again, we need to be able to associate the body of Earth with the claim of the planet that you just made in order to validate your claim of planet in space. So, how do you validate a body?
Let's hit the pause button. So you referred to him as brother. Donald, what are your preferred pronouns? Can you clarify that before we continue? We don't want to provide, any oppression or provide an unsafe space.
He, him. So
hey, this is the guy who had his globe proof stolen.
But I redid it because that's the way science works. So a body is just a collection of stuff, a collection of matter. Let's go with a collection of matter.
Okay, so Donald, the collection of matter. You validate Earth as a collection of matter, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, this collection of matter, which is Earth, how do you actually validate that the stuff up in the sky is the same as Earth? To say it's a collection of matter.
We call it spectroscopy.
So the measurement of light is your validation that Earth is in fact a celestial body?
No, you asked me about other bodies besides Earth.
Well, yeah, but you're also saying that Earth is the same thing as the stuff in the sky by saying that Earth is a planet and the planets are up in the sky. So how do you make Earth equate to the stuff up in the sky when they're just being identified as a collection of stuff?
Yeah, because if you were on the other stuff looking at Earth, it would just look like a dot.
Oh, hey, Demok, you're here.
Shut
Okay, you can take the conversation
up or I
over,
fucking
Demok.
leave. So we can validate that Earth is moving by comparing it to the other things that are in the sky.
Okay, so your frame of reference, number one, because you've got leaps of logic built in. I was still stuck on Earth being able to identify Earth as a collection of matter and then equate that to the stuff up in the sky.
Is dirt matter?
Could we just, I'm hoping we could just hone in on one spot versus proceeding upon leaps of logic. So you've got, at the beginning of the conversation when we engaged, you said that you measured the planet. So the validation of the measurement, the validation of planet is still under question before we can proceed.
It's a planet.
That's what I asked you. You're the one that believes in planets.
You want me to cite a source that Earth is a planet?
Well, you were reading the definition earlier, which you didn't agree with, so you went back to your Google to find another definition of planet that suited what you like better. Sounds to me like a hypocritical argument, but whatever.
No.
Right, again, the idea of a collection of matter.
Jesus, a definition is not an argument, and the definition was archaic. That's what it said. I just misread which one I was looking at. So,
Brother, you're the one that's here in the conversation, identifying it. Right? So you should be able to take on these definitions and explain them within the confines of the conversation so that we can understand it better.
I'm doing that very thing right now.
I'll wait patiently.
I mean, you've been asking, I don't understand why you don't think Earth is a planet.
Because we haven't validated this, well, I'll appeal to your definition, collection of stuff that we're standing upon, that we build upon, is the same as the stuff up in the sky.
We do that through spectroscopy. Plus, I posted a link.
What is your definition of spectroscopy?
Spectroscopy is analyzing the patterns in light.
Right. So you're measuring light to validate the stuff up in the sky to equate that to what we're standing upon. Does Earth give you any kind of luminosity or a validation to actually measure that Earth is in fact, or you can measure Earth using spectroscopy?
You have to stop doing this. So, yes, we can use spectroscopy.
No, I don't have to stop doing it because we're having a conversation. I'm asking you questions about your claim. Now, if you're getting a little stymied and upset, I'll withdraw. But it's just your claim that is very faulty. Go ahead.
Okay, so you have to stop equating the stuff in the sky with the Earth. We don't use spectroscopy to validate what's on the Earth. We use spectroscopy all the time, but it's not the only thing. When it comes to stuff in the sky, all we have access to is the light that it emits. So we have to use spectroscopy.
Which is my point.
You have problems there. So you have a cloud, and you are not receiving all that.
Can we have one?
Light.
Is this a one-on-one or is this an open forum?
Yeah, go listen to this. I'm gonna post it. Okay.
What are you posting, Interrupter?
Go watch it. Okay.
Well,
you ignorant.
Eraser. I'm not watching anything from Quantum Eraser.
Yeah, it's your problem. There's a problem with that spectroscopy. Looking the sky, not in the lab. No. There's a big problem there.
It does work in the lab. You're kidding me, right?
It doesn't work watching the sky.
Fucking Christ, I cannot finish a sentence with these people.
You are a fucking moron.
So, oh my gosh! Every time I open my mouth, Quantum Eraser is not a reliable source.
All right, hey guys, Donald, who do you want to talk to? Do you want to talk to Miguel or do you want to talk to someone else?
I don't care. I just want to finish my sentences.
All right, never mind. Carry on.
Yeah, go listen to that.
No, I won't.
Yeah, it's your problem. You are ignorant. Okay,
See, this is
talking about spectroscopy, looking at the sky.
So,
there's a woman talking there, talking about
every time
problem.
I open my mouth.
Yeah, are you Brenda? Are you Brenda?
So, Quantum Eraser.
Are you sensitive?
Not a reliable source.
It's not real. There's a expert woman talking about your problem. Okay.
So I'm not going to.
If you don't want to watch it, it's your problem.
Every time my
Shut
mouth
the fuck
opens,
up. Who cares about your
talks?
Who cares about your politic talk?
So Quantum Eraser is not a reliable source. I'm not going to watch anything.
It's not Quantum Eraser talking about it. It's a woman.
Okay, when he's done,
expert in the field. Expert in the field. You think a simple cloud can block the light of the sky, but you want to do spectroscopy, looking at the sky?
No, because it doesn't work on UFOs or anything on Earth. It doesn't work for twinkly lights on Earth. A block away, 2 blocks away, a mile away, 3 miles away, 10 miles away. So if you can't tell what a light is or your buddy holding a flashlight and what he is behind it, then stop saying spectroscopy's helping you losers do anything but lie.
You crossed the line, man. Crossed the line.
So is Miguel going to let me finish sentences now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. So I'm not going to watch anything from Quantum Eraser because he's an unreliable source, and spectroscopy does work in the lab. We use it all the time. It works excellent. We call it mass spectrum, gas chromatograph mass spectrum.
Yeah, I agree. Lab spectroscopy is good.
Yeah, so is it from the sky. It works exactly the same way.
It kind of does. You know what the difference is, though? There's one key difference. Actually, maybe 2 key differences. First, if you're in a lab, you have a reference sample to work off of. We don't have that with the sky. We kind of say we do because the spectroscopy lines match what we have down here, but we don't have an actual sample from anything analogous, right?
We do. We have the sun. That's a star.
But we don't. Well, we don't have a physical sample of it.
It doesn't matter.
Well, in lab spectroscopy, you do. You'll have a sample, a reference sample.
Yeah, we do have a reference. We have a reference in the sky. It's called the sun.
Yeah, but we don't have we don't have a piece of the sun to bring down.
We don't need it because we have hydrogen here, right? We have hydrogen on Earth. We can use use spectroscopy on the hydrogen on Earth, and then we can look at the sun. And we can see that there's hydrogen in the sun.
So, but we don't have anything that's analogous or a piece of the sun. It's a correlation, therefore. We're making an inference.
Identical. They're identical, and inference is valid.
Inferences are, yeah, I mean, it depends, but okay. But
Well,
it's
proper
it's
inferences
the,
would
the
have.
difference. The difference, though, like I was saying, between lab spectroscopy and astronomical is whether or not you have the presence of a physical reference sample to use.
We do. It's called the sun. That's our reference. The sun
Right.
is a
Well,
star.
that's our criticism, right?
Hang on. I'd like to finish this. So we have the sun. It's a star. We use mass spectrometry. We use spectroscopy on the sun, and it works on the sun. So it'll work on all stars because it works on hydrogen on Earth. It works on hydrogen in the sun. It'll work on hydrogen in anything.
We don't have a piece from the place that we're doing spectroscopy on.
We don't need it. Why do we need it?
Well, for lab spectroscopy, you do. So you can affirm without a doubt that this is that.
And the sun is identical when we do spectroscopy. So if A equals B and B equals C, then C equals A.
But it's not confirmed because you don't have a physical sample to use as a reference. Secondly,
why do we need it? You keep doing this. We don't need it. Why do we
need it? For validation. Okay. And the other thing is, let me get to my second point. Okay. The second point is a laboratory is a controlled environment. You control the medium. You don't control the medium between us and the sun or us and the stars. You don't have any idea what the medium is.
Do you think something can happen in the lab and not be able to happen in nature?
It depends.
No, it doesn't. If it happens in the lab, it can happen in nature. There's no way for it to happen in the lab if it cannot happen in nature.
Oh, so like natural processes can produce 0 degrees Kelvin, absolute zero conditions?
We cannot on Earth.
I know. That's my point.
We cannot. There's no absolute zero ever in the universe.
Thank you for affirming my point. You can create absolute zero in a lab, Donald.
It cannot happen in the lab. It cannot happen in the lab, and it can't happen out in nature, as far as we know.
I just posted your problem.
Confirms what
right there.
Miguel, shut up. Miguel, shut up.
Yeah, I just posted your problem right there.
No, shut up.
Yeah, from a professor and
Miguel,
Vogue.
I'm just going to mute you.
You are not a professor.
I'm just going to locally mute you, if that's okay. Is it okay if I just
mute me? Okay, mute me.
So it cannot happen in the lab. It cannot happen in nature. So it just confirms all you did. All you did was I didn't mute him. So all you did was confirm what I said. You just
Can we induce silicon to compute in the lab?
What?
Can we induce silicon to compute in a lab?
Can we induce silicon to compute in the lab? Is that what you asked?
Yeah.
We build silicon-based chips that do computing.
Right? Does that happen in nature?
Well, nature cannot build integrated microchips.
So some things that happen in labs
could, if there was a natural process that could build integrated microchips, yes, it could happen in nature, but there is no natural process for that. Humans have to do that.
Unless I don't understand why he doesn't see his contradiction.
It's not
honestly.
a contradiction. It's not a contradiction. Yeah. What's the contradiction?
You said if it happens in a lab, it happens in nature. And then
it can happen.
When provided with an example, you said, no, it doesn't. And then you're like, but what I said is absolutely not contradicting itself.
It's not, because there's no natural process that builds integrated microchips. If there was a natural process that built integrated microchips, it would happen in nature. I don't understand why you think it's a contradiction.
So why do all things that can be made in a lab also happen in nature under its own processes?
That's not what I said. I said that if it happens in the lab, it's possible to happen in nature, and if it cannot happen in the lab, if it cannot.
Oh my gosh, you just contradicted yourself.
I didn't. If there was a natural process that was able to build integrated microchips, then integrated microchips would happen in nature. But there's no natural process for that. Humans have to do it.
Yeah, exactly. Am I taking crazy pills endless?
You just don't. You're just being obstinate or something. This is not trivial. I mean, this is trivial. I don't understand. I don't understand what the problem is.
Steelman, our position on astronomical spectroscopy.
As far as I can tell, you think that we need a sample of something before we can confirm that it works.
Is that what's done in lab-based spectroscopy?
Yeah, we have samples in lab-based spectroscopy. We wouldn't be able to do it.
So there's a distinction.
No,
between
no
the two.
distinction. I don't understand what the distinction.
See, that's a contradiction, right? Because we just got you to admit that there's a distinction.
You need to look up what contradiction is.
Yeah, but
so a contradiction is a statement where all truth value equals 0 or equals false. Right?
Yeah. So what's the sample of the sun that we have in a lab that we can use to confirm?
We don't. See, that's the problem that you have. The sample in the lab.
No, it's not my problem. It's your problem, dude.
May I finish? This is important. This is very important. This is very important. So the sample that we do have in the lab is the sample in the lab is the thing that we have that confirms the process to work. Once we've confirmed the process to work with the samples in the lab, we can use it out in nature.
Great. What they use for the sun in a lab.
I'm almost done. Honest.
Well,
I'm almost done. Because we've confirmed it in the lab to work, we can confirm that it works in nature. I don't understand what the problem is.
Well, what is the sample you have in the lab to confirm that it works in nature from the sun?
We can do it with anything.
Yeah, what is the sample from the sun that you have in a lab that you can use to confirm that it works in nature?
We have hydrogen.
The sample from the sun.
See, that's the part that you don't understand.
No, I do understand. You said we have to have a sample in a lab in order to confirm that it works in nature. I agree. So what's the sample from the sun that we have in a lab so that we can confirm that it works in nature? I'm repeating you word for word. You can rewind.
No, you're not. You changed my words. So what I said was the sample in the lab is the thing that confirms the process works. You didn't say
Pause. What sample in the lab from the sun are you talking about?
Hydrogen. We have hydrogen. That's what
that's not from the sun. That's not from the sun. I got a balloon. Listen, Donald, I got a balloon from Party City. I'm going to put it in my lab. Is that from the sun?
That's irrelevant. So
no, it is relevant. You said we have to have a sample in the lab, and I agree.
That's not what I said. That's not at all what I said.
You said we have to have a sample in the lab.
Listen to my words.
What's a sample in the lab? Okay, what's a sample in the lab mean?
That's what
sample
I'm
from what?
You. So once you have confirmed the process to work.
Okay, pause there. What process?
Process.
What is the process?
The process is the spectroscopy.
Yeah, what are you doing with that?
You're diverting.
When
this is a huge pivot. There's a huge
when
pivot.
you do Earth-based spectroscopy, I'm really going to struggle with that word. When you do that, do you always do that in
Just call it GCMS.
When you do that on Earth, do you always do it in a lab?
Well, yeah, you have to have clean conditions.
Oh, okay, cool.
So that we understand that no contamination has happened, so we understand that the process is actually doing what we want the process to do.
Right. So what happens if a jet flies overhead and sprays a bunch of beryllium and like strontium and freaking salts and crap like that overhead? You start picking that up.
Well, you're in a clean room, dude.
Well, yeah, but for astronomical spectroscopy, you're not. And that's a key difference, like I said.
Okay, but we're not talking about jets. I don't understand what you mean by if a jet flies overhead.
Your environment for astronomical spectroscopy is not controlled.
So?
That's a key difference between lab spectroscopy, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. Thank you for agreeing. Yeah. Key difference.
It introduces a margin for error, but if you're outside the atmosphere...
Oh, you're telling me, dude, a huge margin for error. So big you can't even control for all the variables, Donald!
Around here is so fucking hard. So if you're outside the atmosphere, a jet's not going to fly overhead, just so you know.
Out where?
Outside the atmosphere. There's no jets flying outside the atmosphere.
I didn't claim that.
Yeah, I am. I'm telling you, that's me.
Okay, but do you do spectroscopy from the ground?
Sometimes, not always.
Donald, you're not making sense, Donald.
What do you mean? What do you mean I'm not making sense? What does that
So you're underneath the airplanes with your spectroscopy instruments. Okay. Nope, not always. Okay, so you are sometimes. Okay.
Sometimes, but we understand, we can see the planes go overhead, and we understand that there's a margin for error. I mean,
we understand.
We're looking. Yeah, we understand.
So you can't control for it, can you? Like, you don't know about system. Yeah, I know you can't control for it. I know. That's a big difference between lab and astronomical-based spectroscopy.
So what about outside the atmosphere? So what about when we do it outside the atmosphere? Because
that's how do you go outside the atmosphere? I mean, shouldn't we be contained? We have gas pressure.
Oh, gosh, huge pivot.
Oh yeah. Oh no. Oh crap. Yeah, I know, man. Oh no.
No, it's just a huge pivot. Though, I mean, I don't care. You can deny that gravity exists all you want, but it does.
All the assumptions that go into
there's no assumptions. What assumptions?
There are no assumptions.
What assumptions?
For astronomical GSM.
Astronomical what?
Spectroscopy.
Okay, what are the assumptions?
Yeah.
You're just saying yes. What are the assumptions?
Yeah,
well, for astronomical spectroscopy, the assumption is you can't control for your environmental variables.
But we can see what's happening while we do it, so it's okay. And we only need one photon.
Yeah, well, you can't control systematic risk. You know what systematic risk is?
Systematic risk is like noise in the system?
Yeah, you can't control for it.
Well, no, but it's a telescope. There's no noise in a telescope.
No noise.
You know exactly what's between you and the star along the whole way.
Look at it. Yeah, because we can look at it. That's what we're doing. Looking at it.
No anomalies.
Look at it. You can just look at it. Honest. You can
just look at it, right? Like, I look at a chick in a bar and I know she's hot and I take her home and she's not. Just look at it.
We're not drunk.
Just look at Airlock the Destroyer, right?
So what you're doing right now is called a Gettier case. It's an outlier. It doesn't disprove anything.
How do you know what an outlier is in this instance with a chaotic environment where there's noise? Noise indicates no outliers to discern.
There's no noise.
Yeah, you just said noise. I agree with you. There is noise. Noise.
Not in the collection.
You can't. Yeah, you can't discern outliers from noise, really, because it's noise. Actually. It's random. That's the nature of noise. It's random.
We have something called a margin for error analysis.
Right, and that understands knowing the constraints of your own abilities. And
yeah, because we're looking at
the environment has infinite possibilities happening in it when it's uncontrolled.
No, it does not. Does not have it.
That's what an uncontrolled environment is by definition.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is. Okay, it's uncontrolled. Anything can happen. Anything, literally.
Cite your source for that.
Oh, what, you want a source for an uncontrolled laboratory environment or testing environment? Okay.
I want your source. I want you to cite your source for uncontrolled environment means infinite possibilities. That's what your claim was. That's what the source. That's what the citation I need is.
Huh? Can you cite your source for there being no assumptions?
In spectroscopy?
Astronomical spectroscopy.
I mean, why do you guys keep making, okay, so, I mean, I can post a paper about.
Is there a distinction or is there not a distinction?
No, the spectroscopy is the same no matter where you're looking at. So I can post a paper
about. Why do we need a lab at all? Why would you ever bother with a lab?
So I can post a paper that explains spectroscopy, but you're not going to understand it.
What?
But I'll post
so
it. But what I want you to do, oh my God, finishing a sentence around here is impossible. Yeah, so I want you to tell me what I want you to tell me what the
lab to do it.
So that you have a clean environment. What are the assumptions that you're talking about? so that you can isolate and tell what's what. So what are the assumptions you're talking about?
So how do you isolate all the confounding variables when you're looking at the sky?
You're looking at it.
That's how you isolate variables, just by looking at them.
Well, I mean, when you're doing a telescope experiment, yeah, you look at it and the confounding variables
Is this a
are
scientific
visible.
experiment?
All observations and measurements from like the telescopes that I'm talking about are experiments. Yeah. So we're making a prediction. We're making an observation and a prediction and a hypothesis, and we're running the experiment, and then we're analyzing.
What's your cause?
Nigga. The cause is fusion, producing photons.
Fusion.
Yes.
So how do you control that? How do you turn that on and off?
Control star.
Nigga.
Oh my God! Finishing a sentence around here is impossible. So, what are you talking about controlling fusion? That's what happens in stars. You know that, right? It's fusion in stars, right?
Well, that sounds like another assumption. So
It's
how
not
do
an
you
assumption.
control?
We can demonstrate that.
You need to be able to manipulate, vary your claimed cause for your effect. Yes.
What do you have to manipulate? What are you manipulating in this experiment?
Well, you said you were doing.
Well, I mean, we're manipulating the photon. We're running it through a telescope, so that's manipulating the photon.
Is the photon the cause?
The fusion produces the photon.
So are you manipulating the fusion?
I answered this question already.
Are you manipulating the fusion?
I don't care. That's not how. You don't understand how experiments work.
Yeah, right. Okay.
Yeah, because you don't understand.
You claimed an experiment. So
Interrupter interrupting with interruptions. You don't understand how experiments.
You claimed an experiment, so I'm just trying to clarify what you meant by that. But seeing as you're not able to manipulate your claimed cause or your claimed effect, what you're doing is not an experiment.
That's not how an experiment works. You don't understand experiments. I said this already. Can we move on?
Mm-hmm. So
Donald, I think you need to do some research on what the scientific method is.
I know what the scientific method is. Do you?
So why don't you explain it to me then? Because maybe I don't know.
Okay, so the most basic scientific method. There's a difference. Each field uses a different version of the scientific method, but the most basic is an observation, a hypothesis, a prediction, an experiment, and an analysis of that experiment, and then you repeat it over and over and over. Do you understand all of those words? Hello? If you're speaking, I cannot hear you. If you're not speaking, I'm going to go scoop litter boxes.
Are you going to go wash your mouth out real quick?
Why would I do that?
You said you were cleaning up the litter box.
Scooping litter boxes. There's no litter boxes in my mouth.
Hey, you spit a lot of shit.
Yeah, but a lot of the stuff that comes out your mouth is verbal diarrhea.
Except you're wrong. Can you demonstrate that I have verbally diarrhea all over you?
I've been listening to you talk for the past half hour. It's pretty painful.
I mean, just because you don't understand it doesn't make me wrong.
You're right. Apparently, according to you, none of us here understand anything.
I mean, there are many things you don't understand. I'm sure there's many things you do understand.
Donald, see? I'm going to debunk you again, okay? I'm going to post it to chat set.
You've
no
never
problem using spectroscopy. It's not from me. It's not from you. From Professor Nicol Vogt. There's a problem there. You're not an expert on that field. There's a problem there. I'm posting an expert in the field talking about the problem. Right there. In your face. In your face. Brenda, talk.
Miguel, you've never...
In your face. Go watch it.
God.
Oh my God. Sensitive you are.
Go watch it.
I cannot finish.
Brenda, whoa.
Donald, go watch it. Come on.
Go watch what?
Oh my God!
Inside chat, Junior.
Oh my God, Brenda! Look at it!
Do you know that your voice is
on your face, Brenda?
piercing? Okay, you can go on and on. I'm going to go scoop litter boxes.
Your problem is there. You're stupid.
I'll be back after this guy is done.
Yeah, Brenda sensitive.
You're exposed.
Brenda sensitive.
I knew it. I was right.
On your face, right there.
Using spectroscopy to measure the Earth. Boy, what a perversion. Does Earth emit light?
From what, city lights?
Well, I'm trying to, again, get a foundation from understanding how Donald brings to the table that you can validate or use spectroscopy as a valid measurement of Earth. And again, if I don't understand spectroscopy and how it works, I would love Donald to correct me and tell me how we can validate the measurement of Earth using spectroscopy.
We were talking more broadly about astronomical objects outside of Earth. He said we can tell what the sun is because we point instruments at it and it matches spectral lines of elements that we have on Earth. And I was saying one of the key differences between what he's proposing and what's actually done is what he's proposing lacks an actual reference sample from the proposed environment that is being studied. We don't have anything that we know of that can be analogous to what's proposed for the sun. So we can't really validate that what we're picking up from the sun is indeed what the sun is composed of. We can make inferences that it is. We can probably rely on some of these conclusions, but the truth is we don't know for sure because we don't have, like we do in lab spectroscopy, a physical reference sample. That's it.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping to pull back to where we were when I was chatting with him and the validation of how Earth is compared to the other planets up in the sky using spectroscopy. As just, the whole idea of the celestial body emitting light and us using spectroscopy to validate that. But from a standpoint of Earth being a firm thing that actually, from my understanding, doesn't emit light, I think it would be a perversion to use spectroscopy, which is used to measure light, to then try to measure Earth to validate that Earth is in fact the same as the celestial bodies up in the sky.
Oh, yeah. Boy, that's way beyond what Donald was proposing. Like, we haven't even gotten to that part yet.
No, but I was already, when he came back with that rebuttal and I was asking him for his evidence and such, I was already there asking for that, begging for that, but it seems as though, just like the globe does, you go looking for the basis of the truth, and it ain't there.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, that's true. That's kind of where he was hoping to bring it, right? Like, we can look at these things in the sky and deduce that Earth is a thing in the sky.
Again, so non sequitur, right? Using spectroscopy to measure Earth would be a, non sequitur or perversion, however you want to twist it. But at the end of the day, you can't do that, son. Or should I say, Brenda? You can't use spectroscopy to validate Earth and then say, aha, Earth is the same as the stuff up in the sky. I can stand on the Earth. I can't stand upon a light. Go ahead, sorry.
I mean, you're right. Like, the human body has every element on the periodic table of elements within it. So, like, what? We find a piece of that and something we observe in the sky and deduce that in the sky is us. That's a composition division fallacy. Works both ways in this case.
Yep. Have we validated that there's in fact water in the sky? Well, yeah, we can go with clouds and things like that. But land in the sky? I think that's a little bit of a stretch. We have not effectively stood on anything up in the sky, unfortunately. And I know Donald hasn't been server muted, and it seems as though we're just tap dancing all over your arguments. So are you interested in coming to defense of your spectroscopy argument, or are you just going to sit there?
He thinks his argument's simple. You point the instrument at the sky, you read a spectral line, you look at a chart, and you compare what you saw to something on the chart, and the chart shows hydrogen, and you say, therefore, that's hydrogen. Call it a day. That's it. That's it. And then you walk away, right? And you're done.
No assumptions. Straightforward.
No assumptions either. Yep, that's right. You don't have to wonder about confounding variables, right? In an uncontrolled environment. Confounding variables, by the way, in an uncontrolled environment is the most sinister thing to happen to you if you're trying to perform any kind of, inference or let alone deduction in an uncontrolled environment. Confounding variables, like what could that be? I don't know. You happen to point your thing at the sun and you're picking up something that you don't know is in between you and the sun.
There's known knowns, known unknowns, and unknown unknowns.
Yeah. So, isn't the scientific process a process, right? You're trying to rigorously test and trying to rule out things to make sure that what you're observing might actually be true or false.
You just look at it. It's fine.
Nah, yeah, just look at it one and done. Look at an image of from NASA showing a curving horizon. Nope, that's it, baby. We're done here. Don't ask any more questions. Just make it a thought-terminating response, and that's it. Stick your head in the sand like a freaking ostrich. Let the world go to hell. Everything will be fine.
Some people are masters at rejecting reality.
Yeah. Yeah, and they participate in elections.
Take a look in the side chat if you want to talk about reality denier.
Which one, Hush?
Bro, I'm looking for that drop over distance. You want to mic up and bring forward your observation of how we have drop over distance in reality. I would love to hear it, because last time I checked, refraction was a medium-based explanation for things. It doesn't give you a spherical edge that we can actually, or a geometric edge, in fact, that we can actually find. Macrocosm claim 3,959-mile radius from the magic epicenter out to the crust. So if we have a 100-mile sample set we can examine to actually see a 1.26 mile drop 6,600 feet over that distance, I'd love to see it in reality. That distance you can look at any state within the United States of America for that mileage. So if you got drop over distance over the New York State as an example, we'd love to see it. The issue with that is, last time I looked at the Statue of Liberty on video, I've never seen the Statue of Liberty sinking in water. I've only seen it get smaller as boats sail away from it, and it disappears in the horizon.
Yeah, and isn't it funny how Earth curve calculators actually account for perspective scaling, which we know is real?
It's crazy.
Everybody's fixated on the bottom of objects, right? Everybody's fixated on the bottom of objects as it recedes, but the top of the objects recedes too, and scales down with perspective,
right?
Which we know is not curvature.
Right, because there's no tilt. Everything is a 90 vertical.
Yeah,
parallel with everything is parallel with the next thing in front of it, plus you, the observer. So the thing can't possibly be parallel with you and be on a sphere moving away at no point, not 1 inch in front of you.
Yeah, because Earth curve calculators only account for the scaling due to curvature, but you see things scale due to perspective.
And that would be called angular resolution, aka Rayleigh's criterion. Now, if you're interested in searching it and finding out more about it, it's spelt RAYLEIGH' criterion. Research it, Globers. It'll give you a lot of understanding as to how perspective works.
No bells. Good night, all.
Hush, open your mic. Stop posting crap at the side chat.
Text suppress
Prove
him.
your
He's going to be
corruption.
text suppress him. Make him come and talk about it. Text suppress otherwise. Keyboard jockeys.
Do that in the server.
He thinks just by saying refraction is going to defend his point?
Damn it, I didn't realize we couldn't text suppress here. I apologize profusely. No, we're not going to give you props for bringing a model forward, right? You haven't applied your logical thinking. You haven't applied your vestibular system. You haven't applied any real life observations in order to prop up your model. So we're not going to applaud you for bringing something forward that has no real life standing upon it. A for effort, sure. F for execution. At least you tried, as Bart Simpson would say.
He talks about refraction, and now he puts a side chat pizza, and now he talks about model. He's running away. Grandmother, hush.
Good morning.
Good day.
Well, we have to wait 5 minutes. Are you Googling now? Yeah, that's your globe model. It's not working. That's you right there, It's your face palm right there. Yeah, you're like that kid, here, looking for attention and crying. You are not a man to open your mic, right?
Any newcomers to the chat? Any new people here in VC? Let's see. Oh, we got a guy with a provocative username. Christians are disgusting. What's up with you? Christians are disgusting. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth. I see you hot micing. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm watching too.
I'm eating.
There he is. You want?
What do you want?
Oh, just saying hello. Welcome to our room, 24/7 Flat Earth.
Okay, nice to meet you. I'm just here to listen.
You're listening? Okay, cool. Anybody else? Let's see what we got. Mr. Palma, I'm not sure who you are. I don't think we've talked. Want to come off mute there? All right, who else we got? Paradigm with X's where IGs go. Okay, hello Paradigm. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth. Feel free to come off mute. Ask us questions about the nature of Earth. And if you don't want to, you just want to listen, that's cool too. It's probably a good idea to lurk if you're new. Well, that's it for Saturday, folks.
Looks as though we're having a moment of silence for the globe, it would appear.
I hear you. Nobody wants to defend it, at least not honestly.
So, what are the highlights we've had? Gas pressure, spectroscopy, drop over distance. What other highlights we got going on today? Or
we had gravity and gas pressure earlier.
Amen. And as far as I know, the globe is batting a big fat 0, it would appear. Strikeouts everywhere. 3 strikes, you're out.
So Biggie, nothing tilts. So Biggie, nothing drops, but it drops. So Biggie, you can't find the curve, but there it is. It's just, just whatever you think, it's the opposite plus what you think plus the opposite, and then go back to nowhere. And that's a globe. It's really complex, you know what I mean?
The globe is so true, you can't prove it.
So provable that it's not provable anywhere. It's so real.
Yeah, the proof is everywhere. In so many places, you just can't figure out where it is.
It's in your face so hard, but you can't touch it. It's right there with you, but you can't find it.
Yeah, it sounds like some crazy Buddhist nonsense.
The earth curve is always under your feet, but you'll never find it, my son. Find the earth curve.
Can't touch this.
Ancient Chinese wisdom.
Hey guys, I know where the globe is. It exists in the minds of many of our fellow humans for some reason.
Yeah.
Brother Dave, it's good to hear you. Brother Dave, I hope all is well. Mr. Hinkle, been a minute, brother.
What's up, Keelan and everybody? I still exist in whatever this is. Y'all continue.
Amen, brother.
The globe. You can look at the curvature, but you can't touch it.
Nope, cannot be validated. You must just believe.
Yeah, needs a statement of faith.
What's a statement of faith?
Oh, the globe. I believe in one gravity, the Father Almighty, maker of heaven and earth.
I mean,
I believe in upside down people.
I've personally measured the earth.
Whoa.
Hey, Donald's still here.
Well, I believe in convex water, don't you, Donald? Is water convex? Tell us about it.
But yeah, water's always curved.
Yeah,
Never
always.
a moment when water's not curved.
Dude, I have that problem when I'm ice skating on frozen water. Fuck, going uphill.
It's
Sucks.
curved too. Ice on lakes is curved. Just so you know.
Yeah, I know. Like,
Did you know that?
Sometimes when I'm ice skating and I go downhill on the lake, it's like, whoa, and I lose control because I'm going over the curve.
Well, I mean, it's 1 degree per 70 miles, so it's kind of
So, like, may as well not be there.
that's not the thing.
Oh, yeah.
You know, I went ice fishing probably about 10 years ago, and when I went on we were about to go out on the lake, I don't know how big it was, but all these huts were set up all across the lake. Now, I asked the caregiver, let's say, of the land, the lake, like, when you installed those huts, were they installed to a principle of level? He's like, yep. So you observe level across this whole lake? Yep, especially when it's frozen. It's like, interesting. So there's no curve drop over distance built into this lake. Nope.
Are you
interesting?
Are you aware that every time you say level, you're talking about gravity?
I'm sorry, what?
Every time you mention level, you're talking about gravity.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's the thing that we measure level against.
I got you, Donald. You mean dropping a plumb line, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I got you. Dropping a plumb line. That's what he means, Killian. Dropping a plumb line.
Well, I mean, it's also a water level. Water levels use gravity.
Right. So when you use a construction level, you're observing up and down within that construction level, correct?
Up and down with the construction level? I'm not sure what you mean.
Okay, so do you know what a construction level is?
Like, sort of. I've used levels in construction. I don't know what you mean by construction level.
Hold on, you've used levels in construction, but you don't know what I mean by construction level. Did you just say that?
Yeah, because I used a lot of levels. Okay, so you're talking about a laser level.
No.
Oh, what kind of level are you talking about? The one that has the 3 different bubbles in it?
Let's flip the question to you so I can be on your side. You said that you've used levels in construction. So what kinds of levels have you used in construction, Donald?
Lots of different kinds of levels. There's all
Tell me one. That is not a laser.
Well, we have bubble levels, we have water levels. Which kind are you talking about?
Okay. Well, how does a bubble level work, Donald?
It uses gravity and the downward acceleration with a liquid that is in a tube that is not completely full, so there's a bubble in it, and that bubble moves around as the gravity changes.
So using this tool called a level,
as its relationship to gravity changes. Sorry.
So you're using a tool called a level to observe up and down, correct?
I mean, you can, yes.
Okay, I'll withdraw at that point. Thank you.
What? Okay.
So use a level to make sure the surface is curved, right?
We level ground because it's not flat. But I don't know what you asked. So that's
level. So we level ground.
Yes, because it's not flat.
Because it's not flat.
Not flat.
So level is not curved then. Yeah?
No, I didn't say that.
Yes, you did.
There are different scales of level. You understand this, right? So the definition of level is following the liquid portions of the Earth, of the curvature of the Earth.
Level wasn't curved, basically. So level is flat, then, yeah?
No, level is not flat. So you can have something that's level that's not flat. You can have something that's
you
not
need to
flat.
level because Earth's not flat.
What?
So not flat would be curved. So you're leveling curves. So level is not curved, Donald.
Level is curved.
You said it wasn't.
There's different contexts of the word level. You understand that, right? So whenever we're talking...
There's only one definition of level. It's horizontal.
That is wrong.
I know you think it's wrong. I know.
There are many
There's
definitions.
only really one.
Oh my God, finishing a sentence around here is so hard. There are many.
I'm just saying there's only one, really.
There are many definitions of the word level.
Many? No, it's just one, really.
No, there are many definitions of every word, dude. Do you understand how words work?
The first definition, the basic definition, is always the same.
You said the first. What's the second?
Primary definition.
There's
a few others that basically mean the same
there's
thing.
others. Oh my gosh. So there's more than one definition of the word level. Thank you for demonstrating me to be correct again. The auto debunk. I love it.
I think Merriam-Webster is kind of forced to put in words that people use regardless of if they're true or not. You know? So it's just a little nod to all those people, I guess, who say...
The thing that you said was a lie. The thing that I said was true. And you demonstrated it by saying the first definition. Once you said the first definition, then we all know that there's more than one definition, which means what you said was either incorrect and you're ignorant or a lie.
It's always the same definition, isn't it? The first definition you look at is always the same. It's horizontal.
But there's more than one definition, right?
It's not different. Right? It's not ambiguous what the definition is.
You said the first definition. What's the second definition? Is there a third definition? What about a fourth definition?
I'm saying you really care at the top one.
Well, but there's more than one definition of the word, so I was right.
Well, I know, but if you say...
You know that I was right. Thanks, I appreciate that.
So you cannot morons say that level is curved, if enough idiots write it in books and say it on TV and you just got enough, then they just kind of have to put it into the... They have to put it into the dictionary.
TV show says
fucking
that?
Idiots say it.
What TV show says that? No TV show says that. It's a surveyor thing. Which TV show is about surveyor?
That definition that you hold so dear, that level is curved, which is somewhere down in definition number 45 or something. It's not like
okay. Well, I mean, that just makes my sentence correct, and makes your sentence incorrect. You debunked yourself. Good job.
No, you don't debunk yourself when you agree that level wasn't curved.
Oh, big pivot, and it was curved because it was rectilinear. It was a non-rectilinear lens, and it was curved, so it doesn't really matter.
Rectilinear.
Oh, by the way, when he opened the door, there was the earth in the window of the door, and just down to the right, there was earth in the window down to the right. It was not a straight line. That was very strange.
Can you demonstrate your gravity holding and curving water?
What?
You did claim gravity, water stays level because of gravity.
Yeah. Water.
So show me your gravity holding and curving water.
Okay, I want you to get a cup and go to your faucet and then put some water in it. That's
not gravity holding and covering water, according to your model.
Yeah, every cup model that has anything in it.
You cannot demonstrate that gravity,
dude.
Holding
You
pressure.
do not understand how to have a conversation.
Gravity,
do you?
Curving and holding water. Just politic talk, right?
You don't understand.
Talking about the water level. That happens because of gravity.
Yes, levels work because of gravity.
Level is not curving.
Nope, level curves. Have you ever noticed the bubble in a level, how curvy it is? That's strange, right?
That's your mind, okay? We are talking about the water level.
Yeah. Have you ever
it's
noticed
level.
how the
Level is not curved. The water level is showing level, not curved.
Except level is curved.
The only curve that you can find is your head, right there.
When you're using a water level on a hill...
Yeah, I did use the water level.
My God.
I did use the water level on construction. Yes, I did use it. It shows me level. It doesn't show me curve.
You used a spirit level. You didn't use a water level.
Your brain can curve.
Two different
brain sensitive. Your brain can curve the water level, but water level is level. Okay?
I'm just sick of you not letting me.
No, we are sick of you talking about crap talk.
Single sentence with this
it's
guy.
Just
not
crap
one
talk.
sentence.
Crap talk.
So you don't understand how things work. You
don't understand. I'm gonna explain to you. Hydrostatics. You know, hydrostatics. Okay? Let's say, so, in that water level, if they are connected, that water level, and it's just supposed to have, water will acquire the same level in all of them. Fill it with water, the level will reach the same height in all tubes. That's not curving, that's level.
So, does anybody want to have a conversation? Because I'm not talking to this guy anymore.
Yeah, I don't talk to you. I'm talking to other guys, okay? You are pointless.
Yeah, you're pointless, I agree.
Yeah, you are pointless, okay? I did say that.
You're pointless, I agree.
Brenda sensitive? You cannot prove your gravity holding and curving water, right? Right?
Yeah, I can.
No, you can't.
What would count as proof for you?
Yeah, I want to see that gravity holding and curving water.
Holding curvy water. I can do that. Okay. You want me to
how?
You want
do
to
it.
see gravity holding curved water, right?
Yeah.
All right, give me 1 second. I don't remember how to spell. That's probably not correct.
Hi. Hi there.
Oh, dear. What? Seriously? Ah, there it is. If this works.
Hey guys, what's up?
There you go. There's your curvy water gravity.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
How are you?
You know what? Why you see that? That's from a theodolite. Okay, I have seen this. Yeah, it curves because of that telescope lens. Okay.
No, it doesn't.
This is just your crap. This is your crap. Okay, posting this from a theodolite that curves the horizon. Okay, this is your best crap.
Well, I've measured the horizon myself.
A cartoon made by Mr. McToon. A cartoon made by Mr. Cartoon.
Any camera
showing a theodolite.
Miguel, what you're saying is that any camera observation.
This is from a theodolite, okay?
Miguel.
This is from a theodolite, and it's curving the horizon because of that lens. Listen, are you listening now? Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, he's just gonna talk over you.
This is from a theodolite, and this theodolite is curving the horizon, okay? Because of the lens of that theodolite, okay? You are just showing crap.
Miguel, that's not the curve. The curve is the drop from the center. But what you're saying is that we can't use any camera because all cameras use the exact same, like
Listen, this is a waste of time talking to you.
Well, I mean, every camera uses the same physical method as this telescope that the theodolite is using. So what you're saying is that we can't use any camera at all.
Listen, pal, I just asked to you, show me that gravity holding and curving water. And you post this crap cartoon, okay?
No, I posted.
You did post this. We are talking about the water, okay? You did post this as proof of water curving. This is your best crap, okay? This is from a theodolite, and the water there, the horizon is curving because of the theodolite lens, okay?
Dude.
Okay? So shut the fuck up. Go get your gravity holding and curving water, please.
Yeah, Donald, he's new to this. He don't really understand it like that.
I'm not new to this. Just so
you definitely new to this because you wouldn't have brought that up.
I've been doing this for 3 years now.
Yeah, you're not upstate.
Yeah.
You've been living in a delusion for 3 years.
This is not an experiment of gravity holding and curving water, okay?
It is. That's precisely.
No, it's not. It's a fucking cartoon.
Donald, you have to educate us. That's what you have to do.
No, I never said that.
This is not an experiment, okay?
When is your contract
You said,
up?
I've had to do this for 3 years, and when I asked you what you've had to do...
Yeah, I don't believe that.
I have been doing this. That's a
No,
different
you haven't.
sentence.
He's lying.
I can actually demonstrate that because my clubhouse has been open since 2000.
Your clubhouse been discussing flat Earth for
I got
3
a flat
years.
Earth clubhouse.
Oh, you got the Mickey Mouse
Your clubhouse discussed the existence of God.
I've got more than one clubhouse.
You capped out, bro.
Yeah, I've got like 3, I think. Yeah, I've got 3. One is for
Existence of God. That's the only one anybody know about.
That's not true. I could probably tell you how many flat Earth clubhouse followers I have in a pretty quick. Give me a sec.
3 years ago?
Were those houses built to a principle of level? Sorry, just asking.
Might have been 23. It was either 22 or 23. It's either
So
2
you
or 3.
lied then.
No, it's 22. Joined 2022. So yeah.
You joined 2022. Did you have a flat Earth clubhouse in 2022?
Yeah, I did.
You capped out, man. I don't believe it.
No, as soon as I got Convince Me Earth is Flat right there. 116 members. My other one has 2,000 members almost. Nope, not almost. I got 2,000 guys. I got 2,000
2022? It started
2022. Yeah, so that was 3 years ago. Almost. I guess it was in June I guess it was in August. September maybe? September, the end of September. It'll be 3 years.
Did you post it?
That was like 2.5.
What you doing? Is you posting it?
How am I going to post it?
You capped out. Yeah. It's cool.
How do I post it? It's Clubhouse. I mean, just go to Clubhouse and look for "Convince Me Earth is Flat" with quotation marks around flat.
With Donald on it? Okay, I'm looking for it. I can't find it, bro.
What do you mean you can't find it?
I can't, bro.
Just type in
the only one I see is with 10, Jamal. Those are the only people that I see on there talking about flat Earth. Every time I see you only talking about the existence of God, bro.
Yeah, I never use it. It's only got 116 members, but it's there, and it's been there since the beginning.
Oh, so you opened up a room maybe 3 years ago. You don't have nothing dedicated to it, bro.
No, I did it all the time.
Right, stop lying then. You have not been doing this for 3 years. You just opened up a room about it 3 years ago.
I have been.
Yeah, you lying.
And I didn't always open the flat Earth rooms in the club, and
Bro,
I've done flat. And
every time I see you, you only talking about the existence of God, bro. Stop capping.
whenever I do flat Earth stuff, most of the time I go to the flat Earthers because they don't leave their echo chamber, so I have to go to them. That's where I do most of my flat Earth stuff. So
they
I can't
do
record it.
That's capped out because they go to Tim's room all the time.
I don't know. I go to Flat Earth Gang all the time.
They go to Tim's room all the time. You lying again?
I don't
go to your room.
They know
to talk
10.
about God. They go to your room to talk about God.
They like 10 because 10's an idiot.
So are you.
So,
just like them.
No, everything you've said is wrong. You've lied about what I've said, and maybe not you. It was the other guy. It was the other guy who did that. I'm sorry. I apologize.
So you calling me a liar when you just lied in my face? And said
I just apologized and retracted it. I just apologized and retracted it because I was wrong. I apologize for being wrong.
Actually, I'll try to give you like a benefit of the doubt to say that Donald really don't discuss this, which he don't. He only probably had one room about it maybe 3 years ago, if that's the truth. He won't post it.
It's not what I said.
He usually only talks about the existence of God. He an atheist, right?
Yes, I'm an atheist, but that's not what I said earlier. So I have had more than one room in my club, just so you know. But I usually have to go to the flat.
I know you probably opened up a room because of Flat Earth Gang to get them to come to your room to discuss it with you. After you just lied and said they don't go nowhere else.
I didn't say they don't go anywhere else. I said they stay in their echo chambers and they don't come to the rooms.
They go to 10 room. They go to 10 room. They go to.
It's not a universal statement. It's not a universal statement, man.
And they go to your room.
It's a generalization. Generally, they stay in their own room. Occasionally, they go out. I'm not making universal statements, man.
Great. They do come to your room too.
Well, occasionally, but it doesn't.
You try to play like you had to go to their room. No, they come to your room too. Matter of fact, you're a more popular person on Clubhouse, so they come to your room.
May I finish? They don't come to my room very often, so I don't do Flat Earth like in my club very often. But I go to their rooms very, very often.
Yeah, because that's where you want to discuss Flat Earth at. You don't discuss Flat Earth on your forum. That's the only thing I was saying, bro.
I do. I have. I've even got a YouTube
every once
video.
Every once in a while, I give you that if you telling the truth about that.
I've even got a YouTube video with me talking to flat earthers. It's called Flat Earther Misunderstands Evolution. Go YouTube it.
That's funny. We record everything of you when you come in here.
Okay, but I don't record when I go into other people's rooms. I only record when I'm in my rooms.
Oh,
so there might be more recordings of you by us than of you by you.
Yeah, he's Donald this.
Well, sure, because I have to go to y'all most of the time.
Donald capped out. They come to his room. He had the most.
I've demonstrated everything I've said. Are you kidding?
He's lying. He has the most.
I have demonstrated YouTube multiple times.
He have a more popular room than them. They come to him most of the time. He don't go to their room all the time. He's capping.
Right.
Or they go to 10. Yeah, or he go to 10 because 10 used the mute button.
So you're just repeating yourself again. Good job.
No, I'm not.
You just said this, 2 minutes ago? You said the exact same thing.
Yeah, usually the truth don't. Yeah, usually the truth don't.
I told you I was making a general statement, not a universal statement.
But it's not true. The general statement
is generally true.
Generally true.
Okay, whatever, Donald. You go to their rooms.
You understand that there are average...
Okay, I got you, Donald. You go to their rooms because they're afraid of you. Big bad Donald's.
No, they're not afraid of me. They just like to stay in their own little group. But do you understand that there are general
even though they come to your group all the time?
That apply to the average of a group, not to the universal of a group. And I don't make universal statements. I make general statements.
Okay.
If I'm going to make something other than a general statement, I will stipulate it beforehand.
You know they actually record too when they come to you.
Okay, that's fine. I record when I'm in my room.
A general statement, yeah, Donald. Like an average is a generalization, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. So you said I don't make general statements.
That's not what I said.
Oh, you do make general statements. You just make
statements. I said I don't make
general statements that are just broadly based off of the average and are not specific. Okay.
It's cool.
Yes, it's based off of the average because I deal with the average. I don't deal with every single flat earther.
Right, so you got some Gaussian blindness.
Yeah, it's cool.
What?
Donald. What brings you here, Donald? What brings you here, Donald?
I like to talk to flat earthers about the shape of the planet.
I don't, yeah, really? You do?
Yeah.
3 years ago.
It's like my fourth favorite thing in the world.
Fourth.
Oh, this is fourth.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. My wife is first. Physics is second. Talking to theists about God is third, and talking to flat earthers about the shape of the planet is fourth.
Funny, all the atheists like to talk to flat earthers.
I know, right?
Well, I mean, it's funny that most flat earthers are religious.
Yeah, because
most people are religious, right?
Yeah,
in the world.
Where that came from?
I mean, y'all brought it up, not me.
Most people are religious.
Yeah,
globe religion.
I don't care. The popularity of a thing does not affect its
but you
truth
can apply
or
that
false.
conversation to
That's a logical fallacy. No, it's not common sense. It's a logical fallacy.
Yeah, but most people are religious.
That's a logical fallacy.
No, it's not. It's a
people in
the world have a religion.
Even if it is, you don't want to. Even if it is, it's your statement.
An appeal to popularity fallacy.
No, it's not an appeal. It's a statement. It's a description of what's true.
Therefore, it's true.
It's your statement.
Donald.
Even if most people are religious,
you said you like generalizing.
They're all different religions, right?
Hold on, Donald, guys. You said you like generalizing, Donald.
Yeah, this usually what
generally speaking, the world believes in God.
But
on average, atheists are in a minority. That's a general statement. Isn't that true, Donald?
They're all different gods, right?
Is Donald's statement?
No, they're not atheists.
I mean, like, if you take, do you
they're
think
not atheists, Donald?
They're not atheists, Donald. Do you think Catholics are Christians?
Not atheists, Donald. Generally speaking,
doesn't matter.
The world are not atheists, Donald.
They're mutually exclusive. They cannot exist. All of them at the same time.
I mean, Donald, I don't know why you're calling out fallacies. It's really your statement that we're talking about here. And then the second thing, if you want to call out, if you want to call out, okay, great. Okay, then you also committed a fallacy by stereotyping flat earthers. Yes, it's called a stereotype.
I made sure that you understood.
Religious.
I made sure that you understood that it was a general statement after you guys misunderstood everything.
We're not misunderstanding anything, but it is your statement.
I clarified that I was making a general statement.
Yeah, you're generally wrong. So
no, I'm not. I mean,
you could be right.
I go through Discord all the time, and it's always the same group of people in the 24/7.
Does believing in God make you religious? Yes or no? I mean, I think they're mutually exclusive.
Not necessarily, no.
Right. So you said most flat earthers are religious.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
a lot of them not.
Most of them are Christian.
No,
a lot of them not.
So.
Most of the ones I talk to are Christian. That's why I said generalized.
Yeah, the ones you talk to, they're stereotyping. What you doing?
No, it's generally speaking.
I'll just say all of the ones you talk to are Christian.
In my experience.
Yeah, just because you make a general statement.
I mean, a general statement. If I'm going to make a specific statement, I will.
Donald, we can move past this by you just stating that all of the flat earthers that you talk to are religious. Instead of just saying most flat
That's
earthers.
not at all what I said. Gaslighting.
But you can't say that if those are the only flat earthers that you encounter.
Change the words I said.
I'm not.
Said. I'm going to take a break because you need to calm the fuck down. You're very emotional and you're using all kinds of logical fallacies.
No, that's you, Donald. You're making wrong general statements.
Yeah, and what is you getting angry about? This is what happens with Donald.
That's what I don't get.
Yeah, Donald, only thing that I wasn't putting words in your mouth, Donald. I was only giving you a suggestion of what you maybe could say in order for it not to be a fallacy, because you're the one that's making the statement in the first place. I just said most flat earthers that you talk to, just say all of them are Christians. Because most of them probably are Christians, because you don't run a flat earth room, Donald. You run a do God exist room. Oh, boy.
Yep. He didn't even hear himself when he said that most flat earthers are religious, and then later said, no, I did not say that.
Right. It's his statement. Like,
that's what we were responding to.
That's why I was really just trying to warn y'all about Donald before, it got to this, because I knew it was going to get to this.
Yeah, some of us have been around Donald since he claims to have been around. whether or not that's true.
And
so, hold on a second here. You mean to tell me that yet again we're keeping them accountable for the words that they say and also accountable to the truth? So we're actually holding these people on double duty, right? Not only for the words that are coming out of their mouth, but also for the truth that we observe. Interesting.
Yeah, and as long as what they're saying generally is generally supported to be true, then I wouldn't have a problem with their generalizations. But when they say generally all flat earthers are religious, like Donald did, we point out to him that's not a true statement, because a belief in God doesn't necessitate you having a specific religious practice. He then backpedaled and said, no, I didn't say flat earthers tend to be religious. What are we supposed to do with that? Continue the discussion in good faith? No, because he ruined that.
Yeah, bro. It's like a parent chasing after a toddler who refuses to wear their diaper and just runs around the house peeing and pooping everywhere. Like, I have to clean up after you and also have to tell you at the same time, don't do that.
That's the truth.
We can move past it. This was Donald want us to talk about instead of flat earth stuff. Where is his evidence of the globe again? The picture of the Diabolite? Or?
All his globe evidence got stolen, remember? He had his big globe file or something, whatever it was, and someone broke in and stole it. I think it was Rolling My Boulder.
This on Facebook.
Obviously no evidence of that.
You got this off Facebook, bro. All right, Donald, you done with your temper tantrum or timeout's over?
It's time for graham crackers and milk.
I got a question.
I guess.
Yeah, what's your question? Hello.
If the Earth is flat, then how does gravity work?
What's gravity?
Yeah, what?
What is the claim being made about gravity? Gravity has contradictory claims. So we just want to make sure that the claim that you're bringing is not.
Well, from what I was taught, gravity is... Now, I don't like to use the word force because I know how you guys get all upset about the word force. But it's something that pulls everything towards the center mass of the Earth.
Does the idea of it being a force make you upset, Castle King? Why doesn't the idea of gravity being a force make you upset?
Well, because obviously I experience it. It's something that I'm dealing with every day when I go outside.
Sure, but that doesn't mean it's a force, right? So what makes it a force, and why is the idea that it's not a force so appalling to you?
No, it's appalling to you guys. If I say
it's not. We're pointing out what mainstream cosmologists and astrophysicists and astronomers say. They say it's not a force. Pretty much unilaterally, as far as I can tell, across the entire world.
Now, why do you take those guys' opinions on that, but you don't take their opinions when it comes to all the photographs?
No, you're the one that's taking those.
I'll tell you why, because they contradict themselves. I can't figure out why they contradict themselves. Why do they contradict themselves, Castle King?
Well, I don't know.
Yeah, it's a big question. I don't know either. That puts us all in the same predicament, doesn't it?
And right now, what you were explaining about gravity, you were explaining about gravity on the globe. You was talking about the flat Earth, right?
That's why I was asking, how does it work on the flat Earth one?
We're not claiming the globe. Physics.
Yeah, whatever it is works the same as what you see. So I don't understand where the contention is.
Yeah, what's gravity?
Why do things fall to the ground?
I don't know. God made it that way. God made denser things go down in a vacuum and less dense things go up in a medium that's not as dense.
Well, could I throw in something on that for a hot second?
Something that you guys call
Brother Castle, you realize that things weigh things, right? You can put individual things on a scale. They register a weight. Therefore, those things have an inherent weight to them. You realize this, right?
I meant the object in the medium not being as dense. Continue.
Yeah. What they call specific gravity, but
Right. It is specific gravity. That's all it is. Like the same specific gravity that we've used throughout the ages for hundreds of years. Hundreds.
But those guys said gravity is a pseudo force that been in the warp in the space time and all that. So what you asking is how Einstein version of gravity work on the flat Earth? We don't need it.
Okay, but even if you didn't need it, how does
if we don't need it, that's the end of the argument.
Well, what I'm saying is, how do you explain things falling down when you drop them?
We just did. You ain't hear it?
Yeah, you did. You pick something up, you impart energy into it. You let go, and it seeks equilibrium and dissipates and returns to its original state.
Like
you're the cause of the thing falling because you picked it up.
Something that
How does that work with mountains and mines?
Something
like if I bring something up from a mine and then I drop it, why does it not go fall all the way back down to where it was?
They don't fall to the ground in a mine.
I mean, that's a whole lot of energy.
I used to work in a mine in Ohio.
I mean, that's a whole lot of energy that you're imparting into.
I used to work in a coal mine in Ohio. Everything fell. What you mean? You mean gravity don't work in mines?
I mean,
Donald, you're answering your own question, man.
There's a whole lot of energy that you're imparting when you're pulling this up, like thousands of
there you go.
And hundreds.
Exactly. Your question, Donald. Congratulations.
And when all that energy is gone in that medium, and all the kinetic energy is gone in that medium, it falls.
So the energy just disappears. Something that cannot be created or destroyed just disappears.
The thing that is more dense. The thing that is more dense in that medium. If you can have kinetic, if you have energy, all right, if you have energy to lift that thing up that is more dense in medium, yes, you can rise it. But once it had no longer being supported and no longer have that kinetic energy, yes, it will fall. You guys
call it
kinetic energy. You guys call it specific gravity. You guys call it specific gravity.
Let me ask you a question.
Donald,
please let me ask you a question.
Donald, please let me finish. You guys call that specific gravity. That also work in mines. What the hell is you talking about?
So what if I take, I go 500 feet into a mine, pick a giant boulder up, and then I go to the ocean and drop it? Why does it fall farther than 500 feet?
Because of the ocean. If you drop it in the ocean, liquid is stopping it.
It's going to go all the way to the bottom of the ocean, the Marianas Trench. I drop it above the Marianas. I'm talking here. You got all pissed off when I interrupted you.
You asked a question, and I'm trying to answer it. I'm trying to clarify your question. So the boulder, you drop it in the ocean, which is the water, liquid.
Over the Marianas Trench.
In the ocean, water, liquid.
Over the Marianas Trench.
Okay.
So it falls
it's
further
a yes
than
or
I
no.
got it.
Yes or no?
What is?
It's the ocean. Is the boulder being dropped in the ocean, which is water?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
That's where the Marianas Trench is. In the ocean.
It's my turn to answer the question. Water is a different
you need to learn the law of proper inference.
Oh my God! No, you need to learn to let people talk. Water is a different medium.
Hey, I'm just going to ask.
Why does it fall farther? Why does it fall farther than 500 feet?
Hey, Brother Tony, I'm going to ask you.
Eventually, it would sink.
Please.
The boulder would sink. What do you mean?
Yeah, but
Brother Tony, I'm going to ask you. Just muted Donald. I'm sick of hearing about Donald. If you wouldn't mind addressing Castle King, I think that was more genuine engagement. We really appreciate the conversation being moved along. Thank you.
Yeah. I mean, Castle King have a problem with Pacific gravity.
No, I wanted to hear that example. He said if you take that rock from the mine and you go all the way to the ocean and drop it, it's supposed to go, it goes farther because of what?
Okay, I haven't.
Because water stops it.
Because of buoyancy?
another thing grabs onto the rock and prevents it from returning to its equilibrium. It's called water.
Which is a different medium. And also
No. It's gonna keep
also
going
the
down to the
differential
bottom of the
also
earth,
okay,
or
hold
the
on, hold for a
ocean.
second. Also
All the way
also
to the bottom of the trench. It's
also
going to
the
go all the way to the bottom of the trench. Why is that?
Okay, also the differential of buoyancy.
What is that?
We have to get the definition of buoyancy. I'll get it.
No, the differential of buoyancy. What is that?
Things that is more buoyant.
No. What's the differential?
More buoyant? What's more dense? The boulder, the rock, right? Or you said the boulder in the water, which is a different medium.
That's a good question. Let's clarify that.
Lots of force.
So what is more different? And you don't want to know the differential in buoyancy. You want to look at experiments about that and everything.
No, I just want you to tell me what it means.
Well, I can't tell you. I'd rather show you.
You're using something you can't tell me what it means. Okay.
No, yeah, I can tell you what it means. You want me to
That's what I'm asking. You said you couldn't. Go ahead. Tell me what it means.
Let me show you then.
No. Don't show me. Just tell me what it means.
Donald, listen. Water is more dense than air, and air is more dense than a vacuum. So the medium provides more resistance to denser things.
You didn't even mention the water or the Marianas Trench or the.
I just mentioned water. I literally just mentioned water, Donald.
You said that water was more dense than air, and then you kept going. What about the water?
Yeah, I created a gradation.
Yes.
Yeah, what about the water?
Because you're talking about picking up a rock from a medium of air.
From a mine.
Yeah, which has
air.
Medium of air is going to the water.
It's not a vacuum. And then you put it into a medium of water. The water's going to provide resistance.
No. I'm getting it out of rock, not air. This is a mine.
And you bring it through the air, and you dump it into the ocean, like you said, right?
I got it out of the earth, 500 feet deep in rock.
We explained that earlier.
Okay. All right, everybody, calm down. Donald, hold on for a sec here. What Donald is trying to say is that he picked up a rock from 500 feet below his feet. Okay, he lifted it up 500 feet. He takes it out in a boat to above the Mariana Trench, and he drops it, and then that rock falls 7.5 miles. How can it fall 7.5 miles when he only lifted it up 500 feet? That's what he's trying to argue here.
Oh,
it's no longer being supported in the air.
That was an excellent steal, man. I appreciate that.
Great. And it's no longer great. We answered it earlier. It's no longer being supported in the air. It doesn't matter how high you had it.
Well, okay, so now you're saying that F equals MA is wrong.
No. Listen, Donald, you pulled the rock from something supporting it, which was other rock. And then you put it in a medium that wasn't as supportive as a rock. It's called water.
Okay, so if that rock wasn't there, what would happen to the boulder?
It would fall if it's a vacuum.
To where?
To a place of equilibrium, where it finds a place where it can settle.
Where is that?
Wherever it would be, wherever something is more dense
wherever
than
it would
what
be.
it is.
You guys don't know. Okay, that's fine. I mean, you don't know. That's fine.
But do you want a location? Like, it's going to fall exactly 300,000 meters? No.
I can give you a location to be the center of the Earth.
Yeah, it doesn't mean it's true, because I can tell you about the center of the Earth in my Superman video game. Doesn't mean that video game's real.
But you can't tell me where it would go, and you don't know.
Because I'm not going to lie to you like you're going to lie to us about the center of Earth.
I'm not going to lie to you. I haven't lied.
Yeah, well then if you're not lying, then show us proof of a center of the Earth.
Yeah, what it comes down to, Donald, what it comes down to is potential energy. If you lift up the rock, you give it potential energy. If you pull it from 500 feet down in the ground and you lift it up, if you were to drop it right there, it would fall the 500 feet from where you just lifted it up from. But if you take it out onto the ocean where the Mariana Trench is, you've now given it more potential energy because of the depth of the water. Now it can fall 7.5 miles to the bottom of the Mariana Trench. You don't expect the rock to just fall to 500 feet and stop in the ocean because you lifted it up 500 feet, so it can only fall 500 feet. That's just
Where
idiotic.
did the extra energy? Where'd it come from?
You gave it potential energy by taking it out.
Only go back down to 500 feet. To only go back down to 500
listen, the
feet.
rock that you grabbed already had potential energy. The rock that you grabbed already had potential energy from geologic processes before you picked it up, Donald.
Where'd it come from?
From geologic processes before you picked it up, Donald.
All right, here we go. Here's, let's see if we can find out here. This is a video. Is that okay? Can you guys watch a 38-second video?
Can you respond to what I said?
Yeah, I did.
No, you didn't. I said it came from potential energy due to geological processes, Donald. And you're like, want to watch a video? Want to watch a video, guys?
Where did the geological processes happen?
I don't know. I didn't observe it.
You don't know, but I
didn't
do see
observe
here.
it.
I posted
I
the
didn't
thing.
observe it. But you know what?
I did observe it.
No, I didn't observe the geological process.
I did.
Oh, you did. You observed the geological processes that put the piece of rock that you grabbed out of a coal mine.
Yeah, I can observe parts of them and then
You said you can't. No, you didn't say you can. You said you did observe.
Yeah.
Well, be careful with your words because you'll sound like a liar.
No, I did observe a part of it. Just
geological
like
processes are claimed to take millions of years, Donald. You are not being very precise with your words. I'm not going to let you finish. When the first thing out of your mouth,
I haven't been able to finish my sentence.
The first thing out of your mouth is deception. I'm not going to let you finish.
You don't know what I was going to say because you didn't let me finish.
I didn't let you finish because what you did say was wrong.
No, it wasn't. If you had let me finish, you would have understood.
Okay, go ahead and correct yourself. Because I corrected you for you, but I want to hear you correct yourself.
It's not a correction. It's
well, then you're still wrong. Until you correct yourself, Donald, what you said still stands. You did not observe a million years long geological process, Donald.
Please.
No, you did not observe a million years long geological process.
If you would prove that you did,
which is
you would understand.
You would be more precise with your words and your descriptions because you're going to come off as a liar.
No.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Donald.
I have observed a small portion of it, and I can extrapolate to the rest.
No. I told you about the process of imparting energy to the rock due to geological processes.
I can observe.
You did not witness the crust formation of Earth.
I don't have to.
Well, I know you didn't. You said you did, and that's the whole point.
You didn't let me finish. If you'd let me finish, you would understand.
You said you observed the geologic process itself.
I do observe geological processes.
Not in this specific instance. You can't.
I don't have to see all of them.
You have not lived millions of years in the cave to witness the evolution of geological formations.
Oh my God! I don't have to see.
It sounds kind of crazy.
I do not have to see all of them to understand that they happened because
you didn't even see one of them, Donald. You didn't even see it one time. Nobody has.
Yeah, Donald, stop making claims that you didn't see.
You're just a little weasel. You're a little loser of a weasel, aren't you, Donald? Gosh.
No, I'm not. Because you won't let me finish. You're not letting me finish.
I mean, it's Donald. Is your whole thing?
You would not.
Okay,
you
Donald.
would not be able to make these claims if I had finished.
Maybe I'm misunderstanding.
You are.
Plum, can you explain it again? Is what Donald's saying is that the rock that when you drop the boulder from the ship, buoyancy should not take place or something? What is he saying?
Why would it go further than 500 feet?
I'm trying to Plumbot explained it pretty much.
I'll explain it again so that everybody understands. What he's saying is that he went into the earth 500 feet below him, and he lifts up a rock, and he takes it to the ocean onto a boat, and he takes it to above the Mariana Trench. Now, this rock, he claims it only has 500 feet of potential energy.
That's y'all's claim.
But he drops it, and it goes all the way to the bottom of the Mariana Trench, which is 7.5 miles. How is it possible that the rock can fall 7.5 miles when it was only lifted up 500 feet?
So it's an argument of acceleration. That's what you're talking about, Donald? I mean, you said he said it wrong.
No, it's depth. So no, he didn't say that part wrong. You said that part wrong. But the part that he said wrong was that it was my
That's what I'm
claim.
trying to figure out. What am I saying wrong? That's what I'm trying to figure
What you're saying wrong is a lot. So it's not about acceleration. It's about it's going further than 500 feet. You guys say that you.
Yeah, it's like waking up on third base and thinking that you just magically appeared there from the beginning. Just like the rock. The rock just magically appeared where it was from the beginning. And the only part you're assessing is your energy that you're imparting to it to bring it to its location. And then dropping it. It had potential energy imparted into it well before you got there, Donald. That was my point from the beginning. Through geological processes that last millions of years, Donald, which you never observed.
So you're saying that this rock maintains all of its energy from every moment of its history, and it's billions of years.
It's being supported by the structure underneath it. Yes.
What about when it was an asteroid?
What did you talk? Okay. Anyway,
I mean,
why is we going all the way there?
From space. So why does it not fly back into space?
What the hell is you doing? Why don't we just go with the example that you presented?
Why does it not fly back into space?
Donald, why don't we just stick with the example that you presented?
I am. It's the same rock. It's the same rock. It's the boulder. I'm talking about the boulder that I got 500 feet from the ground, pulled it up, dropped it in the Marianas Trench.
But you the one that pulled the rock
billion years ago, 4.5 billion years ago, it was an asteroid.
Can we take it step by step? You the one that picked the rock up and lifted it from the ground, right? The rock didn't get up.
You guys say that it maintains its energy from its entire existence. So at 4.5 billion years ago, it was an asteroid.
We're talking about the demonstration that you're presenting to us right now. We're not talking about history. We're talking about the demonstration that you're trying to present to us right now.
This guy keeps saying millions of years, and we're not talking about history. Got it.
I'm talking about you, Donald. Donald, I'm talking about you.
This is about you, Bo.
It's not about him. Keeps saying millions of years.
Why is you getting angry with him? I'm talking about
angry.
You.
I'm not angry at all. Why are you angry? Why are you so angry?
Stop getting angry.
Stop being angry, man.
Donald,
settle down.
Dude, stop being angry.
Donald, stay focused.
Stay focused. You need to stay focused, buddy.
Yes, the whole room trying to keep up with you. We're talking about what you were saying.
Yeah.
I ain't hear you say anything about millions of years. I ain't hear you say anything.
The other dude did. I say billions of years.
It's not his premise. It's yours. So I'm trying to understand your premise.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. He's saying that the boulder. Oh my God! He's saying that the boulder maintains its energy throughout its entire history, which is billions of years. Okay.
Which, is evidenced right by its current position, and you can prove it by the fact that you can take that rock and drop it into the Marianas Trench.
And that's what he's saying, Donald.
Why doesn't it fly into space? It came from space. Why doesn't it fly into space?
That's why I wanted to get Plum Bob to do it. What are you saying, Donald?
I'm saying that gravity is a thing. Y'all are saying that this boulder maintains its energy from every point in its history. And I'm saying that 4.5 billion years ago.
Y'all saying
this. I just had a couple of words left.
Stop.
A couple of words left,
All right, guys.
Okay.
All right, guys. All right, calm down a little bit here. You're getting a little excited there, Donald.
Not me. I'm not getting excited.
You're doing it right now.
Yeah, Plum, can you
here's another example. Here's another example. They're herding up the buffalo, and they herd the buffalo, and they run them off a cliff. They run them off the cliff, and all the buffalo fall down to the bottom and die, and then they can go harvest all the buffalo. That's what they used to do back in the day. So those buffalo weren't even lifted up off the ground, and yet they had potential energy when they got to the cliff, because there's now the potential energy between that place where they came from and what is below them. And they're going to fall through that medium until they reach something that is more dense than them, where they will then reach their equilibrium and won't fall anymore. And that'll be at the bottom of the cliff where all the buffalo are all piled up where you can harvest them. And there was no lifting involved.
Is that a good example for you, Donald? That didn't take millions of years and nothing like that. Because it sounded like to me, maybe I'm wrong. It sounded like to me that you said that you found a rock or a boulder underneath the earth, and you lifted it, and you brought it to the ship, and you dropped it from the trenches of the whatever ship, whatever you was talking about, right? And you dropped it into the ocean, and when it hit the ocean, it sank 7 feet below it. Am I wrong?
7.5 miles. 7.5
miles below.
Mariana Trench. And his argument is that he only lifted it 500 feet. How can it have all that extra potential energy of 7.5 miles greater than the 500 feet? It's because he literally took it there, and it's potential energy. It's the energy that item now has between where it is located at the top of the water. You're going to let it go, and it can fall through the water. There's nothing to stop it until it reaches the bottom, where it'll reach equilibrium again and stop moving. And that'll be 7.5 miles below it. So the potential energy was given to it by taking it above the Mariana Trench in the first instance.
And also the density of the, is it a rock or is it a boulder?
Well, whatever. It's a rock, and the water. It's not going to float in the water. It's going to go through the water, and it'll keep falling through the water until it reaches some place that it can't fall anymore. Yeah. I don't know why we're even having this discussion. This is just absolutely stupid, in my opinion.
I think it's just basic physics of buoyancy. I mean, liquid is a different medium. Right. The reason why ships float above water is because the resistance of that different medium. The ship is more buoyant than the water. Rocks and boulders and things are not as buoyant as ships and things of that nature. Yeah. So
it's got nothing to do with the boat. It's about the boulder being dropped in the water, and it can fall more than 500 feet. That's what the contention is, and it's just a stupid argument. Maybe we can get back to Castle again here. Castle, do you have anything that you want to ask about or whatever?
It seemed like Castle was agreeing. That's what you understood about it, Castle?
Yeah, when he was talking about the energy.
Don't lie, Castle.
Huh?
Don't lie. Is that what you understood about it for real?
No, I was following his little example about the boulder from the mine. If you took it from 500 feet below the mine and dropped it.
This is a no nigger zone.
Hmm?
He's trying to get it placed banned.
I'm saying, I was understanding what he was saying. Technically, according to the flat Earth,
shut your mouth.
Stop at 500 feet in the ocean.
Huh?
The boulder.
That's what you got out of that?
I'm saying he was. The whole point was
completely different from what I was hearing.
No, the whole point. I was saying the whole point of flat Earth. What is gravity in the flat Earth? Picking something up, letting it go, and it going back down to the ground. And I was saying why. Remember? And then he came in with that example about the rock or the boulder from the mine.
Yeah, but the rock is still going to the ground. Still seeking equilibrium, like we said.
The whole point was why.
So he's supporting. Yeah, but he's supporting what we. Yeah, you asked why. We just telling you what are you talking about, and we told you why. I mean, even you guys explain why. No, not gravity. I mean, what is gravity? I mean, because
the rock down.
My car?
Yeah, what is gravity? The gravity you talking about? Because it's not the Einstein one.
The one that keeps everything tied to Earth.
That's great. Okay, that's not explaining it. That's not explaining it. Yeah.
It's invisible. And it affects everything, including the air.
It sounds like God. That's what it
sounds like Master Yoda from Star Wars.
Yeah.
Dark matter is invisible, but we can demonstrate it exists. We can demonstrate invisible things to exist.
Except you haven't yet. That's the problem. No, you didn't. You just asked us trivia questions and then gave us examples of buoyancy and density.
Well, no, that's not what happened. I was disproving
exactly what happened. Exactly what happened.
No, I was
You got
disproving
multiple people in the chat basically saying what it is, even me.
I ignore the chat. The chat is toxic as hell.
The chat is never
And they're
wrong.
gaslighting gaslighters
They're
who
giving you
gaslight.
studies. Oh, they're
Just
giving
like
you
you
all these
guys.
studies of physics.
Dude, so what I was doing was disproving y'all's conception of gravity. That's what I was doing.
Density and buoyancy?
Yeah, that's not
Yeah, we did not get to your final proof. Can you present it?
Sure. There's this antimatter gravity experiment at the Large Hadron Collider. It's very cool, and it demonstrates that antimatter reacts to gravity.
It's
yes.
an experiment.
Yes.
Okay.
It demonstrates that.
Where's
Can I finish
gravity?
my sentence?
Where's
This is so
gravity?
heavy.
It's not cool.
Okay, he gonna post
Why
it.
do you keep cutting him off? Why
Cut you off,
cutting him off?
John, relax.
No, I'm just asking a question. Like, why do you keep cutting him off?
Don't worry about it, Karen.
Because he's going to get the experiment. So
I am.
But
and it's going to identify what gravity is first.
John
Right?
can kill
But
himself.
if you look at the side chat, all I see is just drawings.
Then it's going to
people got.
explain the cause of gravity, right? In this experiment, they're going to somehow manipulate the cause of gravity and all that. Okay.
Manipulate.
I haven't seen it yet, but
The cause of gravity
What do
is.
you mean manipulate?
okay, you're going to get it. Go ahead.
You know what you would need to do.
No, wait. Can you explain what you mean by manipulate?
Yeah, it's what you do in an experiment. You have to be, as an experimenter, someone who interacts with the presumed cause of what you think is happening.
Yeah.
If
You know,
do
mass
that, you're
changes
doing-
gravity, right?
If you don't do that, you're not doing science.
Like the
Let's look this up,
countless
bro.
times that have flat earthers like try to manipulate that shit, and there's countless times. Have you seen like?
Oh,
that
yeah,
one
can you provide
documentary
one
where it's
example,
like,
John?
Wait. Can I
One
finish?
example.
Can I finish?
No, you can't. They won't.
Not
let you.
really, bro.
Can I finish?
Let's just see that one experiment you're talking
I
about.
saw,
Let's
a documentary
Yeah, let's look
where
at it.
flat earthers tried to do a documentary where they stand on one side and then another stand on the other.
Yeah, that wasn't an experiment, John. It's totally went over your
Not an
head.
experiment, bro.
Definitely.
Bloody hell. Where do you think you are right now, dude? The fuck? You're a guest here. You're not going to run the panel.
Yeah, it's
John,
It's not an experiment either, John. It's not an experiment, so you don't know what you're talking about.
It is an experiment.
Just a
Oh, really? When you said, what do you mean by manipulate? You ripped your wig off, showing you don't
And
know
that
what
experiment
science is.
You know what, CB? I think he needs to define what an experiment is, a scientific
Yeah.
experiment. John, define scientific experiment.
You can look it up.
Fast. No chat, BT.
I don't even think they.
We know what it is. We're testing if you
can.
do.
I don't think they.
I
Can
can define
Don't
it.
understand, Donald.
So
Don't
your
understand.
own definition of a experiment.
I don't think they're claiming this to be an experiment.
Scientific experiment.
Got you.
So what you do is you.
Hold on, Donnie. We're not asking you. We're exposing you.
No. Let him talk.
No, he's not going to help you out.
No,
Let
you
him
got
help
it.
you
Now you got it.
No, you don't got it. You
No,
don't
I
know
do
what
got it.
science is. You don't
No,
know
I
what
do got
experiment is. No.
I got it.
What do you mean by manipulate?
A
You know, the
scientific
thing you would need to do in a scientific experiment.
Pursued, undertaking to make a discovery.
You just Google it.
Test of.
You just Googled it, bro.
The definition is the definition. The fuck.
You just Googled that shit, bro.
The fuck.
I mean, I was going to say the same thing, and I didn't look it up till
Hold
now.
on, but the last person in here who was a flat earther used science.com to say what the definition of an experiment is. So explain that.
I don't know. Maybe it's called a citation, but when you say you're talking about science,
but that's not a true source. But then when someone that had a college degree that tried to define what a definition of experiment was, he used a website.
Yeah, was it wrong?
The fuck?
Was it wrong?
Yes.
Okay, what was wrong about it?
It was wrong.
Specific.
Well, what was wrong?
So when someone was trying to get hold on. When someone was trying to get the actual definition of an experiment from his knowledge, he was like wrong.
What is his deal, dude? Yeah, was it wrong, John? Explain
Yes, it
how it was wrong.
Yes, it was.
Explain how, John.
Finish.
It was wrong. You didn't let me finish. It was like,
Donald, relax.
what is your problem, dude? What is your problem? You didn't let me
I don't see any science.com in the chat as well, so I think you just made that up.
Yeah, he
no,
did make
somebody
that up.
did use science.com.
Not here.
It was way in the past.
This is that same guy. Freaking liar.
This is that same guy.
Liar.
Yeah, John, you're lying. Yep, you can go on mute. Until you can provide evidence in text chat, you're going to stay on mute. So go find evidence for what you're claiming about someone using science.com as a definition of the scientific experiment. You're going to stay on mute, and you can come back when you present it.
He bounced, bro.
I figured that. I knew he would anyway.
This is low IQ. Even the chat's roasting him right now. All right,
His
Donald,
IQ's at like 80 miles per hour, dude.
Room temperature. It's room temperature.
I'm glad we got to the bottom of all that.
All right, Donald. Hi, guys. We cooking Donald now?
I cut out. I'm back now. Sorry.
And we are live.
Yeah, let's get some roasted duck.
I mean, if y'all let me finish sentences, it'd be amazing, but we'll try it.
Speak faster, maybe? I don't know, bro.
I mean, I'll let y'all finish sentences. If, and only if, you let me finish sentences. You guys interrupt me all the time, I'll interrupt you.
Well, when you interrupt, we cut you off.
You'll do what you're told, Donald. You'll do what you're told.
You crossed the line, man. Crossed the line.
Who, me?
Yeah, when you overtalk us.
Okay. But y'all get to interrupt all the time. That's amazing.
Yes. It's our panel. We'll run it how we see fit. Anyway, let's get back on topic.
Yes, let's do
What were we talking about before? Before John rudely
It's a beautiful day out there on flat Earth.
I was showing the experiment for gravity. It's an amazing experiment.
What's the independent variable?
Say that again?
What is the independent variable?
Oh, you can just go read the paper.
Oh, so you don't know. You're just making shit up as usual, Donald.
Hey, Donald, listen, Donald, I don't want to strawman you, so you go to the paper and you pull out what you're talking about.
I'm not going to cherry pick my paper. It's the entire paper.
Good. Okay, good. So you have nothing to present.
Dude. Yeah,
it's
I
called
presented
a
it. I
citation,
posted it. I reposted it.
What the?
I don't cherry pick. You guys cherry pick. I don't. My citation is from word 1 to the last word.
That's called a source. That's not a citation.
No, that's actually a citation. You don't understand what a citation is.
No, it's not. A citation is pulling out a piece from the source or the reference.
No, that's
citing exactly what you're
Donald,
saying.
That's a quotation.
If you claim the whole reference as a citation, it's as good as useless.
Paper. The entire paper is a citation. A quotation is
it's not.
The entire thing. You got to read all 80 pages in context to understand what I'm talking about.
You guys don't understand things. So a quotation is taking a chunk out of the paper. That's
called a citation. Yeah,
no, that's called a quotation.
Yep. That's a citation. Yeah.
Yeah, I read the entire thing. It's a theory. It's not an experiment, bro.
This is an experiment. Are you kidding?
It's not. It's just a theory. It's a concept. They're claiming that they're going to test through a measurement. No, it is not really talking about specifically gravity. It's talking about antimatter and matter.
There's no independent variable.
Talking about theories, it refers to the theory of the Big Bang, not freaking goddamn gravity, sir. They haven't even identified gravity in this paper.
Where is the Big Bang in this?
They have. Okay, you want me to point it out to you where the Big Bang is at?
In this paper?
Yes, in the paper you presented.
I'll
sitting here lying, sir. Are you over here trying to pull a fast one on us again?
Yep.
There is no scientific evidence for gravity, and there won't be any until somebody can vary and manipulate gravity.
They're not doing that in this paper.
So
it's talking about antimatter
that's not
and
the
matter.
paper that I'm okay. So that's okay.
So
that's not the paper
there, right?
that says that. It's not the paper that says that. It's the article that says that. It's the article about the paper.
The article that's explaining the measurement. The measurement is about antimatter and matter. That's what it's talking about.
Yes, it's about antimatter.
It's not about gravity, bro. It's not about gravity. They're not trying to prove gravity.
It's about the way that it's about hello.
You try to pull a fast one on us, bro.
I'd like to finish. I mean,
it's called a bait and switch, Donald.
So it's not the way. May I please?
Man, I was all excited for this gravity proof.
Please finish.
Yes, Donald, please explain your bait and switch, Donald. Go ahead.
It's not. So it's about the way that antimatter interacts with gravity.
No,
that's what they're studying.
Antimatter and matter. Where did antimatter disappear during the Big Bang? That's what they're trying to discover, sir.
Hey, historically,
because even if you want to say, even if you want to put the gravity equation in there, it's not identifying gravity.
It is. That's what the experiment is about.
The experiment is not to prove whether gravity exists. It's already assuming it does exist.
It's not. No, it's
about
not.
Antimatter and matter. That's what it's about.
Yeah.
Bro. That's what they're trying to measure.
That's not what it's about. That's not what it's about. Stop. That's not what it's about. It's about the interaction between antimatter and gravity. That's what it's about.
Read it, bro. Just read it, bro.
He didn't read it.
Here, hang on.
He didn't read it.
I went to the
Historically, Donald does that. He posts an article that he
read the article, gave us the paper.
I'm not retracting anything. Y'all misunderstood. So I put it into Google. Now this time I put it into Google Scholar. This is the actual paper. So this is about.
So the paper that you gave us was false. It wasn't the thing that.
No, it was
basically
just
what I said. It was what I said. Damn right. It was what I said.
Why are you posting trash, bro?
Oh my god!
It was what I said.
Why do you guys think repeating
switch, Donald the bait and switcher?
Yeah, so it's no experiment.
I didn't bait and switch anything. Gaslighting. You were gaslighting. I didn't.
You gave us one thing and tried to pretend it was something else.
The reason why he always does this because what he does is he Googles something real quick. He'll Google a word.
I do not do that.
Hey, Donald, I'm talking real quick. What you do is you Google a word.
You guys finish the sentence, but you get all bent out of shape whenever I interrupt you.
Talking, bro. So what will happen was you always do this. You'll do this all the time. You'll like Google a word. You'll pull up the first article and you'll.
No, that's not what I do. Are you kidding me?
You do this. You hold on, Donald. You've been caught. Hold on. Let me finish. You've been caught multiple times you've been caught multiple times where they'll ask you something in what you posted. And you don't even know, then you'll go back and read it, and then you'll be like, "Oh, that was the wrong one. Let me grab the other one."
Yes, sometimes I grab the wrong shit. That happens.
Listen, Dunning-Kruger morons love Google because they can pretend to be smart.
That's not what's happening here.
Okay, so check this out.
This paper is a paper I have.
Donald, listen.
Oh my!
Is it true in this paper that they already believe that gravity exists?
They have to make the assumption that gravity exists to run the experiment.
The
experiment is not to prove whether or not. That's the point. The experiment is not to prove whether or not gravity exists. The experiment gravity is already taken into account in the experiment based on the equation of gravity. They're trying to actually prove the mirror version of matter and antimatter because they're trying to see if antimatter had where all the antimatter disappeared during the Big Bang.
Yes,
so it's not about gravity, bro.
It is. It's about the interaction between
already assuming gravity exists. It's not an experiment to prove gravity.
Sentence, you dick.
Stop being an idiot.
Stop being an idiot, man. You got to stop being an idiot.
Yes, stop being an idiot, bro.
Yeah, you got to stop being an idiot, man.
Bro. They already assume that gravity exists as far as an equation. That's all they're doing.
You have to make certain assumptions to run.
Okay, let me read it.
You have to stop for 1 sec. You have to make certain assumptions to run an experiment. This experiment is about the interaction between antimatter and gravity. You have to assume that.
It's not about antimatter gravity, man.
Dick. I'm just going to call you a dick every time you interrupt me from now on.
No, it'll be okay.
Donald.
You guys said you'd let me finish sentences, and you're not letting me finish sentences. You lied.
A study by the scientists at CERN shows conclusively the gravity pulls the gravity. It's something they already assuming that pulls anti-Drago downward, and that at least a antimatter articulately does not exist. Broadly speaking, we're making antimatter and we're down and doing and learning towards a piston kind of experiment, said Professor Jonathan, whatever this dude's name is, a theoretical physics at the University of California of Berkeley. We're letting the antimatter go and we're seeing if it goes up or down. Antimatter is a mirror version of the ordinary matter with some basic properties like electrical charge, reverse antiprotons have the same mass but a negative charge, while anti-electrons, I guess what you trying to prove, electrostatic or something, also cause positrons, what they call that?
Positrons, yeah.
Positrons are positively charged. Let's get to the part with the Big Bang. When matter is antimatter,
we're not talking about the Big Bang here. We're talking about the antimatter. You're reading the article about the
Yes, we already assuming. Now you don't want us to read the paper. We already assuming that gravity exists. It's not.
I want you to read the paper, not the article.
What are you talking about? This is what you presented.
Oh my God. Things go down. That's what we're testing. Oh my God. What do you think things go down is? What do you think things go down is?
Quack, quack, quack.
So you're not identifying gravity then? Because they already say things go down.
Identifying we're measuring the interaction between
between antimatter, from what it's saying, antimatter and matter.
So it's antimatter and gravity interactions is what we're measuring. It cannot interact if it does not exist.
What paper you want me to read? Because the only thing that it says here
the paper.
is a direct measurement of antimatter falling in huge challenges because the gravitational force is so weak compared with the other three known forces. Already assuming gravitational force is a thing. Already assuming gravity exists.
They cannot interact if they don't exist.
So it's not.
How can they interact if they don't exist?
So it's not an experiment then, right?
It is an experiment. Oh my God!
So you're not identifying
oh my God, Dick.
Yes, we know things fall down. You have to prove gravity is the cause of it. That's the point.
That's what it does. It shows that antimatter.
Not all things fall down. That too. So
may I finish?
Donald.
It shows that.
Donald, in order to prove gravity, you must vary and manipulate gravity. This does not vary and manipulate gravity. It's not.
It is. It's showing.
Measuring matter.
I'll tell you how. It's showing that antimatter interacts with gravity exactly the same way as.
It's saying it's measuring matter and antimatter. It's not measuring. It's not saying it's measuring gravity. It's already assuming gravity force exists.
They cannot.
And it's saying that the gravitational force is weak compared to the other forces.
Listen, it's showing that that matter and antimatter interact with gravity in exactly the same way.
Assuming gravity exists. So they're not testing the premise.
They cannot interact if they do not exist.
This paper is about the Big Bang, antimatter, and gravity. That's what this paper is really about. It's not even about freaking gravity. It's already assuming that gravity exists. It's about antimatter and matter. Why don't you just admit it, bro?
God.
It's in the damn paper.
It's not about antimatter and matter the way that you're saying. It's about the interaction.
This is an episode of Donald read the paper that he gives us all to read.
Yes, the interactions between antimatter and matter and how things pull down, assuming that gravity exists.
You're being intentionally obtuse.
Look, we asked you to present. Donald, listen. We asked you to present an experiment that proved gravity is true, which means that you got which means that you got identified gravity and give us the cause. For gravity.
How do I
You
experiment?
basically saying things fall down is gravity. That's not proving
No,
gravity.
that's not.
And you
what it
showing us a
say.
paper, and but listen, and you're showing us a paper with people that already assume, like you, that gravity exists, and say, "Oh, we're going to measure how matter and antimatter falls down."
Yes,
That's not it neither, sir. That's not science neither.
So we had two predictions. We had a prediction that antimatter would interact the same way.
What's a
with gravity.
prediction, Donald?
Oh my! Can I finish my sentence?
What's a
please?
scientific prediction?
What's a prediction? What are you
What's
talking
a
about?
scientific prediction?
What is a scientific prediction? You take a hypothesis and you calculate the consequences of the hypothesis and form a prediction.
And how do you construct a hypothesis? Correct.
You have an observation, and then you try to explain that observation.
What did you observing? What is the observation?
Oh my God! Nature. You observe something in nature.
So you're observing a what?
An event in nature.
You observing a natural phenomenon, correct?
Okay, you can call that
something falling down. That's what he's observing.
Right. So which would be, you call it gravity, right?
No. We have. Oh, jeez.
I mean, these is your words coming out of your mouth.
This is just the hugest pivot ever.
You're gonna make him cry, right?
No,
it's not a pivot. You made a claim of a scientific prediction. Now we want to see if you even know what it is.
I explained it.
Because this paper is not it.
That paper is it. So what I was trying to say earlier was
no. We're not running away from the scientific prediction part.
That's what I'm doing right now. That's what I'm doing
Natural
right
phenomenon. Oh, great. Natural phenomenon being observed, things falling down. You call it gravity, right?
So before we did the experiment, we had two predictions. One.
No. We're not going to skip over what it is. Natural phenomenon, which you said you constructing a hypothesis. That's your educated guess or prediction. Natural phenomenon, you assuming, right? You are basically observing things falling down. You calling that gravity. That's the natural phenomenon, right?
Yes, things fall down.
And what's the cause of it? So that's
what we're trying to figure out with the experiment.
Down, okay, great. The things fall down would be your DV, the dependable variable. What is the cause of those things falling down? Right?
That's what the experiment is talking about. So we have two predictions. We have
what would be the IV?
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
What would be the independent variable? Not what we have. What would be the independent variable? What is the cause? What is the manipulated variable?
Would you mind letting me finish my sentence?
No, I mind you answering the question.
That's what I'm doing. We have two predictions. One prediction.
Not a prediction, sir. You don't have a prediction yet. You're constructing a hypothesis. Remember, you said a prediction
I've already done that.
Remember, you said a prediction is a hypothesis. Constructing it. You only done the first part of it.
No, predictions are not hypotheses.
You only done the first part of your hypothesis, which is observing the natural phenomenon. You only gave us a dependable variable.
Why is it
now you need? Okay, wait a minute. Hold on, sir. Hold on, sir. Now, in order for you to finish. Hold on, yes, I want to keep you here. Yes, I do. I want to keep you here.
Every time I try to
Donald, I want to keep you here. Yes,
and take me to the
surface. I want to keep you here. I want to keep you here because I wanted you to know that you really don't know what the hell you're talking about, sir. Okay, I want to keep you here. In order for you to construct a hypothesis, you need three things. You need three variables. You only have one. You need the second one, which is the most important one.
Why do I need three variables?
Because you need to figure out what is the cause of the natural phenomenon that you're studying.
But why is three variables the thing?
You need a dependable variable, independent variable, and a control variable, sir.
Why?
Because you wouldn't find out the cause without the manipulated variable. Why would you?
Huh?
Or maybe you don't know what you're talking about when you say you're making predictions.
Get that gravity chair out of the garage so I can sleep in it tonight. It's the red and black one.
So you don't know. So you don't have an independent variable. Is that what you're saying, Donald?
It doesn't matter.
Is that what you're saying, Donald? You don't have an independent variable, just like this goddamn test don't have an independent variable.
It does not matter. That
this
is
article don't have an independent variable, Donald. It already assumed gravity exists.
That's not how experiments are run.
Yes, that's how experiments work. Usually it works with hypothesis testing. Yes, it does.
That's relevant. That's not
the scientific method, sir.
You don't understand the scientific method.
Call the science. I just explained it to you, and you just explained it.
didn't.
Well. Now you're not doing it. Now you want to change it. Now you're not doing it, and now you want to change it. No, we're not going to change it, Donald. It's going to hold this. It's going to hold the same standard, Donald.
Variables are. Dude,
it's going to hold the same standard every time, Donald.
Wait until this guy is done talking.
Don't. Wait a minute. I guess I'm probably muted. It's going to hold the same standard every time, Donald. Don't care about people screaming about it.
We get to the part where Donald starts flapping his arms and running around like a chicken with its head cut off, because that's what we're all here for.
IV, Donald, still waiting. You're not going to sit up here and go past it and say we're making a prediction. Yes, the prediction would be the hypothesis that you talked about. Yes, you only explained the observed variable, which would be the dependent variable. We need the independent one. No, everybody in here, this is not paired in QE. I mean, we could put up a whole lot of studies that shows what the scientific method is, something that Donald is trying to avoid right now. That's why he's presenting nonsense articles that had nothing to do with proving gravity. So to repeat after QE, Donald's a pretender clown. He don't know anything about science or predictions or educated guesses.
Yeah, and he's caught in his lies about the things he's accomplished in these regards too.
And this article had absolutely nothing to do with gravity because they already assume gravity exists. They basically trying to figure out about antimatter and matter.
And the bait and switch he does is a practical daily occurrence with him.
So the independent variable is him observing gravity himself?
No, that is more of a dependent variable when you're observing an effect happening in nature. The independent variable is what you think might be causing it, and so you go set up a scientific test to determine if that's the case.
Oh, so independent variable means the why?
Yeah, like the cause. So like if you heard of logic, like propositional logic, like if P then Q, if independent variable, then dependent variable.
And it has to be able to be manipulated. That's the purpose of the... Donald know this, so I'm not about to even repeat this. Donald, where's the independent variable, sir? I had this conversation with you before. I'm not about to pretend I didn't.
Wait.
Where is it, Donald?
Independent variable? I'm trying to follow along here.
Donald haven't given us one yet.
But you need these three variables in order
to construct a hypothesis for us using the scientific method. Yes.
I didn't know that.
Donald claimed it, so he has to be held to it. He can't just run around and say, "Oh, well, no, I could be held to it whenever I want."
And then the last one is the what? Where you can manipulate it?
No, that would be the second one.
Wait,
he's on the second one. Keep up. And control. In control. Cascade. In control. He know it.
You understand that that's not how every experiment needs to be done, right?
Then it's not an experiment, then.
A way.
Yeah, I know. No. Keep copying off of 10. Then it's not an experiment, then, Omnivore.
That's just not true.
Then it's not an experiment.
It's not a scientific experiment.
Then it's pseudoscience. Yeah, it's not a scientific
Variables
experiment.
have nothing to do with the scientific method. That's just a way of doing experiments. There's other ways of doing experiments.
It is the scientific. It is the standard of a scientific method. It's called constructing a hypothesis.
Lots of ways to do experiments.
A hypothesis, dude.
It's called the scientific method. That's the scientific method. That's the scientific method. Constructing a hypothesis. That's the scientific method.
Using the DV, IV, CV.
No.
Or then you're not figuring out the cause of the natural effect. Then you're not figuring out that cause at all.
I would like
even the cause out.
Something
the purpose of science. Wait a minute. The purpose. Anybody can do an observational study.
Never stop talking.
Yeah, I know. Anybody can do an observational study, Donald. It's just an observational study. If all you're doing is observing things, it's just an observational study. It's a correlated study. Science deals with the cause. They manipulate variables to see if it causes the natural effect, the observation that you see in physical nature. I was going to say creation. That's why,
So that's not the only way to do experiments. It's not the only way to find the cause of things. You can find the cause of things in many, many different ways. You understand this, right?
Well, that's the only way.
Pseudoscience.
That's
Donald, define
bro.
pseudoscience for us.
By the very definition.
What?
It's defined pseudoscience.
Pseudoscience.
You never heard of it?
Pseudoscience is
I forgot. Mainstream
studying the natural. Pseudoscience is studying the natural world without using the scientific method.
No, that's not what pseudoscience is.
Okay, so what's the definition of pseudoscience?
Anything that claim the valor of science when it's not using the scientific method. Any study that claim the valor of science and not utilizing the scientific method is pseudoscience by its very definition, sir.
Sure.
So you're not using the scientific method right now. So what you're doing is what?
I'm doing the scientific method. I understand why.
You're not constructing a hypothesis correctly.
I am.
What are you doing?
I am.
No, you're not.
You're not.
No, you are not.
I mean, you're just telling me
doing
that over and over and over. You're not explaining. You're
doing an observational study at best, but it's definitely not science.
No. You're just telling me that
destroy your whole worldview. All you atheists believe that you do science, but you don't do it. You pretender clowns.
I mean, you just say that over and over, but you're not saying how we're not doing science. How are we not doing
I just said it. You're not utilizing the scientific method correctly.
But I mean, that's the claim, so support it.
Okay, support it. Where's your IV in this experiment that you're talking about?
I mean, it's there. I don't understand the experiment, but it's there.
It's not there, so you'll be able to identify.
I mean, that's your claim. Show me. Show me where it's not there.
It's your claim.
You said it's there. Where?
Either you have
it's
an
an
IV.
Experiment.
Either you have your IV. Okay, wait a minute. Either you have an IV in this experiment, or it's pseudoscience by its very definition, because you claiming the value of science.
The flat earthers doing the whole science is only something you can do in a laboratory.
No,
not really. Even just relax.
Okay. So what can you do outside of a laboratory?
He's not even doing it in the lab. He's not even doing it outside. He's not doing it anywhere. He's just basically claiming measurements.
No, that's not what's happening here. Oh my God. There are predictions. There's a hypothesis. There's an observation. There's an experiment.
Great.
There's an analysis.
What's the IV and the hypothesis? That's what we're talking about.
That is not the scientific method. That is a way of constructing experiments.
We already got what a prediction is. It's a constructing a hypothesis. Now we got the first variable. Okay, we got you. We got the first variable in your hypothesis.
Oh my God.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Donald. Hypothesis is what came out of your mouth, not my mouth. Your mouth. You claim the value. You claim the value of science. You could have just said anything else. You could have just said an observational study. You could have said mathematics. You could have said anything other than science. You said that. You the one that put it. You the one that put us in this category, not me.
It is okay. So. A hypothesis is not a prediction. A prediction is different from a hypothesis. The variables are a way of constructing an experiment. They are not the experiment. They are not the scientific.
A prediction. Okay, Donald. Now you're changing it again. A prediction
I never changed anything.
Great. A prediction is an educated guess formed in a hypothesis.
No,
what are you talking about?
It is not.
It is.
So a prediction is a calculation of the consequences of your hypothesis. The hypothesis is the educated guess.
Yes, where you would need the hypothesis, correct?
You need a hypothesis to make a prediction.
Okay, yes, because it's a prediction in the hypothesis. That's where what you're testing. That is what you're testing. Hold on. It's my turn to talk. That is what you're testing. You're testing either the null.
It's your turn to talk, Red Joe.
Great, it is. You're either testing the null or the alternative of that hypothesis. Just an educated guess, dude. If you want to put it with science,
once you test it,
you can have predictions about anything.
Christ. So once you do the test, it no longer becomes an educated guess. It becomes reality. So there's a difference.
No, it only becomes reality after you test it and form a scientific.
That's what I said. Those are the words that came out of my mouth.
Okay, then. So it's still the prediction. When you construct. Oh God! Every time it's not. Is it me now? Is it me now? Yes, when you are constructing a hypothesis based on the educated guess, right? Before you do the test, you have a prediction. Stop trying to confuse it. After you test it and the testing is repeatable, now you have a scientific theory. Because you test the null or the alternative of the hypothesis test. Not saying the prediction and hypothesis is the same, but according to the method, the prediction is in there as an educated guess. So don't put words in my mouth, Donald, because that's not what I said. That's what you said earlier. Now, let's get back to the IV part of this hypothesis so you could go ahead and have your prediction now, or else it would not be science. IV, Donald.
It's very easy to win a debate when you can mute the other guy, isn't it?
I think he's wiping his tears off.
I don't have any tears. You people are just spiraling out of control, and you don't know what to do.
Rejection if I've ever heard it.
Oh, wow. It appeal to emotion. No IV test. No, none of that, I guess. So no science.
I mean, I just can't even count all of the ad hominems, but that's okay. I don't care.
I have not said no ad hominem to him. Did it happen? Can you name one?
Okay. I retract the statement. I apologize.
When you called him an atheist in a derogatory manner.
He is an atheist. He is an atheist. I ain't calling him.
Yeah, but you use that as a way to dismiss his argument.
You said because I'm an atheist, I'm not doing science right.
No, I didn't. I did not say that.
You said all of these atheists think they're doing science, but they're not. How is that?
Based on you're not constructing a hypothesis correctly. That's what I said, actually.
Dude, the hypothesis
like you doing,
is
like you're trying to avoid
fine.
right now.
You never stop talking. God, it's annoying.
Because you're interrupting while I'm talking.
Yeah, let me help.
You asked me a question and then.
Yeah, and then you didn't answer. Yeah, Joe's saying here is atheism and science. They're hard counter each other. Science deals with the physical and natural world by manipulating variables to determine cause and effect. Religion, or not a lack of belief in the supernatural, is not the same thing. You cannot use science to adjudicate the supernatural world. That's beyond nature. That's supernature.
Yeah, correct. I mean, if he wanted to say it's an ad hominem, I'd give him that.
Yeah,
that'll probably be the only one. I'd give him that. That'll be the only one that I did versus him calling us you people multiple times.
Yeah, it's like when someone says they're an atheist scientist, that is a contradiction. Those two things are not the same.
Why is that a contradiction, Crit?
You can't say it in a mean way.
Deals with the supernatural world. Science deals with the natural world.
Yeah, don't try to. Hey, White Knight, you don't got to do that, bro.
So it can't be like a golfer and
we still waiting for his IV. You know? Don't get angry. We still waiting for his IV. We ain't going for atheists.
With science.
Yeah, we're not going for the atheists. We're going for the scientific thing. Now, IV, Donald.
So I don't understand how these things are in a contradiction.
Okay, atheism and theism deal with the supernatural world. Mm-hmm. Science deals with the natural world, the physical and natural world. Not the same thing.
Yeah, just a different category. You don't.
Yeah, they are different things. So why? So he's being a religious person.
So he's basically saying
a scientific method to adjudicate God.
It's a different category, bro.
That's supernatural. So if you throw atheism in front of science, that is a problem. That's a contradiction. Those two things are incompatible. You're no longer using science for its intended purpose, the physical and natural world. You're using science to adjudicate the supernatural world, which is a contradiction.
Did you know that there's cornfields in Alaska?
Do you think if Superman was real, we could use science to determine the
who cares about that anyway? Donald, where's the IV?
Or not?
You only need the observation to see who Superman is. Where's the IV?
Dude, it's a very complex experiment that I don't understand.
No IV, then. Okay, we got you. So
I never said that. That's not what I said. So listen to the words that I actually say. It's a scientific experiment that I don't understand, but it's still a scientific experiment nonetheless.
You don't understand.
And what it demonstrates is that anti-gravity or antimatter interacts with gravity the same way as matter. So it interacts with gravity, so both of them have to exist to interact.
Yeah, first, yeah. So did you identify gravity? Oh, you said things falling. What is the IV? What is the cause of gravity?
Oh my God. So you understand that the IV and DV, and that's how you construct an experiment. That's not a part of the scientific method. That is separate. The way that you construct your experiment is different from the scientific method. You understand that,
You're
correct?
not figuring out the cause of the effect, so you don't know if the gravity exists.
Dude. Do you understand?
So no IV then, Donald.
Do you understand that that's how you construct an experiment, which is different
Donald.
from...
Yes or no? It's a closed question.
Different things. They're different things.
I want y'all to understand. I'm asking Donald a closed question because it's actually my turn to talk. But Donald want to keep talking.
Never stop.
Now, I never stop when it's my turn to talk. When I'm done, like completing like a paragraph or whatever, or a few sentences, then I'll be done. But so again, no IV then, Donald.
Oh my God! Do you understand?
No,
it's different from the method. The experiment, the way you construct the experiment is different from the scientific method.
You see how it's a simple yes or no question, and Donald can't just say no IV?
I don't understand this particular experiment.
So why did you bring it up then?
That does not stop it from being a scientific experiment.
So is what I said earlier. You didn't know what you was talking about, and you didn't know what this was. You just read the first thing which was the title of the article.
No.
You didn't read the article
itself. That's not true. I have read this experiment. I just don't understand it. It's very
great. So you should at least understand the part where the IV is at.
No, I don't understand where the IV is in this experiment.
Okay, so no IV then, because I ain't see it.
No, it's there.
I didn't see it there neither.
If it's required for a scientific experiment, it's there because this is a scientific experiment.
I don't even see a DV because they're already assuming that gravitational force exists.
You don't understand the experiment either.
It's not an experiment. It's a freaking theoretical study.
Just because we don't understand it does not
what the paper says it is. Donald, it's exactly what the paper says it is. It's a theoretical study. It's an opinion.
It's not. It doesn't say that. Where does it say theoretical study on it?
Okay, what do you say? Theoretical? You want me to get that?
Theoretical study is what you claimed.
Yeah. Because it's not showing anything about science. It doesn't have a DV or IV, and they don't have anything that they're testing. They're only measuring. They only have theories based on measurements.
Oh my God, you have to stop saying that, just so you know.
I have to stop saying what science is? Oh, no, you don't like it.
You don't understand what science is.
Well, I do. Seems like more than you, since
where does it say that?
Since I'm holding you to things that you cannot present.
No, you're not.
What?
So...
matter of fact, hold on, my fault.
Where does it?
You're the one that said you didn't even understand this paper. My bad.
I don't. It's a very complex experiment.
It's great. So who the one that's not understanding? Because it seems like everything I said about the paper was true.
That doesn't stop it from being
everything that I said about the paper was true, and you have not debunked none of it yet. Debunk it then.
Well, show me where it says theoretical study.
Doesn't have to say that when it's basically
explained. Oh my gosh, so you lied.
Okay,
you
here
lied.
we go. Here we
go.
You
lied.
All right, here we go. Wait a minute. Let me pull it up again for you. Here we go.
Sure, do that.
So there's no theoretical. This is not no theory at all, right?
No.
Okay.
I don't think. Okay. Well, there might be. I mean,
they ain't say theoretical not one time. Okay.
But what? No. Okay. You said theoretical study. You said theoretical study.
That's my conclusion of it.
You said theoretical study.
Yes, that's my conclusion.
What I'm talking about.
Because all they
theoretical
have is theories.
Study.
Yes, that's my
your conclusion. So
yes.
It's not in the paper. It's not in the paper.
Okay. Here we go.
That's you lying. That's you lying.
Gravitational theory. Let's see right here.
It's not theoretical study.
Gravitational theory. I read the whole thing to test by dropping balls from the linear tower of Pensacola. So there he is. The first thing that came out of their mouth. Okay,
not
here we go.
Study.
Here we
Does it say theoretical study?
That's my conclusion of it because they don't have anything.
So that was a lie when you said it was in a paper. You said it was in the paper, so that was a lie. You lied. You're a lying liar.
So there is nothing about. So it does. So it doesn't say it's about gravitational theory in there. So that means that it's a fact. So that means it's a fact then. Oh, here we go.
It's an experiment. It's a demonstration. It means that it happened in objective reality.
Oh, so when they said it was in a university of a theoretical physics, right, at the University of Berkeley, that's just that too. So can you show where the science? So can you show me in this paper Were they constructing the scientific method at all? Or is this based on antimatter?
I don't understand the paper
Or is it just
that well.
based on measurements and antimatter?
It's based on measurements, yeah.
Matter and antimatter. Like I said earlier.
Antimatter measurements.
Right.
They're comparing
based on
it
a
to matter.
gravitational, yes, and it's also based on a gravitational theory.
Well, sure. That's what we're testing.
Except they only
It's
taking
the
measurements.
theory
They're
of
not
gravity.
testing any.
Okay,
They're not
who's the
testing the
lead?
cause of anything. That's the point. You're not getting
Oh my
it. If
God.
you're trying to change the
Oh my
point,
God.
but that is the
You
point.
have to stop
That's why
saying
I'm
that.
asking you for the IV in the paper. So where is it?
You don't understand how this works. So the experiment construction is different from the scientific method. The scientific method doesn't require those variables. The experiment construction might require those variables depending on the way that it's constructed.
Great, then you're not
Not every experiment requires those variables.
Then you're not testing it, bro, and then it's not
You're
science.
just wrong, and I
Then you're not testing it, bro, then it's not science.
I'm pretty sure they're in this, by the way. I just can't
find it.
show it to you.
Go find it.
I just said I can't show it to you because I don't understand the paper.
Because it's not
that
there,
doesn't
bro.
stop
I
them
read the
being
damn
there.
thing. It's not there. I
You
read the
don't
damn thing
understand
out
it
loud,
either.
bro.
You don't understand it either.
I read the damn thing out loud, bro. You want to read
you
it?
read
Maybe it's
part
better
of
when
it.
you read it. Maybe it's
Okay,
sensitive.
let's
You
try it
read
this
a
way.
cherry-picked portion
we'll
of
try
it.
it this
I read
way.
the I read from the first
you
part
guys.
all the way down to the end
claim
of the
on the
thing. You said
table-
it was just an article.
Yeah, hold on. The claim on the table is Donald
I have
doesn't
the
understand it.
paper. The article was
Donald, pay
about the
attention.
paper.
Donald, pay attention. We got a claim on the table we have to clear. Okay, Donald said that Joe doesn't understand it, and what it appears to be here is
I
that
mean,
Donald,
if I don't understand it, he
Donald
can't
doesn't understand it, and you're using your lack of understanding to say other people don't understand it.
Well,
Parse
I
that
can
out.
demonstrate I'm smarter about this stuff than him.
I already demonstrated
that's
it.
a Dunning-
I mean,
that's
I
called a
already
Dunning-
demonstrated that I'm
Yeah, that's called the
basically smarter than
Dunning-Kruger
him, so it
effect.
doesn't.
When you rate yourself higher than other people.
Well, no, just this guy.
That's
Yeah,
just
that's what I'm
that's
saying.
just appeal
You
to
are-
incredulity.
You
You don't
are a
gotta do that.
Dunning-Kruger pretender clown.
Yeah, this is
It's exactly what QE is talking about. Where you come in here
I
thinking
can
you
almost-
got some sort of illusionary superiority that you know something that you don't
No, I've
know.
talked to him
But he
about
claimed
this
he
stuff.
don't know it though, Craig. That's the thing. He don't know
Yeah.
it.
No, I don't
And I
understand
think
this
he
paper.
do know.
Not that I don't know.
I think he
that I
do know
don't
for a
understand
fact.
this paper.
I think he do know for a fact there is no IV. That's what he's trying to avoid.
That's not
Yeah, he's
true.
trying to
So
avoid
he don't have an actual experiment. That's why he want to basically turn this into
It
an ad
is an
hominem attack.
experiment. Oh my god.
So it's all fine, but it's all fine and dandy.
Y'all,
You still have that. You still have a claim on the table of this being a scientific experiment.
It is.
Okay, IV, sir.
I don't have to tell you what I mean.
God, my bad, man. You don't even
That's
understand
not what I'm
this
saying.
shit, bro.
I
That's
don't
not
have
you.
to
But
listen.
you
That's
somehow
not.
smarter
I
than me.
retract that statement. I apologize. That's not what
My
I meant
bad.
to say.
My
I
bad.
haven't slept. I apologize. That's not what I meant to say. I don't have to understand the paper for it to be a scientific experiment. You don't have to understand. I'm almost done. I only had one sentence. One sentence.
Great.
You don't have to understand the paper for this thing to still be a scientific experiment. And right now,
That's
I'm
true.
going to go smoke a cigarette.
That's true. That's true, Donald. But in order for this to be a scientific experiment, it does need a hypothesis to be tested, and the hypothesis is constructed with those three variables. Maybe that's another thing you don't know about, but I educated you on this before, so I don't know how you don't know it. Mr. Smarter Than Me. I remember the last time I talked to Donald about this. He had absolutely no idea what the hell the fucking three variables was, Mr. Smarter Than Me.
Yeah, this is definitely a problem when he doesn't know what science is, and he slaps an atheism sticker on the science, and then gets triggered when you point out that, and then just says he's gonna go smoke. Okay, go smoke, dude.
Hey, you guys sure like to argue.
Look, man, you can have other testing. I mean, ain't nobody said that you can't have predictions, you can't have other tests, you can't use math, you can't do that. Nobody is saying that at all. Just saying that it doesn't hold the value of science. That's it.
Yeah, what do you think, Castle King? Do you need any variables to conduct an experiment? Not an argument. I'm just curious. Where are you coming from? Do you need to have at least, say, one variable, an independent variable? Do you need an observation? What do you need? How about that? Inside your worldview, what do you need to conduct science?
I had another question about your flat Earth.
But hold on.
Where is the northernmost point
don't
of
worry
flat
about
Earth?
that. Don't worry about that. Let's just think about where are you coming from? What things do you need to conduct science?
Hello?
Yeah. What do you need to conduct science? So Castle King is going to show the class how he conducts science. What would you do? Step one. What do you gather? What materials do you gather?
Okay, I'm back, just so you know.
All right, thanks. What's step one? What do you do, Castle King? Castle King says, who here is going to conduct some science? Castle King raises his hand. I am. And he disconnects from the call. All right.
I mean,
good.
You can do science in your backyard if you want.
Yeah, the whole thing was that
you need
he
those
was
three
saying that all
variables to
we're
do
doing
it.
is arguing about it, not doing it. I said, sure. If that's the case, Castle King, all we're doing is arguing about not doing it, how would you do it? And he just disconnects from the call. Just says, fuck it.
Yeah.
It's breathtaking. It's breathtaking, dude. It's really breathtaking when you look at the duality here, the mental gymnastics it takes to say something that you know is not true, but you're going to expect people to just believe you anyway.
So do you want me to explain to you how you can do science in your backyard?
No, what we're looking for here is how do you do science without any identifiable variables? That's
we have variables, though. You understand
what
that
are
mass.
they? Joe is looking for what are the variables here?
I hate talking to Chris. So you understand that mass affects gravity, right?
Okay, you're just looking for the variables. Don't have to worry about any questions.
Yeah, mass.
That's the variable.
You're trying to identify what gravity is, bro.
Yeah,
So
the
which
way
variable?
the
Which
way that mass
Which
interacts
variable?
with gravity is a variable.
Okay, bro. What is a dependable variable again, bro?
So why do you have such a dogmatic view of science?
Because it's in a category. Yes, it have a strict one, strict standard. What is it?
No, science has
Science isn't what you. Science ain't what you want it to be. It's not. Oh, I can make science whatever I want it to be. No, it has a very strict standard, or else it would be no need for the discipline.
An aggravating human being. So science does not have a
everybody. Since we pointing out fallacies, this is called appeal to emotion. Pretty much.
No, I just want to finish
I'm saying to him. It's so frustrating.
I just want to finish a sentence.
Yeah,
and this
you
is arguing
that's what's
for
frustrating.
Donald, you gotta cut the shit, dude.
It's nothing to do with my argument.
This is what you gotta do. You gotta stop taking science and slapping an atheism sticker on it. Belief is not one of your variables. You can't use belief or emotion.
Knowledge is a
as
subset
variable.
of belief. Knowledge is also a belief, just so you know. But so to the other guy,
yeah. Donald's an idiot, everybody. I'm sorry for this.
No, it's like just come on,
he
dude.
will
You
be
gotta
back.
follow along with the conversation. At least remember what's being discussed. Your belief is not a variable in science. Science factors out your beliefs. Your emotions are not a variable in science. Science factors out emotion. Which is why, at the very beginning, or earlier on, when Joe said, hey, or upset, or whatever, or Adham said, stop using your atheist worldview inside science. It's not compatible. Your atheism worldview is incompatible with science. You can't use your belief systems and your emotions as variables. take off the atheism hat, put on the science hat. I mean, you can even ask this of atheism, like people in science who do science. They're like, how do you square these two things? I keep them in separate boxes. You need to do that too, or at least try. Try to do that. Instead of just talking yourself in circles and eventually invoke some sort of Dunning-Kruger effect. Like his proof that his beliefs and his emotions can be used in science is that he's smarter than you. Like, get the fuck out of here with that shit.
Science that affirm your feelings. I like that.
Yeah, because he's smarter.
That's basically what it is. Yeah.
He's smarter than you. He's better than you, and you need to know that, dude. That is called the Dunning-Kruger effect. You're in a psychological mental break with reality. You are not that much better than anyone else. You're about average. That's the main problem. That when you start thinking you're above average because other people are below you, this is the Dunning-Kruger effect.
Wait. You do know that there is sort of a unspoken hierarchy amongst people?
Oh, no, you back. Oh, you ran out of the room with the other question. You back now, huh?
No, I accidentally muted myself.
Castle, yeah.
Somehow.
Okay, Castle, you're going to conduct science. We're not arguing about it anymore. Okay, you are going to do the science. What's your step one? What do you do first? We're going to watch you do science. What do you do?
Observe.
Okay, then what?
Oh. Thought you didn't need variables.
Well, I mean, I have to know what I'm getting into. I have to use my eyeball.
So that's a variable then, right?
Okay, then what happens?
Then I use this brain that God gave me to think about what I just saw.
Okay, and then what?
Okay, that's still observing, taking data.
Then I do a little experiment.
Okay.
No hypothesis?
Well, what do you mean, hypothesis?
How do you conduct an experiment if you haven't established a
I'm saying, let's take, for example, I'm on the island of Samoa back in the days, and I'm witnessing fire for the very first time.
Okay.
Well, I'm going to look at it, I'm going to marvel at its beauty, and then I'm going to do a little test. I might put my hand in there to see what happens.
Okay.
I bet.
That's still observing. Okay. First part.
Wait, that's not the experiment?
You want to see if it's going to burn your hand.
I want to see what happens if I put my hand in there.
Okay.
And then when I figure out it's hot and it hurts, I'll remove my hand from there and I won't stick it in there again.
Okay, so what was the data behind that?
Data?
Yeah. First, you had to you observe fire, right?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
This is basic observation. And what did you want to know about the fire, whether or not it was going to burn your hand, right?
Well, I wanted to know why it's so swirly and so pretty. I wanted to know what's going on in there. Well, why does it look like that? Why does it move like that?
And you wanted to know if it would burn your hand because you put your hand in there?
I didn't know if it was going to burn my hand. I just wanted to feel what it was.
Right. So you wanted to know how it feel.
Yeah.
Okay. So you put your hand there.
Yeah, and I found out it's not for the hand.
Fuck around, find out. That's your idea of science.
Still an observation. Yes. So
That's the most primal way of scientific experiments, man. You got to get in there and find out.
Fuck around, find out.
You've seen the movie Aliens?
I got you.
Haven't you seen Aliens? It's the same thing.
Yeah,
Human beings had to find out.
Yeah, I know. Okay, Castle King. But that's a lot more than what I got from Donald here. So, yeah. Donald wouldn't even give me an IV, actually, at all.
Man, that man could hardly talk. Every time he said something, you bust in there like you were the police or something, man.
But had he gave me an IV like you did, explained it the way you did, it probably would have been a little bit better.
Well, we're all different people.
Okay. That's okay. Maybe I'm not taking you as serious as Donald.
No,
Because
I'm
I
just
already explained it to
saying.
Donald.
No,
Okay.
look, you said you had previous experience with the guy, and you guys already went over some stuff. So, that probably played a factor into you barging in every 5 seconds the man's trying to say something.
Okay,
You know
I
what I
got
mean?
you. I got you. But when you basically looked at the fire, you observed it. You identified that it was fire, right?
No, I didn't know what it was. I just
You didn't
knew
know what it was, but you just knew it was beautiful. You knew it was occurring in nature, which is a fact. It doesn't matter if you knew what it was. You're trying to figure out what it is, and you observe what it is. It's fire. And you decided to put your hand, or you decided to put your hand in the fire to see what effect do it cause. It inflicts pain upon your hand, right?
Yeah.
So all of that is that's just the basis of that experiment. Now, if you wanted to figure out what is the cause of fire and what caused that pain to your hand or whatever, that would be you constructing a hypothesis. Right now, you're just observing the fire and observing the effect of fire whenever you put your hand on it.
Mm-hmm.
Really just a basic observational study, bro.
Yeah, so you're willing to jump in the fire to examine it, yet you won't open your eyes to examine the earth.
I wouldn't jump in the fire. Now I just put my hand in
stick your hand, do the hokey pokey in it then.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's kind of an interesting test that you're constructing.
I'm taking a look at the world. I see what you guys are talking about.
Have you seen the globe?
Yeah.
I haven't been to outer space yet to see.
Okay. We'll get there one
Appeal
day.
to the future. Noted.
Yeah. We'll get there one day.
Yeah, one day. It'll be affordable for everyone to take a little trip out into the space. Maybe they'll build the Elysium space station out there.
Okay.
Hey, Glasgow, I have a bridge in Brooklyn to sell you.
We're going to go to Nadia with you, sir. We just make sure you pay for my ticket.
Everybody, it's funny because you guys are in the same boat as the people who thought that man could never fly.
Oh, wow.
No.
You guys
we weren't alive then.
That's not true.
Yeah, that's not fair.
It is fair. You guys are the modern day version of those guys that said that man would never fly.
Why? Why is that?
Yeah.
What do you mean? Why is that?
Well, defend your statement.
Why you get mad at Chris?
Why is that? Why?
Yeah, didn't one of the Wright brothers even say that?
Yeah.
Yeah, my take is that this is another thing, too, when you atheists do this shit.
I'm not an atheist.
Yeah, you're not an atheist, Craig.
Okay. Well, because the atheists were the ones saying that you would never fly. And the Wright brothers were like, God bless America. And none of them had any education. They were dropouts. They were like grade school dropouts. So where is this concept that somehow that you need to have all this advanced education and understanding of things before you can do anything at all? If what you're saying is true, then how did the Wright brothers do what they said they did?
Yeah, Castle King don't believe that. He's being...
I think he's just
being mean, bro.
You're trying to trigger someone, aren't you?
Yeah, he's trying to trigger us. Yeah.
No. Some people are natural born geniuses. They don't need to go to school to learn what people have already learned. They're the ones that are going to teach people.
Why do you think that flat earthers were the ones telling the Wright brothers would never fly? Why is that? Where did that come from?
Yeah, why would we
listen, when I said one day we'll be in space, you're like, oh, okay, yeah, let me know. And it's like, yeah, that's the same thing people were saying when the Wright brothers said we're going to fly, and people were like, oh, yeah, okay, we'll see about that. See?
I thought we've already been to space, Castle King.
Yeah, we have. But I'm saying we need to build the Elysium. Elysium, that movie with Matt Damon.
I should be getting that ticket right now.
Don't be talking about Elysium right now. Pay attention. Who, by profession, by identity. Who were the people telling the Wright brothers they'll never make it happen? What
the haters.
Okay, were they flat earthers or were they not flat earthers?
They were people who had no vision.
Okay, which were what? What type of people were they?
Haters, doubters, naysayers.
Were they part of the scientific community? Were they engineers? Were they journalists?
I don't know who they were. They could have been bakers for all I know. They're just people who had
why are you speaking from ignorance again? You're weaponizing your other ignorance. You're like, look at you flat earthers. You're the same people who told the Wright brothers they wouldn't succeed. How did you get there?
He got that from Matone and Panda.
You got that from some anti-flat earth meme. No, quit being a dumb fuck.
Okay, stop looking at Matone, bro. When he's trolling, bro. He's just trolling.
No, listen.
Matone say that stupid stuff too, bro.
Y'all coming here even after they flew, did they have to go to like the World's Fair in France and demonstrate it again that people still didn't believe them? Do you think they were flat earthers? What the fuck?
No, I'm saying in order to get a good look at the Earth to prove that it's round, you got to go into outer space. And then they're like, "Oh, when have you been to outer space?" It's like, listen, it's not affordable for regular folks like me to get out there yet, but one day it will be.
Okay,
that's what my whole point was.
Okay, so you should maybe you should shut your mouth until you get there, then, right?
Oh, excuse me? No, I don't think so.
Why not? You say you can't prove it yet.
No, because we've got the proof that we launched the rockets into space. We've got the satellites out there to prove it.
You got the proof?
Man, yeah, just look it up on Google.
Google? Oh, Google got the proof, not you.
Oh, man. I'm just saying, if you can't trust Google, who are you going to trust?
No, I'm just saying you said you had it, but I got to go to Google.
I'm saying we got smartphones now. Everyone's got a smartphone. You can just look the stuff up, man.
And believe them. Believe what they say, right?
Man, who else are we supposed to believe? The flat earthers?
I think evidence. I think you're supposed to believe that.
Evidence?
Yeah, the thing I tried to get Donald to give me. He ain't give it to me yet.
Oh, my God. Hey, now that I'm back, where's that most northern point of the flat earth?
The most northern point of the flat earth?
Yeah, the most northern point on flat earth.
That's the thing that all compasses are pointing toward as they rotate around the center point. Yeah, that's the magnetic north, the center.
Is that what you're talking about? The magnetic north?
Where is it?
He thinks it's on
it's
top
in the center.
Yeah, he thinks
it's in the center where all compasses rotate around it.
Oh, it's in the center?
Yeah, because we know Earth is flat.
Magnetic north moves. It's not a static.
Yeah, magnetic north move.
Where does it? What? It moves where?
It moves. So for the last, I don't know. So it's been in northern Canada for ages. It's moving across the North Pole, geographic north towards Siberia. So it's moving from America to Russia, basically, or northern Canada to Russia.
Yeah.
When we navigate, we have to put in a calculation when we celestially navigate. If we're using magnetic north, because it moves, we have to put in that movement into the calculation, because it's not exactly where it would be on the chart. It's moved since then, so we have to adjust.
If you're referring to the North Pole or the magnetic north, unless you talking about the geographical position of the North or what?
Yeah, I was saying.
Geographic.
Do you know what you're talking about right now?
I'm saying on the flat Earth, where is the North? It should technically be in the middle of the flat Earth, right?
No.
Wouldn't it just be in
no. Why? Why? It's in the sky.
Oh, it's in the sky.
It doesn't mean it's in the center.
Yeah.
Yeah, celestial north is in the sky.
Yeah.
Oh, it's in the sky.
Yeah, for the globe and the flat Earth. I don't know why.
Yeah. I know about the globe part. I was asking about the flat part.
Oh, so you know celestial north is in the sky. You answered your own question, bro.
No, because
doesn't matter.
The North Pole, we know that it's connected to that star.
What's that?
What's the pole? The pole again?
Excuse me. What's a pole?
It's that northernmost point
What's
on
that?
the top of the earth, man.
Oh, okay.
No, it's the point underneath a celestial pole. It's the geographical position. That's what we call the North Pole. We stick a pole in the floor underneath the sky's rotation, celestial north. Polaris, the North Star, that rotates around celestial north. We can look at the North Star to find celestial north. That's geographic north, the point on the floor underneath that rotation in the sky.
Yeah.
So, why is that the middle of the Earth?
Because it's flat for you guys, man.
You can only get that on the floor.
Sorry, just flip this. I've got a large room, and I've got a light that's not in the middle of the ceiling, it's off to the side a bit. Underneath that light, I call that geographical position of the light. Now, is that the middle of the floor?
No. I don't think so.
Yeah.
No, of course it's not. And to find the middle of something, you'd have to find the extremities of something, right? To figure out where the middle of the amount of space was.
Man, you guys don't even know the extremities of your flat earth. You haven't been to the edge.
Ding, 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 ding. That's right. So why are you asking us what the middle of the flat earth is? What the fuck?
Is that yeah? Because it sounds like that is what you asking, bro.
It also sounds like, Castle King, that you think humanity is more advanced than it really is.
Yeah.
What? It is advanced, man. Did you know 50 years ago you didn't have these cell phones?
Yeah, we great engineers, bro. Yeah,
I know.
We good at engineering.
Based off the same scientific principles that were discovered in the 1800s, man. Like, this is old technology, just smaller.
That's a big deal.
Oh yeah, it is. It's pretty good. It's extraordinary. The celestial north is in the sky, bro.
I get that. North Star.
What do you mean you don't?
Yeah, you get it.
Yeah,
okay.
Good. Now, if we're using the sky to find the middle of something, well, how many poles are in the sky, dude?
As far as what, the North Pole and South Pole?
North Pole and South Pole. What's the South Pole?
The South Pole?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That would be the opposite of the North Pole.
Ding, ding, ding. Well done. The geographical position underneath the celestial rotation in the sky. We called the other one South. Good. So why is North the middle of the Earth again?
Because on a flat Earth, it makes sense.
No. In the sky, there's two celestial rotation points. Why are you saying that one of them is the middle of the Earth?
Then you guys don't have a true flat Earth.
What are you talking about?
North would be
Everything
in the middle.
that we're going to...
Let me try to explain. North would be in the middle.
Hold on. Ooh, no, why? Everything that we're speaking about needs a flat Earth to measure and describe. Remember when we were standing underneath celestial north at the North Pole? That's 90 degrees. The geographical position is expressed as 90 degrees. The vertical, imaginary line down from the star through you to where it hits the Earth and is perpendicular to the horizontal plane of the Earth, expressed as 90 degrees. Every single angle measurement we're going to take when moving away from this thing, circles of equal altitude around that ground position, are going to be angles measured from a horizontal plane, specifically elevation angles, to denote latitude. If we're going to be talking about directions, north, south, east, west, azimuthal directions, these are expressed in horizontal bearing angle measurements. 90 degrees. You look north, 90 degrees is 90 degrees. Where, what, west is 260 degrees? That's horizontal azimuthal bearings. So yeah, everything we're talking about requires a flat Earth to describe. Why are you saying this doesn't work on a flat Earth and it's the thing that we're measuring and describing?
Right.
What I'm saying is, listen, I was trying to follow everything you're saying, but you're cutting in and out on some of the important things. But I didn't want to interrupt you because you were going like on a flow. But what I'm trying to tell you is, north, and when I imagine your flat Earth, I imagine north would be in the middle, and then south would be right underneath that.
Well, we're not talking about imagination. We're talking about how the celestial bodies is used to get geographical positions on the ground. We utilize angle measurements, specifically, like he said, elevation angles. I know you heard that part because I heard it.
But you did hear
All
that
measurements, all measurements that we utilize on this earth with using those celestial bodies, we get those geographical positions with angle measurements, which requires a horizontal baseline to begin with. So you're using the flat earth as a prerequisite in order to get those measurements in the first place. That's how we do navigations, period. So that's how those celestial bodies is actually used, including the North Pole and South Pole.
I think I'm getting it.
Right. So you're using the flat earth to begin with in order to get your maps, in order to get your navigation, in order to get your celestial measurements, or your using elevation angles. Now you're going to have to tell us where do the globe come in at? Because right now you're only talking about flat earth measurements.
The globe. Look, I'm not the scientist here. You know, the scientists all around the world, they've already proven it.
No, it's not a science. It's not a scientific category.
Huh?
You're in the wrong category. It's not a scientific one.
Sorry, this is weird. Castle King, you know this. We've told you loads of times. You've listened to us speak to other people and tell them that this isn't a scientific category. Science deals with causes of effects, hypothesis, and experimentation. This is measuring. This isn't science. This is geometry.
Oh.
It's the faintest aspiration. What? Come on, dude. You know this. Don't act so
I don't know why Castle King is. Is you doing it for the audience or something, or what?
No. Please.
Okay.
What I'm saying is, I still don't. I don't agree, man. Flat.
Yeah, that's fine to not agree, but you're acting like you've heard this the first time.
Yeah, that is kind of weird. Castle King.
No, it's just amazing that you guys say the same thing over and over again.
Well, usually the truth
is
don't
consistent.
change. Yeah, it don't change. I don't know how many other ways we could say it.
Yeah, we say the same thing over and over again. So you've heard us say the same thing over and over again. So don't act so surprised when we say the same thing. Maybe it's you that's not understanding it. But we keep saying the same thing in hopes that it'll get through to you. All of this that we're talking about is requiring the Earth to be flat because that's what we measure.
So I guess he's not going to say what?
No, I was actually thinking.
Okay,
I
I
was
got
just
you.
Thinking. It doesn't make sense. Why would all the scientists subscribe to this idea of the globe?
Okay, so there's a long-winded answer in there, but the short one is because that's what they got taught. If one goes to university, if they have an aspiration to figure out the wonders of the world, and they go to university and already get taught the wonders of the world or how to find the wonders of the world within the way, and imagine the things within this paradigm that they're given. It's like fantasy, right? Here's a story. Now go and express yourself within that story. Go and make that story true. And that's what people do. They believe the story and they just keep expanding the story.
Okay, you do realize you're on Cybertron for a little bit of that speech, right? I just didn't want to interrupt you, man.
No,
Yeah,
that's fine. I'll leave and rejoin if I'm.
So I guess the question that's put to us is why are the scientists believing the globe?
Yeah. Why would they all co-sign all around the world to this idea of the globe and the sun and the moon, are far away and they're not local? And why would they do this?
Well, they've been convinced that that's the state of affairs, and they need to continue on from that point forward with additional discoveries without challenging the premise. We're challenging the premise.
And remember, it's not a scientific category. So I mean, why should it matter what they believe anyway? It's not a scientific category.
Wait, I'm trying to figure out, is this really just about control?
I mean, why don't you just ask them?
Yeah, maybe
I'm asking you.
Why are you asking us? We don't know.
I don't know. I personally think people are delusional, dude. I think people are delusional. You can think of this like a religion, a false one. They're delusional. They believe this is true. And so they're going to do everything they can to shoehorn their findings into the current belief system to make it work. They'll use whatever mathematical concepts they can come up with that seem plausible. It's not that hard to really understand, dude.
That's what they say about you.
Okay, well.
Yeah, well, we have receipts. We can demonstrate how they're wrong. They can't do the opposite.
With things they know to be true.
It's funny because they have the receipts too. You just don't accept them.
We accept celestial navigation like you brought up. We just said that they need the flat earth in order to bring it up.
Yeah, do you think we just hand-wave dismiss their receipts, Castle King? We're just in denial without any justification whatsoever?
I mean, you seen Donald come in here and basically explain that he have no proof of gravity at all.
Right.
I ain't say nothing bad about the article. The article was just basically trying to explain antimatter and matter with the theory of gravitational force that they don't have.
Yeah,
we only just try to.
The article.
Yeah, we only try to get Donald to pretty much show us the experiment or show us the proof of existence of that gravitational theory. No, it's not us. We the ones that don't have a receipt problem, Castle King.
I'm saying, you remember the astronauts that were stuck in space?
Oh boy!
And they showed those astronauts in space.
Yeah, here we go.
Remember, did you see the way they were moving around in the
the
space station thing that they're in?
You seen it. You was there.
I remember. Do you remember that guy? It was behind the space shuttle in space. You remember that rat going on in that rocket in space?
Remember the go-kart that was on the moon?
Damn space studio, man.
So, what did they? You just think they created some kind of movie?
Remember Nadia?
No. It's irrelevant. All of this is irrelevant. NASA bloopers are irrelevant. We measured the Earth. The Earth doesn't curve. All of these other things are extraneous distractions. So,
yeah, why
don't you address the Earth itself instead of all these distractions?
How can you measure something that you don't have the full dimensions of?
You take sample sizes.
Yeah.
You take samples.
That's how you guys claim y'all did it.
No, we just say that we went around the world.
Oh, y'all
you
did?
guys apparently haven't gone to the edge of the world.
Oh, okay.
Slap him. Someone slap him.
Yeah. What account y'all went around the world?
Yeah, if you go west and keep going, you're gonna end up in the same place.
Yeah.
On the flat water. Yeah, on the flat water, you're right.
It's flat, dude.
West horizontally. Okay, we got you.
You're gonna go around the world, man. You're not gonna fly up into outer space.
Like a round on a dinner plate. Yeah, thank you. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Oh no, not like that.
Oh yeah. If you take a dinner plate
like that.
If you take a dinner plate, if you take a dinner plate and you put water in it, you can float a little boat all the way around, can't you?
Oh man, I thought you were gonna mention what that dude. What is the Flat Earth Day talking about the KFC bucket? Yeah, if you get a gravy, if you get the gravy in the bucket,
the Castle King.
Terrible.
Castle King, do you know that planes and ships, they have to either continue to dip left or right, depending if they're going east or west, when they are keeping that latitude? Do you know that they have to do that, yes or no?
Say that again. I was thinking about Godfrey and those guys.
Okay, so like
Or
let's say you're going to travel. Let's say you want to say I'm going to go east and I'm going to end up in the same position that I started on the same latitude. Do you realize that if you fly east or go on a boat east or however you want to do it, if to stay on that latitude line, you have to continue to dip or bank to the right because you're going to keep it to where you're going around. I'm sorry. If you're going east, you're going to go left. If you're going west, you're going to go right. Do you understand that?
Yeah, I've imagined that already in my head.
Yeah.
Okay, so then why would you make the claim I can go and come back to my same position if I just go straight? Yeah, that's not straight though. If you have to continue to bank left or right, that's not a straight line. It's a curved line. Would you agree? Yes or no?
Obviously, you're going on the little dinner plate. I'm talking about the ball.
Okay, do you realize that you would have to do that on your ball as well, right?
No.
Well, it's not a dinner plate because I'll tell you why. If you go to the southern latitudes and head east, you have to turn right to maintain your latitude.
I think I know what you're talking about.
Right. And it's flat. You're just turning right.
I'm saying, did you know that the pilots, when they're in the airplane, they don't have to tilt it left or right to go
The plane does it by themselves. You're right.
Well, to maintain their line of latitude, they have to turn. You have to keep.
If you're going to keep latitude, you have to turn with it because latitude, it obviously it's curved. It's like it's making that circle around the North Pole, if you will. You would have to, bro.
Yeah, we're in the South Pole, right? If you're in the southern latitudes, you're going to have to turn the other way.
Yeah.
Explained this to him earlier, and now it's what? Like,
I don't know why he.
15 minutes
That's
ago.
why I'm just not even saying nothing no more because he's just trying to pretend that he never heard this stuff before.
I've heard it over and over. I'm just.
Why is you
amazed
saying
every time I
what?
hear
Like,
you guys.
You're probably confused because you brought up Flat Earth Dave. David Weiss isn't somebody that we
he's not
repeat
good
in
at
here.
that. Yeah, he's not good at explaining this.
Yeah, we don't endorse him at all, dude.
What about Lord Jamar?
Who the hell is that?
What the fuck?
Who the
He's
hell
a
is
rapper it's an old school rapper.
A rapper?
Yeah.
Holy shit.
He was famous.
That's where you're getting your flat earth information from. You believe
No,
him, but you don't want to listen to
I
us.
was watching this show on YouTube, Godfrey's podcast, and he had some guests on there. One was a flat earther named Lord Jamar from a group called Funk Nubians.
He never been in here,
Funk
bro.
Nubians.
He never been in here,
And
bro.
I'm saying, and then he had a debate with a guy named Professor Dave.
Oh
Yeah.
gosh. Yeah, so Professor Dave goes out of his way to find idiots to debate Flat Earth, and then it makes us look stupid.
Exactly. Moron rappers that basically talk about stuff they don't know what they're talking about.
Wait a minute. Are you saying if I was able to get Professor Dave in here, you would school him?
Yeah,
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah,
Go get
we
him.
exist because of people like Professor Dave.
Because he's a scientist, right?
Ask Mattoon. Go back and look at when Mattoon came in here. Your buddy Mattoon.
He's a scientist, right?
Is he? I don't know his background. Is he a scientist or what is
He
he?
lost the
No,
plot,
he dropped
Castle
out.
King.
He dropped out of college, dude.
Right.
Oh, he dropped out of college?
It's not even a
Well,
professor, bro.
listen, I'm saying you don't have to have college education to be smart about stuff like this. I'm
Nobody
just saying.
said that. We just saying he claiming to be a professor, but he never got a PhD.
Oh, okay, I get you. All right, well, hey, I'm just saying maybe one day when I meet this dude, I'll say, hey.
Be careful
Professor
who you
Dave?
fanboy for, Castleside King. You're the cool guy, remember?
Yeah.
I'm saying I'm cool with everybody, man.
He won't
Everybody
come
who
in
knows
here.
me, I'm cool with.
Castle, he won't come in here. He'll probably go to
What'd you
Panda.
say?
He won't come in here.
Oh, that sounds like a challenge.
He's a coward.
Make it happen.
Plenty of people called him out. He won't show up.
I'm saying you gotta say the right things to people, man.
He's
How'd you call him out here, man?
He's a coward. He will not debate a real flat earther. He won't do it.
Go ahead and bring him in. If you think you've got that kind of pull, go ahead, bring him in.
Hey, I'm just saying, your boy's on the up and up. Yeah.
Okay.
Now listen, I'm just saying, would you guys treat him fairly?
Did he beat the rapper, by the way? Did he beat the rapper?
Yeah, he made the rapper rage quit, man.
Oh, he did? Oh, okay.
Yeah, he rage quit and threatened violence on him and everything, man.
Yeah, because probably Professor Dave hurled a bunch of fallacies at him and called him names, right?
Oh, he called him a bunch of names, did he?
No, he didn't
Be
call him a bunch
honest.
of names.
Be honest,
No.
How
He
many
probably
times did?
Listen, he probably called him moronic and an idiot.
Yeah. And probably told him he believes in pizza Earth.
That's
and
not a
stuff
debate. Yeah, come
he
on.
called him a pizza earther like probably 10 times,
Oh, yeah.
I don't know, but I didn't remember that. But yeah, he wasn't being very respectful. But that's because Lord Jamar started the disrespect.
Oh, Lord Jamar started it?
Yeah.
I probably could believe that, too.
Yeah, it was entertaining. I like listening to what they're talking about, which is why when I come in here, oftentimes
What do you think? Hey, Castleside King. What do you think Professor Dave's best globe proofs he is?
Yeah, what did he say? Wait, what was his best proof?
NASA line.
Or did he even have any since he was calling them names all the time?
No, he has some stuff, but I just can't remember it right now.
Like what, bro?
Was it trivia questions or was it actual proof of the globe?
Question proofs, probably.
Like I said, I don't remember. I'd have to go back and look at it because
Was it how do the flat Earth explain the sunset? Was it that?
No, I don't remember that.
Yeah, why don't you find Professor Dave's best performance and come and post it for us to all look at?
It's all. You guys didn't see this? I would have thought that flat earthers would be all over this kind of stuff.
Well, I've seen his idiocy, and he can barely write on a chalkboard.
I don't have time to pay attention to all the idiot flat earthers out there. Like 80% of them are idiots, dude.
It seems like Dave find them all the time.
Flat earth on flat earth crime over here, man.
Yeah.
Dang. I didn't know you guys weren't even all together like that.
Right. I mean, well, most people professing to be Christians are also not really practicing Christianity either.
Oh, flat on flat crime.
Flat on flat crime? Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, so he ain't throwing shots, bro.
I'm just saying, I didn't know you guys weren't all united.
You know that. What are you talking about, bro? Why is you acting so surprised about a lot of this stuff? What is going on, Castle? What is you doing that for the new? Is it new people in here or something? Because why is you acting like we ain't had these discussions before?
I mean, I'm not even looking at the phone, man. I'm just having a conversation with the homies, man.
Go get Dave, bro. Go get him.
Shoot, watch. When I
You
meet
got the
that,
pool. You got the pool. Go get him.
I got a bunch of homies in this Discord who'd love to talk to you.
He probably in Panda. Go get him. Go get him. They probably in Panda. Go get him.
Don't worry. I'll eventually meet that cat, but it takes a little while because
you don't
know how
even
the social
know?
media game is.
You talking nonsense.
No, I'm saying
you
the
don't
social
even
media
know.
game is kind of fake, if you know what I mean. It takes.
You was talking like that was your big brother or something.
No, I'm saying, listen, this world, especially now, is all about connections.
Okay.
If you know somebody who knows somebody that knows that body, then you can, talk to the person.
Okay.
It's quick.
Hey, all right, tell him we waiting for him. We waiting for Dave to come up, show up.
Yeah, send him in here.
I'll take them.
Yeah, Professor Dave was slammed around so many times in 24/7. He got sliced to ribbons intellectually every single time by almost every member of any kind of standing at 24/7. He refused to come back. He got slammed and beat up so many times intellectually. He won't come back.
Oh, see,
He's a putz. He's a putz. He's a moron.
That's right. The OG 24/7 people remember. It's true. Professor Dave had his ass handed to him. Yep.
Yeah,
Thanks, Sonny.
Wait a minute. This is coming from you guys, though, man. You guys are obviously biased.
Oh, what you think he gonna say?
What's that even mean?
He's not gonna say he schooled all you guys.
Oh yeah. Well, tell him to come back.
I haven't met the cat yet. What I'm saying, when I meet him, I'll tell him.
Yeah. All right. He on Twitter. Go ahead. Tell him come back.
See, I don't use Twitter.
He's on there all the time.
Oh, okay.
Oh man.
Well, I'm saying, do you know where he's from?
That's your boy. You go get your boy.
I'm saying if he's in Cali, it'd be easier for me to connect with him, but I don't know if he's in Cali.
Yeah, I actually think he is in Cali.
Yeah,
because he's trying to get into Hollywood.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, so Southern Cali, Southern Cali, that's even easier for me. Yeah,
there you go. There you go.
I just ask around, because I'm working with a company called Jubilee right now, and I'm pretty sure they've heard of Professor Dave, so maybe they can give me a contact.
Yeah, Professor Dave has been in a few movies as an actor.
Oh, really?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
There you go.
He played a guy that was like sniffing girls' hairs or something.
What? Oh, come on! Is this for real?
Yeah, I'm totally serious. He starred in a movie as a creep, and his role was to like annoy women by sniffing their hair. I'm not even joking.
What's the name of the movie?
Oh, what? Fuck me.
Oh God. Just go get
back to the topic.
Who cares?
Oh yeah.
Everybody got a claim globe.
Who cares?
Who
cares?
Just go get
What do you think? What do you think Professor Dave's best proof of the globe was anyway? What do you think? What do you think he would say is his best proof?
Buoyancy, gravity.
Oh, what? I don't think
buoyancy.
Wow.
Okay.
I think that was Now that I remember, it was buoyancy.
Buoyancy proves the globe? How?
Buoyancy?
Gravity.
What?
Which one?
How does buoyancy prove the globe?
The reason why the balloon, if you were to submerge it in the water and it goes back up to the surface, is because gravity.
Therefore, the Earth's the globe? That's a logical leap. Can you make the connection?
Yeah, that's wow.
Yeah. So things go up because of gravity. Good job.
And things go down because of gravity too, I guess.
If you were to put the balloon in the water and then you drag it down into the water, it floats back up to the surface.
So no gravity.
The Earth is a globe?
Up.
Make it make sense, bro.
Horizontal. Up. Vertical. Ascending in altitude. That's why are you now asserting that this up is happening on a sphere where it's no longer up, it's out.
Fine. I'm saying it depends on where you're standing.
No, it's always up.
Yeah, I know that, but see, this is the thing. Lord Jamar was saying. What about the people in Australia? Are they really upside down?
Well, no, because when they let the ball go, it goes up, or when they drop the ball, it goes down. Why would you have an antipodal assumption?
Right.
An anti-what assumption?
Antipodal.
So they're upside down. Their up is not your up. It's actually 180 degrees. They're upside down.
Yeah.
But wherever we go, it goes up. Up being perpendicular to horizontal, ascending in altitude.
He's saying according to the globe, everything goes to its center.
Or away from it.
In and out. Or away from it.
Yeah, gravity is drawing everything to the center of the earth.
But that would be an assumption.
Yeah, that would be an assumption. That's what we're saying. But what we do experience is things going up and down.
Yeah, that's why things are going up, because they're always being pulled to the center of your globe, right?
And so the way you explain it in a flat earth terms. Again. That's Professor Dave. Best proof, bro. Explaining things with flat earth terminology.
Yeah. Sounds like he's catching on. Maybe he's adopting our understanding of the world.
I don't know. Up and down?
Because I argue, buoyancy and gravity, specific gravity, for evidence that the Earth is flat. So he's taking my argument and saying that proves that the Earth's a globe. He's a special kind of retarded.
All right, well then, tell me why on the flat Earth you can't find that edge.
Where's the edge of space? How come you can't find it?
Why do you do the whataboutism on me every time?
You doing it to us?
Well, it's because you're doing it to us. I'm taking your argument and showing you how ignorant it is. You can't find the edge of space, can you?
Obviously not.
Okay, I don't know where the edge of the Earth is. Maybe the beach where the sand is, where the sea meets the land. I don't know. What do you want from me, bro?
I want you to tell me what happens, what you see when you keep going.
I don't know. I've never been there.
I don't know. We ain't keep going yet.
I've been hanging out in the United States this whole time. You talk about the edge of the Earth. Where's that at? That's not my claim.
Keep going with
it. No. Just listen.
Okay.
You know those aircraft carriers? The ones in the military, the Navy? Why can't we take one of those, go as far south as we can?
Cascade, tell them to do it.
Vehicle. Why can't we hijack an aircraft carrier and go fuck off?
No, let's say hypothetically then.
Fuck you with your hypotheticals where we have to steal.
Look at you now.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy, bro. What's wrong?
No, just use your brain.
No,
you got to use an aircraft carrier, like Admiral Byrd, right?
That's illegal. You can't even. That's conspiracy. You can't even plan that. You can't say that out loud.
Look at you guys. Look at what you're doing, man.
You can't say that out loud. You can tell me that's a crime. Okay.
No, look what you're doing.
You're putting a standard on us.
Let's do the experiment that we were doing earlier. Remember the hypothetical and stuff? Let's do that again.
No, that's
an experiment.
Yeah, your hypothetical experiment. As long as no crimes is part of it. Yeah.
No, there's no crimes here, man. We're not gonna do any GTA stuff over here.
Let's take suggested earlier. Bro.
Let's take the aircraft carrier, go far south, as far as the ocean will let us go.
Oh my God.
And then when we run out of,
like he just repeated it, right?
And then if we ever run into that ice wall, that edge, we'll take a plane from the aircraft carrier, fly over the ice wall.
Dummy, Castle, we did this 20 minutes ago. What is south?
It's opposite of north.
Yeah, it's a pole underneath a celestial rotation. So why are you asking us to go there?
I'm saying I'm trying to figure out the most southern point of your flat Earth.
No. The southern point is underneath a fucking rotation in the sky. You're saying you don't understand, do you?
I'm trying to fly off the map.
My God, you don't even understand what the map is. You don't even understand what the coordinates are. And understanding that when we get to this pole with our fucking aircraft carrier, it's not going to be the edge of the Earth. Like, north isn't going to be the edge of the Earth because it's a fucking geographical pole in the floor. It's like, you don't listen.
It can't be flat.
What the fuck? Again, are we going to go round in this fucking circle?
Yeah, he want to hear it again. Yeah.
Everything that we're speaking about requires a flat Earth to describe a measure.
Also, King knows this. I don't know why he's just trying to. I guess you like fucking with us, don't you?
You know what I'm talking about, but
you like fucking with us, don't you, Castle King?
No, you refuse to see my point. You act like I'm the one that's crazy. Y'all trying to gaslight me.
We went over this. We went over this earlier. We explained to you how the celestial bodies is used and what poles was, and how you actually take the measurement. And you agreed that all measurements and everything in navigation is flat. You just going back around and trying to weasel something else in it.
I'm trying to figure out where the edge is, man.
Me too. In the south pole.
It's in your head.
Yeah.
Wait, is that right?
Yeah, there's no edge. No flat earther in here claiming an edge of the Earth.
Oh my God!
I mean, the only one that's claiming the edge is the Globers. The Globers are the ones that claim the edge to the horizon, the
Yo, you
geographical
act like
curve.
we don't have airplanes in these days, man.
I mean, but you guys are the only one
Nobody's
that
acting
claims
like
the actual edge, though.
You
You
act
guys
like we
claim that
can't
the
find it if
horizon
we
is the
look for
edge.
it.
Okay.
Are
You
there
guys,
any flat Earth pilots out there that can show me the edge?
you guys claim that the horizon is the edge. You guys is making that claim, not us. You fly.
It's an optical illusion.
You keep flying straight to the horizon. It's an optical illusion.
Yeah, because when you get to that horizon that you looked at
But the
thousands of
physical
miles ago,
horizon, according to the globe, is the edge.
no,
The
it's
physical
yeah,
edge.
it's
If you
an
fly
optical
past
illusion,
that,
man.
you will be going into space. You keep flying straight.
No, man, it's like if you took a ball and put it close to your eyes, you would see there's a horizon line there. It's an illusion.
That's
It's
your
not actually flat and the ends right there. You keep going around the ball.
I'm not making that claim. I'm only saying that you guys are the ones that claim an edge, a physical edge. That's it. That's the only claim that I'm saying. I mean, it's your claim that you guys say. If you fly, you can fly above it and fly under it. You keep flying straight, you will fly away from it. You'll be in space. You guys are the only ones that claim that. Not us. We're not claiming no physical edges right now. We haven't discovered it yet.
What? I'm saying
What it
we've
is,
got airplanes in these
hold on.
days.
Time out, brother. Time out, just for a second. What it is you're trying to hand us a claim and then make us like back up the claim that you're trying to give us. We don't want your claim. And it's kind of like this, like, hey, remember, like you was telling me about how tax evasion is cool? Tell me more about that. And you're like, no, I don't want to tell you about how tax evasion is cool. And I'm like, no, bro, tell me more about it. That's what you're doing to us.
Yeah, and it's like it's literally you guys claim. You telling us to claim something that y'all claim. We don't have to do that.
Tax evasion is illegal. Just like thinking this place doesn't have an edge should be illegal.
Okay.
My point was,
It's
you
still
don't
in the
want to
average.
tell us that tax evasion is cool because it's not cool to say tax evasion is cool. We're trying to tell you that we're not talking about an edge. We don't want to talk about an edge. You're bringing it up and trying to shove it down our throats, so we'll vomit it back out for you.
And you only bringing it up. And you only bringing it up. And Castle, you only bringing it up to get out of the point that we're making, that all the measurements that you're showing us and everything that you're talking about with the celestial body requires a flat Earth. You just try to get away from that. Try to be a little weasel, huh?
No. Far from that. I'm a lion.
Yes, you are. Lions don't run away from arguments. They basically stand up and be for what they.
Why do you think I'm the Lone Ranger up in here?
Okay.
I'm like that lion in Africa taking on a pack of hyenas.
Oh, okay, Mufasa. Okay, I got you.
Sure, bro. That's what's going on here.
Everybody in the audience, Castle King definitely know that he's caught in the pickle when Jedi brings up the celestial pole requires a flat Earth in every instance. That's why you want to talk about the edge.
Yeah, I've always been curious about the edge.
Oh, nah.
Tell me about the edge of the universe. How
You
come
wasn't
we
even
can't go
talking
there?
Right, you wasn't even talking about that. That would have been the first thing that you brought up. You wasn't even talking about it until Jedi
Oh, is the edge your trump card? I didn't know that. I should have mentioned that from the beginning.
Stop it. You
That's your
Tell me about the
kryptonite,
edge of the universe. How come we can't steal a Starship Destroyer and go to the edge of the universe?
Starship Destroyer?
I mean, yeah, you telling us to hijack a plane to go to the edge.
Oh, which one is more real? The aircraft carrier that the Navy has, or the Starship Destroyer?
Neither
from
one of them is
Star
real.
Wars?
We can't hijack a Navy plane to do anything.
I'm not hijacking anything, man. It's about what's real and what's not.
There's no edge to the universe. There's no edge to the Earth.
Okay. Well, you go to the American Army and ask them if we could borrow the F-18.
Yeah. And then get constant support.
Borrow it for what? Nobody in here can even fly one.
Okay, so it's nonsense from the very beginning then, right, Castle King? Anything to get away from the argument. Okay, anything to get away from the argument, lion. About the flat Earth measurements that you was talking about when you brought up the pole, which was the first thing that you brought up.
listen, all I did was agree to north being north and south being south.
Okay.
Good. Well done. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah.
That's your rebuttal?
Yeah, when you tell us, yeah, we do require that to measure the north and south. Yeah,
I'll tell you why. I'll ring a bell for you. 90 degrees north, 90 degrees south. There you go. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah.
Degrees, 90. That's an angle measurement.
Yeah,
the ground position of the celestial pole is represented by a 90-degree geographical position.
Yeah, that's 90 degrees of a circle, right?
No, it's a geographical position directly underneath an object.
It's called a zenith angle.
And it's 90 degrees of a circle, right?
No.
What's it 90 degrees of?
It's vertical.
90 degrees of two flat planes, one on the ground and one in the sky.
What's the reference of the degrees?
Plumb.
Directly underneath.
No. How did we get the numbers for
from
the
plumb?
Degree?
We use plumb to establish horizontal. That's how.
Yes.
Okay, that's just one. So, what are the degrees?
That's it seemed like every time somebody answered the question incorrectly, Donald says no, yes.
Well, that's not the answer to the question.
That is the answer. It's just the answer you don't like, but it is the correct answer to the question.
Incorrect. It's
so
not.
plumb is incorrect.
Okay, but now prove that is okay. And now prove that is incorrect.
The degrees are sections of a circle.
Sorry, the degrees are sections of a circle. So geographical north would be the central point of that circle. As you move backwards away from geographical north and measure the angle in the sky, you can then develop a circle of equal altitude around that geographical position. That geographical being 90 degrees north.
Right.
98 degrees of a circle.
The center of the 90 degrees of a circle would be. Listen,
and the center of the circle is the center of the planet.
Donald, you're confusing azimuth with elevation, Donald.
Donald don't know.
You're confusing azimuth with elevation, Donald.
Yep.
All degrees are sections of a circle. Just that's what I'm talking about.
That's lovely. All degrees.
I'm not confused. I may be
he's trying to claim he don't understand.
I'm not even talking about what the degrees are measuring. I'm just talking.
Then you're not in contention of what we're talking about. How is it in contention of what we're talking about?
Y'all are diverting from what I'm talking about. That's why we're talking about different things. Y'all are pivoting.
Excuse me,
because you won't answer this question. You're ignoring this question.
Dickhead, you interrupted our conversation. Yeah, you interrupted our conversation with Castle to then talk about something that we're not talking about. You have a misunderstanding. We're not talking about azimuth or angles.
Neither am I. So I apologize for interrupting.
We're talking about GPs, geographical positions, as expressed as 90 degrees.
Perpendicular from the celestial body. What is going on?
No, I like what he was saying, man. Continue.
Because it helps you out. Yeah. Like, Castle, you don't know what he's talking about.
Okay, so that's the new tactic of the year that I've noticed since I've been back maybe 20 hours hanging out with you guys. So what I've noticed is they'll change the subject and then accuse you of changing the subject. So keep an eye on that, guys.
Yeah.
Bang on, Larry. You're exactly right. That's the new thing.
I asked a clarifying question.
And it's really a misunderstanding on their part. They really just don't understand what they're talking about. Like I said, Donald really is not like a part of this at all. He really don't know what he's talking about. He's really getting this stuff from someone else. Donald, you wrong. Go back to your source and tell them they wrong.
You're wrong.
What?
I've done experiments to measure the planet myself.
Sorry.
Go back to 10 them and tell them they wrong too, Donald.
Everything's wrong because you say it's wrong. You can't say how it's wrong.
Okay,
it's
you don't know the difference.
When is an elevation angle a circle?
When is what?
When is an elevation angle a circle?
I'm not talking about an elevation angle. I'm talking about the degree.
We are Donald. Okay, bye, Donald.
I asked a clarifying question
about something we're not talking about.
Well, yeah. Then I apologize for interrupting.
So changing the subject, then.
And the other guy asked me to.
So changing the subject, then, Donald. Right?
Well, no, I muted, and then the other guy asked me to continue.
No, he didn't. He just pointed out that you were changing the subject, and you really didn't understand what you was talking about.
I do
you
understand.
Thought it was relevant to the conversation. Yeah, you thought it was relevant to the conversation, which it wasn't, because it wasn't what we was talking about.
It was relevant, but it wasn't what you were talking about. But it was relevant.
Yeah.
All right. So to sum it up, the tactic of the new year is to change a subject, accuse you of changing the subject, and then they say that's not what I'm talking about. So the reply to this tactic is, I know that's why the words are coming out of my mouth, because I'm talking about it. Thanks.
Which would be obvious if someone was being honest. So no, Castle King,
Castle,
this is not helping you.
Shut up, Donald.
So, Castle, did you want me to continue, or did you want to go?
Donald still want to talk.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you sound like you know more about the science aspect of this whole thing, so I'd rather hear you. Yeah,
every word you just was fucking wrong.
I thought I actually taught Donald a science lesson earlier. I thought I taught Donald a science lesson earlier. I don't know.
I used my imagination to ask the questions, man.
You're a dickhead. This isn't science.
So I was just asking about the degrees of the circle. That's what I was asking about. But you guys continue with the azimuth.
The azimuthal ones, as expressed, so when I face north, east is going to be 90 degrees. This is going to be my azimuthal angle, as opposed to west being 260 degrees. Yeah, these are horizontal azimuthal angle measurements. Welcome to Flat Earth.
You done, Donald?
No.
No.
None of that meant
horizontal baseline measurements.
None of that meant that the Earth is flat. Just so you know.
But we only measure it that way. Okay. Same problem that Castle King have.
Do you understand that horizontal is geometry and geometry is math and math is imaginary? Do you understand that?
You understand we're using this to measure distances.
Whenever it's a measurement. It's a unit of measure.
You understand measurement you understand measurements is done in the real world.
Surface
measurements are done all over the place.
Yeah, in the real world.
That's how we determine something exists as we measure it.
Yeah, and yes, using measurements is done in the real world. It's translated in the real world. That's how we do navigation, things that we also do in the real world. So you basically saying it's just a measurement and it's some type of concept that don't exist and is imaginary. No, we're doing a measurement of the real world.
That's not what I said. I said that horizontal.
The geometry statement was irrelevant then.
Can't finish a single sentence. Horizontal is an imaginary line. That's what I said. It's geometry.
Is not imaginary.
Horizontal is imaginary.
No, it's not. All horizontals are parallel.
It's geometry.
Fuck me. All horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. That's where the surface of the Earth. Excuse me. That's the surface of the Earth. That's not imaginary. The surface of the Earth. We reference the surface of the Earth to get horizontal.
To begin with. Or else it wouldn't be parallel.
Reference the horizon, not to get
the horizon, but where the surface of the Earth appears to meet the sky. The surface.
Yeah. That only happens on a curved object, by the way.
Surface is imaginary.
It's impossible for a horizon to exist on anything other than a curved object.
You're changing the subject again, sir.
How do you have horizons which have a rate of change of slope of 0 on a curved surface?
Did he just say the opposite? And he said there's no way to have a horizon without a spherical globe?
No, without a curved surface.
Again, horizon, 0 rate of slope.
Well, that's just wrong. I've measured the horizon to curve. I've personally measured the horizon to curve.
You're a liar. No, you haven't.
He's lying now. Just get rid of him.
Yeah,
you can call me a liar.
They wouldn't be using it in the intercept formula. They wouldn't be using it as 0 change of slope. What are you talking about? The measurement wouldn't even be possible.
It is possible. It's very easy, actually.
How?
I've done it myself. I did it when I was
No, you haven't.
17 years old.
You don't even know what. You don't even know what I'm talking about. What am I talking about, Donald? What am I talking about?
I don't know. You interrupted me talking to him about the horizon.
Exactly. So I was talking about the horizon, something that you claiming that you measured, and we basically said we used. And in response to that is that no, we actually used the horizon at zero change of slope in order to get our horizontal baseline to begin with. If you was measuring, if the horizon was curving, we wouldn't be able to use it at zero change.
It's at a single point. You're talking about a single point. I'm talking about the entire horizon. I measured from left to right the entire horizon, and it curved. I have. Don't tell me what I have and have not done. You do not know.
Show it then.
It was on a computer that got destroyed.
You're a liar.
But I mean, you can do it yourself. That's my evidence. Me doing it isn't my evidence.
You're a liar. Stop it.
I'm not a liar.
You're a liar.
But I can teach you how to do it, and that's my evidence. It always has been my evidence.
You're a liar, Donald. You made a claim and you can't
Stop calling me a liar.
Yes,
that is not how you win debates, by calling other people liars.
Calling other people for what they're doing. That's what you just did. You're a liar.
I'm going to go away until this guy stops talking.
Well, bye.
I know. Bye, liar. Anyway, we wouldn't be able to use the horizon at zero change if it was above or below its level. It's ridiculous. And then you change the subject so you could get away from the point that Jedi put to you, when each horizontal baseline has to run parallel to the Earth's surface in order to get the ground positions in the first place. If the Earth is actually curving at whatever point, you wouldn't be able to get correct ground positions parallel to the horizontal measurement that you actually taken, the horizontal elevation angle measurement that you actually taken, that you try to avoid for some reason. You guys have the imaginary thing. You guys have the imaginary translated state to the center of the Earth, treating the Earth as some type of protractor, not a physical measurement, just a basic calculation of where you think you're getting those ground positions from. But when you're practically using elevation angles, you're taking the elevation angles with the observer on its surface, using the horizon as a baseline, which means zero change. Not the horizon is curving this way or that way and all that nonsense that you was just talking about. Because your computer broke. Give me a fucking break.
Oh man, I'm over here reading all.
Did I destroy? Oh yeah, Castle. I forgot you was in here, bro.
Oh,
yeah, I destroyed your friend again. I do it all the time. But check this out.
Appeal to broken computer fallacy.
Yeah. I do this to Donald all the time. He's my personal bitch. But go ahead, Castle. Go ahead and tell us about these flat Earth measurements again that describe north-south poles.
Before Donald get bitched up. You already know me. I'm living life on the edge, homie. I want to know about those edges.
Yeah, I got you, boy.
I'm
gonna talk to you. I'm gonna talk to the United States government. I'm gonna try to get that F-18, 16 or something.
Where's the edge of the curved Earth? How come we can't find that?
There's no edge because you go around it.
Edges. They're a single-sided object. They don't have edges.
So there's no edge of the Earth where the sky meets the Earth?
Well, that's the horizon.
Yeah,
that's because of the curve. You cannot have a horizon on any other object besides a curved object.
Okay, so on a flat Earth, would it be all Earth or all sky?
Hell no, dude.
There would be a fuzzy line where the resolution was impossible to resolve. That was a bad sentence.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I'm using my imagination to see
not nonsense. It was just a bad construction.
Yeah, that's nonsense.
Yeah, no, it's
dude. You have to stop.
You can't have a horizon on the globe.
You can only have a horizon on a curved object.
Have a horizon on the globe.
Bro. Like, someone has to beat this guy, bro. No, that's
is the moon a sphere?
That's 100% a lie, dude. You cannot be claiming lies, saying you could only have a horizontal on a sphere when it is a fact.
I never said that.
That it's a fact that there are no horizontals on a sphere. You're literally just saying the opposite.
I never said that. I never
Yeah,
ever
yeah.
said what
Oh
you're
my god!
saying.
Can someone, you just need to leave, bro. Maybe if we just call you liars.
Horizon,
That's
not
Apocryphon, he said
horizontal.
horizon.
Horizon. They're
Hold on,
different
can I get a
things.
one-on-one with this guy? Apocryphon, he
Yeah,
said
go ahead,
horizon.
Larry. Go
So
ahead, Larry.
Yeah,
if
which
what
is
he's saying
horizontal.
is true, what he's saying is true, then there would be no horizon on a flat Earth. So it would be all Earth or all sky.
No,
and he's saying,
that's
well,
not what
I'm
I'm
going to
saying.
take the middle. Hold on, bro. So he's
Oh,
saying,
what's
well,
wrong?
I'm going to take the middle of the road fallacy and say there would be a horizon. It would just be really blurry. So he walked back and double spoke.
No. A horizon is a crisp line. So
Dude.
on a flat
Rendering.
surface, it would be a fuzzy line, not a crisp line. You can a horizon is a crisp line.
So if the Earth was flat, it wouldn't be crisp.
No, it'd be all fuzzy. It would
But there
just
would be Earth and sky, and they would meet somewhere, right? So you're double speaking, bro.
I'm not. I have to take a
No.
phone call. I apologize.
It'll be like the looking down the hallway thing. I know what he's talking about. It'll just get real fuzzy, so hard to see you won't be able to see anything but a blur. It'll be way out there. That's what
You
he's
guys
talking
ever
about.
looked at the horizon? It's fucking blurry, man. It's wavy and all kinds of weird shit.
It'd be all blurry. It would just be a blurry like.
So according to you,
Can
flat
somebody
Earth
show this guy a blurry horizon
It
here?
is blurry, dude.
Wouldn't be a
What are you talking
horizon.
about?
Horizons are
Oh my
crisp.
god, this is crazy.
No, horizons are not crisp. They dance
did
like
post-
flames.
I did post
This
what
is
Donald C. Brenda
insane.
did post
I mean,
a few
do you
hours
guys
ago.
think that the
I did
moon
post
is a
Snapchat.
sphere-ish?
Look
Now
what
he's
did
moving
Donald
to the
C. did
moon.
posted.
Yeah, I'm asking a related question. So for clarity, do you guys think that the moon is spherical?
That's not related to the horizon, bro.
It is,
Is it,
absolutely.
Larry? Larry, that's related to the horizon?
Yes, it is. So do you guys think that the
See
moon
the horizon on the moon.
Yes, there is a horizon on the moon.
You synced it.
Yeah, I've seen
You
pictures of it.
personally
Yeah.
went to the moon and synced the horizon.
I told you I've seen pictures of it.
You haven't synced. So you haven't synced it. You just seen pictures of it.
Yeah, I've seen pictures of it.
So I just want to get back to the
So,
argument.
do you
at
think
hand,
that-
because we're talking about the moon now?
Yeah, he want to talk about the moon, and he been
Hold
there.
on, we're talking about the horizon. So let's say that we could put this astronaut on a protoplanet, these disk planets that they believe in the standard model. So let's put this dude on a protoplanet. He's on one side of the disk because these people do believe in disks in space.
No, we don't.
So we put you on.
I don't think so.
Wait, you don't believe in protoplanets? How do you think planets got here?
Protoplanets are not disks.
You want to double check that with your search engine real fast?
I mean,
Dude, he
show
doesn't
me
even
a
know what it
picture.
is.
Show me a single picture
He's
of
talking
a
about
disk.
something he doesn't even know what it is.
Why are you going to interrupt my argument because you're ignorant?
My
You
apologies.
got Google in front of you, don't you? Put yourself on mute and Google
It's
it.
your claim. I'm not doing your research.
You are interrupting me in the middle of my argument. So let's put this dude on a protoplanet. He's on a fucking disk. He's saying there's going to be no horizon. So on this protoplanet floating in space, he's not going to be able to see the sky, and he's not going to be able to see the ground. I don't think so. He's going to be able to see the
This
sky
was not
and the
my
ground.
claim.
Bro, it's my claim. That's why it's coming out of my mouth. Shut your fucking mouth.
You said I said something.
Dude, shut up. So, when he sees the sky and the ground of the protoplanet that is on, obviously they're going to meet in the middle. So his argument is trash, and he's got verbal diarrhea.
So you strawmanned me. Plus, I'd love for you to show me a picture of a disc-shaped planet. That'd be amazing.
You don't even know your own lore, bro. That's crazy.
I do. And if something is small enough, plus also is a like a disc curved in any way? Like what's it on the protoplanet? What's over the edge of the disc? It's like curvy, right? I mean, show me a picture of a disc-shaped protoplanet. I need to understand what it looks like.
You just said you know what he's talking about, and now you're admitting that you don't know what he's talking about?
I didn't say that I know what he's talking about. I was like trying to figure out what he's talking about. So I need to know the shape of
So
the
then, how
thing
were you?
that he.
So then, how were you able to cut him off and try to correct him if you didn't even know what he was talking about?
I didn't cut him off to correct him about the planet, and I didn't cut him off at the end. He stopped talking, and when I cut him off, it was talking about what he said I said was wrong.
You're a waste of time, bro. Just go listen to the thing. Go listen to the playback.
Listen. You need
go
to
listen to the playback. Go listen to the playback.
Yeah, do that. Go listen to the playback.
No, you go. We heard it. We heard it live, bro. You didn't, though.
But you're gaslighting, so it's okay. I was there also.
I don't even know. You said there wouldn't be a horizon if the Earth was flat, and then we said, "Wait a minute, would it be all sky or all ground?" And you said, "Oh, it would be a horizon, but it would be blurry," which you described the horizon. What?
I never called the blurry thing a horizon. It's not a horizon.
Kick him out, bro. Get out of here, bro.
Yeah, just kick him out.
I never called the blurry thing a horizon.
Goodbye. You're a liar, bro.
He said it wouldn't be crisp. So if it's not crisp, then it's ipso facto blurry.
I never called the blurry thing a horizon, though. He said I called the blurry thing a horizon. I never did that.
You did post this. I'm gonna post it.
What blurry thing?
The thing that would exist if the Earth was flat and as big as we should.
What is it specifically?
I don't know what it would be called.
So you're talking about something you don't even know what you're talking about.
Well, no, it just doesn't exist.
What were you talking about when you said it wouldn't be crisp? What was that?
Yeah,
5 minutes ago.
It wouldn't be
What is
crisp
it?
if the Earth was flat.
What is it?
The blurry thing.
What is it?
The blurry thing is what I was talking about. It doesn't exist anywhere, so we don't have a word for it. We don't have a word for things that don't exist.
What blurry thing?
Exactly. There's no blurry thing.
So you're talking about nothing is blurry?
No, I'm telling you that if the Earth was flat, we would not have a crisp horizon. We would have a blurry thing.
Oh, so it is horizon. So you were saying it was blurry. You're a liar, bro. You got diabetes. You might need to go to the doctor and get checked.
Gaslighting.
Kick him out, bro.
You're gaslighting. You're saying that I said things I didn't say.
Donald, I never remembered you to be such a liar, bro. You've been lying this whole time, bro.
He's a compulsive liar, dude.
Man, this topic, bro. It just forces you guys to be a bunch of liars, bro. I apologize about Donald. He's my personal bitch. I usually slaps him around about creations and shit, but I never knew Donald to be such a liar, having computers, evidence on his computer that broke and nonsense like that. What the hell, Donald? No, you never goddamn went to no moon and seen no horizon. You know you never measured anything. You never even done anything about this topic. You had this topic probably like a few times on your little clubhouse. Stop it.
I have the evidence for a globe, but my dog ate it.
What a liar, Donald. What is going on with you guys? You had 10 on the Nathan Oakley show talking about between. And now you got Donald here lying about computers. You guys is out of control on Clubhouse.
Nah, it made sense what he was saying.
Oh no, Castle, I forgot you was in.
Yeah, because think about it. Infinite flat Earth and then infinite sky, you wouldn't quite see a crisp line like you do with the Earth, with the globe, because it would be infinitely going out. Kind of like looking down a hallway. At some point at the very end of that hallway, it's going to be too blurry to see anything. It's like that.
Okay, so Castle, do you realize that is what we see? Blurriness all the way at the end. Blurry as far as you can see. Before the vanishing point that you learn in like elementary school, it does get blurry over there. That's why you can't see things really, really far away, because it's so squished. That's what we can consider like that's blurry.
Yeah,
so that's why we can't see
what
it.
you mean. I know what you're talking about, but I'm talking about that line.
With Castle King, there are times though where when you are looking at the horizon and it is clear, but that's just because now you're experiencing like this optical phenomenon to where instead of seeing like a mile or 2 miles away, you're only seeing like, it's way closer. It's not as far as you would be able to see on another day. For whatever reasons, the conditions of the sky are in the waters, temperature around it. But there are times, I agree, there are times when it's crispy, like he's trying to say, but that's only because there's an optical effect happening, and you're not even seeing as far as you normally would be seeing it because of the way the water's rising higher, and that's when you guys say, "Oh, look, it's behind the globe, it's behind the curve. The boat is okay." But sometimes a boat is behind that curve at 2 miles. Sometimes it's behind that curve at 5 miles, and sometimes at 8 miles. So wait, is the Earth, what size is it then? If the boat's behind it at 2 miles, then sometimes it's 6 miles, and sometimes 8 miles. Is the Earth breathing? What? How do you explain that?
The Earth is constantly moving. Yes, it's huge.
so it shrinks in the diameter from day to day.
No, it doesn't shrink. It's an optical illusion, like you were pointing out earlier.
Okay, so when you see the boat 2 miles out and it disappears behind the curvature of the water ball heel that you believe in, so that's Little Earth Day, and then the next day it's like 8 miles away and it disappears. That's when it expanded day right there. That's when the Earth got bigger that day. Like, just think about it logically, bro. Like, there's times when that horizon's closer, and there's times when it's farther. And when it's farther, it's blurry. When it's closer, it's crispy. You guys are both idiots, bro. You just don't get simple logic. So I don't know. I'll shut up.
No. What I was trying to talk about is that line where the sky meets the sea. That's that line that's crisp. You can see this right there. But if it was infinitely Earth, flat Earth, and then sky, that line would not be. It'd be far out there, so far that it wouldn't be crisp anymore. That was the whole point.
So everything I just said, you just totally disregarded. You just didn't listen to how.
I heard about the 2 mile outboat and the 8 mile outboat. I heard about that. Okay.
The funny thing is that when you zoom into a horizon, it's not crisp. So your argument is showing that the Earth is flat, bro. You just don't realize.
Hold on. Let me just say something. First of all, the horizon has to do with the resolution of the eye in the first place, and so this idea that if the Earth was flat, you'd be able to see so far off these big terms. No, you'd be able to see as far as your eye would allow you based on how that works, perspective and all that. But the thing is, the horizon is not Earth curve. We know that because it's not 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height feet. You know that. I would stop being silly, man.
Well, look at the sunset, right? If
Council King doing it on purpose, bro.
If the Earth was flat, the sun wouldn't set the way we see it. It would actually become a small, tiny little ball of light way out into the distance. In fact, it would be, you could still see it even at nighttime. Dude, it would appear to be a star like in the one in the night sky. And then at some point, if you were to just sit there patiently, no, I'm trying to tell you, it'd be so far away from you where you're at on the Earth that your light would no longer be there. It'd be dark where you're at. But way out there is the sun, and it becomes a star in the night sky. And then if you were to sit there patiently, that small dot would get bigger and bigger and bigger until the sun rose again.
Let me get this straight. You're saying if the Earth was flat, the sun would appear in the night sky as a star.
At some point, because you know how it sets, on the west? It wouldn't set the way that we see it go down behind the mountains and stuff. It would actually just become a smaller and smaller ball of light way out into the distance, so far out that it would be dark where you're at. And then you would still see the sun. It'd just be another light in the night sky. But if you were to sit there patiently all night and just keep an eye on that star, it would get bigger and bigger and bigger until sun rose again. That's what it would be like.
No, it wouldn't.
Till it rose again. Get bigger till it rose again.
I'm saying it would appear to rise, but in fact, it's not rising. It's just getting bigger and bigger as it's coming back to you to shine light on wherever you're at in the world. That's what it would be like if it was flat.
What the fuck?
Oh boy!
It wouldn't do what it's doing the way we know it. It sets in the west and rises again on the east. It wouldn't do that.
That's weird. So the reason why you, the observer, appear to see the sun rise and set is because where you are in relation to the sun. For example, we can observe the sun not set for 24 hours for up to 3 times twice a year. You can stand inside the circle of the sun and observe the sun not setting until it goes too far away, the circle gets wider and it goes beyond the horizon. Depending on where you are and the atmospheric conditions, the sun will appear to do a lot of things. If the atmospheric conditions are favourable, the sun will appear to magnify in size. If the conditions are also favourable, the sun will reduce in angular size.
Yeah, but then I'm saying if it was flat, why would it fall beneath, even though it became smaller? Why would it fall beneath the mountain?
It fall beneath the mountain. Listen to what I said. You can see the sun above the horizon rotate around the observer 360 degrees. But for somebody else who's closer to the circle of the sun, because the diameter distance is so far, they can't see the extremities of the circle like they could when the diameter was the same, because it was 2 radiuses when you're standing in the middle of the circle. But when you're under perimeter, you can only see an arc of the sun. You can't see its entire distance as it rotates clearly above the surface of the Earth. It doesn't go down. That's dependent on you, the observer, and your location to the sun when you observe its motion.
So how do you explain it popping up from the back if you're looking at it set in the west?
From the back? What?
Yeah, it pops up to the east. It rises in the east.
Goes in a circle. It's like I'm going to have to point this out again. You, the observer, can stand inside the circle of the sun in the summer in the north and watch the sun rotate around you. It is not going down. But if you have a lower latitude, i.e. you're closer to the Tropic of Cancer, the circle is too wide, i.e. the diameter distance from your side of the circle through the point in the middle where you were standing to the other side is too far for you to see. You can't see this distance, so you only see an arc of the sun. It's dependent on where you, the observer, stand when the sun is above the Earth, completing its circles. Sun doesn't set, we see it above the horizon. The only reason it sets is because it's become too far away from a location and the observer.
Sun doesn't set.
No, it doesn't. We observe it for twice in the summer, north and south, for 3 months of the year. For 24 hours a day, the sun's circling. There it is, above the Earth. But for other people experiencing day and night within 24 hours that we don't observe because it's for 3 months of the fucking year in the summer, the sun appears to them to rise and set. It isn't, though. We can stand there watching it for 3 months, circling.
Why is it then when they took those flat earthers to Antarctica and they witnessed the sun there for days on end without setting, why did they become disbelievers in the flat earth theory?
Because they had an idea that the Earth was depicted as an azimuth or equidistant model where people keep saying the edge of the Earth is Antarctica, a circumference around the world. Those people are stupid.
Do you get that part?
Yeah, I figured that out in 2016. So in 2016, I figured that out, right? And it took me a while to figure things out altogether because I'm kind of stupid too. But once you realize that the Earth isn't the map isn't the terrain, right? It's pretty clear that you observe the Earth and forget about the maps and what people show you on TV. Go outside and see the dirt for yourself.
I've been out there. I've been to Samoa, man.
No. Okay, well, in Samoa, did you experience the Earth as a globe?
No.
He's so silly, man.
Only when you turn on the TV or the computer or a magazine, right?
Yeah.
Okay. That's how you know you're being lied to. Because you can't experience it.
No.
Okay.
Because those stars in the night sky, those are real.
Oh my goodness me.
Yeah, I
Who said
know
the
that.
stars wasn't real? What? What's going on?
The stars are real. I agree. But what does that have to do with the Earth?
Real.
What does that have to do with the dirt, bro?
We never said it wasn't real. What are you talking about?
Man. Come on. The stars.
We never said they wasn't real.
You guys say it's not real.
What?
We're not saying that.
Nobody said
You
the
guys don't
stars
even
aren't
believe
real.
in outer space.
Oh,
We don't believe in the vacuum of space. You're strawmanning us. I don't know if you're doing it on purpose or not, but we don't believe in the vacuum of space. Vacuums don't exist.
Vacuum being what again? Something that sucks? What are you talking about? The vacuum of space here?
Oh my God, oh boy.
You know, Professor Dave said there
We
is no
already went
vacuum.
over.
Professor Dave.
He got Professor Dave in his ear, clouding his mind.
Yeah, Professor Dave. Tell him to come on in here. Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah, I can't wait to meet that dude. Hey.
I can't wait to meet him either. Get him in here. I'd love to talk. Man, I would love to talk to that.
Listen, when I meet him, we'll make it a big event. It'll be a huge event. Yeah.
Right. Castle King.
We'll set it up.
Yep.
Yeah, of course. I'm just saying, man. I'll say I got a bunch of homies from the Flat Earth, and they say they'll whoop your ass in the debate. So here we
Why
go.
I gotta put it that way? Now you just see.
Oh my bad. Oh my! I was trying
He
to
ain't gonna come now. You put him that way. Yeah, you put
I
it
was
that
trying to
way.
hype it up, like a hype man, kind of one of those things, just selling the fight. Yeah, I'll just say, hey, they would really, really, really love to debate you on this Flat Earth.
Live too.
They can't wait.
Yeah, we're
Dang, man, that is deep.
Y'all lucky I'm not Neil deGrasse Tyson himself, man. Otherwise, I'd do it.
Sorry, we'd be really lucky if you were.
Neil deGrasse Tyson is a fraud.
Oh,
you can get Neil. Go ahead, get Neil.
Open letter.
Listen, name one book that Neil deGrasse Tyson has written. You can't.
I thought he's about the astronomy.
Yeah, but that's he's unintelligent. Books demonstrate IQ and brain patterns. That's how we got words.
Right?
Yeah, that's how we got the alphabet. You didn't know that?
I thought we got the alphabet from the Arabs.
No. See, the Jews founded IQ systems through the labor that they committed with the Egyptians. All right, they realized we don't have to work for these people if we manipulate them. And so they manipulated them. And they told them, hey, you guys aren't actually North Africans or Arabs. You're more European than, modern day Egyptians. And so they realized we got to change this culture. And so they aligned the pyramids to shoot stars into the atmosphere. And that's how we got Palestinians, and that's how we got Nordic people. That's why we have Aryan races.
What's going on?
I don't even know.
What's happening?
This sounds more
Listen,
like
I have an
Narnia than
IQ
anything.
154. You want to understand?
Bench.
Yeah, he ain't gonna understand that, man.
Y'all be accusing me of going to Narnia. This dude went to Narnia and back.
No, I went to Art Garden.
Yeah.
Man, you went all over the place.
So we're talking about the Earth. Is there anything that you can point to on the Earth, that makes you think that it's curved?
Is there anything you can point to that makes it flat?
Yeah, go outside. You don't experience the Earth as a sphere in space. You've never experienced it. That's a received idea that you have.
Okay.
You've taken another man's idea, and it's become part of your identity. And when people question the Earth being a globe, it's like telling a trans person that they're not trans.
All right, let me ask you this: have you ever been to Antarctica?
No.
So then, how do you know that Antarctica exists if you haven't experienced it? You're
I
taking
don't.
another man's experience.
I don't know that it exists.
Ooh, see, I caught you. You're following Jewish maps, and you're not realizing the truth.
Jewish maps. What is going on right now?
Listen, I myself, I'm a Middle Eastern Jew, all right? And I've went to Antarctica and I saw the ice wall. That's how I know it's curved.
Hold on.
Walls are curved when they're being built.
Hold on, bro.
What the fuck? You went to the coastline of a continent, and because that coastline has got ice shelves and ice cliffs that look like walls, you're going to say that that bit of continent that you saw there is the circumference of the Earth. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, because that's the end of the Earth, right?
Sorry. What is south?
It's the downward spiral.
Sorry. What is south, and how do I know when I've got there?
You walk downward.
Down? No, I'm going to walk horizontally. Which way do I go to get south?
You follow the electromagnetic waves of a compass, dude.
Look, that will take me to magnetic north or magnetic south, and magnetic north and south drift. They move. Is there anything else? Is there anything else I can use to depict where south is? I know how to get to north. What's south, and how do I know when I've got there?
Well, you'll never get there.
What do you mean? I'll never get to geographic south.
You're gonna walk in a circle because the Earth is a circle.
No. Geographic south is a pole expressed as 90 degrees on the surface of the Earth. A geographical position.
Listen, I'm gonna blow your mind. All right, look in the chat. That's
gonna blow your mind.
That is the true Earth right there. That's when you know you reach the south. When you go to the south part between Australia and South America, that's where the Pacific Ocean is.
Okay, let me ask you like this: what is north, and how do I know when I've got there?
North is the air.
What?
No, I think he cut out a little bit.
Every single time.
Yeah, they dumping.
Back, what happened?
You were trying to tell me what north was and how we know when we've got there.
Oh, look at the sun, right? Look at the sun and look at the radiation that it emits.
Why is that not telling me where north is? Why
Because you're not listening. You're not listening. Listen, you follow the sun's rays, and it points to Mars.
Idiot! You're trying to tell me what south is.
Look at moss on trees. Look at moss on trees. Moss never grows south. That's how you know where to go to north.
Okay.
This is the basic survival skill. This is how I know you've never been outside of your house.
Okay, but if I'm south of
that's
the equator,
actually not true. First of all, so unless you're about to say that, sorry, Darren.
Listen, I'm the one with an IQ 144. You don't understand.
If I'm south of the equator, if I'm south of the equator, that shaded part would be south, and the moss would grow because the light would be coming from the north.
So in your flat Earth theory, where do we get south and north from?
Well, we get north from celestial north.
What do you mean celestial?
Okay, so celestial north, that's a point of rotation in the sky.
But how do you know when the sky is rotated if you can't sense it?
We observe it throughout the night, months, and year. The stars move across the sky, don't they?
Hold up. I got a point to make, but I got to find the name for it.
You're not blowing my mind much at the moment.
There's a country that disproves this.
There's a country that disproves what north is.
It's a country?
I'm still trying to figure out if you even know what north is to start telling us what south is.
I mean, look at a map. That's where you can see north.
Okay, look at the map.
So look. The Antarctic Circle, right? The Antarctic Circle. That is where the tilt of the Earth matches with The celestial being. You can't see the stars because it never turns night. So you don't know. You don't know Antarctica. I just told you I've been to Antarctica. I know this stuff.
Excuse me. You don't know what you're talking about because you're not answering my questions.
Look it up. Look up the Arctic Circle.
Excuse me. You don't even know how to tell me what north is. Your mind was blown when I said it was celestial.
Because you copied my point about how we got compasses.
Compasses?
I just told you the Jewish slaves in Egypt, they since the Palestinians with the pyramids.
Magnetic. Idiot. We're not talking about magnetic. That point moves. We have to correct for that movement correction to geographic north. Geographic north is given to us by celestial north. The area of... Yes.
It's from the ocean's tides with the moon.
Do I measure latitude?
With one of those bird thingies on top of farms.
It's 144 right here. He's negative 44.
Yeah,
well, I don't tolerate insults.
I kind of feel sorry for him now.
Yeah, I think somebody told him wrong about his 144 IQ.
I took an IQ test.
Yeah, I'm sure you did.
Yeah, sure. Well, it probably it probably was related to the globe studies and stuff like that.
And it was one of those scams where they're like, here, pay $5 to get your score. You are 142.
No, actually, it asked for my social security number. So
you took it with.
I don't think the even the globe claims that one of those things on top of a barn tells you what you are.
I don't think it's a globe claim. He was claiming something else. I don't know.
I just showed you the Earth.
It's like with the Jewish thing or something you were saying.
You haven't showed us.
Bro, look at the map. I just put it in the chat.
Sorry,
that's a drawing for.
Dude, he's saying a weather vane. Freaking tells him.
Yeah, a weather vane.
Holy shit, dude!
Yeah,
I just told you the sun's sun rays. The radiation pushes the thing around.
Oh,
it's a clockwise pattern.
I got you. I think I heard that before.
So forceless particles.
You learned this in second grade.
Protons have no mass, therefore no force, but they're pushing things. Is that what you're claiming?
What?
You said the sun's radiation forces and pushes things around. Protons
so
have
you're
no
telling
mass.
me the speed of light cannot move an object?
No, you're telling us.
It's the speed of light.
He said that the Earth, the radiation has no mass. Radiation does have mass. That's why we got bombs, nuclear bombs. It's just it's condensed radiation.
Yeah,
the sun is not a nuclear bomb. It's a false equivalency fallacy. Can you start over and make a better argument?
Listen, my dad knows Oppenheimer. Well, he knew Oppenheimer. All right.
Your dad knew? Okay.
Yeah, my dad knew Oppenheimer.
What does that have to do with the sun's radiation forces?
Because you just said the radiation doesn't have mass. It does.
Can you back up the claim that the sun's radiation forces things to move around?
All right. You know what? I'm just gonna ask ChatGPT. Let's see what they say.
ChatGPT. That'll probably be more interesting.
I'm starting to think that this guy is trolling and he's just streaming.
No, look.
He's streaming right now. Are you streaming online and you're like, let's see how much dumb shit I can say to flat earthers right now?
If I was streaming, it would have said somebody in the call was recording.
It sounds like it, though. Is that what you doing for real, bro?
If I was streaming, it would have said somebody in the call is recording.
No, OBS can record without alerting.
No, dude, you don't even know how it works.
I don't even know how to set up OBS. Like,
how you know about OBS? How you know about it? Then you don't know how to set it up.
Because I used to stream.
Yeah, how you know about OBS?
I got banned though.
These cards are falling, bro. This house of cards.
Yeah.
No, listen. Look, ChatGPT just said that the radiation can move stuff because of the photons. The photons
are massless particles. What do you need in order to do force? What do you need?
You need weight.
Got you.
No, you don't need weight. You need energy. You need energy. Force times acceleration equals speed.
That's what ChatGPT said.
When I get hit with a photon and it affects the sun, how far does it push me?
Well, it depends on the strength of the sun's radiation. Some are stronger than other. Like a solar flare is going to be way different than the sun's beam on a summer plant.
Is it going to push us over? Is it?
What?
Is it going to push us over?
I mean, it could if it wanted to.
It could if it wanted to. Why are you applying sentience to this fucking shit?
Is the sun not living?
The sun.
Dude,
What? The
how
fuck
seriously
doing,
should
bro?
we take you? Yes or no?
He's a sun worshiper.
You should.
He just doubted himself.
The sun not living.
Listen, I'm not a sun worshiper anymore. All right, I abandoned my Jewish norms to know geographical.
The Jews don't start. The Jews don't start worship. It's against their religion.
No, see, y'all ignored everything I was talking about. The Jews, when they were enslaved by the Egyptians, they made a pact to signal the Palestinians in space. That's how we got our Gartha. They revealed the inside of the earth.
Yeah, he got to be fucking with us.
Yeah,
They revealed.
That's better.
Where do these guys come from, bro?
Yeah, what the hell are we pulling guys right now? Like, holy shit.
They are coming from the troll land.
Is that what you call Egypt now? The trolling?
Yeah, the troll land.
I wish this troll was actually a good troll, but man,
He was
can't even enjoy it.
He was the best out of all the rest of them idiots. Only one better is Castle King.
He made some kind of sense.
We know.
Shut up. Oh my god!
See, I told you.
He made sense. Weathergate was really on point.
Nobody's better than Castle King in trolling, bro.
Castle King's a cheerleader.
Everything he making sense.
Hey, Castle King.
Except us. We never make sense. Everybody else could come with some nonsense. And Castle King.
Hey, Castle King, he said. Hey, Castle King, he said that we know north by the moon pulling on the tides. That sounds good? That makes sense?
Not everything now.
Okay.
Oh yeah, you knew it was bullshit.
On top of a barn.
The weather vane. He said the weather vane for north.
No, I like the point he made about radiation. I like that.
Oh my god, bro. Has nothing to do with the shape of the earth.
Radiation pushes shit around.
Well, yeah, and then he brought up the bomb. That's why the bomb works.
So why are we talking about bombs? We're talking about the shape of the earth, bro. Come on.
I know. I'm saying there's some things.
Castle King
some things I thought he was making sense.
About what, bro? You even said he wasn't making sense of some of that stuff.
No, I said yes. Some of the stuff was out there, but the other stuff he was saying, I thought was
like what?
It was making sense.
All our stuff don't make sense. I don't care.
No, not all your stuff. And look, when I go outside, I look and
you don't never say that about us. You don't never go. Oh,
yes, I do, man. I agree that when I look outside, when I go out there for a stroll, it looks flat. I do that all the time.
I ain't never heard it.
And then
but then you come right, then you come right back the next day and act like, oh, I never heard of it. Remember?
No, that's not what
remember
I
that?
said.
Yes.
No.
See, look at you.
No, then I get some guy over there talking about welcome to flat Earth. Like, please, man.
Yeah, we got to tell you that multiple times. We welcomed you a lot.
How am I welcomed when you guys constantly insult me, mute me, kick me out of here?
You refuse to take the T-shirts, man. You keep coming back the next day acting like you never heard
this. What kind of welcoming is that? Tell me.
Because you refuse to take the T-shirt. Coming back to reception. There's a DJ out there. The bar's open. There's dancing girls as well. Go and enjoy those. Stop coming back to reception and bothering us. The fuck?
Bothering you?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
We welcomed you.
Yo. I'm bothering you because I don't subscribe to your idea of the flat Earth.
Well, you have multiple times, and then you just come back to say you don't.
Look, I told you I can understand why you think it's flat. When you walk outside, it looks flat.
Yeah, but that's because I pointed out to you now that you never do it.
What?
But you can listen to these guys, and they talk absolute nonsense, and you know it's nonsense. And you know what? I kind of agree with the reptilians.
Oh, you like think all I'm on that?
Yeah, you trying to be unfair. I know you.
No, I'm not being unfair. I told you there's some things I agree with and some things I don't. Just like you guys. Some things I agree with and some things I don't.
Okay, I got you. The next time somebody come in here and talk nuts and you go, oh, That makes sense. I'm gonna go. Okay, yeah, you trolling, bro.
The problem is you disagree with your own senses, right? You said that you observe the Earth as flat and stationary when you go outside, right? You said you accept that, right?
It just looks that way. I accept that it looks flat, but I also understand that it's an optical illusion from my perspective.
How do you know that?
Because I'm too small to get a proper field of view to see the whole thing.
Oh, isn't that the Ron Jeremy fallacy? It's too small to see it as it actually is.
Ron Jeremy, what the heck does he have to do with this?
Well, you guys either say it's too big or it's too small, right? So it's the Ron Jeremy
Oh my
fallacy.
gosh, bro, get your mind out of the gutter. We're talking about flat Earth here.
Look, I try to bring humor.
Or is your mind in the right place?
Yeah, we trying to be funny. Like, come on now.
Oh, see, that's
We can't
the
crack
thing.
jokes. Oh,
You
okay.
can, but I didn't.
We gotta
you
be
gotta let me
serious
know
all
you
the
trying to
time.
be
All right, I
funny.
got you.
I thought we were having a conversation about some serious stuff.
We are, bro, but you're saying that you're too small to see the Earth as it actually is. So somebody told you that if you were bigger, you could actually, see more and see the Earth as it actually is. But you're not going to space, bro. You, me, everybody here, none of us are going to space to see the Earth as a globe. So nobody can see the Earth as a globe. Nobody.
But if we could, it would be like a globe, right?
If you could, you would, right? If it's a globe.
Right. And if you were well endowed with, voluptuous whatever, you could, pull all the hose, but you're not. So
You don't need to have
Oh,
hey,
shit.
please. What kind of
Misogyny.
talk is this?
I'm just trying to be funny because it's funny. Because what if I was bigger, I could see. What if I was bigger, I could pull the hose. But you're not. You're not going to.
It's not
You're not
about
going to be
size.
big enough to see the Earth as a
It's
globe,
not
bro.
the size of your member,
Oh,
man.
stop
It's
it, Castle.
the
You
size
fuck
of
with
your
us.
brain.
Hey, Castle, you fuck with us all the time. Why you trying to act like this
I'm
is
just saying, man.
inappropriate?
There's a time to play and there's a time to be serious. I thought we were being
It's a
serious.
time to play. I thought you were playing all the time. So you wasn't just playing earlier when Jedi brought up what the celestial bodies do, and you're like, "What? I never heard of that." You weren't playing. You were serious.
When Jedi talks, he confuses me. He uses a lot of words that are like not everyday words, so I'm kind of lost.
Using English
Is
language.
the Ron Jeremy
The way
fallacy
he
that
describes
from
it,
the
combined
Using
with his
English
accent, it just kind of throws me off sometimes. If you know what I mean.
Don't be. Oh, come on, don't be that guy.
I'm
You ain't being
saying,
that guy.
Can I ask a question?
I'm saying
come on
it's
now.
just I'm not used to it, man. I'm
Can I
just
ask a question?
I'm just an American dude out here, man.
I got
Hi, Castle. Let somebody ask a question.
Go ahead.
The Ron Jeremy fallacy is that guy that raps that's like, I wish I was a little bit taller.
Oh no, that's Skilo. That's Skilo.
Yeah, Skilo.
I wish it was a ball.
Ron Jeremy fallacy
was
is
a
when they say the
baller. I
Earth
wish
is
it
too
was a-
big.
What
They
call?
say the Earth's too. Sorry, the Ron Jeremy fallacy. The Earth's too big to see it as a globe. And the Snoop Dogg fallacy is you're not high enough to see it as a globe.
Smoke weed every day.
Oh no, I'm just saying.
Oh, come on,
our
you
field of
understand that
view
one?
is-
You in Cali, bro? Come on now.
I know, of course. That's the homies Nate Dogg in there. I'm just saying, our field of view, it's too small, it's too narrow to see the whole picture. From where we're standing on Earth, we're never gonna see just how round the place can be.
So that's why he sound high all the time. He's in Cali.
We've got to go up.
Yeah.
We got to go up higher, like Creed said. We got to be high up in the sky, man, to see that the Earth is round.
Like Creed.
Fantasy. That's your fantasy.
It's not a fantasy. It's reality now. We got the rocket.
That's your fantasy.
Are we going to spend lives trying to crack this fucking nut? He's a nutter. Why are we sitting here trying to crack it?
Yeah, I'm like that jawbreaker that's impossible to break.
You're a nutter.
Yeah, remember those jawbreakers? You can't crack it no matter how hard you bite on it. That's me.
That's cap, bro.
Yeah, we cracked you multiple times and welcome.
Oh,
you to the
please.
platter. Yeah.
Yeah, and there's no nuts coming out of that sucker.
You don't remember? Those were good.
It's just too dumb.
Facts.
Anybody who's had a jawbreaker knows that you can eventually get to the freaking golf course.
I know, but you remember, it
They
takes a
don't
long
freaking stay
time.
hard forever. And
You
you
gotta
ain't
take a
hard.
long time to do it. It's a lot of effort.
Yeah, nah, here he
If
go.
you try to go in there right away and crack it, you
What
mess
we
around,
doing?
crack your teeth.
Let's get back to the flat Earth.
That's what it's like dealing with me.
Yeah,
You gotta
okay, we're gonna
take your
finish that.
time.
Let's get back to the
Let's get back to the subject. The earth is flat, yada yada yada.
Yeah, you finally admit it. See? There you go.
No, I'm just saying that's all you guys doing here. I told you, you guys remind me of the spider that's
Well, you do
in
know,
the web.
you know the channel, right? The channel's name, like that makes sense. Like if we were called like Bigfoot 24/7, and you're like, all you guys talk about is Big, bro. Like, how stupid are you, dude?
But did you know there's other things to talk about besides Bigfoot?
Yeah, and we
that's why there's other channels.
Talk about those things. The fuck.
That's why there's other channels, bro. And you can
Right.
go into the other channels and talk about whatever the fuck you want.
Yeah, but did you know at some point you have to talk about other things than the flat earth?
Yeah, we usually talk about all those things.
Like what?
Yeah, exactly. So I don't see why you guys harp on me for doing it.
Yeah, because it's not related to the flat Earth.
Sunday.
Because everything you say is stupid.
Oh, please. See, you're lucky I'm mature enough as a man to take these petty insults.
Why am I lucky? Just be a fucking man.
I'm saying,
being lucky.
as an old grizzled veteran out here in the East streets, I've understood and now I understand what it's like to talk trash to another man and not get offended.
Oh, man.
I understand.
We got you, man. We got you. We hurt your feelings. I'm sorry.
You know what's more offensive, Castle Kid? You know what's more offensive? The fact that we've talked to you countless times at this point, and you still ask the same dumb bullshit.
Yeah, you.
That's more offensive.
What?
I'd rather you have me cuss. I'd rather have you cuss me out and be offensive to me than spin wheels in this room for days in and days out.
Did you know that sometimes the kids have to repeat that grade in school?
Is that what happened to you?
Did you?
I have to repeat this class over and over because I'm not grasping your guys' theory over here about the flat earth.
We got you. We got you.
It just goes right over my head.
Repeating geometry.
And so you admitting that we are schooling you.
Yeah, I'm learning about the flat earth.
Facts.
All right, so the reason why you're not getting it is because you continue to try to correlate your paradigm with what truth we're speaking to you. And of course, it doesn't make sense. Like when we're telling you something of reality and the way it is and treated, but you're stuck in your brainwashing and indoctrination. And you keep trying to like merge them. So it makes sense why you're not getting it. It's because you're not letting go of the lie and you're trying to make it fit with the truth.
Yeah, it's like a child with a teddy bear. Doesn't want to let the teddy bear go.
Right?
That makes sense.
But the problem is, nobody from the flat earth has scientists to prove that this place is flat.
Scientific question.
Is you doing that on purpose, bro?
Why don't the geometry teachers all around the world prove that this place is flat then?
Castle King, are you the type of guy to science the shit out of some angles and measurements and shit?
So what? No, listen, I'm an artiste, man.
Yeah, okay, we got you. Yeah.
No, it's the was. It's not perspective is interesting.
If you ain't got the flow, you gotta go. How can you be Simone without the afro? Get out of here, man.
Is your art is that on the fridge, is it?
He's a magnificent artist.
Bro, I'm trying to tell you, you guys don't even know. I'm the golden goose, man.
All right.
I'm that guy.
Yeah, you got all the connections, remember?
Castle,
I'm that dude. You guys don't even know it.
All right,
Castle,
man.
Did you show up when you were in school? Did you show up to your science class with your math book and then argue with the teacher?
No,
That's what you're doing here. That's what you're doing here,
nah,
bro.
man.
Do you remember measuring angles in science class? Do you?
I was one of the cool kids in school, man.
That's cap, bro.
What with your
Okay,
with your protractor in science class? Was that
I'm
you?
just saying, man. Yo, I was cool because I knew who I was.
Well, and everybody else didn't have a clue who they were.
I'm saying, like I knew that I was a singer, so I would be singing. I knew that I could do that. I knew that I was an artist, so I would draw. That's what I'm saying. I didn't try to be a scientist because I knew that's not who I was.
I don't have to be a geometry teacher to understand what the geometry teacher taught.
Yeah, you be a student.
Good. And I'm sure the geometry teacher taught you what shapes were. In actual fact,
to be honest,
you probably got taught. You probably got taught this at kindergarten, right? What a shape was.
Yeah, I learned about shapes when I was a little kid, man.
Yeah, like A,
the
B,
square goes into the square hole,
square,
and the triangle goes into the triangle-shaped hole, man. I learned that when I was a kid.
Good. Because that's what we're talking about. Geometry. You understand the difference between a sphere, which has a curved surface, and another shape that doesn't have a curved surface, like a cube or a pyramid.
Right.
Right. You understand that they've got different surfaces. One's curved, one's straight.
Mm-hmm.
Good. When we measure the Earth, we don't measure the curved line, we measure the straight line.
See, that's the thing. The Earth is so big that you can measure things straight.
Yeah. So the Earth is so big, locally, an observer using celestial navigation can measure a horizontal distance on the surface of the Earth between themselves and the geographical position of a star up to 5,000 miles from one singular measurement. So yeah, measured flat, 5,000 miles, straight line distance on the surface of the Earth. Yep.
See, Jedi, there you go again. That's what I'm saying. When you start talking about your stuff, I start getting lost.
What confused you? Straight line distance, 5,000 miles.
Horizontal, and come on, man.
So horizontal confused you?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it was a combination of words and the accent just kind of got me stuck, man. Explain it one more time. I'm going to try really hard and focus.
Okay. Hope you do, bro.
One observer, using one angle measurement of a star above the horizon, can measure that distance on the surface of the Earth between them and the geographical position of that star. The geographical position being the point on the surface of the Earth directly underneath the star at 90 degrees. You can measure your distance. That will be a straight line distance. This one measurement for 15 degrees above the horizon can give you the distance of 5,000 miles.
Wow. I didn't know that.
It's how we use the stars to navigate. Right?
Are you sure?
Yes. Because we measure the elevation angle of the star to measure its distance. Because when we're using celestial navigation, the distances on the surface of the Earth, the things that we're trying to get. Because if we have enough measurements, say we measure 3 stars, we can draw circles of equal altitude around those ground positions. And where those circles connect, intersect, overlap, that's where we are.
Exactly how are you measuring it? Are you doing like Moana did in that movie? She puts her hand up to the star like that?
You can, measure the separation from the horizon to the star using fingers, your fist, or your palms. But this will be expressed in an elevation angle measurement. Point at the horizon with your left arm, point at the star with your right arm. It's the separation between these two straight sides. If that measurement is 15 degrees, you subtract the 15 from your zenith angle, which is 90. 90 minus 15 is 75. You multiply that 75 by either 60 nautical miles or 69 statute miles. That gives you, in statute miles, approximately 5,000 miles. Say approximately because it's 6 and 9 and I can't be bothered to do the times by 9.
Nautical is on the ocean?
60 nautical miles, yeah. That's a straight line distance as well. The distances are the same, but expressed in different numbers.
Now, can that also be true for the globe model?
No, because you wouldn't be able. Because you wouldn't be able to measure an angle if you're adjacent. That's the straight line on the surface of the Earth was curved. Back to simple geometry. An angle is the intersection of two straight lines and the measurement of the separation of those two straight lines. You pointed at the horizon with one straight line, your arm, and then you pointed at the star with the other straight line. Yeah, this is an angle measurement. If that baseline is curved, it is no longer an angle.
What? I'm using my imagination here.
Okay, so 90 degrees, a vertical straight line down, meeting a horizontal line. If you curve that horizontal line, is it 90 degrees?
Ask me one more time. I was thinking about the movie Moana just now.
Okay. You have two lines, a vertical line straight down, meeting a horizontal line. This is expressed as 90 degrees. If you curve the horizontal line, is it still 90 degrees?
No, it'll be off slightly.
No, it's not off slightly. It's no longer an angle.
What?
An angle is the intersection of two straight lines. When you curve one of those lines, that's making one of those lines not straight, not an angle. Doesn't fit the definition. You can't measure the separation of a straight line and a curved line. The curved line distance will be always different.
But that curved line will appear to be straight.
No, it won't. Horizontals do not curve. If they're curved, we can't measure angles.
Listen, the Earth is huge.
Yes.
It's so huge that it gives off that flat line as a horizon.
Dude.
That's how we're measuring it.
No, we're measuring a straight line distance between you, remember, and the geographical position of the star. That's the point on the surface of the Earth. That's a straight line distance. That's just under a quarter of a way around your circumference.
I agree, it's huge and flat.
It just looks flat, man.
No, it's measured
You gotta
flat.
get higher to see that it's round.
That just looks fast, bro. It just looks fast.
We've just measured it flat.
Yeah, it's measured flat, man. The idea that it stops looking like that once you get high is your fantasy, bro. It's your fantasy.
Bro, you gotta be like Creed.
It's really, really weird. Right. I'm expressing to you how we navigate the Earth that we've already mapped using the stars. We've already mapped this stuff, and now we're going to navigate knowing these things. Like the heights of things, the separation between two objects. A mountain is here, another mountain is there, and they're separated by 1,000 miles. These mountain heights are above mean sea level. We can measure these distances using horizontal and angle measurements from the surface of the Earth. we couldn't measure the angle if the surface was curved. Not horizontal, not vertical elevation. I'm just waiting for the feigned exasperation. Say what? Come on, man. I've got 5 kids to feed.
Is he actually thinking about it? What?
Yeah, I was thinking about it.
Okay.
Don't think about it too much, because if you start to understand the reality of the world, then you'll be on our side, bro. We don't know if we want that necessarily.
Oh, please.
I'm just joking with you.
No, he got all the connections. I mean, we could utilize them.
Man, I'm saying, who wouldn't want a Psalm 1 on their team, man? We're S-tier people, man.
Okay.
Hey, I'm just joking. Keep it moving.
What?
If it was a rugby team, yeah.
S-tier?
Yeah, no, I'm saying it's a fact. There's less than 1 million of us, and we're overly represented in all these combat sports, man.
Okay.
S-tier.
I agree. You are hardy folk, but let's get back to the subject. Do you understand what Jedi's trying to break it down to you?
Yeah, I get it, man, but I still don't get it.
What?
Now you're double thinking, double speaking. What's the matter with you?
Yeah, don't think about it too hard.
I can appreciate what you're telling me here, but it's like, nah, man.
Really?
This place is not flat, bro. It's a globe.
You've got a lot of volcanoes around your area, right?
Yeah.
Good. You understand that you can figure out your distance to that volcano if you know its height above mean sea level. You can measure the angle from the bottom of the volcano to the top of the volcano at distance. Using very simple mathematics, geometry, trigonometry, if we know angles and distances, or angles and sides, then we can figure out distances. If we measure the angle 17 degrees above the horizon and the elevation is X amount of 1,000 feet, you can figure out your distance to the volcano. Did you know that?
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, this is how we chart the Earth. This is how we figure out elevation. This is how we map coastlines. Because the angle measurements are both vertical and horizontal between two objects. You can be out at sea observing a coastline and see 2 mountains, volcanoes, on that coastline, and they will be measurably separated by an angle. Straight line from you to that volcano, straight line to that volcano, and you can measure the separation and angle. This will give you the distance between the 2 volcanoes.
What?
Well, it's a triangle.
What?
Well, it's a triangle.
No, man, no.
Really cool.
You obviously haven't been to the islands, man.
Sorry, I'm talking about triangles.
Oh. I was thinking about the distance between those 2 volcanoes. That's a long way.
Yeah, it probably is a long fucking way.
Yeah.
You can do this down the street. You can measure the separation between light poles, right? Street lights.
Mm-hmm.
It's triangles, dude. Measure an angle. If you know its height, you can figure out the distance. If you know its distance, you can figure out its height. We use this in a method called a running fix. A boat is moving along a coastline, and if it can measure the elevation angle or horizontal angle, it can figure out its distance from the coastline and how far it's travelled and where it's going. All triangles. If the surface of the Earth was curved, we wouldn't be measuring angles.
Unless the curve wasn't apparent because the Earth is so big, right?
Okay, so I tried to dispel this earlier. The distance from geographic north, 90 degrees, to the equator at 0 degrees is 5,400 nautical miles. That's just over 6,200 statute miles. That's a quarter of the way around the sphere from the North Pole to the equator. 90 degrees of rotation. A curved line. Now that's a huge curved line, dude. it would make a huge amount of distance because your geographical position would be somewhere out in space.
Jedi, you mind if I butt in? I think you described it well, but I don't want to step on your toes.
Yeah, you're fine, dude.
Right. So, Castle, you keep, like asking questions, and I appreciate that. I really do, and I give you a hard time. But it's all in jest and fun, right? But what we really want you to understand is you keep saying the Earth is too big to see it, right? Well, you're contradicting Bill Nye the Science Guy and all the teachers in academia because they say boats disappearing over the horizon is how we know that it's curved. Well, once we debunked that, then they switched over to, well, you can't see the curvature of the Earth from the Earth. That's a Professor Dave quote, by the way. You can't see the curvature of the Earth from the Earth. So if that's true, right, and the Earth is a globe, it's just too big to see it, then you're never going to know that the Earth is a globe unless someone tells you who went halfway to the moon. So what you have is a belief system where these high priests got really high, super high, and they told you that, they have, secret knowledge and they're sharing it with you, right? But if you never knew the Earth was a globe, right? Let's pretend that it is a globe, right? The Earth is a globe, right? If you never knew the Earth was a globe, why would they tell you? Like, what does it matter? Like, how does the Earth being a globe affect your everyday life? Like, it doesn't. It's just your worldview.
But it would explain to the sailors why they don't fall off the edge when they're sailing.
Bro, what edge?
Exactly. They wouldn't be looking for an edge because they would know that this place is a globe.
There is no edge. It's a made-up concept. There's no edge.
What? How could it be flat? Where's the end of flat?
Wait, are you saying that in order for something to be flat, it has to have an edge?
Yeah.
Okay, well, the universe is flat. Google that. Google that phrase. The universe is flat. Does the universe have an edge?
I didn't know that the universe is flat.
Yeah, Google it.
Who said that?
Scientists allegedly said it.
Is that right? I've never heard this before in my life. See, we did figure out something new today.
You come here to learn, you're going to learn.
Yeah, I'm going to learn something.
Now that the universe is flat, show me the edge.
Oh my gosh. Listen, wait, let's just focus on what we can right now with the resources that we have available, like the planes and the rockets. Let's figure out how big this place is right now with what we got. Can we do that before we start going into outer space?
We're not free enough to do that.
Huh?
We're not free enough to figure out everything about the Earth. There's manufactured.
Hold on. What did you say?
We are not free enough to figure out everything that there is about the Earth.
We're not free enough.
Give him something, Larry. Give him the container. Just tell him there's a container somewhere. There's your edge. We don't know where it's at, though. How about that? Is that going to make you happy?
Yeah, Bear Bleeder makes a good point. There has to be an edge, right? Because there's containment. So wherever that's at, wherever it's at, there's your edge that you've been looking for. So if you're eating a steak, right?
Yeah.
Well, you know that there would have to be a bowl in order for you to have the steak. Steaks
That's
don't
not
just...
true.
What? You can have a steak
with a bowl? I thought you said a bowl.
No, a bull. A cow.
Yeah, okay. A cow.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're eating a steak, you know that a cow must have existed. And I'm talking about a real steak, not none of that synthetic food-like substances.
Yeah, I'm following you.
Right, so if there's gas pressure, there has to be a container.
Oh. Mm-hmm. You know, this reminds me of the creation. If there's a creation, then there must be a creator.
Ding, 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 ding.
Yep, you got it. And that's why they told you that everything, came from nothing exploded, right? And all this energy expanded out and coalesced into matter, and matter condensed, and nothing, this God called nothing, created the Big Bang, created, the earth, right? And gravity, his son, created the earth. And, this all is a naturalistic point of view to explain how everything could just spring up out of the rocks. All the organisms on the earth spring up out of the rocks, out of the elements of the earth, all by themselves. And you don't need a God, so you can go do whatever you want. Aleister Crowley, who was friends or kind of followed by Jack Parsons, founder of NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory, JPL, they want you, these are dark magicians. They want you to believe that the earth is a sphere, and to quote Aleister Crowley, you can do what thou wilt, shall be the whole of the law. So in other words, the only law is do whatever you want. So if you want to follow those people, and Operation Paperclip, was founded by Nazis. NASA was founded by Nazis. So if you want to, follow Nazis and occultist Aleister Crowley, Jack Parsons, go ahead, bro. Do it big then if you're going to do it,
See, that's what this is about. It all comes down to that. But see, I'm a man of God. I believe in God. I'm a servant of God. I'm a creation of God. And I believe everyone in here is as well.
It all comes down to that for you, not for. Don't put that standard on us, man. We've told you about the measurements. You don't want to accept those.
There you go with those measurements, man. This guy told me the real reason why you don't want to conform to this globe theory.
No, he did not say that. He did
I'm
not
curious
say
if
that.
I can ask a question.
The ultimatum.
So, if you just said that what benefit would they get from lying, intentionally lying to you by telling you the Earth is round?
If they tell us the Earth is something, they get to tell us how that something was created, i.e., nature created itself, the Big Bang and evolution.
Mm-hmm.
Consciousness and information came after matter was created.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
I don't believe that.
If the Earth is not what they told us, and we asked the question again, now that the Earth is stationary, flat, and contained, when we ask the question how it got here, we don't usually end up with nature created itself. We usually end up with intelligence and information created matter.
Right. Okay. If I can expand on the question that Casselkin was asking, because he mentioned sailors, and he said that how do sailors not fall off the edge? You guys said there's no edge, and I think what he's alluding to with that question is circumnavigation, right? So I'm just curious what your opinion of circumnavigation is and how that's possible on a flat.
Yeah, he doesn't understand what circumnavigation is. Do you know?
So, okay. So, are you talking about travelling east and coming back from where you started?
Yeah, just to clarify, since someone else poked in there, that wasn't meant as a dig.
No, that's fine.
It was a genuine question. But yeah, go ahead.
I'll break it down as simply as I can. Travelling around on a circle doesn't mean you're standing on a sphere. You can travel around in a circle on a horizontal plane. If you reference a pole or a magnetic occlusion point, right? Magnetic north or celestial north. If that's north, then east or west are either going to be 90 degrees or 206 degrees left or right when facing north. Understanding as you travel around a pole in the floor, that if you continually make a circle travel east or west, you're going to end up where you started from. East and west are circles around poles.
Okay, but then if you were to head north or south, I understand where you're going with this. Because if you were to go north or south, you then wouldn't travel in a circle, but that would lead you to the north or south pole, right?
Bingo.
So I'm curious, what do you think is at that point then at the north and south pole?
Okay, so in the north it's frozen water, in the south it's frozen land.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
They're geographical positions underneath celestial poles. A celestial pole being north or south center of rotation.
Okay, and if you were to travel through it, if for example we were to try and circumnavigate the Earth, going north to south instead of east to west, for example, what would you think would happen in that situation?
Well, you wouldn't end up where you started from. Understanding that east and west are circles around poles, but if you travelled from one pole to another in a straight line and continued going straight, you wouldn't end up magically at the pole that's behind you.
Okay, so if there's no edge, in your opinion, to the flat world, then how can you travel from? So you think you can travel from north to south and do a loop of the world that way without becoming age? So where would you come through on the other side if you were to
loop of the world? What?
Yeah. Like if you were to circumnavigate from north to south as opposed to east to west, you said you wouldn't end up where you started. So where would you end up in that situation?
I don't know. Never done that. Okay. We always travel in circles around poles, don't we? We never really travel between the two poles and then end up back at the North Pole if that was our first point of origin. So I don't know is the honest answer. So this is when people ask where the edge of the Earth is, where we really don't know. It's not the South Pole. It's not Antarctica being the circumference around the Earth. It can't be that. So we don't know.
That's another thing that confuses me. Why can't you sail from north to south and come back to the north if it's flat?
You can travel from the North Pole, get to the South Pole, turn around, and then go back to the North Pole. But you can't go from the North Pole through the South Pole and end up back at the North Pole.
Yeah, that's weird. Why not?
Why? If you've got two poles in the ground, there's only one straight line between them. If you continue going in that straight line, the two poles that are behind you aren't going to magically appear in front of you again.
See, that's the problem with the flat Earth.
Why? This confuses me when you people say this. Why? Is it because we go from the north to the south and continue in the straight line and end up in the north again? Is that what happens, is it?
It's supposed to happen.
It's supposed to. Okay.
Yeah.
So go and do that then. You're always telling us to go and do things. You go do this if you think it's possible.
Well, I'm not the one who has something to prove with a claim.
Sorry?
I'm not the one that's trying to prove that the place is flat.
You do have something to prove, bro. You have something that you believe in that you can't demonstrate to be true.
Are you sure?
Mm-hmm. Yes, because every single expedition that is said to have done this gets to the south and changes that orientation, i.e. they turn around a couple of times. And then they come back.
So let me get this straight. We can't take a plane from the North Pole to all the way down to Antarctica and then just keep going and then end up back at the north. We can't do that?
Hasn't been done.
No. What I'm saying is, you don't think we have the technology available today to do that?
It hasn't
Listen,
been
if we
done.
had the technology, we wouldn't be able to.
Why not?
Go ahead and do it, man. Why you have boundaries beyond our understanding?
It's just flying in a plane. You get a pilot that knows how to fly and tell him, hey, man, you're going to take a long flight from the North Pole all the way down to Antarctica. We're going to stop at a hotel, get some sleep. Then you're going to get back on the plane and we're going to go from Antarctica and keep going straight until we end up at the North Pole again.
Go and do it. Go and do it, Castle King. Go and do it. Go and do it.
This is ridiculous. What do you mean go and do it? I'm not a pilot.
Hey, they don't let you.
You found the pilot, you tell him, let's go to the Antarctica and in the hotel there one night and then continue. As you explained, you can do it.
They don't let
Maybe
you
one day I will.
No, they don't let you fly aircraft directly.
You can hire a pilot.
They don't let you fly aircraft directly over Antarctica. You can land some there on the shoreline, close to the shoreline. You can't fly inland. They won't let you.
Could we could we just quickly draw our attention to the VC chat? The post
Every single nation is they.
The post that Bush just put in that says that polar circumnavigation has been done. Apparently, I don't know. Someone posted this. I've not fact checked it, but I'm curious what your thoughts on this are.
That's just a cartoon, making assumptions. A cartoon is not reality.
Okay, that's fair. Well, I'll take a look on my side and see if I can find it.
You can travel through different countries above. Yeah. Look what Trace did posted right there.
You can't just be wowed by a cartoon, right? You got to look into these things, right?
Yeah,
go look into the bottom right one there, one more orbit, right? Have a look at that.
Yeah.
Like, have a look at the path that they took, right? They literally just went down and they jackknifed and turned around and went back up again, right? Have a look at it mapped out. Don't just fall for these little cartoons that people put in the side chat like this, right? And then after you look at the actual path they took, right, have a look at the evidence that they provide on their website and on their YouTube channel of the actual proof that they actually did what they said they did, right? Even though what they said they did isn't even a north to south circumnavigation, as in going over the North Pole and coming back up around the other side of the globe, right?
Yeah,
you can.
They gave him the record, didn't they, for that horse shit? At least the one guy that went down and turned around.
Well, I don't know about this one.
Record for that horse shit.
Is that one more orbit that you're referring to? I can take a look into it now. I brought it up. I will take a look into it now. I brought it up because I assumed you would have had this argument brought to you previously, so you probably already know.
Yeah. You have to imagine with the one world orbit, right? Going up from South America, starting at North America, going to the North Pole, and then coming down across Russia at that angle towards Africa. That's about a quarter of the ball. It's not half. That's not 180 degrees over north, and then following that line of longitude meridian down that same one to the south, and then getting to the south and coming back up again. They literally went down the east coast of Africa, went to Antarctica, changed their direction by about 90 degrees or whatever, and then came up by South America. That's not going straight over Antarctica. It's going to Antarctica, changing the direction and coming up on another continent.
Yep. And then the evidence of them actually going onto Antarctica, right, and doing what they said they did, even though it's not a proper circumnavigation, is extremely sketchy, right? All their footage is pretty much just inside the plane. Filming inside the plane, not even looking out the windows, right? Not showing you, oh, look, we're in Antarctica. Look, here's the view of Antarctica out the window, right? They don't even do that. Like, all of this stuff's sketchy once you actually look into it.
So they were lying?
Yes.
Yeah, I just told you, right? You were just told by a bunch of people what happened, right? So you can make up your own mind about who's lying and whatnot, right? Go look at the evidence, right? Go look at the path they took, right? So Shouting Pony just posted the path, right? Look at that circle, right? They went down, Have a look at the point. They said that they flew into Antarctica, right? Then they turned around South Pole Station area. Allegedly,
it doesn't look like they turned around.
Right.
They turned a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, they turned right and they came back up again, right? So go have a look at that, right?
Well,
and then go have a look at the
why does
evidence
that matter? Why does that matter that why does it matter that they made like a however many degrees turn that is, right? Is that
because they should follow the same line of longitude. They didn't. They changed our course several times. This circumference isn't a complete circle. To make it analogous, they'd have to leave North America, go over the North Pole, down the side where Japan is, and across Australia. Yeah.
Well, I think the part I think the part that's like the route that they were taking looks like they were aiming for certain like cities, right?
Okay.
So maybe the reason that they made turns was so that they could get to certain cities, right?
Yes, they have to refuel. That's
probably
the only
more.
reason.
That might be more likely. That would probably require less of a sort of like apparatus of people lying than just them. Right, like they were aiming for cities to refuel at. I'm imagining.
Yeah, of course. And within this reasonable and plausible explanation, they didn't do what they should be doing if the Earth was a sphere.
Well, what should they be doing?
Following the same line of longitude.
Why should they be following the same line of longitude?
Because then that would be a circumference. Like the equator is.
Why does it need to be a circumference?
Because we're talking about circumnavigation. As opposed to going east to west around the equator, we're going north to south. This is following a line of longitude, where the equator is a line of latitude. Circumnavigation.
Yeah, but maybe what I'm thinking is like that degree turn they made isn't substantial enough to like say they didn't make they didn't circumnavigate
several
north to south.
Several bearing angle measurements, changing their direction, meaning that they were going around in a circle. They weren't going in a straight line, which they would have done if they followed the line of longitude.
Just didn't want to end up over the Pacific and get the same fate as Amelia Earhart, I guess. So they diverted a little bit towards Australia.
Yeah, that's probably it. I mean, like, yeah, if you put a straight line that connects back with itself on a sphere, it's gonna be a circle, right? So, yeah, of course they were traveling in a circle.
Town is 18 longitude west, and New Zealand is 180. So it was like 18 degrees was the divergence, and not 90 as you said before.
Yeah, so 18 doesn't seem like a huge.
What happens when they went to Alaska? Even on a ball model, if you go down from South America to Antarctica and then want to come up in South America, that's approximately 90 degrees, even within your model. It's not a straight line flying directly over the South Pole, following the same line of longitude and coming up the other side. There's multiple changes of angle when making this flight. Now, bearings changed. Specifically, specifically the one or possibly two in Antarctica. There shouldn't be one. You should fly straight over north and straight over south. They didn't.
Where would you have had them stock up other than Mauritius?
Dude, if you're trying to...
What other island is there that has the appropriate equipment to do it?
I tried to point out earlier, if they were doing this properly, they should have come down the east coast of...
What do you mean by properly? You're not a pilot.
Following the same line of longitude.
Why does it need to follow the same line of longitude if there's not a place that... Wait, let me finish, Jedi. Why would they fly the same... Why would they fly on that same... Let me finish, Jedi. Is this that scary to hear the end of a sentence?
No, because you're getting it wrong. It's circumnavigation. This is why this is important. What
other city would they have stocked up at? Just what other city is there other than Mauritius in the middle of the fucking Indian Ocean?
Come down that way if you're following the same line of longitude.
Then where would they have stocked? Where would they have gone?
Yeah, you're not you're not listening to what Jedi is saying. You understand when they
I am absolutely hearing what he's saying.
So do you understand do you understand how planes use longitude and latitude?
Yes,
but they have to land somewhere.
What I'm getting from Jedi is that he wants it to go the same line of longitude, and what I'm trying to say
that's how they do navigation. That's how they find out where they are.
But what I'm trying to say is they couldn't because they needed to refuel.
The comparable line of longitude goes down the east coast of Asia and across Australia.
They can't manufacture fuel.
What is you talking about?
Fuel in China or Australia, but they can in Mauritius. Are you stupid?
Middle of the ocean, they need to land at Mauritius, so then they can go to the South Pole, and then they can land at Punta Arenas.
Dude, it's not a wide enough circle. In first instance, if you were to circumnavigate north to south and back to north again, this would follow the same line of longitude. This line of longitude goes down the east coast of Asia and across Australia. But they went down through Russia, across the Middle East, and down the east coast of Africa, stopping off at Mauritius. It's not the same line of longitude. This is a much smaller circle.
Yeah, why do you think they stopped at Mauritius?
Because they wanted to refuel. It would have been a problem. It wouldn't have been a problem if they followed the same line of longitude and could refuel somewhere down the the east coast of China, somewhere in the fucking Philippines, somewhere in Australia. Fucking New Zealand, Tasmania, doesn't matter. There's lots of land.
Right, and this is not even a good argument. Planes just can't fly and land wherever they want to land.
There has to be an airport,
they got to be an airport. There has to be a form of communication within that airport and have traffic involved, things in that nature. So they can't just, whenever they come up with flight plans, all of that has to be taken in consideration if the airport is even available, or if they may be at flight risk. But what is basically common is that they do use latitude, longitude in order for them to basically know where they are when they're in the sky and know where they're going. Right. So you basically saying, oh, well, why they had to land there? That's between the air pilot and the airports.
Oh, yeah. No, what I'm saying is like the 18-degree derivation from a single line of longitude isn't, first and foremost, it isn't big enough to discount the north to south circumnavigation. But more importantly, because I had 2 points. I said 2 points. More importantly, the reason they made an 18-degree derivation is because they were trying to refuel. And like that makes a lot of sense for how planes work.
Right. If you fly from North Canada, up from where they started in Florida, up the east coast of fucking America, up past fucking through Greenland, past the North Pole, on the other side of the Earth, if you do not change your direction, which they did, you would come up down the east coast of Asia. They changed direction at the North Pole and came through Russia, going through the Middle East, changing direction again to then go down the east coast of Africa. Changing direction again when they got into the Antarctic Circle twice to then come up with the south of South America. They changed their direction at the North Pole to fucking begin with, which is something that they should not have done. The idea is to circumnavigate north to fucking south, and they've already changed their direction when they got to the north. And you want to talk about fucking flying down Mauritius, forgetting about how they've changed course already across Russia, across the Middle East, down the east coast of Africa to Mauritius, and you want to forget about the changes of angles when we get to Antarctica. There are two.
Okay, now it's just like, do you think there might be any good reason why they might not fly over Chinese and Indian airspace in that particular area where it was headed?
Who cares?
One of the reasons is the ones you brought up and the ones me and you was talking about, but it still would not prove that they did it. And you basically just making excuses of why they didn't do it.
No, I don't think 18 degrees.
That's why I don't think that's a good argument.
I don't think 18 degrees is important for this example, but more importantly,
that's why I don't think it's a good argument that you guys bring up planes flying anyway, except unless you're going to bring up the fact that planes somehow have to, point their nose down, not fly horizontal due to the curvature of the Earth. I don't know why you guys like to go to the flight plans. The flight plans have to coordinate with the airports and air traffic. Planes can't just go wherever they want to go, so they got to make these stops where they can go. And planes don't fly forever.
Another reason is to look at the equator overall in the north and the south air traffic, whereas the air traffic in the south is usually 0 or 2% generally, but everything above on the north is 89% of flights. So you have to ask yourself why this is.
Because there's more.
This is another reason.
Sorry. Because there's
why
more people
we are right in this regard.
There's more people, more population north of the equator than there are south. There's more land.
This is not a logical reason, because if you're in South America, for example, at the tip on the south, and you would be able to pass
what's not a logical reason? I don't even know if you heard it.
You mean me?
Did you hear it?
What did he say?
Exactly. You mind repeating it, Jedi? He said it's not a logical reason, even though he didn't hear it.
There's more flights north of the equator because there's more people, more cities, more population than there is south of the equator. There's less land, less people, less populated cities.
Yes, I agree with you, but in terms of air flight, when you are, for example, in Australia or South America or something, and you would be able to fly over the Antarctic, then you would come to Canada or to Europe or UK or whatever, or Russia, or what have you. This would be the shortest flights you could take, but they aren't possible, and therefore the south region in the equator is not an equation anymore. So, of course, yes, you are right. The north is
flying to Canada from the United States?
From South America, if you would be able to go over the Antarctic.
What continent would you need to go across to leave South America to end up in Canada?
Yeah.
All over Middle America, of course.
You didn't understand the question. If you're flying south from South America and you want to end up where you started from, i.e. passing through the north and coming down through Canada and America to end up in South America again, which landmass would you have to fly over after you've passed directly over Antarctica? Would it be South America? Would it be Australia?
America. South America.
That's where you've started. I'm asking you which other landmass apart from Antarctica you have to travel across to end up where you started. Please don't say South America again.
I mean, where's the goal? Where's A and B, and where's A is South America and B is
South America.
You starting from South America.
And yes, and you said South America is the end point again.
The end point of what? Your travel? If you travel south from South America across Antarctica to then travel north
to end up at the North Pole. So when you started travelling south again, you'd go across Canada, across North America, across the Gulf of America.
Yes, no, I understand. Yeah, it would be Australia then, but it isn't possible.
Thank you. Yes, Australia, not South America as they did within Blue Origin.
So I'm sorry, I was confused because I was thinking still in flat Earth terms, and why is it possible? And I try to make the argument that if it would be possible, you have to go this and that way in order to come out of the north, which is not possible. You have to turn whatever degrees to your next city to refuel, and then go to the next city and move again, etc., because the length and distance is too far to even go in one way.
Hallelujah.
Welcome to the Flat Earth. Yeah, I don't know why you guys like to bring that up, man.
It's really weird. If you were to try and do a north-south and north circumnavigation by following the 0 line of meridian, GMT, and up through the international date line up the other side, that would mean you would go down the west coast of Africa, through Antarctica, and up through the middle of the Pacific Ocean to make this, following this line of longitude on the east coast of Africa, brings you up close to New Zealand, Australia, not South America. Understand why they're changing directions? Because they want to stay by the land? Yeah. It's not comparable to the claim that they're making. To follow the claim they're making, for example, you'd have to follow lines of longitude, GMT, 0, and then up the other side along the international date line, or any comparable line of longitude. This is not what they did within Blue Origin. And I'm sure I've beaten that to death now, so let's move on to something else.
Or we can move on to onto space, perhaps. I don't know what you guys believe on in terms of that. You think that we've because I understand there's a distrust towards NASA here. Do you believe that we've been to space at all?
Okay. So, no, we do not believe that people have been to the vacuum of space in a rocket to go and play golf on the moon, for example. The moon being in the vacuum of space. Our main contention is the word vacuum, because that denotes an absence of substance, in this particular instance, any matter, specifically gas, described as ultra high vacuum. Now, this is a problem. If we have, for example, Jupiter, an uncontained ball of gas, not increasing in entropy, not dispersing into the available volume of the vacuum, that's a violation of the second law of thermodynamics, a natural law that applies always in all systems, open and closed. So for us on the Earth to have an atmosphere, that's a contradiction, because gases only take the shape of their containers. If there's no container, the gas wouldn't have a shape. The gas would continue to expand into available volume. If there's no container, then we wouldn't have the consequent of pressure, which we're breathing at the moment. Air pressure, 14.7 psi at ground level. To have pressure, you require a container. Pressure is expressed as force over area. The force of the gas that has kinetic energy colliding with the walls of its container, depending on the volume and the amount of gas and the temperature within the system. If there's no container,
i.e. an open system, there's nothing to press against. You won't have the consequence of pressure. And if there's nothing restricting the availability of the gas to continue expanding and increasing in entropy, it will do so. Gas fills space. So this is why we don't believe in the vacuum space, because it violates fundamental laws of nature.
Well, because you're saying that it's not in a container, right?
Yeah. You say it's not in a container. You say the Earth is an open system, an uncontained ball of gas in a vacuum. That's a violation of that law.
So do we believe that other planets, let's take the moon, for example, and it's not a planet, but let's take the moon. Do you think that that's also flat? Or is that round?
No idea. Because I can't go to the moon and measure the surface of the moon. I can measure the surface of the Earth and confirm that that's flat, horizontal, level, but I can't go to the moon.
Yeah, that's a fair point. But we can see it rotate, right?
We can observe the moon, yeah. And I'll give you, it looks very circular. It could probably be a sphere, although I can't confirm any speculation because I'd have to go to the moon.
Yeah, it's not like we're in a solar system, bro. We're not saying that. We're not a disk in space. No outer space, remember?
Sorry, I can't hear you. What said you?
I said we're not in outer space, remember? So we're not saying that Earth is like an object embedded in a larger space, and that it's sharing a space with those other things in the sky. We're not saying that. You're thinking that though, just by I know that by your question.
Okay, so if in your opinion we're not, that like by we, I'm sure you think Earth isn't in outer space. What makes you think that?
Jedi just explained to you why there's no outer space.
Okay, but we can observe
no vacuum of outer space.
Yeah, I understand. So a container, right? But I mean, we could observe other planets and other moons. So if we see the moon, for example, and we know that it's there because we can see it in space, so we understand that can exist in space, right?
You don't know what it is. You don't know what the moon is.
Yeah, you're begging the question by saying other planets. You would have to link Earth with the lights in the sky and tell us how they're similar first.
Okay, well, I'm not in this particular case. I'm not actually making an argument for Earth being in space, but more that we can at least agree that the moon is in space. Since we see,
I'm sorry, you did make that statement. You said the other planets, making the assumption that Earth was like those other things.
Okay, well,
so you did beg the question.
All right. Well, I think maybe it's a poor wording of the question on my part.
We have these terms. We have these terms like called terrestrial and celestial. Now, you think, right, that once you get off the surface of Earth, that Earth also becomes celestial. No, it'll never be celestial. Earth is terrestrial. Those things in the sky are celestial.
Okay. So. What I meant by my question, if we exclude Earth from the conversation, is more focused on the idea that things can't exist in space unless they're in a container, right? But we can observe that the moon does exist in space, and so it's I mean, what you could say it's
No, we don't observe things in outer space, the vacuum of outer space. Nobody observes that. You see things in the sky. And you see the ground below you. So there's things above you, and there's this surface that's planar below you.
And real quick, we didn't say that there couldn't be things in outer space. We're saying that we're questioning the idea of outer space, and you can't have gas pressure in a vacuum. So to make it clear, Jupiter is a gas giant.
Mm-hmm.
You believe that a gas giant exists in a vacuum and the pressure is not going to equalize like it does when your tire goes flat. That's what you believe. Lumpy gas in a vacuum without containment. of either the vacuum or the gas.
Well, in this case, would the atmosphere not be a form of containment for the planet?
The atmosphere is gas.
Okay.
Gas can't contain gas.
Okay, but it. I'm not sure. It depends on the pressure, right? Does it not?
Oh, minus at least in the globe model, right? It's gravity that's keeping the atmosphere.
No. Pressure, gas pressure is defined as the force exerted on the walls of the container by the gas.
Okay, but who's to say that it can't be a gas that's the pressure that's acting like a container, right?
So you don't need tires to drive around?
Yeah, I see your point. Yeah, in that example, it's not really applicable. But if for example, you've seen people smoke like cigarettes or cigars or all sorts of shit, and they blow like rings of smoke, right? That's containing.
That's directed air current. That's not a container.
It's acting like a temporary container.
No, it's not, because listen, the smoker and the smoke rings and the smoke itself are already in a pressurized air pressure system. So you're only talking about directing smoke within an already existing gas pressure system.
Okay. So then in that scenario, you think that the world has a container on it in order for it to be pressurized gas?
Yeah, I don't think it does. I know it does, because gas pressure, the definition of gas pressure says that the gas particles are bouncing against the surface area of a physical container. That's why we measure pressure in pounds per square inch, or cubic centimeters. All those are measurements of surface area, because you have to have a surface area that contains the gases to have a constant volume. To have constant pressure, you need constant volume. Gases don't create containers. Gases don't make constant volume, because with a gas there is no volume. You have to have a container to have volume.
Okay, that's a fair point. So what do you think the container for Earth is?
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, well, I think it's quite important on this line of thought.
No, it's not. It's the confounding variable would be gas pressure. The container could be anything. Doesn't matter. It just has to be there. Whatever shape, size. You don't have to know these things, just like you don't have to know that what the color of the cow was or how many spots it had. When you have a filet mignon on your plate, you know it comes from a cow.
I'm not quite sure that example is applicable, but
well, here's the same thing. We could ask you, Mimas, the same exact question.
Yeah.
What contains the vacuum of space? Where's the container of the expanding universe? Where's the container of the expanding universe?
Of the expanding universe? Yeah. Well, I'm not sure actually. I've never really thought about there needing to be a container. For the universe before this conversation, really.
Okay.
But I'm curious. The reason I think it's important to define what the container is for Earth is because then, if you have the definition for that, you can see whether or not it's applicable to other planets too, right?
Other planets, you're taking the question again. And so, hold on. Going back to the
container already has a definition.
Do you realize that a vacuum also requires a container?
Can you expand upon that a little bit further?
Yeah, in order to have a vacuum, in other words, an evacuated space, space is defined as length, width, and height. So to have a space that is evacuated of all gases or all matter or whatever you want to call it in the paradigm. So in order to have a vacuum of space, you also need a container. Otherwise, you can't have a vacuum. So where's the container of space?
Right. Yeah. It's it's impossible for me to answer that question, really. I suppose just like it's impossible to answer the question of what the container is for Earth on your side. I guess that's your point, right?
You're asking us the same question as I just asked you. It's the same thing.
It's a different question, but it's very, very similar, yeah.
I like to ground it in reality, right? So if I have a propane tank and the nozzle is facing up, and I got 250 psi in the propane tank, so it's full. If I open that nozzle, it's going to equalize. So the matter inside is going to spew out until it reaches equilibrium. So 14.7 at the beach, right? There to be 14.7 in and outside of the container. So this is reality. We witness this all the time. It's never different. I mean, this is why they call it, gas laws. Because it never behaves in any other way. And it's curious because it's, hot going to cold, high electric charge going to low electric charge. I mean, this is just the way the world works. But there are people telling you that no, actually, there's lumpy gas in a vacuum, and it's not seeking equilibrium for some reason.
Oh, can I ask a short question?
Go ahead.
If so, I want a thought or just to follow along with me, just to make sure I'm not misrepresenting or anything. So to have gas pressure, you need a container to hold it, right? And that gas pressure is going to expand to fill all available space, right?
Yep.
Is that all true? Okay. Why is it that when you go higher up in elevation, the atmospheric pressure or the gas pressure goes down?
For the same reason that the top of the propane tank is gas and the bottom part is liquid. There's density towers.
But the gas
it's also a fact of nature.
Right?
What?
But the gas spreads out evenly in that environment, right?
No, not really.
If I take helium and I blow up a balloon, the helium isn't equally spread out in the available space of the balloon?
No, it's going to be pretty dynamic until it reaches a state of rest.
And does that state of rest mean that it's going to be equally dispersed in the balloon?
There's probably still going to be somewhat of a density tower. I don't know if you'd be able to measure it.
I think part of it was that Jedi was bringing up the second law of thermodynamics, and I'm wondering why it would be the case that gas seems to pool near the bottom then.
Well, that's another natural law, right?
Why doesn't
things are usually
fill the full space? Yeah.
Hold on, brother. Denser things are usually lower, right? Like with the Russian deepest hole ever dug, right? The Russian borehole. The more deeper they got, it got so dense that it started tearing up their high quality drill bits. So the higher you get up, it would make sense that the opposite is true. This is just the way of the world. Now, why it is, I don't know. You tell me.
But it's not like there's less dense types of gas. We're just talking about
what?
Like gas.
There are less dense types of gas.
No. What I'm talking about is if you have a balloon, like maybe even a huge balloon, right, and you fill it up with helium, I'm under the impression that the helium is going to fill all the available space and not be affected. Well, because helium doesn't have differences in density between different helium particles or whatever. Like one group of helium isn't more dense. Well,
but that is not comparable to the atmos there's a bunch of gases being produced on the ground, and there's a mixture of gases. It's not just one gas. You're comparing one gas with a bunch with the whole of the atmos, which is a dynamic system.
So are you saying
it's not comparable, dude? It's not the same thing.
So for you specifically, are you saying that if in a big balloon and you filled it with helium, it would spread out evenly if it was all one?
Did you hear what Larry told you? Density differences, density. Different gases have different.
So what I'm trying to say is,
acknowledge that. Concede to that.
It sounds. Yeah, I can say that different gases have different densities for sure.
Yeah, and then you add heat or cold, the day, the night, and the gases behave differently. It changes of temperature, right? You're going to have different behaviors, right? You're saying, oh, yeah, but the helium balloon, it works like this. Therefore what? Therefore what? Helium balloon what?
The helium balloon would be that gas expands to fill an available volume equally, right?
Not necessarily equally. Depends on the variables involved. So
Okay, but
temperature
regardless.
change in any one place within the system can cause a differential.
Okay, so I guess here's the thing: is so what's causing the gas pressure of our Earth? Then, if it's
What's causing the gas pressure? Gas pressure is defined as the force exerted by the gas on the walls of the container. That's what.
But there's less gas near the edges of the container if the
That's
atmosphere.
just less of that happening then.
So there's a difference in gas pressure as you go closer to the container.
Within the container, you have depth, we have ups and downs, we have altitude, we have more gases where are the gases being produced? The gas cycles being produced near the surface of the ground.
What?
You know this, right?
I'm not sure what your question is.
There's a lot of gas production, the gas cycle.
Oh, yeah, yeah, okay. Yeah, sure.
So you have more gases being produced on the ground, lighter gases go up, heavier go down. So you have a separation, you have density differences. And that the same thing will happen within
maybe the connection.
This happens within a contained environment.
Maybe the connection's not apparent. If gas pressure is equal to the amount of pressure that is exerted on the walls of the container, and you've granted that there is less gas near the edges of the container.
What's that near the edges, dude? Near the edge, near the floor, or near the edge above in the sky?
Sorry, above in the sky. That's sorry, above in the sky.
So there is edges near the floor, right, within the container. The propane gas, there is edges near the floor, and there is other edges near the ceiling, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so in the propane gas, you might have liquid near the floor and more gases up near the ceiling.
Let me just. Sorry, I was almost done with that sentence. I think it makes sense if you take just that sentence and think about it. If gas pressure is the force that is exerted on the walls of a container, and in the container of Earth or whatever for our gas pressure, if there is less dense atmosphere near the higher edges,
atmosphere,
the upper edges,
that's a contradiction of terms.
I don't even think I said atmosphere.
You just said atmosphere.
So every time I meant to say gas pressure. If the gas pressure is lower near the upper edges, the container, right, the sky barrier or whatever that is up there. I don't know what you guys like the dome or whatever. Why is it the case that force acts unevenly throughout this container? Why is it the case that there is less force acting on the container than it is on the floor?
You don't know what's happening up there. You're just assuming this.
But we've already granted that as you go higher in elevation, the atmosphere.
You have only been to a certain altitude, but you never has been to the edges of the end of the world. You haven't been there, so you're just making this up.
But from everything you can see, as you go higher in I'm so sorry. I want to respond to him real quick. But as you go higher in elevation, it's consistent that it goes lower in gas pressure, right?
Yeah, but you can only make it to certain altitude, and you don't know what's beyond that. So you assuming whatever is happening beyond that point.
So are you saying that it would then increase as?
Are you saying that you know what's happening at the edges of the world, at the heavens above? You know what's happening up there?
No, I'm just using all available data I have.
So you don't know. So now you're saying, but you're asking us to say, hey, this is what's happening. You guys have to, bro. You don't know a bunch of the variables. You just know that the gas pressure is happening because of containment, and the gas is pushing against the container. You know this for a fact, but now you're going away from the real level and trying to go to hypothetical.
We're just talking about as you go up in elevation, gas pressure drops. I'm just talking about that and how that affects the container that you guys are talking about.
Right.
If you're thinking that there might.
How do we cause pressure gradients within containers? Do you know?
Gas pressure.
I was under the impression. Oh, sorry. At least with Jedi, because he just asked me a question. Okay. Well.
Yeah, I know, but I just want to say something really fucking fast, and then I go on mute for like long periods of time. Okay. All I'm trying to say is the gas pressure is created on the surface and has the most amount of bouncing off of the surface. So I don't think some people realize that the floor is part of the container. Thanks. That's all I got.
Okay.
Are we defining gravity as a container as well?
At the moment.
Demonstrate it. I've got some propane.
Well,
250 psi. I'm going to pour it into your gravity and demonstrate.
That was a genuine question.
Gravity would be my Miss Gravity would be the container in this example. It would be the thing.
Gravity is strongest at the surface.
Oh, I'm almost done with my sentence.
Nothing to do with the
I swear to God, I was almost done with it. The gravity is the force that's acting on the gas in the globe model.
We got a fundamentalist here.
Sorry, that's incorrect. So G doesn't appear within PV equals nRT. Gas has kinetic energy given to it by the T. That would be the temperature of the gas. That means it keeps fucking moving. It has constant straight line motion. In actual fact, its motion is random when it has other collisions with other gas molecules, but its path is nonetheless straight. Gas expands to fill spaces. If you want to talk about
gas, and it expands to fill spaces equally.
No. That's where the energy within. No. That's where the energy within. No.
Yeah.
That's where sorry, if you're just going to keep saying yes without me trying to fucking
keep saying no without just trying to fucking explain.
I'm trying to explain to you, but you just keep talking through me.
But you are not hearing my explanations.
Why?
I don't know why you don't hear my explanations. Honest to God, I wish I knew.
You don't want to hear Jedi's what Jedi has to say. So just shut up and let him speak, bro.
You're asking what causes gas pressure gradients. You must understand what causes pressure in the first instance. That's force over area. The gas has kinetic energy given to it by T. It's in constant straight line motion. It collides with the walls of its container at a rate dependent on T and the amount of substance, gas, in that confined volume. That's derived as pressure, force over area. The cause of gas pressure is the container it presses against. That's why it's called pressure. Now, when we've conceded that we're going to be talking about gas pressure, we can then understand that the cause is going to be the container and the derivative can be caused.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you. Yeah, you too.
Oh, I'm still listening, Jedi.
Good. So you understand that the cause of gas pressure is the container, right? As expressed within PV equals nRT.
Well, I at least as far as I'm aware, it like what is the container doing to the gas? Right? It's exerting a force on the gas that it slides into it.
No, the force is the gas exerting upon the walls of its container. The container is stopping the expansion of gas because with an equal and opposite force. Okay, but without the container, there's nothing to stop the gas expansion.
I'm sorry, but do you agree that the container is exerting a force on the gas, an equal and opposite force that the gas is exerting on it, right?
Yeah, the container, the physical boundary for the gas to press against,
Okay, so it's what the important part of that is. There's a force acting on the gas, and that's why I'm trying to say you would substitute the force for any and all available forces.
The force comes from the gas that has kinetic energy that's traveling at a speed across distance. Depending on the amount of energy, temperature it's got, it's going to move faster or slower. That's where the force comes from. the force that the gas exerts upon the walls of the container.
That's not a pseudo force like gravity.
That's not how physics treats that. The container is exerting a force on the gas, just as the gas is exerting a force.
Sorry,
it doesn't just
within the
work in one
gas
direction.
formula. Within the ideal gas formula, P. How's that solved?
I don't know.
Force over area. That's the pressure defined by the volume, PV. It's also going to be dependent on the amount of substance and the temperature and the ideal gas constant, the other side of the equation. But pressure is solved by force over area. Area is described as a physical boundary for gas to press against, given in feet or meters volume. Container. You know what happens when you put gas into a tire or into a ball or a balloon, right? Boyle's law?
Yes. It expands to fill the space equally.
Yes. But now we're talking about a dynamic system.
Yeah, and you already know where I'm going with that.
Good, which goes through constant heating and cooling. Energy.
That doesn't seem to correlate with going
the gas also produced at surface level, chemical and biological cycles. The nitrogen cycle, for example, produced and then reabsorbed. Oxygen, produced and then reabsorbed. All of the other gases, produced and then reabsorbed at surface level. But the container is the necessary requirement for us to even bring up the word pressure.
So why isn't it expanding to fill the available container?
Oh my God.
You didn't answer it. You're saying, oh my God, but you didn't answer that.
It is.
But it's not doing it equally then? Even though the second law of thermodynamics says that it should?
In a dynamic system, as described to you. Are you deaf?
Is the static system static or dynamic?
No. What do you mean by that?
So static, there's no energy increase within the system.
I think the sun.
There's no energy fluctuations at all within the system. Temperature doesn't go up.
I'm not trying to be pedantic, but I think the sun does add energy to the system, right?
Yeah. So this is where we get the constant heating and cooling. This is primarily given by the radioactivity of the sun on the surface, day and night, hot and cold seasons. Very dynamic, this environment. There's lots of energy within the system that is constantly fluctuating. It's being stirred like a pot.
So you're saying that there is an explanation for fluctuations in atmospheric or gas pressure in the container, but what I'm trying to ask is, why does it lessen as you go up in elevation? The gas pressure does not describe the correlation between height and gas pressure.
Buoyancy.
Why does buoyancy affect gas pressure?
No.
In a container. Why does buoyancy affect gas pressure in a container?
Sorry, density, energy, the amount of substance.
Wouldn't the density
in space compared to another amount of substance at a different temperature?
The container? Wouldn't the density?
Dude, is you just doing this on purpose, bro? It seems like you just constantly talking past the point.
No, I'm really trying to focus
bringing
on the
something
point.
Up that's not relevant.
He's talking about the density tower. Why is there a density tower? That's what he's focused on.
Right.
But in order to have a density tower within a volume filled with gas, you first have to have the gas pressure. So you're avoiding the point this whole time. The gentleman is correct.
Right. This makes no sense.
No, because what I'm trying to say is the gas pressure is caused by a force acting on the gas.
But you do have a gas pressure, and it's not acting on the force; it's acting on the container. The gas is the force.
No, you have to understand that that force is.
In order for that question to be relevant, you need the pressure to begin with.
Yeah.
Where are you getting the pressure from without the container?
From force acting on gas.
Where do you get the pressure from without the container?
The container isn't the important part. The container
You're
is
already in violation because the thing that you're trying to explain, you're trying to walk past the pressure that you absolutely need for your example without a container. You cannot have gas pressure without the necessary antecedent, which is a container, which is the whole argument. If you're going to ignore the argument and start talking about things that requires gas pressure, well, gas pressure requires a container. So you can't have gas pressure absent. You can't have gas pressure in it without absent of the container. They both go together. It seems like you saying,
but the container isn't the important part of a container. It's the force acting on the gas.
Yeah. No, the gas is the force acting on the container. It's in containment.
Do you agree that
wait a minute. Hold on. Well, hold on. Listen. Absent the container. Listen. Okay. Listen. Absent the container, the gas will fill space. It will fill its volume. Will be no gas pressure because it will fill its volume. Therefore, you need the necessary antecedent of a container in order to measure gas pressure in any measurement. So if you're trying to walk past the gas, if you're trying to implement gas pressure, you already basically saying that there is a container somewhere in order to measure the gas pressure to begin with.
Wait, Reg Joe, I maybe I can specify my terms a little bit, which is, do you agree that when something is exerting force on something else, that something else, like if I'm walking on the floor, if I put my foot down, I'm exerting a force on the floor, and the force is exerting an equal and opposite force.
No, that's not the definition of gas pressure, and it's not how we demonstrate.
I'm just talking about that. If you can just.
But in order to measure gas pressure, you would need that gas. You need the air.
I'm just talking about forces. I'm just talking about forces. You can say yes. It doesn't make you wrong.
Okay, check this out. Nobody's saying nobody's right or wrong. We're just saying that you're walking past the premise that is being presented to you.
I know I'm trying to build there now because obviously
what you building is imaginary. Yeah, you basically you're saying an invisible force is a container.
Right, so stop. What's being said here is that for a dynamic force, an extra variable, to have an effect on the already existing gas pressure, you're going to require a container. Your force is not going to cause gas pressure in the first instance. So even if we granted you your force, it's not going to be affecting gas pressure unless you already have something for the gas to exert a force upon, like a container. You're talking about.
I don't know what you're saying. I don't know what you're saying. Wait, Reg Joe. Now I get to respond to T-Dub. Sorry, he brought something up with me. The thing that I'm trying to say is, the container.
I know what you're trying to say. You're trying to say that there can be gas pressure,
and
by
with
means
a force,
of
with any force. Yeah, with any force.
Okay. Yeah, that's what you're trying to say.
Any force can create
you're
gas.
You're trying to say that an invisible force is acting as a container.
Well, no. What I'm trying to say is that any force that it can exert on gas pressure can create a gas pressure. Well, one of the things
on gas pressure. So you're talking about an extra variable where there's already gas pressure, or are you talking about where there's no gas pressure, you introduce this force variable and suddenly there's pressure?
Yeah, because
wait. Could you repeat that second example?
So are you talking about a dynamic force being introduced to an already existing pressurized system, or are you talking about there being no pressurized system, you introduce this variable into a system where there's no pressure and suddenly you've got pressure?
I think both. I think you could do both.
Because in order for you to have gas pressure,
you need to decide which one you're talking about, bro.
No, you need to be. I think that.
Can I say something? Can I say something?
Yeah.
In order for you to have,
can I get right in the middle of my point? But yeah.
Yeah, hold up. But in order for you to have this gas, right, actually having any type of pressure, you need the necessary antecedent of a container. That container has to be a boundary that is physical. Now, you're basically saying that there is some other force that's causing gas pressure, which means that the gas is not filling the volume of the space vacuum somehow. And you're saying that the boundary is somehow invisible or is some other active force, such as gravity or whatever. But you're trying to prove that by using gas pressure, which require the necessary antecedent of a container. You haven't you got to lead a gas pressure out, and first you have to prove that invisible boundary, whatever you're talking about, such as gravity or whatever you talk about, not to put words in your mouth. You have to prove that to be true first, without
let me bring up an example that I heard earlier, which is that so containers can create gas pressure, but also we are in a dynamic system where heat is being added to the system, right? And heat and cold can affect gas pressure too, right? So it's not just a container that can affect gas pressure. It might also be temperature that affects gas pressure.
It's not creating it. Gas pressure needs the necessary antecedent of a container. Heat and hot and cold is not creating gas pressure. No, but the gas pressure is already there.
Do you agree just with this?
It's the same thing.
Wait.
And you listen to what I'm saying, sir. The gas pressure is already there. That's the point.
I know. Just let me focus on one thing, because we build to it, which is can temperature affect gas pressure?
Can temperature contain gas?
No, I'm just talking about what forces can act on gas pressure. I'm just talking about.
Told you.
Yeah, well, you said you explained that to me. Yeah.
Yeah, but we're trying to put it in more simple terms.
NRT.
So what I'm talking about still is that forces can act on gas, and of those forces that can act on gas, one of them might be temperature, and one of them might be gravity.
Yeah,
that's stopping gas from filling.
Hold on, Reg. So show that in PV equals nRT. Where's the G?
Well, where's the container in PV or nRT?
V, you idiot.
It's like you need to read the side chat. I've already cited this several times. The volume. PV equals nRT. Boyle's law, Avogadro's law, Lusak's law, Dalton's law, parts of Brownian motion, the kinetic theory of gases, kinetic molecular theory, second law of thermodynamics. Open and closed systems. Your one's open. Oops.
Yep. Oh yeah. So I guess it's still just that gravity is the container. That's just the.
So there's no G. There's no G here. In nothing that I've mentioned, i.e., how gas behaves, how thermodynamics behaves, is there a G?
Hey, I got a question. If I turn my propane tank where the nozzle's facing up, will gravity hold that gas pressure down?
No.
Once I open the valve, it's going to spew out and reach equilibrium. So your shit's weak, bruh.
I mean, it will temporarily raise the pressure, though, right?
And then it expands to fill all available space within its container.
Until it dissipates, like you said.
Where's the pressure going to be?
Where the temperature affects the propane,
right near the
temperature.
valve?
Where the temperature affects the gas in the propane tank, whether it's hot or cold.
Yeah.
Exactly, but it's in order for that gas to remain in the propane tank, it needs the tank. The temperature can't keep that gas in that same area.
But for example, if you sprayed that tank, the gas into a room, it would raise the pressure in that room, right? And I understand the room is acting like a container in this scenario, but we can't really prove or disprove if there's container to space, right?
Well, it will fill the volume in the room. That's the point. Like, I like to complicate this. It's not really that complicated. It's kind of like the easiest argument to understand.
Yeah, well, what you're saying makes sense. Yeah, it would fill the space. But what's to say that gas in space isn't also doing the same thing? I mean, it's at a very low pressure. Like, that's what
it's the second law of thermodynamics, as expressed. Gas expansion into a vacuum. That's what it does. It expands to fill space.
So long as the force isn't acting on it, right?
Sorry, a force. Where's the G?
PV equals nRT, Boyle's law, Avogadro's law, blah, blah,
Jedi,
blah, blah, blah.
Jedi, if I gave you an equation that calculated Earth's atmospheric pressure and it had G in it, would that be sufficient?
First, you're going to have to express that G as an acceleration towards Earth at 9.8 meters per second.
And then would you be cool with it then?
What, the formula for the atmospheric formula? Yeah, I've got them. I can give them to you if you want. Same question. Same question applies. Cause it then with G.
Sorry, what was the question?
Cause it. Cause it.
Show it.
Gas pressure with G.
Demonstrate it.
Because at the moment, laws of nature, Boyle's law, that's an experiment, Avogadro's law, they're all experiments, right? Where we cause gas pressure with a container and the temperature and the amount of mass. Now, you're saying that pressure is caused by G, then you're going to have your independent variable verified through scientific experimentation to make it cause the dependent variable. The dependent variable being gas pressure. Can you cause gas pressure with G in an experiment, please?
I think there's sort of an observational thing that you can do where you go up in elevation and then you see that as you go further away from. I'm almost done.
Yeah, but it's a study of a cause.
As you go further away from the Earth, the atmospheric pressure drops.
No, that's measuring pressure. We're asking you what causes pressure. Measuring the pressure, do this or that, isn't causing pressure. We need you to cause pressure in an experiment.
Yeah, part of an experiment is you lay out a hypothesis, which is like, if I do this, then this should happen, given these set of facts.
Yeah, it requires an IV.
Hold on, Reg. Hold on.
But you understand why it would be hard to do an experiment on gravity on Earth, right?
I know. This is what I'm going to get you. Because you didn't give me a valid hypothesis just a moment ago. A valid hypothesis is a prediction of what causes something to happen. And then you actualize, verify that hypothesis where you very manipulate the cause in an experiment to see if it causes it to happen. Notice I said the word cause here, because we understand that the cause of gas pressure, PV equals nRT, is the physical boundary for gas to press against. You're saying the cause of pressure is G. So we need an experiment where you vary and manipulate G, because that's the cause within your hypothesis for gas pressure.
Maybe this is one difference that we have, which is when you're doing a scientific experiment, do you think that you're proving something or that you're disproving something?
Right. So that will be held within the alternate and the null hypothesis. The alternate will be there will be a change. A will cause B. The null hypothesis is there won't be a change. A will not cause B. Ipso facto, you've demonstrated either it does or does not cause it to happen.
So when you run an experiment like the one I described, which is that you go up in elevation, you can. Well, I'm almost done.
Not an experiment.
What you're going to find, what you posit, you'd say, if gravity was acting on atmospheric pressure, we would expect to see that it would lessen as you go up. If it was a container, if it was a container, we would expect gas to fill all the available volume, evenly distributing the density amongst the container. Yes. That is exactly the truth.
What is
it's not, because I can demonstrate. Hold on, Reg. I can demonstrate a gradient within a container of gas if I vary and manipulate T. One end of the container where the temperature is turned on and off, will be at a higher pressure than the cooler environment. You're saying that this is also caused by gravity. My goodness.
No, it's caused by a different force. Forces act on gravity, forces act on gas all the time.
Excuse me. Right, I'm getting impatient. For you to follow the scientific, because you're stupid. For you to follow the scientific method and give us what we're asking for, that would be a prediction of cause. You say gravity causes pressure. You're then going to have to vary and manipulate gravity in an experiment to cause pressure, not affirm the consequent, which is what you keep doing. Measuring different gas pressure and saying that the different gas pressure is caused by gravity. without an experiment to back the claim.
As you go up in elevation,
do it again.
As you go up in elevation, no, you said the experiment has to
shouting
vary.
Pony. Listen
Wait,
carefully.
I'm almost done. I'm almost done.
I'm sick of listening to your shit already. Repeating yourself isn't gonna change it.
Yeah.
You have to vary the independent variable. In this case, you're just varying altitude and then claiming that gravity's involved. No, you have to manipulate gravity directly.
I want to get in on him since he's talking about gravity and he's a fundamentalist. He believes that, gravity is one of the 4 fundamental forces. So I would really love to get at him, but I'll wait for you guys to finish.
I mean, this is going to come down to the restriction of the area within which an amount of gas can occupy, right? So you'll be tasked, Larry will task us with both of us, you and me. He's going to give us so much of a gas, propane. Each, we're going to have the same amount of that each. You're going to be tasked with controlling the volume of that gas, right? Restricting the area within which it can occupy, causing a pressure. Right? You're going to use gravity. I'm going to use a container. And we're going to deliver it to Larry. Who's going to win?
Who's
going to get the contract?
Hey, can't you deliver it to me? I'm roasting coffee. I actually need it.
I'm just saying that in an experiment where you want to...
I'm just saying too. I'm just saying I'm going to win the contract.
In an experiment. You're going to tell us what we do within an experiment, are you?
Yeah, so Jedi, in an experiment, you can vary the force of gravity on an object as you go up in elevation.
You can vary gravity, whatever
as you go up in elevation, yeah.
Up in elevation. Now, that's you affirming the consequent. That's not you. That's you not varying and manipulating something in an experiment. Do you know what an experiment is? Clearly not if you keep going up and down mountains and measuring gas pressure.
It sounds like you might also have a misunderstanding of experiments because
would you like me to read out the definition?
So you seem to think that experiments are for proving things rather than disproving hypotheses, right?
Yeah, you're just going to keep fucking
both. Both. I said that earlier.
How about shouting? We do this the easy way. Jedi, can you please read out the definition of experiment? Because obviously our friend has no idea.
I have to fucking tell him what a hypothesis is first. So a scientific hypothesis, which I have to tell you. Scientific hypothesis is a special kind of prediction that forecasts how the independent variable will affect the dependent variable. A hypothesis. The hypothesis should also contain a prediction about its verifiability. For example, if the hypothesis is true, then 1 should happen when 2 is manipulated, 2 being the independent variable. The first blank, 1, is the dependent variable. It depends on what you are doing in the second blank. The second blank, as I said, being the independent variable. The independent variable being cause. So, do I need to continue? The scientist applies her present knowledge to predict the effect of an independent variable on the dependent variable. The prediction is a statement of the expected result of the experiment based on the hypothesis. The prediction is often known as an if this, then that statement.
Yes. I think everything you're saying is right.
Yes. Notice I said the manipulation of the independent variable. That is, for example, if I was to go out into the world and notice that a puddle over time had evaporated. The water had changed state, right, from a liquid to a gas. And I predicted that temperature caused the evaporation of water into a gas. I'll then go into my laboratory, get some water, manipulate temperature to see if I could get a similar result. Noticing that I get similar results means that I can change the state of water. I can make it a solid, liquid, or a gas. This is when I vary and manipulate things in science, right? You going up and down mountains and measuring pressure isn't causing pressure.
Okay, maybe we can shift off from this topic because it's getting everyone a little heated. So Jedi, you said that you don't believe we've been into space before, right? Do you believe in it, like that we have an atmosphere?
We're breathing a mix of oxygen and nitrogen and other gases. The idea that it's an atmosphere is a paradox. Right? If we understand the behaviour of gases, they have no inherent shape. So not a sphere then. It would be a sphere if it was inside a sphere. It's on the outside of the sphere, able to expand. Gases have no inherent shapes. Atmo means gas. Gas is air.
Okay.
So of course I believe in the air we breathe. What?
So we can see satellites, right? What are your views on that? Because we can see satellites that are held within the atmosphere, kind of like a lot of them, right? We've got a significant amount of satellites, and they can all be viewed from the ground. So how do you think they are being held in place?
Yeah, we've got no problem with technology in the sky. There's lots of ways that you can keep technology in the sky. NASA first, for example, started putting things on balloons. They still put satellites, measuring equipment, atmospheric equipment on balloons. You said things that are held within the atmosphere. There's also other ways to keep things in the atmosphere, whether that's by propulsion, solar power, or some other derivative of energy. NASA's got quite a lot of research of making the energy in the atmosphere work for them. It's called electrodynamic tethering.
Okay. And since you don't follow the belief that we have been into space before, we can view rockets as they take off, right? So what do you think? What do you think they do after they've taken off?
Well, depending on the type of rocket, they'll either come back or they go into the ocean and don't come back. Or parts of them are recovered so we can use them again. But when you observe a rocket go away, you observe it go away till you can't see it anymore. And then you have to turn on the TV for them to tell you what happens when they went far enough away that you couldn't see them anymore. When they say that they've gone to space, you don't see them go to space, you see them go away.
So what do you think they are after that point where you can't see them anymore, and before the point that they come back? Where do you think that rocket remains?
So quite a lot of these rockets are recovered in the Atlantic Ocean, right, or the Gulf of Mexico, Gulf of America.
I'm assuming these are
the rocket graveyard is somewhere within the Bermuda Triangle. All of these rockets, they either might come back. If it's like a Challenger, right, it's going to come back. The rocket itself might fall into the ocean.
Sorry, I'm confused. I'm talking about a rocket that would take off. You could see it, like you said, until we can't see it anymore, and you go to your TV, you watch what's happening there, and then it comes back, right? So this one is not one of these rockets we're talking about. There's landed in the ocean. There's been, I'm assuming you're referring to like failed rocket launches, but instead has returned. So where do you think it was within that period of time when it took off and before it returned?
High up in the sky where you couldn't fucking see it, probably travelling across an ocean until it completed the path and came back again, like the Challenger, or like we have now with Elon Musk, goes up into the sky until you can't angrily resolve it and then comes back down again.
Okay, but if we can,
just because things go up into the sky doesn't mean they've gone to the vacuum of space.
Yeah, okay, that's a fair point.
There's lots of ways to make things not appear to an observer when you watch it go away, and then something appear to come back.
Mm-hmm.
It's not hard to do.
Yeah, that's understandable. But I mean, if we can observe things that are within the atmosphere, we can at least see to the point of atmosphere, right? So we can observe a rocket go to that point, and then what you think it holds in the atmosphere, and then comes back down from that.
Yeah, it goes up into the sky and comes back.
Okay, it's the point you made where you said it's where you can't see it anymore, and then you have to go to your TV and they tell you what they're doing and they tell you what to see.
Yeah,
but we can observe it. Go.
It's what happens when. Oh no, it's going to keep talking. This is what happens when we see the cameras on the rocket itself. We turn on the TV.
Yeah.
If we want to talk to these people, we turn on the TV.
Right, but I mean, we can observe it go to the atmosphere at the least. Now, what do you think? What do you think is the footage that's showing you? You think it's completely doctored footage? I'm assuming.
Footage like what?
The one you just described, where you go home, you put your TV on, and they show you what the rocket's perspective.
Just a camera on a rocket, dude.
Okay, and but you don't. But those cameras show curvature in Earth, so I'm assuming you think that they're doctored photos or footage.
That could even depend on the lens. Doesn't have to be doctored.
It definitely, yeah, it absolutely could. I know that a lot of them use fish lenses, but many don't, specifically to disprove these theories against fish lenses.
Let's put it like this. If they show a Earth that is curved, that can't be true because the Earth measures flat. If that's where you want to get me, no. If that is a curved Earth, that's not what we measure. So it can't be real.
Okay, so do you think that the footage is doctored then? Is that the case?
If it shows a curved Earth and we measure a flat Earth, then of course not.
Yeah, it won't be a accurate representation. I can show you of imagery that's claimed to be taken of the ISS from the Dragon SpaceX craft, whatever it's fucking called. And the horizon in the background is flat.
Okay, sure. Where would I look to find that?
I'll post it for you.
Cool.
Give me one moment.
Hard to convince people that they've been tricked. But when you see things on the TV, it's hard to differentiate between reality and movie magic.
Is this thing on?
Yep, I'm just waiting my turn.
Alrighty. Are we live?
We are live.
Okay, chat. Do it live.
And I'm just waiting to talk about gravity because that other guy kept bringing up gravity when talking about gas pressure and containers.
Awesome.
You know, I like to talk about the gravity.
That's bro.
Yeah, go ahead. Like, there's the image. No, I'm not saying that that's a real image. I'm not making any claim about it. Others make a claim about it, not me. That horizon's flat, bro. So which you can accept some as being authentic and some as not. Some as being an accurate representation, some as not. What's the reasoning behind that? Etc. etc. But yeah, Larry wants to go back to what we were discussing with. Where is he? Is he gone? He's left, I think. He's not here anymore, Larry. The one that wanted to talk about the gas pressure gradient and gravity and all that.
How sad, how sad. Okay, moving on. Yeah, I definitely recommend you Globers don't bring up gravity when I'm around.
Yeah, facts.
And the bro we were just talking to is gone too. What the heck? I posted that and he took off.
Oh.
No, I'm here. I seen it. I just he sent me like
where
a.
are you? There you are.
I'm here.
Yes,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
sorry.
It's okay. It's just what you sent me was a phone wallpaper. I don't know. I was expecting like maybe a wider shot or something like that. It's a very narrow shot. It's almost impossible to tell from like a narrow shot like that whether there's curvature or
it's flat
something.
in that part. It's going to curve it somewhere else, is it?
Well, it's hard to tell, is what I'm saying. That's a very.
You know why wide angle lenses, right? When they use wide angle lenses, they want to get more in the shot, right?
Yeah.
Do you know what it does to flat surfaces, flat lines, when they use wide angle lenses?
I'm assuming you're going to lead on to it curving them in some sense.
Yeah, it will, depending on which the orientation of the camera, respective to that horizontal line. It'll either look concave or convex.
Do you have the original of that image by any chance, though? Because it definitely wasn't taken in that aspect ratio.
No, I don't. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I received it on my phone, and I Google Lensed it, and the AI information is there, posted underneath, for you to go and source it, whatever. If you want, do what you will with it.
I'll try my best to source it, obviously.
So, since your friend had another engagement, would you like to talk about gravity with me?
What, who, me? He's talking about me?
Whoever the guy with the British sounding accent, or wherever you're from.
I'm Welsh, yeah, but no, I'm gonna try and source this image. You can go crazy about gravity if you want. I'm just asking questions. That's all.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, let me know when you want to know how the world really works.
We'll find you somebody to dance with, Larry. Don't worry.
I'm just thirsty. Look, I've been on hiatus. I need some Glober tears.
It's good to have you back. Definitely good to have you back.
Appreciate it. I'll try not to talk over you.
It's all right. Everyone else does.
Yeah, but Jedi is my yin to my yang. He covers all the shit that I don't cover. So, not that he can't cover what I cover, but everybody likes to make their own arguments, right? And still a little here, a little there.
Of course.
And the guy said science doesn't prove things. I posted in the chat and he left. The other guy that we were talking to, not the Welsh gentleman.
Yeah. It does both. Scientific method does both.
Science doesn't prove things. What's he related to Brenda?
Yep, I'm just waiting for somebody to come in here and claim that gravity is a force. These fundamentalists, gravinerds, I really like to talk to those guys.
Oh yeah, you mentioned that it's like one of the accepted as being one of the four fundamental forces of the universe.
Right.
Strangely omitted in the standard model, quantum physics, right?
It's not a force.
Yeah, but that string theory just doesn't work. It's not a force. No matter how many dimensions 11 doesn't matter. It doesn't work. $11 dimensions. You believe that shit? They don't even believe it anymore. They tried though.
Oh, I thought Michio Kaku was pushing for 10. Have they stretched it to 11 now, have they?
That's what I heard.
Just one more dimension.
What?
Just one more dimension. Just keep adding one more on.
Yeah, just one more, bro. We'll make gravity work at the quantum level this time.
Yeah.
Or just say that there's an infinite amount of universes. So all possibilities within time and space.
Multiverses for breakfast.
Yeah, so maybe their globe is true in some alternate universe, but it's not in this one. But people like me must keep trying to avoid the inevitable with gas pressure and the gas laws. Like,
I think you might be taking this a little personally. I'm just trying to find out how you think. That's all.
That's okay. It's not about what we think, though. This isn't the thinking forum. This is the really is.
How we think or what we think?
Yeah, both, I guess.
It doesn't really matter what you Globers believe, right? We only care how you act. And if you want to go around having 3 world wars and all kinds of blood sacrifice, we don't appreciate that. So if we could just stick to some older laws, don't murder people and shit, even if it's legal, don't do it.
I mean, that seems like a strange thing to put on what you call Globers. That's just people, no? I said people just kind of suck, right?
Well, I mean, I don't know of any flat earthers that are currently popping turbines.
I can almost definitely imagine that some people in the military are flat earthers, and there's, but I don't see an issue with that.
Quite a lot of those ex-military types are flat earthers. They're in this.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's most of the point. I guess I don't know. It's strange to put world wars on people who believe something specific about the Earth. I don't think that there's any.
Just check out what Nietzsche said. Read the context about God being dead and everything. And once people believe in evolution and there's no God, they might start do what thou wilt, like Aleister Crowley said, and that's pretty much.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, the nihilistic worldview. It often happens to atheists. Nothing really matters. We're just pawn scum. We're just, we're just here to breed and then die. It's just evolution. Nothing that we do actually matters. Morality is subjective. That's that worldview that I'm talking about. Not all Globers are like that, but it certainly tends to lead towards that direction.
Well, I mean, I do think morality is definitely subjective, but nihilism isn't necessarily.
So let me ask you a question.
No, I just quickly on it. I say nihilism isn't the school of thought of everybody who's not religious. I'm agnostic, and despite if even before that I was atheist, and when I was atheist I didn't necessarily go around killing people. It's just because it's against my morals. If religion guides people to not kill and rape and all those horrible things, that's great. That's good for them. But I don't think you necessarily need it to tell you not to do those things. You can have that in your own ethics system, right?
A flat Earth has world wars. A globe has global conflicts.
I don't know what that means, but.
So I just wanted to say, if morals are subjective, then you can't really charge people for crimes, because who are you to say that raping and deleting little ones just for fun is morally wrong? Because it's all subjective, right? So when Pol Pot says 3 generations of imbeciles is enough, and he starts, training the people in the colleges to delete a whole bunch of people under communism, communism means no God, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you kind of see a little bit of a pattern, and you're like, wow, communism, 100 million people dead in the last 100 years. Do you know how many people 100 million is? Have you thought about that in your mind?
Yeah, I know. It's 100 million. Yeah, I'm aware it's a very big number, is what you're saying. Yeah,
right. It's almost unfathomable to think about 100 individuals, right? Because it's so many, but 100 million individuals just deleted. Bye bye. You're dirt now. You are dirt now. Think about that. To me, that's why one of the reasons I come on here and talk about this, because Nietzsche totally laid it out. Right. What was going to happen, and it happened. So you guys got all this, stuff like the Book of Evolution talk about preferred races and, out of Africa theory, and then you wonder why people talk about subhumans. There are no subhumans. That's pseudoscience. So we hate evolution around here.
So your reasoning on the subjectivity of morality. It obviously used quite an extreme example, which is fair because it gets the point across. But we can look at this on the much smaller things, right? For example, like even manners to an extent fall slightly under your moral compass, like how you treat other people. For example, you buy something from a store and you might not say thank you, you might not have no manners or feel no need to treat the person behind the counter with any kind of respect. And maybe someone else completely morally disagrees with that, right? But those are two subjective moral standpoints, and I suppose you're right to an extent. There is like a I don't know if there is an objective moral right, not a consistent one at least throughout all problems and all situations. I think it's very case by case basis.
What it boils down to, in the simplest form, do you have the right to private property? And the first thing that you should be able to own is your own body. So I think you should have right to own your body.
Okay, well, that's
now some people.
Sorry, if I can just, if you believe you own the right to own your own body, do you believe in the right to have an abortion?
Well, you're changing the subject in the middle of what I was saying. I totally let you finish.
I
waited 3 seconds.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I waited 3 seconds to make sure that you were done talking. So, yeah, so you threw me off my groove, back to my groove. What was I saying?
Sorry for that.
It's all right. I'm just
owning property, owning your own body.
Thank you. Yeah. So, because I have right to own my own body, there are people out there that say there should be no private property. And it's usually, the people like in Ukraine, like almost 100 years ago, where they were being like totally taken out, like the Holodomor. You can look it up. But yeah, what this boils down to is people's worldview, like how people act. And if your worldview is, I'm just pawn spum, I'm just here to fucking die, I'll do whatever I want, there's no consequences. And I think that's why this is important. But people tell you, hold on. But people telling you the globe, like, why? Why do you need to know? You can't prove it, you can't see it, you can't experience. But everywhere you go, the globe is on TV, magazines, internet. Like everywhere you go, it's being shoved down your throat. Now I'm done.
Mm-hmm. Damn, I just lost my point as well. Oh, so that's it. I think you might be confusing anybody who's agnostic or atheist for nihilists. Not everybody who's atheist is a nihilist.
I know. I never said that.
I know but what you described is if you go through life thinking, oh, what's the point in all of this, and there's no consequences for my actions. It's very much like a nihilistic point of view. It's not the one that all atheists hold. So you don't. My point is, you don't necessarily need to have a religion in order to have a good moral code.
You said morals are subjective, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So is truth also subjective? Okay, let me ask it a different way. Is the sky blue sometimes? Objectively?
Sometimes it is, yeah.
Okay, so there is objective reality. So doesn't it make sense that if there's objective reality, there would be objective morality in the sense that that thing that you do that you know that you ought not do is wrong, so you ought not do it. And we're going to wrap this conversation up because I wanted to talk about gravity, but
yeah, sure.
We went into something else. So don't do the thing that's wrong. Should be pretty obvious.
We can move around from this if you want. I mean,
Come on, gravity.
Who are you?
I don't know. I got forced to go in here, or they said they'd ban me. I don't really want to be here, man.
Sulfur.
What's up, man?
Okay, so do you understand the laws of logic to be true? Like cause and effect? It's not subjective, right?
I think he just wants to talk about the Chinese video footage that's in space, because about 90% of the video shows a beautiful flat plane, and there's a one camera switch over where it shows a Baltard, and Junior thinks that it's a Baltard because of this.
That's not what I'm saying. Listen, I'm saying
That's
you can't
pretty much
use
what you
that
said
one
inside
video.
chat. That's the short version.
Yeah, well, it's the wrong version. All right. So what I'm saying is, you can't use that one video as evidence when it's not consistent. I mean, the same video, there's a flat Earth under quotations.
Listen, what did you just say? We can't use it because it's what?
Inconsistent.
Excellent. That's the word I'm after. Now, the problem we've got, my friend, is every single Spacetard video has inconsistencies because they've got all different lenses being used. So, thank you very much for just destroying all Spacetard videos.
If that's what you believe, then I'll... sure.
No, you've done it yourself. You said they're inconsistent. We agree with you. So how can you use them as proof if they're inconsistent?
I wasn't using that specific video as proof. You were using that video as proof. The proof I use is consistent. That's the difference.
Well, you've just got rid of all space videos, so we do appreciate that.
I'm saying that specific video is inconsistent because it doesn't show a consistent picture.
They're all inconsistent. Haven't you watched any of the NASA crap?
That's an assumption you're making.
No, that's not an assumption. We've got hours and hours of green screens and bloody wires and people disappearing, rats crawling around rockets which are glowing red hot. How much stupidity do you need?
So an example of imagery which which constantly shows a consistent rate of curvature, right, will be inconsistent itself with the other imagery, which is inconsistent within itself. So they're all inconsistent. One will show this, one will show that, one will show something else. So how do you decide which one's the one that's the accurate representation? How do you decide that?
1 second, I'm looking at a video.
The one that fits your agenda.
Yeah.
Bro, this video is 6 hours long, and it opened up with a Matrix intro. Ain't no way, bro. 1 second. If you can give me like one specific clip and not 6 hours, holy crap.
Yeah, but if we turned up with a little 15-second clip, you'd probably say, oh, that's doctored, or oh, that's this. We dropped 6 hours of shit on your lap, all of a sudden it's like, oh, fuck, these guys are serious.
I know you guys are serious.
I'm simply asking guys, make one point and then stick to that, and don't send a compilation, because it's impossible for me to disprove every single one. Well, of course I can, but I'm not going to go through 6 hours of footage for that.
How many do you need?
I'm going to need at least 6 hours to watch the video, maybe like a good...
how many
1 week?
Do you need?
There was no check. Your wife sent me fucking DMs.
What's going on? That's funny.
So how many examples of fakery do you need?
How much piece of evidence do I need?
To prove the Earth's flat? How many examples? As many as you give me, as many as I give you.
If you want to give me one consistent example,
these pieces of imagery which are appealed to as being some form of proof or evidence of something, right? Is at least questionable and throws up reasonable doubt. And this is ignoring all the other ways we can debunk their bullshit with, measurements of the surface, not being able to demonstrate gas pressure without a container, etc., etc.
I just find it interesting. If they're true and they're legit and this is 100% real, why the necessity for all the fakery? Why not just film it? Look at us do our shit. That's it. You slap a camera on the wall and walk away from it. You wouldn't have to use green screens. You wouldn't have to use wires. You wouldn't have to use CGI to hide things or speed stuff up or slow it down. You'd just film it.
Yeah, can you guys look in the side chat? Because that's what I said. Give me one form of proof the Earth is flat, which is footage, so a video, that is consistent and not obscure and has sufficient background information.
Isn't that what we've been asking from you guys? Like evidence of the
I've never seen curvatures. That's the crazy thing.
We're not saying you need to appeal to imagery. We're saying go outside. Experience.
Yeah, there we go. I knew you were going to send that image, but first off, it's not a video. Second off, it doesn't have sufficient background information. So I can't fact check that. Which means you didn't read my sentence.
Did you say it's not a video? So it has to be a video. That's your claim. It has to be a video. Yes or no?
Yeah, sure, because we were talking about videos earlier. But
you do realize that is...
Image.
Stop talking, kid. You're going to run out of breath soon. You do realize that is one frame of video footage. You did know that, yes or no?
No, of course I didn't know that.
Oh, you've got a problem then.
Alright, sure. Can you send me full video then? Because then we have some more stuff we can go talk on. But I didn't know it was a video for that. See, the problem is in that video, for example, or, well, I guess the image of part of the video you sent me there is all of that stuff written, all the information here, 9.41 miles, 6.21. I'm gonna have to take that at your word, and I don't really, I can't do that. So
that's all right. I don't expect you to. I expect you to go and check it out for yourself.
So this was taken. Was this video taken from at sea, or was it taken from a coast?
You can see for yourself when I find the bastard.
All right.
That one.
Because then I can look at I fact check the distance myself. See if the the distances line up, and then I can go and talk for somewhere.
There you go. BMLSB 69.
Let me see. All right. So it looks like the video was taken at a coastline, yeah?
We don't need running commentary, kid.
Wait,
I think most
over fences, how are you going to use... If you deny flat Earth and satellite imagery, how are you going to use it to prove your point?
So what?
It's called a hostile witness, right? You know how there's like two attorneys, and then one attorney is like...
That's satellite imagery.
Can you not interrupt me in the middle of my sentence? You asked the question, trying to answer. So, both attorneys get to cross-examine the specialist that came for the defense side, right? So we can take things that we don't believe in, that we know that you believe in, unless you say different, like, hey, I don't believe that, right? Then we won't, right? But as long as we want to, we can take people like Neil deGrasse Tyson, Bill Nye the Science Guy, or whoever, as long as you agree with them, and use them as a hostile witness against you, even though we don't agree with them.
Right. If you get to appeal to them, then so do we. And we can use them to point out contradiction, inconsistencies, for example.
Doesn't this kid know how to use words? He's got to type all this shit up. Speak, son. Speak.
I'm simply typing so you don't interrupt me. You won't let me make a full point.
So you've typed the same thing on again. Give me one form of proof the Earth is flat footage that is consistent, not obscure, and has sufficient background information. I did.
Well, at the bottom I sent, it's not consistent evidence because according to your flat Earth satellite imagery is not valid and therefore you can't use it to prove your point.
Hold on, stop. When have we ever said satellite imagery is not valid? See, the difference is you believe satellites are in this vacuous environment called space. We don't. I do believe that there is mechanical devices flying above my head. I don't call it space, I call it up in the sky.
Well, you don't believe space is real?
That's not what he said.
Well, you
That's
said
how they twist it around. Did I say space is not real? Yes or no? Did I say outright space is not real?
Of course you didn't say it outright.
So why did you say I did?
Because they said they're flying in the sky and not space specifically. So how do you think they're floating? Because they're not in space, right?
Define space for us.
Outside of Earth's atmosphere.
So there's no space in between you and I? Because you're talking about the vacuum of space. You defined the vacuum of space.
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, the vacuum of space.
And show you the world. Shining shimmer.
No.
Yes.
You start singing and the same thing will happen to you.
Where are all the satellites?
Up high. But, you know, you can put a satellite on a balloon and it does the same thing, right? In fact, it's a lot closer. So it would do it better. Right?
Satellite on a balloon. What do you think? Would you think we'd notice more satellites on balloons? If that was the case, because satellite imagery is live.
Kenny that comes in here sometimes, he took a picture of a satellite on balloons in front of the moon silhouette.
Yeah, of course you could say that, but if there was obviously satellite imagery, you would have to see way more often satellites on balloons just floating around the sky.
Does anybody have the imagery they can post, or do I need to find it?
You wouldn't just find one image; it'd be like a daily occurrence if that was actually happening.
You see what's in the back chat? The side chat, excuse me.
Let me see. Wait, what? One of those points he used of where all the satellites just proves the Earth is a globe. If you look at number 17. Oh, wait, here we go. Say, evidence. No persistence. 100.
You didn't know 90% plus of all communication is undersea cables? Fiber optic cables?
I'm denying the validity of the evidence they sent over fences because if you look at image 17, it wouldn't be consistent with flat Earth because you can see the undersea cables and how they're connected.
Are you serious?
Over fences, you're not even talking. All right?
Can I not be heard?
No, I'm talking to over fences, but of course you can be heard.
Well, I don't think he's speaking up. The point is, you don't have to have an object perpetually falling around a circular Earth in order to have communications way up high. We can put stuff way up high all the time. Or down low.
I'm a bit distracted with the guy in the side chat. Because all the evidence he gives is just wrong, and I can easily prove it's wrong. So.
Well, you haven't done a good job so far.
I've done a great job. If you look at the image he sent, number 17.
In your mind, you believe you've done a good job, and everyone's sitting there going, oh my god, this kid is so boring.
I think you guys just wouldn't agree anyway.
Okay, explain. Make it make sense. How does 17 prove the Earth's a globe?
The Earth's a globe. It's a flat version of the globe. It's visualized on a flat map because you can't make like of course, right?
It's a Mercator map. So friggin' what?
You can see the cables. I mean, what? It just doesn't make
Okay, so you can because there's lines on a fucking drawing. You've instantly gone. That means it's a globe. It must be a globe. There's lines on a drawing. You're kidding me?
Those lines are undersea cables. They have to be connected.
Okay.
So it does mean it. If according to that evidence, yeah, of course.
So you think this somehow is evidence on a globe because undersea cables are represented by lines on this map? You know that's confirmation bias, right?
It's a diagram, but it's a diagram that shows the cables.
So if I draw a picture of a unicorn, hey, check it out, Sulfur. If I draw a picture of a unicorn, that means unicorns have to exist because I drew a picture of it.
Oh, I agree, actually. No, that's actually such a good point because, look, if you guys make images of flat Earth, that must mean it's real, right? Because fabricated evidence must mean it's real.
You're an idiot. And I just remembered why you get booted. What's this? Contradicted my own point. You're reinforcing ours, you spastic.
I mean, I'll leave if you guys are just going to keep getting mad, you know? You guys are just so mad. And
we're not getting mad. It's just that you keep coming out with the dumbest shit ever.
All the dumb shit.
It's a picture.
It's the evidence you sent. Yeah, and that's the image you guys are using to debate me. I'm saying it's not valid. You're saying we can't just...
So if it's not valid, how did you come to the conclusion that it's proof? You should have just said, sorry, not valid, only a drawing. End of line. That's it. Full stop. Game over. There is no rhetorical fucking anything. Just pure silence after that.
Just because you're yelling doesn't make your argument any more true, man.
And just because you're a fucking idiot doesn't make you intelligent. Now, come on.
Right, we can debate respectfully, all right?
You're not debating. Yep. That's the problem. You've come in here at the start. Well, let's just scroll the fuck back up then. Have some fun.
It's Sulfur. What's your claim that the undersea cables are only possible if the Earth is curved?
His claim was right back from the Chinese video footage. DJ posted it 29 past the hour. That because at 45 seconds that it showed a fisheye lens that the proof of curvature.
Or
that's not Chinese, consistent. That the proof isn't consistent. Yeah, from the Chinese space station. I'm pretty sure that's what you guys call it.
Okay, you missed the point of that video. The video is that people say you can see the curvature from an aeroplane. And they're like, well, mathematically, no. On the globe model of this size, you would not see it from even low orbit. And they'll say, well, what about the ISS live stream? I can fire that monkey up and see the curvature of the Earth. You're like, well, yeah, well, how about the Chinese fake station? You can fire that monkey up and not see the curve of the Earth. See, the problem is the competing and contradictory images and views that are being presented by these fake stations.
So that's it. What's happened is he's seen the inconsistency within one singular video. He can't see the inconsistency from that video to another one. It just sidestepped it completely.
I'm simply saying that one video isn't valid because the evidence isn't consistent. I'm not relating that to any other videos. I'm just mentioning each single proof.
He can see the inconsistency within that one video, but when you put NASA and China side by side, he cannot see the inconsistency. It's like it doesn't exist.
I could see the inconsistency. What?
And yet you still accept it.
I'm saying that the evidence isn't valid because the evidence shows two separate things. It's not possible. You can't use it to prove either point, and you can't use it to prove your point of flat Earth.
No, the point is that the claim that I can see someone say, "Hey, flat earthers, how do you explain the curvature I see from an aeroplane?" It's like, that's not curvature you see from an airplane. That's not the curve of the Earth. And you could not get anywhere high. No one's been high enough to see the curve of the Earth since the Apollo program, the space age, that abruptly ends in 1972. It's been 50 plus years since anyone has claimed to see the curvature. So normally that wouldn't be a problem. It wouldn't be a problem at all.
That's just wrong.
The problem is that there were claims made in that time frame of being that what it would mean for a manned space mission, what manned space flight meant for humanity. It meant a giant leap forward for all mankind. It was going to be a new renaissance. You're going to see a coming together of all of humanity, which is why Carl Sagan was noted for saying it was the most ironic token of all of human history. The so-called small window, the late 50s to the early 70s, that kind of 19-year window there, that was ironic, that it was supposed to be something beautiful, something wonderful, like everything happened. Like that was a time frame, everything changed and nothing changed at all. And now you're looking
He's not
forward.
Even listening, Crit.
Oh yeah, they tend to do that. They really don't give a shit. They're just here to be to argue and debate, bro.
He's in text chat. If
What
he's
you're
in
doing
text chat
is you're
typing shit up,
constantly.
He's not even listening.
I'm listening to you. All right.
No, you're not. We know that because you're in text chat. We've seen it before. You're a typical kid. You'll be in text chat, typing up shit, and then you'll turn around and go, "I'm listening." And then in 20 seconds' time, when Crit asks what I said, you'll go, "Oh, can you repeat it? I was distracted by something."
What I'm looking here is like you have to be able to understand what flat earthers are saying before you can disagree with it. This is the main problem. You come in here and it's basic adult learning called Bloom's taxonomy. You have to remember, and then you can understand, and then you can offer some kind of critique, internally or externally, depending on what level you're at. All the way up to creating your own content for the topic. It's like, this is the problem, that you guys are never even able to get past remember. Just remember. Flat earthers were talking to you. They said these things don't matter because they're inconsistent. It debunks a claim. I see the curve of the Earth from X, from a skyscraper, from a ladder, from a cell phone tower, from a radio tower, from an airplane. Okay, you never see the curve of the Earth. At best, what they can say is they see the effect of curvature, boats disappearing bottom up. And that's been debunked too, because that is a optical effect that changes even day by day. You could see a boat moored right outside your vision, right at the edge of your vision, and it will disappear, reappear, disappear, reappear. This is complete optics, all of it, optics. And that was debunked in 1492. You got a guy, Christopher Colombo, he said, check it out. I've calculated the circumference of the Earth, and it's really, really small. It's a ball, and if I sail to the west, I'll end up in the east, which would be a much better trade route than the Silk Road, which is full of bandits, which is full of warring nations, or you have to pay high taxes to go through their area. If we just take it by boat, it'll be a boon. Like, you'll have the most amazing trade route ever. And he ends up crashing in, I think it's Cuba, right at the first one, or somewhere, in the Bahamas. This should tell you that if you follow Colombo's method, your Earth is even more small than what you see from a plane window. So we're trying to get you to at least remember this. Remember the content that's been told to you, so then you can offer some kind of understanding or disagreement. And this is really what Because at first real quick, one last thing. It's like Bloom's taxonomy is that you remember. Someone tells you something, you remember it. And after you remember it and you can recall it, then you go to understanding. Hey, how does this affect your other things? Compare it to other stuff. Then apply it. Okay, how would I apply this knowledge? Then you analyze, evaluate, and create. See, you guys are so stuck. You're so dived into the globe model that anything framed as flat Earth, you can't even remember what's being discussed. It's the topic that completely bricks you. If we were to frame this as some other thing, like we're talking about Pokemon cards or some whatever you're into, Digimon or some shit, or the Minecraft movie. If I just tell you Chicken Jockey, you'll remember it unless I say like Minecraft is a flat Earth. Then you forget it again. It's something about this topic. There's some variable in this topic that causes a severe bricking event, a severe decline in cognitive functioning and cognitive reasoning, where you just lay up complete logical fallacies, and you don't even give a shit. Like it's a foregone conclusion. The Earth is a globe. Why are you even talking about it? Then why are you here? Try to follow something, some line of thinking.
Take a second and swallow your spit and hear it.
What?
Well, how about you take the marbles out of your mouth? Whoever said that.
It was quite
You can stay on mute for.
Yeah, what we call that's called a squawking. When they do that, that's called a squawk. Like you have that dog toy where you squeeze it and it just makes a big squawk sound. That's really all that was. That was just basically like a squeeze toy, and they just made a noise, a word noise.
So let's go back to 2 minutes past the hour. The young chap posts up, why do planes fly in a curve? If the Earth is flat, they would go in a straight line. So then we scroll down a little bit, and old dude at 3 minutes past the hour has posted up some telemetry data. Ooh, that's nice. So, Sulfur, what was your comment to the telemetry data?
I'll go ahead and read it now.
See. Exactly. You've just proven Crit's point.
So I'm not allowed to read evidence? I'm just double reading it so I can verify my secondary argument. I wasn't prepared to go 5 minutes back to defend
No, we're not saying you can't read it. We're saying you fucking didn't read it.
It's a diagram. You have to read off data. You can't remember an entire diagram off the top of your head. All right?
Make some flashcards.
Whatever.
Hey, dude, you're the same guy who bitched when someone gave you 6 hour video. You're like, 6 hours? Same guy, right?
Give me a 6 hour compilation from like 30 years ago.
That's
yeah,
right.
I said I wasn't going to watch
30 years
all that.
ago, 30 years ago, bro?
I don't know. It was like it was some deep fried quality, man. There, you can't debate, so you just have to keep making funny voices at me. I mean, that's fine.
Sulfur, you stink. You're an arrogant little brat.
That's just ad hominem, bro. You can't defend your own little religion.
Shut up and read the chart.
Yeah, hold on. What have I said that's religious?
I thought you told me not to read the side chat.
No, Sulfur, what have I said that's religious?
Yeah, why would you care? How about that? Even if you framed it, this is the best part. I just got done talking to you about remembering and then understanding and then applying and then analyzing. How did you get there? That no one told you
talking to me. You were talking over me, and you wouldn't stop, and you don't engage in active conversation with me.
It's a religion. Then you think that someone's required to defend their religion to you.
We can have a useful back and forth, all right?
Look how bad you are at this. Even internally, your concept is a hot mess. Just hot. Straight up hot garbage. Why do you think someone is required to defend their religion to you? Who the fuck are you?
You guys you're in a debate Discord, you're in a debate VC, so I go in here, you guys can defend your own points if you don't want.
Yeah, that's fine, but what did I say that was religious? What did I say? That was religious, Einstein.
It was just a joking comment.
Oh, it was a joke. Okay. Good one.
Religion actually also means
there, bro. That was you coping. You're coping.
Religion also means.
What it means is you're going to go back and read that
So what did I say that was religious by your definition of religion? Your on-the-fly definition. What is it that I said that you took issue with? I've yet to even speak to you.
Old House Roundborn. Do you really?
Yeah, dude.
Is this how you win debates?
Listen, why don't you? Dude, shut up. You're trying to spin too many plates. Why don't you just exist in the moment? You're talking in the chat. You're mishearing things in the VC, and you're not responding to things that you're saying. You're accusing me of saying religious shit. So get your shit together. All right, Hotshot? You're the smart guy, right?
I mean, I could talk, but then you're going to mute me again, and you're going to go ramble on.
No, what I'd like you to do at this point in time is we're going to go back to 3 minutes past the hour where old dude posted up a chart, telemetry data, so you can have a quick look at it.
Didn't you say earlier a diagram doesn't prove anything unless... Right, actually, whatever. I'm just going to say, send me some, like the paper behind that if it's telemetry.
It's just posted up for you. I don't have to send it to you. It's already there. 3 minutes past the hour. Old dude already fucking posted it for you.
A diagram comes from data, so you can send me the paper from where the data derived, and then I can, disassemble it for you.
Okay, this is what's going to happen. If you don't pull your fucking shit together in the next 10 seconds, you're going to get yeeted.
Alright, so I should not
scroll up to 3 minutes past the hour.
I'm looking through past the hour.
Read it for yourself.
Listen to me, alright? It's a diagram. Diagrams come from paper from which data is derived. You're going to have to send me how you got all that data to be valid, right? You send me a figure.
Listen here, fuckknuckle. This is how it's going to work. You're going to read it, and one section of it says, pitch. It's in fucking black writing for you. It's above an orange line. You'll notice the pitch is dead fucking flat. Now, if you can remember, let's scroll back up to what you said. Why do planes fly in a curve? And then 2 people agreed, 100%. Question mark. If the Earth is flat, they would go in a straight line. That was your fucking written data. Now, let's scroll down to the picture again. Oh, fuck me. Pitch data not going in a curve. You wanted planes flying in a straight line. I gave them to you. Or actually, old dude did.
Just concede the point. You got what you asked for, and now you don't want it anymore. What's happening?
You understand? Diagrams are data. It's visualized data. You have to...
Do you understand it's telemetry data? It is the data. Not, it is a copy of what you think you want.
Understand where the data came from? Do you understand the people that wrote it down?
And he's still yibbering on in the background.
Yeah, dude. Why is that important?
It's important because you need it to find where all the evidence came from. What?
So you can say, oh, do they think the Earth is flat? Is that what the goal is? Like, well, how can you use that black box pitch data? Does the person who made the black box think the Earth is flat?
That's not what I'm trying to say.
It doesn't matter where it came from. That's called a genetic fallacy.
I'm just asking. It's someone, just like I said earlier, just because you drew something doesn't mean it's valid. You have to show me where you got all that data from. All right? Just show me where you got that data from, not the diagram. Come on.
Go on would be... The go on part is when you said planes fly in a curved arc. That's the go on part. Now here's evidence that hard counters that concept of planes flying in a curved arc. It showcases pitch data, not a curved arc.
From NTSB flight recording data.
See, the main issue here is you've got some fucked up version of flat Earth that you added that's causing you to really make these weird claims that you can't back up. And then when someone shows you something, hey, check it out, look at this data, then you drop some excuse rather than look at it, rather than pay attention.
You're not the person who sent the data, and the person who sent the data says he's getting it. So we can just wait. In the meantime, we can talk about something else if you guys would like.
Hello, everyone.
Excellent. If that's the case, then, Larry, would you like to discuss gravity with our little friend?
I'm driving on my way to work, so I'm not sure that I'm going to be able to do it right now. But I would love to take a rain check. If I get time, I'll pop in.
Mm-hmm.
And I brought my headphones to work. The good one.
45 minutes to Speculation Sunday.
Well, you guys see that when you find the evidence from it. But I'm going to go to...
Yeah, we got that. It's already posted up, yeah.
I'm sorry, what are you guys discussing? The nature of gravity? Is that what this is?
No, the guy...
No, that was one topic.
Oh, hang on. One at a time. I don't know what you're saying. What are you guys discussing?
Well, go ahead, Haas.
No, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, one topic was someone came in here with a straw man that said flat earthers can't explain why planes fly in curved arcs. There was a demonstration with pitch data from a black box recorder that showed planes fly flat and level. Then the next thing was you could see the curve of the earth from an aeroplane window, scratch that, from a space station, scratch that. Maybe not, you don't see curve at all anyway. Into full reset, and then there's a bunch of squawkers and stuff. So the topic was going to shift to gravity, but Larry's a little busy right now.
Okay.
I caught you up with probably the last half hour of conversation.
Yeah, I was talking with Larry, I think last night actually, about the Earth's curvature, and it was about the video. But I wanted to point something out on those videos that they show me of the oil rigs. If you look at all of them, they're all filmed during sunset, which is when refraction is the highest. So light, it travels in a straight path. However, when there's a vector field of gravity, it'll shift towards it, because that's just the nature of light and any object that goes into it. That's why we have orbits as well. Gravity, it affects light and object motion. So when the sun is going down,
define refraction. Define refraction.
Well, hang on. Let me.
No. You said the refraction is happening. You're gonna have to define that.
Yeah. Gradient refraction.
Define that.
Okay, I'll give you the definition of gradient refraction then.
Snell's law.
Yes, it is Snell's law. That's right.
Yeah, refraction happens at the boundary between two mediums.
Let me finish my point.
No, you're making a claim. You going ahead without actually demonstrating.
You're
making a claim about refraction. That refraction is happening, but where is the boundary between the two mediums in this observation?
Dude, I'm still making a claim. Let me finish.
No, back up the claim.
You just interrupted me mid-claim, and you're asking me to back up a claim that I haven't even said yet.
You said refraction, but it's not happening there.
Well, in order to progress this, finish off your claim quickly, and then define refraction like you've been asked.
Here, I'll even use the whiteboard so y'all can see this better. Hang on.
Well, verbalize it, because a lot of people are not visually. Yeah, just say it, because we've got listeners on YouTube, so they're not going to see this.
All right, well, here's how it works, right? We have our sun, as it goes down, from our point of view, it's going down. And so those light waves, as they travel in straight lines, are affected by the gravitational field. And that's why you can see the horizon almost behind that oil rig. But it's not actually there. I guarantee you right now, if you conduct that same experiment at midday, you're not going to see that quote-unquote horizon behind
That's
the
not
oil
an
rig.
experiment.
What do you mean the horizon isn't there?
The horizon
You see the
line.
horizon.
I'm talking about the platform habitat video that I've been sent a lot.
Yeah, you said the horizon.
Yeah, there is
beyond
a
the rigs
horizon.
isn't there? Yeah, it's beyond the rigs.
It's not. It's in front of it. You can't see the bottom of the rig because it's covering it.
No, the horizon's beyond the rigs. Well, I don't know which image you're talking about.
Hang on. I have a visual here that I shared with another fellow in another voice chat. Can I No, I can't even upload here. All right. Well, I can't even make my point because I can't even upload the visuals. But y'all can look into it.
DM it to me and I'll post it.
Okay. Yeah. Hang on. I got you. How do I message? I'm really bad at Discord. I am so sorry. Oh, message. There it is. Okay. All right. So let me draw it out here.
So you said that someone else is feeding you this stuff, and that's why you presented it?
I'm sorry?
You said that some other guy is feeding you this stuff in another chat. That's why you're presenting it here?
In another server, a guy showed me a video of the oil rigs. The platform habitat in
He's talking about PNR. He was on PNR a while back. Like, what, 2 weeks ago? Something like that?
No, yesterday is when I joined that one.
Oh.
Right, so let me make this guy shorter.
I thought you were posting an image.
Yeah, I am. It's making it right now.
Are you drawing? No.
Yeah,
an
I'm doing it on
observation in reality. Why are you drawing it?
You can draw observations, man.
Why don't you just post the observation? The
Okay,
image.
fine. You want to see the image?
photo,
All right. I'm just drawing like
video.
from a point of view where you can see what's going on. But if you want the actual physical image, I'll give it to you.
Yeah, we want the image in question, not your imagination from a third-party perspective.
All right.
We can get to that after, maybe. But for the moment, we don't know what you're talking about. I mean, there's a bunch of observations of the oil rigs.
So look, these photos, one was taken at just right before sunset, and then one was taken during sunset. You can see the horizon line starting to rise above the 3-mile horizon line, which is what you would normally see as a normal-sized human. That's just refraction. That's the light just bending due to the gravitational field.
What? What are you talking about? Like, you see the horizon above the horizon?
Yeah, look, you'll see. I sent it to Crit here.
Okay.
It's not refraction, dude.
It is
It's got nothing to do with gravity. This is painful.
Literally, all the videos are in sunset. I guarantee you, if they do that same experiment midday,
Nothing to do with gravity. Not an experiment. This is so stupid, man.
Well, let him try.
Yep. It's not at sunset. You don't know what you're talking about. Look at the original video.
It's during sunset, man.
That's the 2 things he sent. Okay, so what are these black arrows doing here? What is that?
So one black arrow is pointing towards the top of the oil rig. The second one is pointing is lying right on the horizon line, so it's lying tangent to it. And then that third arrow there is showing the what's it called? The above horizon line because of the refraction. The light's bending upward.
I thought you said downward.
I said upward.
So it bends upward now? So it's a concave.
The sun is moving downward, and because of that, those light waves are moving upward because of the gravitational field. And I was drawing that out, but
concave you got a concave Earth there.
I'd never said the Earth is concave. When did I say that?
So show gravitational anything changing light. Do you have a demonstration of that?
You can literally do this with lasers at home.
No,
but,
no.
right.
Citation, please.
Yeah, this is so incoherent. I don't really know even where to start with this.
Okay. You want an experiment proving gradient refraction? I got you.
It's he's representing concave Earth. He's just slapping a Glober sticker on it for some reason.
Yeah,
well, he's talking about Snell's law, and then he's talking about gravity. I don't know where he's trying to get.
He's talking about gravitation affecting light. So we need a demonstration, not your phony pseudoscientific, not an experiment. We need an actual demonstration of this.
There's a demonstration right outside your window, bro. Here, I'll find you an experiment they've done with lasers.
What the hell's outside your window?
The beach.
Oh, welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah,
Flat Horizon, then.
Right by the beach. Boy.
The flat, non-geometric horizon.
So then what happens when the ships also disappear beyond the horizon? What's that about? Is that just like NASA hiding the ships or something?
Oh, wow.
There's an explanation for it. No, I genuinely want to hear an explanation because I've actually heard that from people. They said that NASA's just hiding the ships. I'm not even joking.
You heard that from a Glober who was trolling you.
Yeah, this is a part you guys seem to miss a lot, that there's a lot of globalists who don't like the way you guys conduct yourself online. And they see you freak out, they see you spaz out, and they like that. They like watching you spaz out. So they just pretend to be a flat earther because they know it triggers you. I would say, you're right. It's not kind, it's not nice, but you kind of asked for it.
I think it's also because the Globers like to misrepresent our arguments so that people like this guy maybe think, hey, I spoke to flat earthers and they were retarded. Because that's a better way than actually trying to argue for the globe. Because if the Globers actually try to argue for the globe, the normies will realize how shit their arguments are. So they just pretend to be flat earthers and be retarded so that you think flat earthers are retarded. It's a good little tactic, actually. It's better. It's probably the only good play they've got.
It's called the pissing and the punch bowl tactic.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, look, here's a simplified diagram of it.
We speak, he doesn't listen. None of them. They all go into La La Land when they start
you guys don't know what
shit. It's wacky. It's like they shut off their brains, like there's a switch. It's weird.
Now, we heard okay.
Yeah, you're coming through.
Yeah, so the tactic that I've noticed since I've been back that they've been using the most is, I'm not talking about that, right? And of course, they're gonna accuse you of changing the subject after they change the subject, and then they'll tell you they're not talking about that, as if to influence the audience that what you're doing is strawmanning them. They won't outright say it, but that's what they're kind of inferring, right? That you're strawmanning them by saying, I'm not talking about that. So the reply should be, of course you're not talking about it. That's why it's coming out of my mouth. So yeah, this is the tactic they're using. It's same old shit, just, rewashed and brought out again.
Yeah. So the guy wants to know why the boats disappear bottom up. It must be going over a curved ocean.
Exactly. That's how the boats disappear.
Has to be. Couldn't possibly be anything else, could it?
Well, then let's hear your explanation as to why the boats disappeared.
No, that was a question.
Well,
why the boats disappeared? They disappear over the curve.
What other options have you considered?
Yeah, this is what he considered. He considered the sun itself is an optical effect completely. Affected by...
I never said the sun itself is an optical effect.
Yeah, because it's actual position versus perceived position. Like gravity of Earth bends the sun into a different position. This is concave, dude. This is concave Earth you're talking about.
You mean a globe? What is this?
No,
Hang on.
concave
Hey guys, I'm making a channel to watch the fights. If you want to watch UFC, join up. Don't be a
All right,
pussy
thank
boy.
you. Thank you.
Love
thank
you. Bye.
Take care. Bye. Yeah, what you're showing here is that the position of the sun is being bent. Well, you said the gravity of Earth bends the position of the sun.
No, it doesn't bend the
That's
position of the sun.
concave.
It bends the light, the photons, not the sun.
How'd you know
The
that?
That's how
actual
you perceive it.
photons.
You perceive the sun via the photons. So in your worldview, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference between one or the other.
Okay, how about this? Do that same exact oil rig experiment, but do it in the midday. You're gonna see a difference.
So daytime determines curvature?
No, that's not what I said. If you do it at a certain time of day, you're not gonna see the refraction as much.
Well, it's been done at all kinds of hours, and it's been seen in varying distances, including beyond the oil rigs. So what does that tell you?
Show me an experiment done like that. That's not during sunset or sunrise. And if you show me an experiment of the oil rig that's not done during sunrise and sunset, then you know what? You've changed my mind about how the Earth looks. Go ahead.
Well, I don't really care about changing your mind. I mean, the globe is your claim to prove, and if you can't, then welcome to Flat Earth. You know, it's no skin off my nose.
The channel.
Yeah, who told you? Who is it that told you that refraction depends on time of day?
The sun emits light.
No,
At
I'm
a
asking a
certain
question.
point-
Who in the world told you that?
My science textbook. That's who.
Well, let's see it.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, show us what book, show us the cover of the book, and then the table of contents, and then the actual page where that statement is exactly like you said it.
Yeah, the time chart, please.
You got it. Let me open up my Pearson account then.
Have you ever made any of your own long distance observations out in the real world?
No, I have not.
You just said you live by the beach. You see,
I do live by the beach. But if you're
Okay.
talking about a
have you ever
conducted
seen?
experiment with variables and controlled conditions?
I said
no, but I have
long distance observations is all I said.
Well, then, yeah, I've seen ships go beyond the curve of the Earth. Yeah, I've seen that happen.
At what distance did they disappear?
You see it happen at 3 miles every day, all day.
Yeah, have you
No,
ever?
not 3 miles. This is because of the height of the ship. If a ship has a higher height
in the time of day, right?
So here's the thing. Here's what you're
Well,
confusing.
let me
That
ask you
3 mile
something. Hold on,
point
bro.
is
Listen,
when
you're lost.
the object
You're lost
starts
and
to
confused. Let me
disappear.
just ask you a question.
So at that 3 mile point, when the ship starts to disappear, you see less and less of it, right? So, for example, if you have a cruise
But
ship,
is that at sunset or at lunchtime?
Once they go through,
Is that at sunset or at lunchtime?
once they go through that 3 mile point,
Guys, it's getting crazy.
Yeah, why is he insisting that it's occurring at 3 miles?
your height is like 5'10" or 6 feet.
You're
or
not
something like that.
answering any questions. Okay, so how do you know that's the distance?
It just depends on your height.
No, my God, dude.
It's
When
all
you're
optics.
seeing a ship disappear, how are you knowing what distance that ship is? Are you just saying it's disappearing, therefore that must be the 3 mile mark? Sounds like
Once
it.
it starts to disappear, yeah, absolutely. That's the 3 mile mark.
Okay, well
Once
that's that's nutty, my boy.
So what happens when we see that happen at the 10 mile mark or the 50
Notice,
mile mark?
but also
or the
notice in
20
those
mile mark?
images how you can't see like the bottom support structures of the oil rig, even
Yeah,
though it's
Theo, you're not listening,
Yeah, we don't
bro.
care.
You're missing the.
You have no
Use your ears.
idea what that is about. Those oil rigs are for demarcation only. We don't give a shit if they're oil rigs. Shit, they could be traffic cones for all we care.
the height of those oil rigs matter.
Neo, you're supposed to be
Yes, they do.
listening. They are for demarcation
Well, I
only.
mean, you guys
we
interrupt
only
me all the
use.
time,
Can you
not nice when
shut
I
the
do it, huh?
fuck up? Right. Again, they are for demarcation only. We don't care about the height of the oil rigs. We don't care how many legs they've got. We don't care if you can't see the helicopter that's on top of it. They are for demarcation only. Shit, if we could remove the oil rigs and have permanent traffic cones put out there, we would. The problem is we see the horizon behind the given demarcation distance. That's the issue. Not that the oil rigs have 8 legs or any other shit. We don't care. Demarcation only, horizon behind the distance. If you can comprehend that much, you're ahead of 90% of the globers that come in here.
Doing a physics degree, but alright, I know what I'm talking about. Here, I'll just show you the textbook because that's what y'all asked for. Let me try to find the page here.
Well, I hate to break it to you, but when you just told me that the reason you know it's at 3 miles, a boat disappearing, is because it's obstructed bottom up, that shows that you don't know what you're talking about.
Well, hold on, just quickly. So you're a physics student. You're at university, or you're graduated, or what? What's your background?
Yeah, I'm graduating soon with my bachelor's.
In physics?
Yeah, I'm doing a physics bachelor's, yeah.
Good stuff. Congratulations. Well, we like physics.
No, I'm sure you do. That's why you guys are very passionate about this subject. And listen, I love a skeptic. If we wouldn't have skeptics, we wouldn't have things like quantum mechanics. That thing came from skeptics because Newton said that you can predict things to the second, but somebody said nuh-uh and then proved it with quantum mechanics. And guess what? We got computers now. We got electricity. We got quantum computing.
Well, we agree. This is what we're doing, yeah.
I don't disagree with you guys because I think you're dumb or that you're misguided. I disagree with you guys because you're just fundamentally wrong with the laws of physics, and that's all it is. But I'm sure
you say that with confidence, but Guy, you're the only one in here who hasn't done your own long distance observations. So how would you know what's being shown better than us? We're the ones who are actually directly testing this claim of curvature. You're not doing it. You're so far just trying to basically understand the testing that you can do of curvature. We're very familiar with the fact that there is zero curvature at the surface of the Earth. It's not about a lack of understanding of physics that we are talking about here. It's about geometry and the lack of curvature that this surface has, which the globe requires. Very simple.
Also, in physics, you are the one denying physics because you're denying the physics of water, the gas pressure laws. You denying the second law of thermodynamics. You're the one in denial.
I'm the one in denial.
Yeah. The natural physics.
Okay, well, explain why we're bringing up water and gases into this now. I thought we were just talking about
you're claiming
mechanics.
Because you spoke about fundamental principles.
That's a good segue. Someone should go through. Someone first. Gemsy, you brought it up. So, Gemsy, do you want to explain the water to him, and then we can go to the gas pressure? That's 2 good topics for a physics student to get into.
Well, we know that water, it's contained and it's under a certain pressure to be in the liquid state, right? And also, you cannot have water on the outside of a spinning sphere like you think you have. You're claiming the Earth is this thing, this sphere. But in physics, you know that doesn't happen with water. You don't have water in a vacuum as a liquid state outside of in a vacuum. You don't have that with water. But in reality, we do have water, and we do have the pressurized system that requires a container. Therefore, that's how we have the liquid water in the first place in a contained environment. You're going away from all that. So listen, you know that water, it cannot be attached to a spinning sphere. You know this in physics, but you're claiming it is. Then you're also going away from the laws of thermodynamics, saying that we have gas pressure without containment, but we have water and air pressure in reality. But you're trying to go away from that and claiming the opposite. And you're saying that's physics. But the real physics that are in place and working, you're looking at liquid water in the liquid state that requires pressure. and then the gas pressure in the first place that requires a container, how you gonna get away from those and say that we're denying that when in the case you are the one denying that stuff?
Flat on its surface too, by the way, when it rests.
Yeah, let's clarify that we're talking about the horizontal nature of a body of water at rest when we're talking about curvature and the lack of it as it comes to water. That's the physical nature of water. So that's physics, and that's undeniable, observable, measurable, repeatable, testable. Body of water at rest will have a flat horizontal surface. I think we'll deal with that first, and then we can go to gas.
And for it to be in the liquid, and for it to be in the liquid state, it requires pressure.
I'm sorry, but we're talking about the curvature of the Earth here. We're not talking about the atmosphere.
No, we're talking about the physical nature of. Well, that's why we're keeping it separate. We're going to talk about water first and the physical nature of it. Right?
Right.
And that's when we're talking about the surface of the Earth, because they say that 70%, roughly, of the Earth's surface is covered in water. Right? And since we know that the physical property of water is to seek and find its level when it rests, we know that the majority of the Earth's surface is level. That's flat. You can't have a 70% level ball. And if that's untrue, you're going to have to show us a body of water at rest that has a curved surface, not a flat one.
Water droplets?
A body of water.
A body
like
of water.
Or an ocean.
Okay. Just take water out into space and see what it does. Actually, you know what? They've already done this at NASA. The astronauts in the ISS.
That.
I'm sorry?
No. We're talking about in reality, not what they're showing us on TV.
Yeah, that is reality. Space is real.
Well, you've never been, so you
the
don't know
ISS
that.
is in space.
Hey, Neo, they play with Neo. They play with water. Hey, Neo, they play with water globs on the Vomit rocket too.
On the what?
You see
the plane that does the sharp descend and everyone starts floating around. They play with water on the Vomit. What do they call it? The Vomit Comet.
Yeah, zero G play.
They're in a pressurized.
Yeah, but that's not actually 0G. That's just like simulated.
That's fine, but they play with water there too.
For your water balls, you're going to need a pressurized gaseous system, which is going to require a contained system. Nobody's making water balls
in the ISS,
vacuum, bro.
you see the astronauts.
Nobody's making water balls in a vacuum, bro.
All right, dude, but you said you were talking about physics, and now you're just talking about what you're seeing on
But
TV.
hang on, this is also what I don't understand. I make a point, you interrupt. You make a point, and then when I interrupt, it's seen as rude. So how come you guys are allowed to interrupt?
No, don't worry about that, dude. Just concentrate on what's being said. Don't worry about that. Listen,
that's not a good explanation.
No, this is the thing. You're not getting it. You're saying that something else is happening away from this reality, and we have to go to this place.
When the fuck did I say that? Are you like,
bro? You're saying in outer space. You're saying in outer space, but this outer space that you're talking about cannot exist because you are in a contained environment because you're breathing air. If there were this space that you're claiming, listen, where you saw the water that you saw in the TV, that was a contained environment. Okay, water in the liquid state that they show it floating in the air. Yeah, we can have in the realist level, but not in the place that you think that you're going to. And the laws of physics work differently than what we actually observe and can demonstrate in reality. Like the liquid water that we have is because it's pressurized under a pressurized system, and the only reason you're breathing air is because you live within a contained environment. Therefore, not outer space. If there was this vacuum of space, you wouldn't be breathing, and there will be no liquid water.
Dude, okay, look.
Yeah, laugh.
You
think it's funny, huh?
Yes, I do actually. When there is rain and the water is dropping, the bottom of the raindrop is curved because the gravity is pushing it down, and it creates a curved object. What?
Yeah, you're missing the point.
He's asking you how do you have a gas pressure next to a vacuum.
If we go off
Now
of
you're
your
claiming
logic,
without space.
if we go off of your logic, water droplets, when water falls, it's going to be flat and plain. It's going to be level, like you claim.
No, he's not
But
talking
it's
about
not.
that. He's not talking about that. Your claim is outer space, right? So you're claiming a vacuum.
You take water,
we're
you
in a
put it
gas
in space.
pressure-
It's okay. You know what? Here, I'll do the
Yeah, can
physics.
you show gas pressure next to a vacuum without a container? Or can you just show gas pressure without a container? That's the question being asked you, not water. Can you show gas
Well, we're
pressure?
talking about water as well. This is why we're confusing the guy, because we're coming at it from like two different points kind of simultaneously. So we need to decide what we're going to do here. We've got 2 points on the table. We've got water being observably and measurably level everywhere, to which you said, no, I've seen on the space videos that it's a ball. And then we're going into gas pressure. So we need to go with one or the other. So you're the new guy. You can decide.
Because remember,
or the gas pressure.
Because he jumped away from the horizontal frame of reference. He said, but in outer space, water looks like this blob. He went to outer space. Remember, he's saying, you guys are denying physics. And he thinks that we're denying physics when he's the one that's denying the realist level and going into fantasy land and making claims about that.
Let's narrow it down. Are we going to talk about? So you want to talk about space rather than water?
Here, I'm going to do this simple problem here from the textbook, talking just about this. Water in space. How it turns into a sphere.
Turns into a sphere in space.
Yes, it does. When you have...
That's a cool story, bro, but we're not really interested in the cool stories on TV. We're interested in reality, empiricism, physics that you're studying.
This
right?
is a physics textbook. This is where I'm getting it from.
Yeah, well, whatever that physics textbook is telling you, if it told you that, hey, in Narnia, water does this, that doesn't matter because you're not in Narnia. You can't go to Narnia. You don't know that Narnia is even real, so why waste your thought on it? We're talking about reality. So talk to us about water.
Cyclone, Cyclone, he thinks that the video that he saw a blob of water in the air, he thinks that that's the same thing as outer space. He thinks that, oh, look, the water is in outer space, and this is how it works.
I said when you put water in space,
you said space, but that was in a contained environment.
You don't even know what I'm talking about.
It's not in outer space, bro. It's not in outer space.
Yeah, I guess this is the thing you're going to struggle with, like coming to the realization that you don't actually know that space exists. You just believe it because you've been shown it, told about it.
Even in this paradigm, it's within a contained, pressurized system. It's not happening in the vacuum of outer space.
You know what, guys? Actually, I'm reading into this more. It does show a flat Earth on my textbook. I gotta be wrong.
So that's how you go through life. You're just reading like certain books and just accepting whatever they say without really thinking about it.
I'm being sarcastic, of course, bro.
I know, but I'm being silly back. It's like, come on, dude. You're a physics student about to graduate. You can have a serious conversation about real world physics, can you not?
And I'm trying, but it's just you're not understanding.
We were trying. We were trying, and you said no. We were trying to. We were talking about reality and how water behaves in reality, how gas behaves in reality, and you said, well, in space, which means I've seen a video, but I have no idea if it's real or what kind of special effects might have been used, and it does a different kind of physics that we don't have on Earth, and that's the real physics. That's like what you're doing.
Oh man, hang on. Look. Because y'all, I don't even know what the fuck what's going on right now with y'all. Y'all talking about water pressure and air pressure and no.
I know you're getting confused because we're sort of blending the 2 points together when it comes to gas and water. We need to stick to one or the other. So what do you want to talk about, the water or the gas?
Here, why don't you just send me? Why don't you just send me a list of the topics and then we'll look at it. How does that sound?
I'm not going to do that. I've just asked you what you want to talk about. I've given you 2 very simple choices that we can talk about. Very good points for a physics student to think about. Water or gas? What do you want to talk about? Both of them debunk the globe.
Let's start with the fundamentals. Let's start with the fundamentals. Let's start with gravity. How does that sound?
These are the fundamentals. Your gravity is a sidebar, non sequitur, pointless topic. We don't care.
You know what?
what
You're
you believe about
absolutely
why
right.
things are.
How silly of me to assume gravity would be a factor into this conversation. How silly of me. I would never.
Yeah, it is.
Because when you say gravity, you're already assuming a ball. So
No, gravity can exist with disks and torus and planes.
Okay.
When he says gravity, he doesn't even know what he means.
Okay, then gravity doesn't prove that it's a ball.
So here it is. Look,
why would we talk about it?
You can have a flat surface like a flat Earth, and it would still have a gravitational field. This is true.
Okay,
However,
so why would we need to talk about it? We don't need to talk about it then. You've just agreed it doesn't prove Earth's a ball.
Let me finish my point. Let me finish my point. However,
wait a second. One small piece of contention. You said disk. Let's dispel that myth, because you obviously think that some of us here or all of us believe that Earth is a disk somewhere.
I said it can be a disk and it can be a torus. It can be whatever.
No one here thinks Earth is a disk.
Object. Okay, that's fine. You can assume whatever shape you want.
No. None of us here. No. Hold on.
That's fine, Sonny. We're not saying it's a disk.
Let's dispel that first. None of us here think Earth is a shape. That's your claim.
You don't think Earth is then why is it called flat Earth?
Flat isn't a shape. Flat isn't a shape.
Come on, bro. What shape is flat?
So then why don't you just call it no shape Earth? When you see flat Earth,
that's not very catchy, is it? That's not very catchy. No shape Earth. That's terrible. Why would we do that? That's not going to trigger the Globers.
Well, it's
flat Earth though.
I see. Okay, you know what? I fell for it. I'm a fool. Y'all over here trolling.
No, that's a cope, bro. Don't do the cope. Remember, we're talking about water or gas. Remember, the water is flat in reality. A body of water, like a lake, that's flat. Yeah.
Okay. So, what do you think the shape of the Earth is? I would love to know. What do you think it is?
It's not a shape.
How would I know?
It's not a shape.
That doesn't make any sense.
It's not a shape. Flat is not a shape. It's only flat is only a surface descriptor. That's it.
Well, it's sufficient to say we're not making a shape claim, whatever it is.
So you don't know what it looks like, is what you're saying?
Yeah, I know what it looks like. Go outside. That's what it looks like.
Describe to me the geometry. Show me a diagram of what you believe in.
I don't need to. Well, I can just point out that the natural physics of water, like we've said, is to seek and find its level.
That's great. Natural physics of that, natural physics of this, but just show me what you believe the Earth looks like. That's what I'm asking for.
Well, there's a lot of water, the oceans, and then
just show me a diagram. That's all I'm asking for. I'm not asking for a descriptor. Just show me what you think the Earth looks like.
The thing is that he wants an outside perspective, an outside frame of reference, like a God's eye view of the whole of reality, and he wants for us to show him that.
Holy shit! What the hell is going on right now?
It's because you've been trained to think of the Earth as like a cartoon concept that you've been shown in your textbooks. You've been taught to consider the Earth in the conceptual, large-scale sense that you don't actually have, rather than your empirical sense.
Yeah, beyond our atmosphere is a magical dimension.
That's true.
Course.
Well, that's what you're saying with space. You're making the claim as to what's beyond our atmosphere.
Flat Earth is a postmodern neo-Marxist.
Dude. This is because he hasn't realized that he is within a contained environment, and you cannot go outside and have an outside view of reality.
Yeah, listen, as a physics student, you should be able to tell us this. Can you define gas pressure for us?
Can I define gas pressure for you? Okay.
Yeah.
Here we go. See if I remember the equation here.
No, use words, dude. What is it?
No, because if I use words, you guys are going to use them against me, so I'm going to use math, which is like...
Use words?
Wrong.
No, a definition, dude. A definition of the term gas pressure. What is gas pressure?
Alright, fine.
I mean, if he wants to use PV equals T... Have you ever been to KFC, had a bargain bucket, and then like you feel like that pressure building up?
Larry, shut the fuck up. So if he wants to use PV equals nRT, he's still going to be giving us that container.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, gas pressure.
That's the definition.
All it is, it's gas pressure. It's just the force that molecules exert when they collide with, like, for example, like the walls of a container, or with each other in a unit area, right? Okay. That's what gas pressure is.
So is there another layer in here? I wasn't saying
it's a force. It is a force.
A force exerted by the gas particles on the walls of a container.
So when a gas particle hits the wall in a container, that moment that it hits the wall, that force, that is the gas pressure. Or when you have like a very volatile gas that the molecules start smacking each other, that's gas pressure.
Okay, so if I asked you to present to me gas pressure but without a container, could you do that?
The container is gravity.
All right, so you can show me that?
Can I show you that, like, physically? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, like demonstrate it. Like science.
Scientifically.
Experiment.
Or where's the G in PV equals nRT?
Well, hold on. Let's see
that
how he's
PV nRT equation, that's just in a
No, don't go to a fucking equation. Show me the demonstration.
Okay, well, how about this? Show me a demonstration of your neurons right now, because I'm assuming you have a brain.
No,
so
stop. Stop. Should
I
take
this?
But the science says you have a brain.
Hold on. Should I take this to mean that you can't demonstrate it? Your claim?
No, but you can also demonstrate you have a brain.
No.
Right now.
So you can't wait. You say no, you can't demonstrate it.
I can't demonstrate it right now. I'm sitting on my desk. But if you want me to find an experiment for it, I'm sure there's some out there.
Yeah, show me where this experiment has been done that's showing gas pressure without a container.
Okay. I'll Google one right now.
Yeah, that's okay. While you're Googling that, you're a physics major. Can you tell us what happens to gases in an open system?
What happens to gases in an open system? They spread out.
Exactly. Oh, so they expand into the available volume, don't they?
Mm-hmm.
So can you measure gas? Can you measure? Hold on. Can you measure gas pressure in an open system?
But look, gas pressure, by the way, it can exist without a container.
That's what you're trying to claim. That's what we're waiting for your evidence for.
Okay. So look.
Practical demonstration. We need a practical demonstration. Wait a minute. Not an impractical. Wait a minute.
Has gas pressure all around us.
You're not going to use an
exactly. That's our point.
You can't use an implausible, something that is unconceivable or inconceivable or unpresentable or undemonstratable or unfalsifiable. We want one that can be shown to be true in practical demonstration.
But yeah, that is the point, though. Like you said, the air that we breathe is a pressurized gas. So that's how we know we're in a contained system, not an open one, not open to a vacuum. You're contained because of the gas pressure. That's how you know.
Yeah.
So your position now has to be no, gas pressure doesn't require a container, and then you have to provide some physical evidence of that, like science, physics, just like you're studying, yeah? And then when you can't, I hope you'll be humble enough to concede, I can't demonstrate that, so it is just a belief I have that gas pressure can exist without a container, because all you can actually demonstrate is that it requires one.
So, okay, well, we're going to assume NASA and stuff is faking everything for your argument's sake as well. So look, there are machines out there in the world that create gas pressure with force fields, like gravity. Gravity is a force field.
Okay, show it.
A gravity force field machine.
Okay.
What's this machine, machine called? What's the machine called?
Demonstration, please.
Hold on. What's the machine called?
I'll give you one example.
That creates a gravity force field? What kind of physics are they teaching you?
There's
I think this is physics.
Stellarators and tokamaks.
That's plasma, not gas.
Hello. He's going away from the second law of thermodynamics, which is a natural law, and he's saying, "Oh, man can make refrigerators and air conditioners."
But
Hello.
when the gas dissipates, that's because there's no forces keeping it together. That container is just a solid.
We're talking about natural laws, not about refrigerators or air conditioners.
Okay, well, you don't understand what I just said. Tell me what I just said then.
No, you're ignoring what is being said to you and going away from it. And the guy that's saying we are the one denying the physics of nature. And you're the one denying it.
One of the things you mentioned was a tokamak reactor, which uses plasma, not gas.
Yeah, wouldn't that reactor be a container?
And it is, too, also.
Yep.
And then that reactor would be in a room, another container. You can't escape the containers.
Dude, there's literally... Yeah, okay. The reason why I brought that one up, it's because it's a force field that's putting pressure on it. That's the point I'm trying to make.
It's not gas. Not gas, though.
So is your claim that we're living in a giant tokamak machine?
It's a magnetic force steering the plasma around
That's not
a
what I said.
toroid.
That's not my claim.
Well,
My
that's what
claim
it is.
that we have
Whether
gas
you
pressure
said it or
because
not,
of
that's what it
I just
is.
said the
There's
claim.
not
Shut
gas
the
pressure
fuck
there,
up.
so
I just said my
talking
claim right
through
now.
is not gonna fucking help you.
Well, yeah, you're kind of, I mean, you're basically saying we have a ball of gas in a vacuum, which we know doesn't comport with reality, not physics.
The gravitational field is
that's
the
your belief,
container of
bro.
the atmosphere.
That's a belief. That's a belief.
That's a scientific fact. That's not a belief.
No,
That is a
you
scientific
would
fact.
need some kind of scientific experiment or evidence for that, and you don't have one.
You can do it with plasmas and a magnetic field. It'll give you the
Plasma
same
is not
results.
air.
Not gravity, then.
Show me air pressure. Show me air pressure existing uncontained next to a vacuum.
Yeah, let me just consult God and tell him to make a planet.
So you don't have the evidence. You can't demonstrate it. Well, thank you for
With an Earth-sized object, obviously the fuck not. But I can demonstrate
so it's a belief.
with
So it's
a plasma generator. You can go to a lab and look at one if you request permission.
No, that would be in a container, and that would be plasma, not air.
Yes, there is a container. However, there is another container of a magnetic field, which is a force field, keeping that plasma locked in place, not allowing it to escape.
Plasma is not air.
Your claim is that we've got air,
not air
next to a. Your claim is that you've got air in a vacuum. That's your claim.
Containers can be created by fields of force. Containers can be created by fields of force.
So let's do it. Let's try this then. We remove the tokamak machine, we remove the room, and we make it a vacuum. What's happening to the air pressure or the gas?
If we remove the magnetic field from the tokamak machine?
Well, we remove the whole container because you're not supposed to have a container, and we put it in a vacuum because you're claiming that we're in a vacuum. So what's going to happen to the air? You said it earlier. It's going to expand in all directions, spread out.
Yeah, if you don't have a force field, yeah, it'll expand.
Yeah, so we don't have a force field. The globe isn't claiming a force field.
Yes, it does.
Yeah, you just
gravitational
said it.
field.
But the
gravitational field is our force field.
You're not NASA.
And on top of this, we also have another force field, the magnetic field, from our poles.
So the magnetic field is stopping entropy from occurring, stopping high pressure flowing to low pressure.
No, the magnetic field is stopping the gas from expanding.
So that wouldn't do it
as well.
Oh, so you're saying a magnetic field is stopping entropy from occurring with our air next to a vacuum.
That's not what I said. When did I say entropy? In all of my... what the fuck are you talking about?
You said the air...
Yo, you're high. You're high. You're fucking high. When did I say entropy in my argument? Why are you bringing up entropy?
When you're talking about gas dispersal.
Do you know what entropy is?
You're talking about gas dispersal. High pressure flowing to low pressure. Yes.
Oh my god. This is a Okay, I'm done, bro.
You are done.
What you're saying
is insane that you're a physics student.
It's just so you know, air pressure can be measured.
Bro,
I just want to know the cause. You're saying gravity is the cause. How do you know gravity is the cause? They're asking for scientific evidence.
Drop something next
That's
to you.
What you're claiming. You're saying that gravity can cause gas to be pulled down. What way does gas go when it leaves the ground?
What way does gas go when it leaves the ground? It spreads out, yeah. But let me ask you a question. Does that gas go into outer space?
It's still contained in our atmosphere. This is why we have CO2.
Pressurized.
That
CO2.
That CO2.
Remember earlier you gave the definition.
It stays in our atmosphere.
No, remember earlier you gave the definition. You said the gas particles are exerting a force on the walls of a container. So they're not going into space. They're exerting a force on the walls of a container. Hence, that's why they're pressurized. That's what you said. You gave us the definition. You agreed with it all until you realized.
You guys just keep regurgitating my argument, adding words and removing some. That's what you guys keep doing. It's not even an actual argument.
You just don't want to concede that in reality, gas pressure requires a container, just like you defined it.
It does require a container.
Okay, so you're living in a contained environment.
Yes, so the gravitational field is the container.
Then demonstrate it scientifically.
Can you demonstrate that?
Holding air pressurized.
Gravitational field.
Without a container. You should be able to demonstrate that with some kind of scientific experiment, showing that this is true, factual, and is what is happening.
And if you're going to
want experiments for everything, all right, fine. I'll look one up that proves it.
Yeah,
fine.
You guys just want evidence for all my claims. Yes, that's how it works. You make a claim, you must provide evidence. If you don't, we dismiss your claim.
So, okay.
Did he give up?
No, I'm looking.
He's Googling.
Still fighting.
Googling.
Still struggling.
I just explained it, theoretically, but if you want experimentally,
explanation and experimentation conflations will always lead you with verbal diarrhea and mental constipation.
Yeah, you're going to assert that, even though gas pressure requires a container in every observable example in reality, if I say gravity, that'll make it so that I can break the laws of physics.
Oh, yeah,
quite ironic as a physics student to be doing this.
Yeah, it's what a physics major uses.
A sealed tube or cylinder with low friction, pistons, or open air, right? Sensitive pressure sensors, inert gas like argon or air.
That's a great start for a not container.
Just to make a vacuum. Oh, look at that. The equation for it is literally negative rho times g. What a big fucking surprise. Look, experimentally you can do it in a lab with a barometric chamber.
Chamber? Thought you said no container.
Chamber?
No, remember, dude, you're trying to prove gas pressure without a container. You keep showing us containers.
It's just to make a controlled experiment. Otherwise, it's going to be impossible.
Otherwise, it's impossible. Yes, correct. Welcome to Flat Earth.
You don't even know the physics behind it, bro.
Yeah, gas pressure requires a container. Remember, you stated the definition earlier?
Yes, a container can be a gravitational field.
Without a container, it would be impossible. Correct. Do you know what a container is? Actually, maybe this is where you're struggling. Google definition of container. What does it say?
A container can be a force field, sir.
Citation, which dictionary said that?
All right, bet. Do you want citation? Bet.
We get definition. I want the definition of the word container. Since you apparently don't know what it is.
Let's see. You look it up anywhere on Google. They all say.
What? Look what up? Look what up? The definition of container. Why aren't you looking up the definition? Why aren't you looking up the definition of container like you were asked?
It's got multiple definitions. For this case, for force fields, you need. Okay, this is like a retarded argument.
Let's see.
I'm done. You
Dictionary,
guys just everything
container, an object for holding or transporting something.
Is this the same guy that said that we deny physics? Is this the same guy saying that we deny physics and you denying physics and also denying the laws of thermodynamics? So why are you doing that?
Just so
You're
you
gonna
know,
redefine
Cyclone,
container?
Cambridge Online Dictionary, a hollow object such as a box or a bottle that can be used for holding something, especially to carry or store it.
So according to him, there is a chamber around the Earth. So welcome. That's what we've been telling you, and now you prove you demonstrate it now that we've been right.
It's
and
caused by
you're wrong.
gravity. There's a gravitational field enclosing
Excellent.
the
You
gases.
keep spurging that. Neo, if gravity is the cause, you can prove it scientifically. Please do so.
Well,
I just want to be real quick.
All right, here. How about this? Look,
Hold on. Let
Take-
Larry jump in quickly.
take a smoke bomb or like anything that contains a
Dude.
gas, rip it outside, and see if it'll go to space. I guarantee you, it's not, and it's gonna stay on Earth. It's just gonna like float around in Earth. This is why we have
ground
CO2.
this. Okay, let's ground this in reality real fast. All we have to do is say your grandmother, she's getting up there, right? She wants you to cook her a steak on Mother's Day, right? So I'm going to say, well, my grandmother deserves like a propane tank, right? So I'm going to go get the propane. Can you deliver the propane using gravity, like in reality, or is this like only theoretical?
What the hell are you talking about?
I can't help it if you don't understand that you need to have propane accessories in order to grill with propane. You cannot buy gravity without the. You cannot buy propane without a tank. Do you know why?
Tell me why. Go ahead. Let's hear it.
Because it needs to be contained.
Okay.
Would you agree that it needs to be contained, or do you disagree?
I'm not disagreeing that there's a container around the Earth. However,
He's just making it up in his head.
Where I'm not making this up on my head.
Yeah, you are. You've just been told it's gravity, and you're just regurgitating that. You could never show us that. You've never seen
gravity,
it before.
it is gravity. It is gravity. You
Okay,
can measure it.
Mr.
You can do physics with it. You can do experiments with it.
Could you define gravity for us quickly?
Could I define gravity for you? Absolutely. Okay.
Since that's your whole thing.
So in Newtonian mechanics, because this is all we're concerned about, we're not dealing with galaxies or anything. In Newtonian mechanics, gravity is just the force exerted by our center of mass.
That's the wrong pseudoscience. You're parroting the wrong pseudoscience. You're like 110 years.
This is what the.
Yeah,
you're 110 years.
You're talking about Newton when it comes to gravity. That's crazy.
Einstein is only applied to galaxies and like larger things, the expansion of our universe.
No,
you can absolutely
totally
listen. You can absolutely use Einstein's theory of gravity and Newton's theories of gravity.
Is the current. No, Newton's been thrown out. No, Newton's been thrown out. I thought they were supposed to be teaching you the current rhetoric at university. What? You still got the high school.
They are.
Yeah, you're parroting the wrong pseudoscience, bro.
Yeah,
we still use Newton's laws. We still use Newton's laws. Engineers still use Newton's laws. Find me an engineer, find me an aerospace engineer, and ask him if he's learned Newtonian mechanics and if he uses them on his job. Well, he probably doesn't. He's probably just the spreadsheets. But see if he does it when he's designing his airplanes. Go ahead.
So what are you saying? That gravity is one thing at an Earth scale, and then at a cosmic scale, it's something else?
Exactly. On
so stupid,
certain scales, on a very large scale, Newton's laws of gravity don't work. This is why we have.
So what is gravity? In reality, what is
it? Hold on. Yeah,
in reality,
Could you read out what's posted in the
we
chat?
currently have no idea what gravity is.
Currently have no idea what gravity is, but it's your ace in the hole for gas pressure denial.
Because
you don't know what it is.
We can observe its effects.
This is the only thing holding your globe belief together, and it's a thing that you don't know what it is.
Do you have consciousness? Are you conscious?
Keep going, bro. I'm sure this is going to get to the globe somehow.
It's a yes or a no. It's a yes or no question.
So this is a false equivalence.
It's not a
I'm
false
conscious, therefore
That's exactly what it is.
He's saying that because he observes certain effects, he can determine the cause without testing for the cause. So basically pseudoscience.
No, we only care about Newtonian physics because we're on the Newtonian
we only
physics
care
scale.
about Newtonian physics. Well, on that, could you look into the text chat quickly, and could you read out what I posted at 14 minutes past the hour?
Okay, fine. Let's say
just read out what I've posted. Just read out the
Let's
citations.
say gravity doesn't exist. Why?
What? No. We're not. We're not talking about
That's not what he
Newtonian
said.
and
He said, "Can you
Einsteinian.
please read it out?"
Yeah, just read out the citations.
Let's say gravity is most accurately described by general relativity, proposed by Albert Einstein in 1915, which describes gravity not as a force. Yeah, of course. On a larger scale, it's not a force.
What about the other one?
In general relativity, gravity is not a force between masses. Okay, yeah, it's not.
And next one?
Yeah, they all say not a force. In
Right, but you
general
said
relativity,
it's a
yeah.
force. But you said it was a force.
In Newtonian mechanics, it's treated as a force mathematically. Physically, it's not actually a force because we don't know what it is physically. But mathematically, we can model it as a force on our scale.
You said it was a container.
I don't care, dude. We're asking what it is, not what you can model it as. Don't you get?
Okay, here we go. I will give you citations for why gravity we can treat it as a force on our scale.
No, we don't want you to treat it as anything. We want you to tell us what it is in actuality.
Now you have not a force fields holding gas in.
It's the curvature of space-time, people. It's very simple.
The non-force force fields. So just fields, I guess.
On our scale, yes, we can treat it as a field.
Not a force field,
But
though,
the
right?
math still adds up.
No, not what you treat it as. What is it?
Force field. Field of force.
No, there's no force. It's not a force, remember?
According to Newton, no. At a larger scale. On our scale, though, yeah, we can treat it as it.
Two different gravities.
If you do Einsteinian mechanics and Newtonian mechanics on the same physics problem on the same scale, which is our scale, right? Like if you want to do like the moon around the Earth, it's going to give you the exact same number.
So you can't even answer the first question. What is gravity? You couldn't even get past that.
Because we don't even know what gravity is today, bro. We don't.
Agree. Okay, so you can agree then
modern science has no
gravity
idea.
is a theory. So gravity is a theory. Can you say that?
It is a theory. One theory is also that it's not actually gravity, and it's just a pull between electrons.
Okay. So it's a theory. Okay, so the thing that you are saying is stopping the natural law of gas behavior that we observe, which is requiring containment to be pressurized and flowing from high pressure to low pressure. The thing you're saying is contravening that is a theory.
Okay, so we're not going to use theories then because theories are pseudoscience. Got it.
Okay, so can you now show us some demonstrable reality to back up your claim?
Of what? That gravity is a field? Is that what you're going to
That you can have air pressure existing uncontained next to a vacuum.
We're just saying gas pressure needs containment. You're saying gas pressure can have gravity. But you're saying it's something you don't know what it is. But you're saying that's the cause. We're saying, how do you know that is the cause? What is that? To hold down gas pressure. That's what he's asking.
So
no, we already got past that. He said he doesn't know it's a theory. He doesn't know what gravity is.
We don't know the cause of gravity.
So therefore, yes, we're not dealing with conceptual theories. We're dealing with reality. So you would need to demonstrate air pressure existing uncontained next to a vacuum in reality. Can you do that or not?
Well, we'd have to be in a zero gravity environment first.
So can you do that or not?
Yeah, absolutely. If you're in a zero gravity environment that's a vacuum.
So post it in the chat.
This is
air pressure uncontained next to a vacuum.
There's no such experiment that's been conducted like that, as far as I know.
Okay, so it's just imagination then. So it's just imagination then.
It's math, not imagination.
Imaginary math. Yeah.
It's not. Yeah, no, it's not. If the numbers correlate
math.
For hundreds
if it's
of years,
math applied to a theory, that would make it theoretical math. Yeah.
Absolutely. Okay. If your math adds up.
Yeah. So we're not interested in theoretical math.
Observations add up.
Reality. We're interested in science. We're interested in science, not theoretical.
An experiment is recreating the observation with the theory.
Okay. Can you show me the experiment of air pressure existing uncontained next to a vacuum?
I'm not too bothered to Google with it because then if I Google it, y'all just gonna laugh at me for it. So no,
you'll Google it. No, you should because you'll realize that
No, you know what? I'm not going to because last time I tried to Google something, you guys told me to. I was being laughed at in chat. So you know what? Forget about it. I'm done arguing with
this. The chat. You know the internet chat. You know how it is. Don't be sensitive. But listen, I mean, it's not for our benefit that you should want to fact check your beliefs. This is for your own benefit to know whether what you're believing is true or not.
It is an undeniable fact that the Earth is a globe. That is undeniable.
No, it's an undeniable fact.
If you want to talk about the nature of gravity, if you want to talk about the nature of gravity, sure, we can debate about that.
No. There's no debate for gravity. You've just conceded. You have no idea what it is. All you have is a theory.
Because we don't know what gravity is currently. We can't test it.
So how are you going to debate about it? What are you talking about?
So because we can't test it, then gravity doesn't exist? That's what you're saying.
You don't even know what you're calling gravity exists. You don't know what it is, remember? Are you saying the thing I don't know doesn't exist? How would you know?
Let me ask you a question. It's a yes or a no, and don't say anything else. Does gravity exist?
No.
It doesn't exist.
Well, define gravity.
Define it. Yeah.
How can I tell you it exists if you can't define it?
Yeah, you just told us you don't know what it is. So basically, what you're asking,
okay, so here,
hold on. Yeah, what you're asking is, does this thing I don't know what it is exist?
Here, I'll define it in simpleton brain for your fucking.
I think he's got me muted from yesterday. Actually, tell him to do something about that.
Can you hear Heretic?
Who?
Yeah, you might have turned him yesterday when you were on PNR. Did you turn Heretic down and you forgot to turn him back up?
Yeah, I did because he was acting like a fucking goofball the other day.
All right, well, turn Heretic back up because Heretic was talking to you.
Hang on, I can't even see what's going on here. Heretic.
It starts with an H.
Yeah, no shit. I'm trying to find it. My Discord's just laggy.
Actually, I got it set up to start with a K right now.
All right.
Yo, I gotta take a fat piss, dude. Holy shit.
All right, well, you put yourself on mute, go away, settle down, and then come back. And then Heretic can speak to you.
Yeah, take a break and come back, bro. Go ahead.
Where is I don't see a Heretic on here.
It might be under K.
Oh shit, okay.
It's backwards. Yeah,
no, I don't have him muted.
That is quite confusing.
I just can't hear him.
Check. Hello, test 1 2.
Hello?
Yep.
Hi. Okay, there we go.
All right.
Put his volume up. The volume. Put it up.
I just put it up. Yeah, now I can hear him. His mic's just really low. All right, what are you saying?
I don't know. Let's just keep going.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna go take a piss. It's gonna be like a fucking fire hydrant.
That's fine, bro. That's fine, bro. Go mute.
Make sure you use a container.
PMI.
And wash your hands before and after.
Don't fall in.
Wipe the seat when you're finished.
Wash his hands, bro. He's wearing a mask in there. He masks up to go. He's got rubber gloves on. Oh, well, while collecting his thoughts, does anyone else want to ask a question or make an argument for the globe? Any new people in? Globies? Don't be shy.
Why would they lie?
Yeah, I got something. I was here yesterday when he said that he was going to mute Heretic, and he was told not to. And I guess he forgot that he turned him down. So watch out for those violations. We want you here to debate with us, but it's going to be audio chaos, and we have to have a very well orchestrated and well decorum maintained to have these deeper conversations. So don't violate the rules. Thank you.
Exactly. Well said.
Oh, I'm back. Sorry about that, fellas. I just fell in the toilet.
That's all right, bro.
Because of fucking gravity. So
that
gravity
that theory sucked your head right into the toilet. What about
Yeah, no, there was a fucking
How
black
ironic.
hole due to the mass of my fucking fat piss that I just
Whoa,
took.
dude, calm down. Don't
be a
lose it.
doormat.
Let me tell you, it was like
That's
a
enough.
fire hydrant.
That's enough, bro. Come on. Serious conversation here. Your globe is on the line. So far, the only thing holding it together is this gravity word that you said we don't know what it means, and it's just a theory. Otherwise, the gas is just expanding into the available volume, which is space, and you don't breathe and you die. We'd all be dead if your crazy globe religion were true. I shouldn't say yours. It's not yours. The one you were given. The one you were given. The one we were all given. Right? It's not yours. It's not...
I'm drinking a Coke right now. It's so good. All right, look. Yeah, no, my religion, we follow very strict tenets called mathematics. Very, very strict. We're very strict about this.
So not science.
So it's not reality then.
So
No,
you know,
of course,
mathematics is just a language, right?
Yeah, of course. This is like.
Right, so you follow the tenets of a language.
Yeah, we follow the tenets of the language just as we follow the tenets of our.
Well, we follow science, and the experiment has results. We follow that.
No, the thing is that experiments to us, they're like the Christianity version of miracles. So they happen sometimes, but not all the time. You know what I'm saying? Because of course, it's just a religion. I'm gonna be honest with you. You got me, bro. You know what? I'm a charlatan, bro. I study physics, but like, I just agree with everything my professor says straight up. I'm not gonna lie, straight up.
Well, the first rule of charlatanism, you're not supposed to tell us you're a charlatan.
My job is literally to lie to the public.
Bro. Dude, we all went through the education system, bro. It's fine. You don't need to freak out. We're not telling you to abandon reality and your degree. We're just pointing out inarguable facts of reality, and they happen to conflict with the story that we're told about where we live. Now, people deal with it in different ways, and what you're doing now is one of those ways, which is half sidestepping, half engaging, half talking about shit that there's no reason to talk about.
Yeah, the thing is, I try and explain it with like actual science and the actual mathematics behind the theory.
That's reality. That would be experiment. Yeah. Dude, we need to teach you what science is, apparently.
The study of reality, that's what science is.
No, it's a method of inquiry establishing cause and effect relationships that are demonstrable, falsifiable, and empirical.
There's theories in science, right?
Yeah, they'd be backed up by experiment, which you just said you don't have.
Look, gravity, there are theories behind it. Some believe in Einstein's theory of relativity, some don't. Some believe in Newton's, but most people don't.
See, now you're confusing the colloquial term of theory with the scientific theory.
That's the ambiguity fallacy, by the way.
Okay, bro. Okay.
Yeah, in order for it to be a scientific theory, there has to be an experiment.
The whole point as to why we have pressure in our atmosphere, why the gas just doesn't fuck off into space, is because
there's a container. Because that's what's required for gas pressure.
Of gravity, yes. So
no, gravity is not a container.
Yes, it is.
You still haven't defined gravity. What is gravity? You said it was a theory that you didn't know, and no one knows. So that's the container, a theory that no one knows.
Yeah, in general, nobody knows, but within Earth, you can use force
nobody knows is containing the Earth's gas that we're breathing.
Listen, this guy, when he came back, you say he burped, and because he was drinking a Coca-Cola, he said, and he thinks that gravity was holding the gases in the Coca-Cola can.
So then, how come when you light up a smoke bomb, the smoke just doesn't go up into space? How come it just stays here in our atmosphere? How come we have CO2 gas? How come we have greenhouse gases?
Evenly to fill its container.
Aha, yes it does. And what's the container?
So, did you miss the last word? Container?
Yeah, what's the container?
If no container, the gas would fuck off into space.
Exactly, and what's the container?
As per entropy?
What is the container?
Containers for gas are physical, aren't they?
a force is physical, and also when you bend reality.
No, like remember Larry told you about the propane tank. That's a physical container, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a physical container.
Okay, now show us that pressurized gas without the physical container.
It's just gonna fuck off into our atmosphere. That's what it's gonna do.
Oh, so it's gonna expel in all directions and fill the available volume.
Inside of our atmosphere, yes.
What about the atmosphere?
So when you have that propane tank, you just like let it rip.
What's the physical container, like the propane tank, for the atmo?
For the atmosphere?
Well, it can't be a sphere because gases don't form spheres, do they?
I said the atmosphere, not the sphere. I said atmosphere.
The air. Yeah, but the air is what you're talking about, and you're claiming it's a sphere of air in a vacuum.
There is a sphere of air. Yeah, there is.
Yeah, no, that doesn't work in reality. Could you show me a sphere of air in a vacuum?
I can show you like a model of how the gravitational field works, and then you can see.
You couldn't show me a ball of air in a vacuum.
I can represent it mathematically, and the numbers will correlate.
Mathematically, so imaginary.
So look, first you have to know what it looks like theoretically. Once you know what it looks like theoretically, you can design an experiment.
In your imagination. You have to be able to imagine it first.
Absolutely,
okay, you
yes.
Imagine a ball.
That is
ball of air. Okay, so you imagine a ball of air in a vacuum chamber. Okay. Now do the experiment, and is that what happens? You put air inside the vacuum chamber. What does the air do?
So when you have
what does the air inside the vacuum do?
In a zero gravity environment.
No. Forget that. What does the air do when you put it into the vacuum chamber?
But you need gravity in this. Otherwise, it's just not going to work. You want to dismiss gravity because I said we don't know what it is.
Well, the reason we're dismissing it is because you haven't proven that it contains air.
Hold on. The vacuum chamber would be on Earth, so you've got all of Earth's gravity, whatever you believe that is. What's the air going to do in a vacuum chamber?
Okay.
Just answer the question, dude.
I'm literally explaining it to you like you're 5 years old, but you don't understand.
No, you're not. You're avoiding the answer of the question.
I'm not avoiding no answer.
What does the air do when it's introduced into the vacuum chamber?
When the air is introduced into the vacuum chamber, it's going to come together in a zero gravity environment.
It's going to come together.
Yes, it's going to turn into a sphere. That's what it's going to do. That is the nature of gravity.
Okay, so show me someone with a vacuum chamber introducing gas, and that gas forming a sphere.
Also happens with liquids. You can look at the ISS videos, but you want to deny those.
Show me you just said you could do this if you have a gas vacuum chamber. So show me someone introducing gas.
The barometric chamber. It's not going to turn into a sphere, but you're going to see how still
you just said. You just said it would form a sphere.
Oh my fucking god! It's like I say something and then it just comes out the other ear.
Yeah, it's like you say it will form a ball, and then I say, so you're saying the gas will form a ball, and then you're saying, no, I'm not saying it will form a ball. It won't form a ball.
Christ!
You just contradicted yourself.
I didn't contradict myself, bro.
So
you just don't know. You don't know what I'm saying. And you know what? Maybe that's on me because I'm not wording it correctly. But either way, you don't know what's going on in the gravitational field. That's the whole point.
Does it form a ball?
Yes, it will form a ball when you put it in a vacuum chamber with no gravity.
Show me.
Okay. Let me just go out into space and do it, and I'll show you.
No, someone must have done this. You're claiming it.
Okay, just look at the ISS videos. I already told you.
No.
That's proof
on Earth. Why do you need to go to the ISS? You're on Earth.
Because there's gravity on Earth. Because there's gravity on Earth.
They must not teach
you. The air is doing. So what does that mean that the air is going to do when you introduce it into the vacuum?
Yeah. Okay, what is? Let me ask you one fundamental question. What is the air
going to? Is the air going to fill the volume and spread out in all directions?
Why don't you just go get it, bro?
What?
You know that the air is going to fill the available volume, right?
The gravity. I keep repeating myself, and I sound like a broken record because it's true, and you guys just keep denying that gravity exists. I don't know.
They must not teach physics students what special cleaving is.
You guys are fucking sped. Holy shit. Do you not know what gravity is?
Well, you don't know what it is. You define gravity. You don't know what it is. Your whole point was that no one knows what gravity is. And now you're saying you don't know what gravity is?
Generally, we don't know what it is.
So you don't know what it is. So you don't know what gravity is.
On our scale, on the planetary scale, we can assume it is a force.
Wow. Neo. So you don't know what gravity is, right?
No, I don't know what gravity is.
Okay, then stop trying to use it in your imaginary arguments.
But on our scale, we can
No, you don't have our scale. We've just got the air in a vacuum chamber and it's not forming a ball, Neo.
Dude, you gotta be
spreading out in all directions.
You genuinely
spreading out in all directions, Neo. Neo, it spreads out in all directions. It doesn't form a ball. This is your imagination.
Okay, so let me ask you one question. You said something about the level, the ocean. No, I'm not changing it up. I'm still in this point. You said something about the water level, like becoming what's it called?
Water's level.
Horizontal, right?
Water's level, yeah.
Water's level. Okay, so what causes that? What force is causing that?
That's not my argument. I'm just saying it's level.
But why? Why is it level?
You think gravity
why
is
it level?
Yeah, what?
Why is it level? Why?
Why is it flat?
Why is it? Yeah, exactly. Why does the water not just shoot up into space on your flat Earth?
Why would it?
Why would it do that?
Why would it do
Because it's campaign. We've been telling you this. I told you this since the beginning.
If you look at the
campaign.
ocean,
Yeah, I can take this one,
the
guys.
ocean that's flat, why would you think it should be flying in the air?
Hold on, guys. Let Larry go because Larry's been off for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to say that we understand cause and effect, right? So what's holding down the oceans? It's obviously high pressure and low temperature, because if you manipulate the temperature, you can cause water to boil and the rain cycle begins, right? So you're claiming that it's gravity. I can manipulate both buoyancy and density by manipulating the temperature and the gas pressure surrounding the water, and this will make it fuck off. Can you manipulate gravity in the same way? Because that's your presumed cause. So with a scientific experiment, you manipulate the cause to see the effect. All you have to do is hold my presumed cause and do not manipulate buoyancy or density or pressure or temperature in any kind of way, and you can manipulate your cause and make the water go up and down like I can.
Yeah, and then he got to identify gravity first to do that, right, Larry?
Well, he just, whatever his cause is, whatever he thinks it is, mass attracting mass, or, whatever, right, bending and warping space-time, whatever he thinks his presumed cause is, he just has to manipulate it without manipulating buoyancy or density.
Yeah.
And then he can demonstrate his cause to be true.
Oh, he left. So guess Neo's not the one. He's just another guy.
Oh.
Louverture is delicious. They're so salty. Oh, it's saltier than a peanut.
Oh, maybe he's going to get the experiment. Let's get him get some time. Yep, maybe he's going to go ahead and manipulate that gravity on the water and show us the balls on the ball air. Let's have a look here. Oh, maybe not. Okay.
Glober, come back.
Any kind of proof will do.
I guess not. Okay. These guys are just taking major L's today.
It's interesting where he says, I've almost got a bachelor's degree done. It's a way of being fictitious without being fictitious. Because he can't say, oh, I have a bachelor's degree. I almost have a bachelor's degree. And then he can play around with what almost means.
Actually, I hope he goes and tells all his physics friends about this bastard room that he's just been in, and no one will listen because no one understands, because they're all stupid and they don't know anything about physics, and I got upset and ran away. Can you come and help me, please?
Yeah, the main key feature is that if he almost has a degree in anything, he would almost be able to articulate the concept. He can't. It was a big I don't know. And then said, but you don't know. I'm like, okay, so do I almost have a degree like you do? It took you, what, almost a bachelor's degree to say you don't know what gravity is.
Go ahead, Tim.
Oh, hey, what's up? Earth is round.
Round?
Yeah, Earth is round. Yeah, Earth is round.
I got a cup here that's round. Is that like the Earth?
I got a table.
Okay, that's okay.
Here.
Straight up, that's a cheap.
I got a round table here. Is that what you're saying? The Earth is a round table?
You're not helping your case. You're literally you're.
Maybe Timmy, you should reword it a little better than.
Okay, Earth is a oblique spheroid.
Oblique? What does oblique mean?
An oblique spheroid means it's slightly bulged from the outside.
You mean opaque spheroid?
Oh, no, oblique.
I absolutely do not mean opaque spheroid. I mean oblique spheroid.
Yeah, oblique means flat, dude.
I mean, it's also
an angle
opaque.
that makes it look flat.
It's also opaque if you want it.
He's not wrong. He's not wrong.
No.
Hey, Timmy, then why are all the pictures on the textbooks, why do those look like billiards balls?
Hold on, I'll get right back to you. I need to invite my friend in.
What?
He's having trouble coming into the chat.
Yeah, call NASA and tell them to detect all the photography from.
It's fine. It's fine. We're all friends here. My friend's having trouble joining the.
Yeah, it's because he doesn't have enough rank to just join the guest channel.
How come I did? Because I've just joined.
Yeah, he doesn't have enough rank to join the guest channel.
What do you mean by rank?
Well, he's like level 1, probably. How long has he been on the server?
I've been on the server for like 3 minutes, and I was able to come in. So he
is your friend's name.
Were you on the server
Somebody must have invited.
My friend's name is K-R-I-W.
prior. You might have been on the server before and then left and just forgot.
There's no way I've been here.
I can check. How'd you come here? Why would you join the politics server and then beeline directly to the Flat Earth section?
Because I enjoy talking about politics and Flat Earth.
Okay, so how did you find this channel in this?
A member of this server. A member of the server.
So you've been here then?
No. And they told me
about the server, not necessarily this channel.
Yeah, on the server, yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's why you're a journeyman. That's why you're a journeyman. Level 2. Level 2 enables you to see this channel. If your friend's just joining now, it'll be level 1.
He doesn't know what round means or what a triangle is, so for him to figure out how he made it here, it might be a challenge. So just keeping on the ABCs.
What I'm saying is that there's no difference between my time on this server and voice channel as my friend. So I don't understand why the standard is different.
Is he level 2 like you?
He is. I don't know. Hold on.
Okay. Well, if he's only level 1, we're not surprised he can't see the channel, let alone join it. If he's level 2,
level 2.
But I'm ranked 1. I'm rank 2. Okay, so rank 2, promotion to rank 2. Promotion to policies, discuss future things like that. Okay, but my question is, why am I rank 2 and why is he rank 1?
Can we please get to the topic? Right, so do you believe in gravity?
He waiting for his friend.
I will wait for my friend.
Okay, we'll join another channel for a while, rank up, and come back when you're smarter, kid.
Why are you so aggressive?
You can't do it without them
holding a nice chat about Flat Earth.
Yeah, we're
trying to break down just basic server functioning. Oh, you should have read PID comments before you even joined. Like, what does each rank? What does each level
for
up?
real,
What
dude? Oh my
perms do you
God.
get from that?
Look, dude,
and we're having
look.
to explain to you things that you should know already.
Dude,
it's
dude, I don't
not
think anyone's
a good
talking
showing.
anyway. No, it's fine.
It's not a good
Calm
showing
down.
for you to come in here and ask why a rank 1 journeyman can't join a guest channel. That's a very, very poor showing. These are things, as you got onboarded onto the server, there was clearly messages that popped up. This is what you can do.
Can I say, dude, can you like wipe your mouth before you speak? I can feel the
this
spit.
rank, you got camera perms, this rank images, this rank guest channels, all of that should have been fully explained to you.
Oh, dude, you just got
your
something in my eye.
education level. There's something wrong with the way you're able to comprehend and retain information. It's been.
I think you're dragging this out longer than it needs to be.
Right
you want
away,
to continue
you
the
were
I
discussion
can't say,
about
dude, I
that,
zoned out
you
like
need to stop
20,
talking right
dude,
now.
I zoned out like 20 seconds ago. I'm trying to do something.
Explained again and again. Something's wrong with your thinking, dude. Your thinking is very,
I think you're projecting.
very wrong. The way you process information is broken.
And you know, you've come to this conclusion how?
Yeah, because you should have known when ranking up, there are different
like 5
levels
minutes
of
of knowing
terms.
someone.
Okay, my question. Okay, let's back to
your friend can't join.
Okay,
yes, your friend is probably a different rank than you.
What's going on?
You said no. Your friend is the
let's be
same rank as you.
All right,
and then we fact checked it, and you guys are different ranks.
Yes, but our question was always, why are we
It wasn't enough to finally get you to understand
Okay,
that.
let's be
we had to
practical.
go
Let's be
into
practical.
it
Let's be
again.
practical. Let's be practical. Let's be practical. How can he move on?
How
What's the
can
quickest
you
way he can
not
do?
know this? How can you not
Because
know that
I go outside.
We're new. And
How would you not know this by now? You should know this by now.
Is that guy
Why should I?
Yeah, this
It's
is
been
some
explained
fucking
multiple
obscure
times.
server.
Okay, that guy.
Listen. What I would say, let's just be practical. Let's all help each other. Let's all help each other. Let's help each other.
Your friend was like, "Hey, I can't join the Flat Earth section. Let me see if I can join other guest channels." I can't join other guest channels either. That would be a clue. That would be a clue.
A clue to
I don't know what's affecting you in your life, but like seriously,
it's a bunch of channels that are all labeled guest channels.
Stop.
You think it has something to do with your perms?
Crit, I can clarify on this situation. Just allow me to clarify really quick.
Yeah,
hold on, wait a second.
Yeah, you
we
think it might
don't
be something
need
to do
any
with perms?
clarification. Crit, I think they got it, mate.
Okay.
Right. Who was the kid? Where is he?
Does Crit
Timmy,
speak to you guys?
It's painful trying to get this guy to understand basic shit.
He understood what you said. Fucking.
No, I understood. I zoned out like 2 fucking minutes
He's
ago.
basically trolling, bro.
I know.
Yeah.
I presume.
You knew damn well that you couldn't. You knew damn well your friend wasn't ranked high enough to get in here.
He's playing cool.
Well, I knew he wasn't, but why?
Exactly. So you
for fuck's sake, if I start muting people, it's going to be on for young and old. Timmy, prove your fucking ball tard before I flip me shit.
Right, let's get to it, bro.
Dude, I can't do 2 things at once. I would like to.
Timmy, your friend is back behind the velvet rope. You're in here, so let's just do this.
Please have patience.
Okay, just
be practical.
Just mute him until his friend get here. I mean,
he's waiting on his keyboard guy.
Yeah, he did that.
Woosah. Go and get your little keyboard friend. Obviously, you can't do anything.
I think we need more. We all need more keyboard friends, right?
He's getting the call up to the big leagues, but he doesn't want to go because his locker room buddy's doesn't have the same hits he has.
You need a
Can we start talking about shapes now, or up and down, and reasons why?
Who, me? No. I just the clarification that I wanted to give earlier was that I actually invited both Tim and Richard at the same time, and they did join at the same time. So it is strange that Tim can get in but Richard can't.
No, it's not. It's server settings.
Okay.
Please not start this fucking
Well, yeah,
conversation.
no, sorry. Let's move on because it's not your guys' problem; it's ours. We'll deal with it.
It is kind of strange.
Yeah, you can move on for now.
Awesome. So shapes, or the reason why down. What were we talking about? Shape of the Earth, or reason why things go down to the Earth? I know Larry wants to talk about gravity. Now we've all joined the server and can talk and ask questions and make points pertaining to the subject of the server, the surface description of the Earth. Does anybody want to make a claim or ask a question about the surface description of the Earth?
Not about that in particular, but you know that we were discussing earlier how space people aren't been to space because gas is in a container and space doesn't have a container. You remember that conversation we had?
Yeah.
And I tried to make the point that gas can contain itself. But I think that got rebutted. But I think but we did agree that gases have different densities, right?
Densities dependent on volume and pressure.
Definitely.
Gas does not contain itself. Gas is the thing that's expanding. The thing that's expanding is not going to stop itself from expanding.
Accept it. Maybe there's a different gas, bro.
Oh, sorry. Excuse me.
Sorry, I have to.
Second law of thermodynamics. First description, gas expansion into a vacuum. Gas fills space. To stop gas filling a space, you contain it in a confined volume. By consequent of you containing the gas is under pressure. You can start talking about density now, the amount of substance in a space. Awesome. If you don't have a container, you won't achieve pressure because there's nothing to press against. If you don't have a container, there's nothing containing the gas and stopping the second law of thermodynamics from increasing, i.e. entropy, gas expansion into a vacuum. Snigger, 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 these are laws of nature. As applied to PV equals nRT.
And so I cry sometimes when I'm lying in bed to get it on.
What the fuck was that? What was that?
Hello?
Your sister.
Was that like drag show or something? What the fuck?
That's what globe believers have instead of evidence.
Yeah, so basically you need a limit to your volume on a globe.
Yeah, you can't have gas containing gas. That's the whole point of that statement earlier.
Is the Earth flat?
Yeah.
Is there volume? Is there volume for the gas to enter? Is there volume, yes or no, for gas to enter?
Yeah, by way of the gas that is already present.
Well, that's where you're going wrong.
It's like, what? You know,
yes, by way of the gas that is already present.
Let me demonstrate the law of nature to you.
The Earth is not flat.
Okay, that's lovely. We're
look at the sun. Look at the sun. It's round.
Look at mine. This is brilliant. Well done. So let's have an example.
Actually, the sun is a flat circle.
Yes.
No, it's not. What?
Why are these idiots having a conversation about not the Earth, the sun now?
Pretty nigger.
Look at it, bro. Every planet is round. What? Why would the Earth be flat and every single planet would be round? That makes, bro. You are arguing physics like you're crazy.
Your sister's always on her back, therefore everybody's on her back.
Every star, every planet is round. You can see which one.
What makes you think that Earth is a planet, Casa? Come on, get it together, dude.
Because they said it.
Okay, there you go.
Said what?
They said
what you mean? Okay, then what is it? What is it then?
Why are you in here chanting stuff that they said?
Because I want to save you. Dude, you just want to live believing the Earth is flat? Come on, bro.
No, it's not a belief. It's a measurement, surface description of the Earth. Water.
Okay. Shadow.
What? Water.
Shadows.
Shut up.
Shadows.
The round shadows of like.
The wrong shadow. It's got the wrong shadow. What the fuck?
What is
you talking about wrong shadows? What do you mean by wrong shadows? What's that mean?
Like there's shadows that prove to you like everything is round and shit.
Shadows. Everything is
God, man. Have you ever been inside of an airplane?
Yeah.
Did you see like very far away? It's round.
Did I see very far? I turned around. I looked out the other window. I went up to the cockpit. I looked out that window. I realised I had a circle around me, the observer. That horizontal doesn't curve, you fool.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't. That's why it has 0 rate of change of slope. It's where we get all horizontals from. They're parallel to the plane of the horizon. When you look out of a window, that's only you looking at a small section of it. If you was to complete the circle, it would be a wavy line, you idiot. But it's not. It's a circle around the observer.
How if the Earth were flat, would you be able to see? How far would you be able to see?
Too far away.
Like, if you were on top of like a really tall tower, could you see China from there, from like London?
China?
No. Shut up. The angular size is too small for you to see. The amount of atmosphere that you're looking through is not opaque. They'll end up being a brick wall at about a distance of 250, 300 kilometres.
What are you talking about?
What about
What am I talking about?
If that's what you say is true, I can believe that.
No, it's not even true what he's saying. Like he's just talking.
Give someone the voice, man. You know, one by one, bro.
Make it down for him.
Stop spazzing out.
Shut up. Angular size reduction with distance. Have you ever noticed how?
Shut up.
Fuck off.
We only need one spiraling globey at a time, guys. Only one of you can humiliate yourself coherently at once.
Yeah.
Looks like you're first, Timmy.
Okay, right. Earth is round. Change my mind. Come on. What's the my question?
Okay,
my
what's
question.
your evidence? What's your evidence? That's my question.
Instead, actually, no. I want to play this slightly differently.
Earth is round. You said Earth round.
I believe. I would like to because this doesn't really work for me because I just kind of go around in
you don't
circles.
have any evidence.
I
would.
No. I'm not. I'm actually. If you allow me to. Try to hear you out. What is the most damning piece of evidence that you have that the Earth is flat?
I'll tell you. The Earth's surface has no curvature, observable, measurable, detectable, to comport with that globe model concept that they've taught us as children. That's it. Because if the surface has no curvature, can it be a ball? You answer that question.
So if the Earth has no curvature, can it have a ball? Well,
Can it be a ball?
Right. So
just a yes or no.
If the Earth has no curvature,
If it has no curvature to comport with this ball idea that they're perpetuating, can it be a ball like they're claiming?
Well, when you say curvature, do you mean curvature
like
as
the
imperceptible?
curvature of a ball?
Or do you mean
what curvature of a ball is?
I would say yes. If the Earth had no curvature, then it is the part which has no curvature is flat.
Oof, that sounded painful. That sounded physically painful.
Yeah, but you can make a certain portion of the Earth flat. You can.
You can make.
Hold on. Well, since Earth's surface has no detectable curvature, that means it can't be the ball that they're claiming. There you go.
You're just too small. You're just too small to see the curvature.
What the fuck?
Okay, so
you're saying if there's no curvature, but there is curvature.
Hey, you guys gotta let
you measured that then.
Yeah, you guys gotta let your buddies talk.
You can measure it. You can measure it with.
You guys gotta let your buddies talk, man.
Excuse me. Actually, can I say Chris and Jelkin Phoenix? They are both my friends, and I encourage them to talk on my behalf when I.
But they interrupting you. So
no. I finished speaking. I would like you to unmute him. I finished speaking. So that's fine.
No. That's just going to cause chaos in the room.
Well, actually, no. We can play this game, but what's going to happen is you're going to get muted whilst the other one talks, so you don't interrupt him.
Right.
That's okay. Do we have a hand feature?
Excellent.
Because y'all interrupting each other. Yeah.
So, Cyclone, if you'd like to continue your conversation with Mr. Jelquing Phoenix.
Well, where did we get to?
Oh, hello.
He's saying
that
he made an excuse that we can't see the curvature because we're too small.
Somebody hot Mikey. Somebody hot Mikey.
I remember he said someone measured it. He said you can measure it. So who measured it? This curvature.
I don't know.
Hey, by the way,
okay, well, no one. Well, then you can't argue that it has been measured.
Probably.
So what?
No one's
thousand
measured
other scientists did the same.
Sorry, what?
No one's measured it.
What scientist?
What makes you say that?
It's not scientists.
Because no one has.
What makes you say no one has?
Well, who has?
I'll do a quick Google search here. Who discovered that the Earth?
These guys with this
measured
was round.
Measured. And you add by measurement.
Aristotle.
Yeah, you measured. Remember, Aristotle. What did he measure?
I think I remember. They had people that would literally walk the Earth, and they'd be able to
walk the Earth
with their feet.
Like human beings. Hold on, guys. Let him go.
Yeah.
Let's hear it. Who measured it? Aristotle measured it by people walking on the Earth. Is that right?
I think so. If I'm going off memory, yeah.
Yeah. So there you go. No one measured it.
Well, what counts as a measurement?
My God.
Well, not nothing. Not no measurement. Certainly.
What about when you look? What about when you look at a boat on a horizon line?
My God, no, it's not about horizons and boats. Ask a question and moves on something else. Wants to know what measurement is and then goes on to boats. We're not going to be able to explain the boats going over the horizon if you don't even understand what measurements are.
Well, measurement is like a unit of
So if we asked you to measure a table, you could measure a table, right? You could measure if your table's flat, what size it is. So who's done that with the Earth and measured a curve of a lake, for example?
Oh, got you.
Actually, I don't really know how to answer this one. I'm not actually.
That's because no one has. That's why you've never been taught anyone who has.
I assume part of that is to do with astronomy.
Would you? Why would you assume that? Astronomy is to do with looking at
because that's what I've heard some people say about Earth being round.
Well, you need to think a bit more critically then.
But you haven't told me why these measurements don't exist.
Because I don't need to. They just don't exist.
Because they're flat.
You would need them. You would need them to exist, though, for your argument to be possible, plausible.
Right.
And if you don't have that,
okay,
then
so assuming that the concept of a round Earth doesn't exist, how would you rationalize?
We don't have to assume that. We don't have to assume that. There's no reason to assume that it does exist.
Yeah.
Doesn't measure that way.
Oh, Tim would like to speak because I'm doing a bad job. I did not bring my research.
So we're on to the next.
Yeah, y'all heard.
You're doing your best.
That it was easy.
Yeah.
Ain't so easy.
All right, that's fine. Well, good talk. You were at least chill, so we appreciate it.
Thank you, Joe King. Thank you.
All right. No worries.
Before I speak, I would like to say that I don't want to be antagonistic. I would rather be a respectful kind of like.
Well, that's good. We'd prefer that.
You do you, Pumpkin.
Debate. All right. So if I just want to have some fun, but also, I don't want to get angry.
Just so you know, Timmy, if you don't know the answer to a question, you are allowed to say, "I don't know."
Oh yeah, totally. No, absolutely.
You get angry is entirely within your control, not ours. So I'm sure we'll be fine.
Oh, that's fantastic. I'm glad you haven't got the capacity. That's great.
You want us to get out a box of tissues just in case?
Yeah, well, we'll see.
Maybe if I start shitting myself. Yeah,
would you help the process and give like a code word? Like
the only time that you'll ever need tissues is when I shit myself from the fucking damning evidence that you're going to give me.
You don't need a tissue. You need toilet paper for that.
Okay, what you want to do here is let us know how close you are to a triggering and give us a code word. Like it could be puppy or it could be bananas. offer some heads up.
Aristotle, that's what I'll say.
Aristotle, okay.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
Basically, I'd like to ask a question. When you account for sort of like bridge formation, right? When you're making sort of like long bridges, you have to sort of like you have to take the curvature of the Earth into account. So
Show it.
You have to sort of like,
because this is the claim that you're making. It's not just a bridge. It's every piece of construction and engineering on the face of the Earth must account for the curvature of the Earth. That will include, but it's not just including, bridges, dams, aqueducts, pipelines.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree.
I mean, that's interesting. We don't, but I'd like you to provide the evidence that we do.
Wait, so are you agreeing or disagreeing with what I'm saying?
No, the Earth is built upon a level plane. This is how we find true, plumb, and level. All verticals are parallel, all horizontals are parallel. You're saying that the verticals, because of bridge construction, are not parallel because of the curvature of the Earth.
Right.
Because those verticals will converge at the centre of the Earth and diverge with the...
Yes.
Yeah. Show me that, please.
Show me. What do you mean? Show you?
Show the measurement. Show it within the blueprint.
But the pressures and the forces when you make a bridge that long, they will literally rip themselves apart if you don't account for the curvature of the Earth.
No. They rip themselves apart.
Yes, there are pressures. There are forces.
They will rip themselves apart if they're not built to sustain the load that they carry. Yeah, you'll have to take into that. You'll also understand that bridges, the towers, they move depending on the temperature, the time of year, and the load that they're carrying. Now, I want you to go and find me where the curvature of the Earth is involved, please. With the measurement, I want it in the blueprints.
Well, I can't provide you the blueprints today.
You just a baseless claim.
Personally, I would like you. Could you provide me the blueprints then?
It's not my claim.
Well, no, you're claiming the opposite. But you're claiming the opposite. So I would like. Can you provide me the blueprints?
It's your claim.
No, your claim. No. You're making an equally valid claim.
It's your claim that bridges have to take into account curvature of the Earth.
And your claim is that they don't. Can you prove it to me in the blueprints?
Okay, show me.
Yes. Okay, show me.
It's not my claim.
You've got a positive claim, dude. This is a burden of proof reversal fallacy.
Yeah, no, but I would like you to prove me wrong.
Oh, that's easy.
You're saying they don't, can I say you're saying that they don't account for it in engineering.
You said it first that they need to take into consideration this to do these constructions. Please show us where they've accounted for it. You made the call first. So you make the call, you back it.
Show me.
I'm not a bridge builder, so I don't
bridges, the towers of bridges require camber. But if the bridges required curvature to account for the curvature of the Earth, then the water underneath the bridge would have to be measured curving. So do you show or have a measurement of the water underneath the bridge curving? That would be required.
Yeah, and just for future
so
note,
apparently the longest we've got a bridge in Louisiana that goes across Lake Pontchartrain. Right. So
good.
Right,
is the water underneath the bridge curving? Simple. Tell us. Is that what's curving? Because that's what would need to be shown first in the first instance. Is the water curving? You would need to show this first.
I didn't tag you, and I post like Pontchartrain right there. Is there any curve there?
It's not curving.
Honestly, I know. I'm like.
Honestly, yeah. Look at it. Show me the curve.
I'm actually flawed. I can't. I'm finding it hard to debate when it's like.
So funny that you don't have proof, right?
When you've got no curvature, it's hard to argue for curvature. We get it.
It's I would say okay. So that's your first piece of damning evidence. That's your first piece of damning evidence. Could you provide me the second one? I think of me as somebody who wants to convert themselves, right? I want to convert myself. I want to figure out the truth. I want to be converted.
No, we don't convert people here. Hold on, time out. We don't convert people here. All we're doing.
I would like to be convinced.
Hold on, bro. Nobody can convince you of something that you've seen on TV since you were 2 years old, right? You have to experience Earth outside for yourself. And that's all we're asking. People to go outside, check for themselves, and see if they can detect drop over distance, also known as curvature.
Of course, but it's so. But the claim is okay. So the claim is that the Earth is so huge that you can't detect. That's the claim.
Not a claim. A claim is something you can back up with evidence. That's an excuse.
But I would like. But but I would just try to.
We'll help you out with this.
The claim is that everybody else, thinks is that the Earth is so big that you can't feasibly perceive the curvature. Right?
This is where
So my point is that how can I not fall for that claim? Can you please tell me?
Well, yeah, we can go through because the thing holding you back is this vague notion you've got that it's just too big and there's no way you could ever detect it. But when
exactly.
You actually
get that's what I would like you to talk about. Yes.
Right. Okay. So does someone want to get into the claimed size of Earth with him and the curvature and the calculators? And we'll talk him through the black swan. That'd be a good example. Does anyone want to do that?
Yeah, let's just go over the fact that they taught us when we were children. Sorry. They taught us when we were children that you could see boats going over the horizon. And ever since Flat Earthers started coming around in 2014, 2015, it may have taken them a couple of years, but we've totally debunked that idea. Now the new goalpost change has made it unfalsifiable that we can't detect any curvature because we're too small and the Earth is too big. That's an excuse after we shattered the whole claim of Earth having a radius. But they give us, this radius of the Earth having 3,959 miles, right? So under that, you would definitely be able to measure the curvature because there would be curvature at 1.225 miles at a 1 foot observer height. So you can't, have it both ways, right? You can't double speak and claim that you would see boats, but then no, you can't actually detect it whenever we destroy that idea of a radius causing an Earth curved caused horizon. Take it from there, folks.
An Earth. Okay, right. So that's a lot to take in. So can you give me like a? Can you give? I think the best way to work with this is obviously what you have observed and proven otherwise. So I would like to know one of those things.
Okay. So in reference to the geometric horizon, do you see the side chat? Do you see it 12 minutes past the hour? Do you see the GIF of the two oil rigs?
So look. What time?
12 minutes past the hour.
Yes. Earth too big, Earth too small.
Good. Awesome stuff. So if we know the radius of the Earth, suppose 3,959 miles, it's just the mathematical equation to figure out how far the horizon should be for an observer standing at altitude. That equation is 1.225 multiplied by the square root of the observer's height in feet. So for example, if your eyes are 1 foot above the surface of the water, the square root of 1 is 1. You times that by 1.225 and you end up with the distance to the horizon 1.225. 6 foot observer 2.8 miles away, 8 foot observer 3.46 miles away. This should be where the horizon should appear at distance for things like boats, oil rigs, cliffs and lighthouses to start being occluded by bottom up. Now, you see the image with the oil rigs. This observation taken from 8 foot. That would give us the horizon 3.46 miles. The oil rigs are in the observation because we know the distance to the oil rigs from the observer. 6 miles, 10 miles. The furthest one is 10.10 miles away. The question then becomes, where does the horizon appear in relation to the two distance markers? Is the horizon in front of them, between them, or behind them? If we're on a sphere, it should be in front of them at a distance of 3.46 miles. But in the observation, can you tell me where the horizon appears?
Well, I'm not smart enough to figure that out.
You can't see with your own eyes in the GIF where the surface of the Earth appears to meet the sky.
That doesn't really take into account refraction, though, does it?
We're looking for the curvature of the Earth to stop us seeing things at a distance of 3.46 miles. Refraction moves things in reference to the horizon up and down. It can elongate them, stretch them, or squash them. That's what it does. It can mirror them, but it's not going to move them backwards. So I'm just going to ask you again, where's the horizon in reference to the distance markers? Before 6 miles, between 6 and 10 miles, beyond 10 miles.
Dude, you can't say I'm not smart enough to.
I don't know.
See.
Well, you can't really. You wouldn't be able to really see a curvature in the way that you're describing.
Excuses.
Okay.
Sorry.
I'm not.
The curvature that we are describing is between you and the boat. The curvature of the Earth with distance is going to be between you and the boat, or you and the oil rig, causing obstruction of oil rig or boat. We should be able to see that. It's within the prediction that I've just given you.
Well, then the oil rigs are in front of the horizon.
Yeah, and the furthest one is 10.10 miles away, which gives us a safe estimation of the horizon is beyond 10.10 miles. Right?
How far is the horizon?
Beyond 10.10 miles, because it's beyond the furthest oil rig.
Oh, so you're saying, but that's atmospheric refraction, what we're saying, though?
Sorry, atmospheric refraction doesn't make the tops of things move further away. I tried to explain this earlier. It either raises them or compresses them.
Atmospheric refraction doesn't what? Doesn't
makes things go up and down.
Makes
doesn't make
things go up and down.
Yes. So sinking, towering, stooping, looming.
Well, what I think is the reason it looks it's both shrinking and it's at a higher position is because of the high angle of the viewer. Looking at the
we don't know the angle. Rigs.
That's perspective, relative size. Perspective, relative size. As farther you go from something, some object, a building, it appears more smaller. Relative size.
That too. Exactly.
To mean exactly.
But the position, in front, as it goes further out, if you take a higher angle, you're going to be able to see more of the.
I did this earlier, right? At 1 foot, the horizon's at 1.2 miles away. At 6 foot, the horizon's at 2.8 miles away. At 8 foot, the horizon's at 3.46 miles away. So that means at this altitude of 8 foot, we should see a horizon at 3.46 miles away. We don't, it's beyond 10 miles.
Well, yeah, you'd reckon it would be beyond 10 miles.
Well, no, it should be at 3.46 if you're on sphere.
What? Sorry, can you go through the math again for that?
Yeah, based on the radius of the Earth, 3,959 miles, the equation differentiates that curved surface from the height of the eye of the observer. 1.225 multiplied by the square root of that observer's eye height in feet. You can find it in any Earth curve calculator you can find online. It will figure out the distance from you to the horizon and how much of an object should be obstructed by that physical Earth curve horizon. It's a prediction based on geometry.
Yeah, could you guys Google distance to horizon calculator and click on one of the calculators?
Distance to horizon.
Here, you type it away, can I?
Yeah, I'm typing it in.
Right. So put in your observer height at 1 foot. Where does it say the horizon should be?
1.2 miles.
Right. So why do we see it beyond 10 miles?
Because of atmospheric refraction.
All right, so the horizon isn't the geometric curve of a ball that boats are going over then.
It bends light downward.
So the horizon that's not at 1.2 miles, that's not geometric Earth curvature that boats are going over then.
But you're seeing an illusion, though. That's what you're seeing.
Seeing an illusion.
So
the horizon is an illusion.
You're measuring it through a lens of which isn't reliable. That's the problem.
We're not seeing the Earth's curvature though. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Well, you don't see the Earth's curvature if you don't take into account other things.
Yeah.
Yes.
So it's not at 1.2 miles. So it's not Earth's curvature. It's beyond 10 miles. So not a ball then.
Okay, so where's the stuff beyond there then? That's my question. If the Earth is flat then?
Time out, just real fast. So what you've done by claiming refraction is you've made your model unfalsifiable. According to Karl Popper, if it's unfalsifiable, then it's not reliable. So we have to take into consideration that we're saying the Earth presents itself as flat, and you're going, well, but that's because of this, that, and the other thing. But you have to admit, the Earth looks flat. And that's why you're having to go into this, whole backpedaling excuse of refraction, and it makes it unfalsifiable. Because whatever we see from now on forward, whether it's a mountain at 273 miles away that won the Guinness Book of World Records at one time for longest photography, well, you could just say refraction, and that makes it to where we can't falsify your claims. So it's kind of like saying, for example, that the reason things fall down is fairy dust. Prove me wrong. You can't prove me wrong.
Well, the retort I would say to that is where is the stuff beyond that horizon line as well? So if we
doesn't matter. No, we don't need to talk about that.
If there was a city beyond there, if the Earth was flat, then we would see it, right?
It's sufficient for us to demonstrate that it's not curvature of the Earth for your claim of a globe to be falsified.
I'm not claiming for a globe. I'm claiming for.
Well, okay, not your claim, but the general mainstream claim. This falsifies it.
Does atmospheric refraction in the form of which I've explained?
No, because that would assume that the Earth's a ball.
No. I just mean in general. Does it exist?
No, because atmospheric assumes a ball by definition. It's
absolutely, it does not.
Around a ball. Yes,
it does. Does an atmosphere?
Has it got the word sphere in it?
No. Does atmosphere mean Earth?
Does sphere mean sphere? Does sphere mean sphere?
Well, yes, in most contexts.
So
yes,
does atmosphere mean sphere?
Well, no, it doesn't. But it doesn't. It's word
what does it mean?
Change.
What does sphere mean in this context?
Well, the point is that an atmosphere is basically...
An atmosphere is not a sphere?
If you allow me to speak, an atmosphere is an accumulation of gas, and because mass likes to form into a ball, essentially, due to gravity, that's what we've named it after.
So you're assuming it's a ball?
I'm saying that when mass is strong enough, it forms into a spherical
shape. So you're assuming a ball. Yeah.
No, you're being very absolutist about this. This is the thing.
You're literally describing the formation of a ball.
You're very hung up about these definitions right now. Like, can we just what about magic? Can we just call it gas? Let's just say gas.
No, because you asked the question, does my assumption of an atmospheric refraction exist? And I said no, because you're assuming the ball.
Okay, well let me say. Okay, what about
a horizon?
Let's rename it a gaseous refraction.
Let me ask you a question. So where we're looking at these oil rigs, and we're seeing the horizon beyond 10 miles, what is all that water beyond 1.2 miles? Is that water, or is that not real water?
It's water. Yeah.
Okay, so that's the physical surface of the water that we're observing up to 10 miles.
Can I say, when you look out of your eyes, are you looking out of your eyes with those
miles? The water that we're looking at beyond 1.2 miles, that's just the physical surface of the Earth. Yeah?
You're perceiving something, yes. You're perceiving a representation
of the surface of the Earth, the water, up to 10 miles. Yeah?
Say it's not there. Tell us it's not really there.
Hold on.
This is fascinating. The words you're using, you are a master
in this
kind of like manipulative wordplay.
Is that water water up to 10 miles.
Is it water? Yes, I would say yes, it is. That is water. Yes.
Okay. Well, then welcome to flat Earth, because that shouldn't be there on your ball.
Yeah, but the thing. Oh my god! But what you're seeing is an effect of atmospheric refraction. You're able to see. Okay, when you see.
So is it not really water? Is it not really water?
If it's not there, how are you measuring it?
Through.
Is the water there? No, because you just said the water is there. No. You just said the water is there. It's the surface of the Earth. You just agreed.
Okay, you're viewing water. Yes, but
it's water.
The way that you measure it has
the water that we're viewing,
to take into account different variables.
The water that we're viewing is water. Yes, physical liquid.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Welcome to flat Earth, because on the globe that's not supposed to be visible.
If you don't take into account other variables.
So you're saying it isn't there?
Do you take drugs? Because I swear to God, like you are.
Hey
like,
Timmy,
holy crap.
Is that
less
your
matter. Is the water there or not? Yes
what do you mean by there?
When you
what
say
do you mean
that,
by there?
you're talking about like
there.
From 1.22 miles through to
what do you mean,
fucking
like, is it there? Is it there? What do you mean by there? Can you define there for me?
You agree? Yeah, it's the physical surface.
Is it where you are seeing it?
No.
Huh? Say that again. Say that again.
No,
what?
Is it where I am perceiving? Is it? Can I say? Is it where I am perceiving it? No, it is not.
So you
but
have
are you viewing
a delusion? So you think the water is a delusion?
No, I think the water is an illusion. I think it's an.
You think the
illusion
water is an illusion
if you take into physical.
So when you go to the beach, you see that water going up to the horizon, and you think that's all an illusion.
Yeah, just like how you put on fucking 3D glasses.
Why do you think that's all an illusion? See, this is where you really need to stop and think. And people ask us, why have they lied? Why would they lie to us? Why would they do this to us? To make it just like you are right now.
Because you things in your past that makes you not trust people.
You don't believe your own eyes. You think reality is an illusion. The water that you're seeing in front of you, you're calling an illusion.
You can't always believe what's in front of your eyes.
You were told as a child that water can't really be water, and therefore here you are on Discord telling us that water isn't really water, isn't really there.
I never said it wasn't water. I'm saying that it's that this is insane. This is actually insane.
You're realizing the insanity of your position. You're claiming that what we're seeing is an illusion, and this is the great irony of it all. You are the real conspiracy theorist. You are the real paranoid one, the globe believer, who disbelieves the physical ocean that he's observing. You distrust observable reality. They've made you crazy.
Okay, but these experiments are repeatable
and you have no reason to claim. Okay, so you're saying it's not physical water again, or it is physical water that you're observing?
This is okay, right. I just want to break it down. I don't think I'm just going to stop it here because I don't think we're going to get anywhere with this one. I would like you to explain to me what you mean fundamentally, and I don't want to talk scientifically. I mean, from your perspective,
why would you doubt the water that you're observing?
Hey, I'm asking a question. Please, may I ask it?
Yeah, I know you're trying to.
You're sidestepping.
No, I'm not sidestepping. I actually want to ask because I feel that when people don't disagree, we disagree on definitions and sort of foundational philosophical concepts, right? And I mean that truthfully.
No, this just tells me that you're not really ready for the discussion.
No, I feel like it's very important for us to find as equal footing as possible, so that I can actually understand what you're saying.
Because you've just said that you disbelieve observable reality. So how are we going to have a discussion about reality if you disagree with it?
Well,
illusion. Based on nothing at all. You've got no evidence for that claim, but you're claiming it as if you do.
Well, I don't think that's Tim's point.
Well, yes, it is. He just is happy to say he doesn't believe the water. It's all an illusion. The water's all an illusion.
Okay, so when you go
to reason that there's a way to delineate those effects and put it into some.
So how do you prove that water is an illusion? How did you prove that?
Well, of course, I'm using information that has been collected by corrupt scientists, right? Like that's the claim,
What information are you using? No, you're not using any information at all. You're pulling it out of your ass, and now you're pretending.
But I'm pulling out. Okay, let's just say I'm pulling information out of my ass that has been perpetuated by corrupt scientists. Let's just say that's what your claim is, right?
So
okay,
yeah,
right.
You have no basis for your claim.
We can agree on that basis. I get it. No, dude, you don't have to prove it.
Yeah, remove the corrupt scientist part out. Nobody said that.
Yeah, add your feelings. You've got no evidence for your claim that the water's all an illusion.
I don't. You're right. Okay, just leave me the fuck alone for a second. Just listen. I have no evidence. I admit I have no evidence. I'm not a scientist, right?
Okay, dude, that's fine.
I have no evidence, right? And I'm relaying information, okay, from what you claim are to be corrupt conspiratorial scientists, right?
No, I didn't say corrupt conspiratorial scientists.
Okay, scientists who are wrong.
Any information from any source. He hasn't posted any. So stop lying.
I am so sorry, but your mic is fucking horrible.
Yeah, don't. Right, there's no need to be silly. Okay. You've already agreed. You've just claimed everything's an illusion, but now you're like, I don't know what the hell. Okay, well,
can you? The thing. Okay. I feel that people would be much more open to having these discussions with you if you don't sort of accuse constantly. So please stop accusing me of wanting to lie, because I'm not lying. Okay, I just think something different.
We're just having the conversation. You're claiming that the water's an illusion. You would have to demonstrate that. If you can't, that's fine.
Can I please ask you a question? Please, when you go to the cinema, right, okay, and you put on 3D glasses and it seems to be 3D, right, you put your hand out in front and you can't touch what's in front of you.
We're talking about reality, not movies, bro.
No, but is that an illusion or not? No. I just want. Is that an illusion?
Yes. Inside looking at a cinema screen is a fucking illusion. It's an act. It's a play.
And can
Nobody
you trust
cares.
Your eyes?
Let's go outside and have a look at reality.
Can you? Yeah, and that can you?
So when you see the horizon beyond where it should be, do you question it or do you just go, refraction?
Refraction.
I go refraction, obviously.
I go refraction. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Without even knowing what refraction is.
I know what refraction is.
Well, that's just a welcome to flat Earth anyway. So it's not a ball curve then. Welcome to flat Earth.
Is this like an act? Is this like a whole? Is this like fake?
No. We're here to say the water is not an illusion. You're paranoid. Sorry, Larry.
Bro, you need to get off the fucking Mercury, dude. Just fuck off.
That's ironic.
Bro, you're having cog this and you're trying to save your identity of a globe, like you identify as a glober. But we're telling you that is not actually part. Hold on, bro. I'm
as a globe, bro.
Okay, so you don't think the Earth is a sphere?
The Mercury is a very funny thing because Isaac Newton, oddly enough, he died because he drank mercury because he thought he was going to shit gold. So when you say get off the Mercury, yeah, get off the Mercury, dude. This scientist that you think is a goofball, you got there yourself. You tried to straw man that onto us, but you were the one who got there.
Okay,
you said, hey,
okay, let's.
Somebody who was on Mercury
fine. You can
goofy. Okay, let's follow that.
You can dissect as much about my character and my ability to not discern reality. That's fine. You can do that as long as you like. But my question is, can you give me some other evidence?
Wait, can I clarify something? Something just said that was said it's not true. Isaac Newton did not die from drinking mercury. That's a meme from It's Always Sunny. That's not actually true.
He dug up his body to test it, and his hair had 40 times the lethal dose of mercury in it.
Can I clarify? You got that information from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, right?
No.
Okay.
No,
I'm very certain you did.
They dug him up, and he was like, yeah, he had a lot of mercury in his body.
King Glober, the mercury drinker. Who'd have thought?
Do you know if he actually drank the mercury? Or was he just working?
Yeah, he drank.
No, he used it as a suppository. Is that better?
Do you know that he used it as a suppository?
Yeah, right here. The myth of mercury toxicity. Yes, scientific analysis of Newton's hair revealed high levels of mercury.
Of his hair.
That doesn't correlate to drinking.
That's where the heavy metals go to, your hair. These levels were so high that they would have been lethal 40 times.
Okay, but is that exclusive to ingesting?
Yes, he drank it.
Mercury,
he drank it because he thought he was going to shit gold.
All right, let's not get sidetracked with this clown guy. Let's try and keep it on track.
Just Larry, so you know, when you're handling chemicals, you like all day, and especially mercury.
He was doubling down.
Newton was.
Let's just get back
to the mercury-fueled scientist that you think has told you the truth. What if he's just nuts?
No, Marie Curie died of radiation poisoning.
Hold on, guys. Can we let's let Larry take it back onto point, because this got taken off because the guy just deflected into insults. So let's not dwell on that.
Right. So back to the argument at hand. What it boils down to is flat earthers believe their eyes, and globe earthers are using the word refraction to ignore the reality of we can see too far, given the argument that the Earth is a globe. So if it becomes falsifiable, you guys are going to run into unfalsifiability by saying refraction, which is amazing for us, because once you say the word refraction, there is no more geometric horizon. You can't say boats are going to the horizon. And if you teach that to children, you know that you're doing it incorrectly, because you don't teach children something that they can't verify. So from now on, we want to move forward and not teach children the wrong thing on purpose, and not take tax dollars and force people to pay tax dollars to promote the heliocentric, sun worshiping. So we're just going to go with the reality from now on and say, oh, well, we can't falsify or prove the Earth is a globe because of refraction. So that's great for us, because you don't have a geometric horizon anymore. Thanks.
What makes you say we don't have a geometric horizon anymore?
Because if we show you that we can see too far, you throw the horizon under the bus and say, well, we can see too far because of refraction. There went your geometric horizon right off the window.
That doesn't mean that geometric
that was why the guy said.
All it means is that
we've just demonstrated it. No, we've just demonstrated it with the zoom camera, which opens the angles, and the horizon moves further if you open up the angles. We've demonstrated this.
The angles.
Yeah, life isn't fucking computers and cameras, dude.
Weren't you listening? This is why the guy said that all the water was an illusion. This is why the guy started rejecting the water that he sees, because it doesn't work on your globe model to have water there.
To be honest, I couldn't really follow it.
But I would argue that it doesn't work on the globe model if you don't take into account any of the other discovered scientific.
No, it doesn't matter. There's no refraction that does 1.2 miles to 10.
That's your opinion, man. There's no refraction. If there is no refraction, then yeah, your theory holds up.
Show us the refraction that does that. Show us the refraction that's claimed.
I'm not a scientist, I can't show you, but I'm absolutely sure that there are uses of refraction that you could prove in other scenarios.
7/6R? Is it Snell's law? Is it any of the effects that I mentioned earlier? Which one are you talking about? Or don't you have the background to discuss such matters? You're just going to say the word refraction and hope that
pointed that out before.
And I want to highlight a previous point. So he said that mentioning the atmospheric refraction makes the argument non-falsifiable.
No, it means you're assuming a sphere. And light curving around a sphere in your
okay. So on what basis are you?
I'll tell you. All observations will be backwards engineered to fit a model. So you never see the true curvature of the Earth at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. All observations will be backward engineered by bending the light in a model to fit the model. You don't see the curve; you just assume it's there.
I see some signs of there being a curve if I look at images, such as you get further in the distance, you see less and less of the surface as it goes further along. In a way that it is shortening
Dude, we just discussed this like 10 minutes ago. You must have missed the whole thing. Go and rewind the live stream. We just went over this exact thing.
Angular.
That would mean there's a
What was your
distance.
explanation?
That would mean there's a distance to the horizon. You're claiming a geometric horizon again. Then we show you where it's not. There's no geometric horizon, and you throw it under the bus again. We're going around and around in circles.
The globe model does posit that a horizon exists. Yeah, so I'm not denying what you guys have said.
But it doesn't measure. But it doesn't measure it. And you said things disappear bottom up. We clearly see this happening, and then they disappear completely. You bring out your zoom camera, zoom right back in. The entire boat, waterline and all, appear back. So our zoom camera is zooming in around a curve edge.
It's perpendicular.
I think your mic.
So you can't even answer the question.
I didn't know that was a question. I thought you were still talking and it cut out. What?
The camera zooming round a curve.
Camera zooming around a curve. Can
so
you get me? Are you referencing a image you posted in the chat?
No, at all. It's just a question. When we use a camera, when we zoom, are we zooming around a curve?
I don't believe so. No, you're just. I think part of that.
So everything that we see straight in front of us is an illusion because of refraction.
That is posited as an effect, yeah, of refraction.
Wow, what an amazing worldview! Everything's an illusion.
Which one?
Well, no, I didn't say it
law.
was an illusion.
Snell's law.
When you
terrestrial refraction, or any of the mentioned refractive phenomena that I mentioned earlier, sinking, towering, etc. Which one?
Which one? Which one was?
Yeah, which one? Which one? Which model of refraction? Which one are you appealing to?